Volume 9. Chapter 799, Ambush. Chapter 799, Ambush. Zuo Mo was not in a good mood. The sword essence just now had been too great of a blow to his confidence. Kunlun was so far away from this place, yet that sword essence was able to reach this place. Even the Jinji of the Totem Colosseum were unable to block it. How terrifying it was. Zuo Mo suddenly realized that when individual strength reached a certain level, it could also change the state of the world. In reality, Zuo Mo did not place great importance on the training of experts. Mo Cloud C developed using forging. This was similar to Tian Huan's development path. There were no direct benefits in this path to develop experts, but it was beneficial for increasing their overall strength. The reason that Mo Cloud C had so many strong fighters was just because it had been slightly ahead in this crucial time of the Ling Power era switching to the Shin Power era. But as Kunlun and Tian Huan reacted, the opportunity from being early was not as large as they imagined. But even so, Mo Cloud C was still positioned well. Top experts were stronger than before, but the average strength level had also increased greatly. The difference between the two did not increase, but decreased. Top experts could affect the results of a battle but could not become strategic assets. As Shin equipment became mainstream and Shin device raiments were rare, the difference shrunk even more. Even the strongest expert could not win against an elite battalion. That situation was just destroyed right now. Such terrifying sword essence was not something the sword show of this era could possess. It definitely was a peerless Shin sword left over from the ancient era. The Ghost Mist Child said it was the immemorial sword. Zuo Mo was still slightly in doubt. Even an ancient Shin device could not have such an astounding presence. Zuo Mo was not blind. Wei Shang's god-killing blood sword was also an ancient Shin sword, yet the two swords' presence was not on the same level. There was something else going on here. While he did not understand, Zuo Mo perceptibly realized that something important had occurred. Even if Kunlun could only use 10% of such power, it would be enough to erase a battalion. If they were stronger and could use all of that power, Zuo Mo would not be surprised if they could destroy a Jia. This meant that a new kind of war had formed. Think about it, if Lin Qian sneaked into Cloud C Jia and then destroyed Cloud C Jia with a single strike, it would be a true catastrophe for Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo felt a chill rise from his feet. It was too terrifying. But this was not solvable. The movement of large battalions could not be concealed, but no faction would be able to stop few people from sneaking in. What do they do then? Zuo Mo compartmentalized the terror he felt and his mind started to turn, thinking of a solution. His mind was nimble, cunning, and intelligent, but this time, he had no plans. When the difference in power between the two was too great, any scheme was worthless. He pulled out the Ghost Mist Child and asked, what method can cause the immemorial sword to have this presence? The Ghost Mist Child was confused. A moment later, he understood. His little face scrunched together as he thought. He said, most likely, they used a peerless soul to nurture the sword in order to reach this level. Little Moge's mind shifted and he suddenly asked, God-killing blood sword, have you heard of it? Slight terror rose on the Ghost Mist Child's face. Does Master possess this sword? Not good. The sword is inauspicious. It is the most vicious sword. Every one of the sword's masters died in violence. Master, do not be greedy about this sword's power. Zuo Mo shook his head. This sword is my Shixiang's. My Shixiang is strong in mind and cannot be defeated. Do not worry. I just want to ask, how does this sword compare to the immemorial Shin sword? The worry on the Ghost Mist Child's face did not lessen, but he said, the god-killing blood sword is called the most vicious sword in the world. It has drank the blood of countless warriors, and is not lacking at all compared to immemorial. If I want this sword to reach the presence that now, what should I do? Zuo Mo felt as though he found a good solution. Since Kunlun has the powerful immemorial Shin sword, then we will level up the god-killing blood sword to the same level. That way, I cannot guard against you, you cannot guard against me, we will be on the same level. The Ghost Mist Child understood what Zuo Mo meant to do but shook his head. If you want to elevate the god-killing blood sword to such a level, you need the essence blood of countless warriors, and not souls. However, this sword is the most vicious in history. The sword soul is bloodthirsty and savage, primarily inauspicious. If it becomes so strong, no one will be able to control it. It will probably turn into a storm of blood. Zuo Mo was silent. What the Ghost Mist Child said was not complex. Zuo Mo had seen Shixiang's god-killing blood sword. The killing essence of that sword was so strong it was unparalleled in the world. If the god-killing blood sword really became so strong, Zuo Mo felt that even Shixiang would not be able to control it. There would be only one result if the weapon was stronger than the master, backlash upon the master. Zuo Mo suddenly thought of an important point and asked, wouldn't the immemorial Shin sword also cause backlash? The ghost mist child said without thinking, if one is not strong enough and attempts to control it, then of course it will. How strong? If they are as strong as me, will there be backlash? Zuo Mo asked. The ghost mist child was afraid of offending Zuo Mo, but he would not dare to lie. Hesitating a while, he nodded and said, yes. Then he added, if master is slightly stronger, then no. Zuo Mo ignored his last sentence. Lin Qian was stronger than him, but definitely not much stronger. That meant that Lin Qian would also receive backlash. Zuo Mo's mind turned. If one does not want to receive backlash, then now? The ghost mist child stilled and blurted out, unless it is people like his relatives who are willing to merge their soul into the sword and help him suppress it. However, this is not realistic. Using a soul to nurture the soul will be placed in great torment and will never be able to be released and reincarnated. Zuo Mo was silent. He couldn't help but look at Ague next to him. Wasn't Ague's undying Shin punishment just like this? He had seen Kunlun's zeal. For those madmen, they could do something like this. However, he would not be able to do it, and he would never agree to it. He finally knew what had happened at Kunlun, but even so, he did not have any solution. It was not a pleasurable matter for any person when their enemies were a group of madmen with belief. At this time, he suddenly saw two figures flash out of the corner of his eyes. Zuo Mo seemed to wake up. This was not the time to think about such matters. A strong feeling of danger rose. He had an even stronger desire for the Shin device nucleus. A Shin device Raymond could not change the disadvantage Mo Cloud C had in terms of strategically useful experts, but it could decrease the gap between them. In a few moments, Zuo Mo made a decision. The murderousness in his eyes grew. The incomers were not from his side. Zuo Mo's body flashed and he appeared without any hesitation next to one of the people. The other hadn't thought that they would be attacked just after walking out. Zuo Mo had attacked without any warning, no noise. He was like a viper hidden in the shadows before suddenly exploding in a fatal attack. Layers of Sun Shin power covered his hand. A small axe of light formed. If the Sun Shin axe that Zuo Mo had manifested when he had been fighting with the ghost mist child was tens of thousands of caddies heavy, then what was on his hand now was a throwing axe. The dark gold axe was the size of his palm. It was unusually thin and light. The sun glyph on the surface of the axe was fine and exquisite. The markings representing the rays of the sun almost covered the entire surface of the axe. Zuo Mo's hand flickered. The little axe silently turned into a stream of light and struck the waist of the incomer. When the other managed to react and gathered their Shin power, it was too late. The Sun Shin power was too sharp. This person, caught off guard, had Shin power as thin as paper. He was unable to stop the axe entering his body. The incomer's body froze. Moments later, he gave a scream. Blinding golden light suddenly released from his body. A wisp of golden fire shot out of his body and then turned him into flames in that moment. Ague's movements were similarly brisk. Just as Zuo Mo was attacking, Ague's hand already gripped the neck of the other person. With a crack, the other person died without even making a sound. The ghost mist child gaped with wide eyes. By the time he reacted, he felt a wave of cold come up from under him. Such viciousness! Killing without blinking. Zuo Mo crouched on the ground to gather spoils. The corpse that Ague held was thrown in front of Zuo Mo. They were people from Skunda Temple. Zuo Mo's expression did not change. In just a few moments, he cleared the two of their possession. The two had only average items, except one damaged Skunda staff. It seemed slightly old and was likely an item from the ancient era. Zuo Mo weighed it. A half section of the staff was unusually heavy and he could hear the sounds of wind and thunder. They had some wealth, Zuo Mo thought. The splitting of the 9 great Dhyana sects would be difficult to stop. The present 9 great Dhyana sects would split into 2 groups. The group led by Thundersound Temple was closer to Mo Cloud C. And Skunda sect, Heartleaf Dhyana sect and others were controlled by Kunlun and Tianhuan. Therefore, Zuo Mo did not need to have any care towards Skunda sect. Suddenly, Zuo Mo realized that this was a wonderful battlefield. Since everyone had to come through here, then they, who got here first, had a great advantage. If they repeated what they just did. Zuo Mo suddenly became excited. He asked the ghost mist child, "Can you act in here?" The ghost mist child recovered from his shock and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. Zuo Mo motioned. Use mist to fill this entire place. We need to make a mist formation in here. The ghost mist child became alert. This was the first battle he was fighting under his new master. He had to do well for master to have a good opinion of him. Without another word, he activated the Mist Eye tablet. The Mist Eye tablet sprouted out thick white mist. Soon, the mist filled the entire hall except in the area within 3 zhang of the 4 palace gates. Once the mist went near the palace gates, they would be pushed away. Zuo Mo did not care. He pulled out the Black Gold Seal Soldier and Lil Pagoda from his ring. Lil Fire and Lil Black, who did not have any offensive capabilities, were shoved back into the ring. Things like ambushes were the most exciting. Translator Ramblings, his first successful ambush. So proud of Zuo Mo, he kept on trying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 800 Sneak Attack. Chapter 800 Sneak Attack. Tan Su and the other two had joyful expressions. That peerless sword essence just now astounded them, and what made them even happier was that the sword essence contained that familiar Kunlun presence. Everyone knew what that meant. No matter if it was a Shi Xiang had achieved a supreme level, or the appearance of the Shin sword, the powerful sword essence represented great power. This was definitely a good matter for Kunlun. The trio were all children of Kunlun, the true backbone of Kunlun. They were connected to the well-being of the sect. We will definitely obtain the Shin device nucleus, Nietzsche said with a steely resolve. Unusual determination flashed through his eyes, and his usually calm expression was excited. The other two people nodded at the same time with fanatical expressions. This peerless sword essence seemed to rule over the world. Even the strongest expert was like an ant in front of such powerful sword essence. The title of the strongest in the world once again returned to Kunlun. Kunlun had always been thought of the sect's strongest in battle. Yet in these past years, they were not as they once were. Even a Mo Cloud C dared to fight them. This was hard for the proud Kunlun disciples to tolerate. Now that Kunlun once again demonstrated its unparalleled power, how could Tan Su and the others not be excited? Everyone, be careful. Nietzsche did not let the victory go to his head. He was even more careful. He knew that if the other people were only 50% sincere in their desire to get the Shin device nucleus, now it would be 100%. The Shin device nucleus was not able to match that sword essence right now, but an extra Shin device raiment meant that the other factions would have that much more power to fight Kunlun. However, Nietzsche did not worry. The 3 of them were all children of Kunlun, true experts picked carefully out of numerous disciples. There were only 50 of them in all of Kunlun. If it was just one person, Nietzsche would reconsider, but with the 3 of them combined with their preparations and knowledge about the Totem Colosseum, Nietzsche was confident in obtaining the nucleus. Jinling Meng played with the Rain commanding banner in her hand and then suddenly said, "The Rain banner is a good treasure. But if we want to activate it, it needs to be refined using Shin power." Tan Su glanced over and shook his head. "I'm not interested in such a soft thing." Nietzsche did not compete. "My sword essence leans yang and masculine, it is not suitable." "Shimmy, use it." Jinling Meng did not refuse and nodded. "All right." The Rain Commander banner was suited to her. Her sword essence was a completely Yin. She started to consider the Rain commanding banner into a Shun sword. She liked the name Rain Commander. With the help of this item, her strength would go up another level. Right now, not just Shin device raiments, they would be even jealous of a Shin sword. A Shin sword did not refer to how great a sword was, but if it could tolerate Shin power or not. Compared to Ling power, Shin power was multiple times more domineering. Normal flying swords could not withstand the stress of channeling it. In reality, this situation was not just occurring at Kunlun but also other sections. Kunlun's 1,000 years of accumulation was all based on the Ling power system. They did not have many advantages with the present Shin power. They might have some wealth, but there were too many people. The wealth was only enough to create 1 or 2 Shin devices. Other people could only look on. In the last few years, several materials that were suitable for Shin power had appeared. These materials were not high in grade, but even so, their prices skyrocketed, and were extremely valuable. This was also why Shin equipment was so expensive. The lagging development of Shin materials caused people to have to endure the limitations caused by the low-level weapons they wielded. Therefore, while Tan Su and Nietzsche generously passed on the Rain commanding banner, they could not help but feel slight jealousy. It was possible to forge a Shin sword using the Rain commanding banner as the primary body. Obtaining an appropriate Shin sword was something to be admired. Looking at Jin Mingling unable to let go of the article, Nietzsche smiled. "Shimmy, you can study this after we return. Let's first complete the mission." Jinling Meng's face blushed red. She was slightly embarrassed. This one has lost composure. Nye-chan smiled understandingly and then reminded with a serious expression. The path ahead is full of danger, we need to be alert and careful. The people from Mo Cloud Sea are not easy to deal with. Humph. I think the rumors exaggerate. Tan Su snorted and said proudly. It is a pity we did not encounter them now. Otherwise, I will kill them all and hang their heads on Mo Cloud Sea's transportation formations. Nye-chan smiled helplessly. Tan Su Shitty usually looked down on people, and he was too lazy to say otherwise. But Jinling Meng became alert and her stray thoughts disappeared. Nye-chan nodded inside and said, let's go. After the rain hall is the gates of the 4 palaces. After going through the 4 palaces, we will be able to find the Shin device nucleus. That isn't interesting. Tan Su's eyes flashed viciously. How about we set up an ambush in front of the 4 palace gates and take the wind of Mo Cloud Sea's sails? Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Nye-chan's mind moved. He felt that Tan Su's idea was plausible. With their strength, if they wanted to ambush someone, there would be pitifully few that would be able to dodge. Would there be people faster than us? Jinling Meng suddenly asked. Nye-chan and Tan Su stilled. The murderousness on Tan Su's face disappeared, and he became thoughtful. He was proud but not stupid. Most likely not. Nye-chan said seriously. We have a good grasp on the situation, and we have not encountered any strong enemies, we had an open path. It probably wouldn't be easy for people to be faster than us. However, we have to be alert. If the enemy does this, it will not be good if we fall for it. The 3 exchanged looks and all had grave expressions. Let's go, be careful. Nye-chan warned again. Zuo Mo's ambush plan was very successful. They had successively killed a few people without any real effort. These people had never thought they would be ambushed. Zuo Mo and the others were fast and vicious in their attacks. However, these people were average in strength and didn't have anything good on them. This disappointed Zuo Mo slightly. However, thinking from a different angle, they were all his enemies. With each death, his hopes of getting the Shin device nucleus would grow. He immediately felt better. Suddenly, the ghost mist child warned. 3 incoming. After a few rounds, everyone worked together well and did not need to call to each other as Ghost Mist Child told the positions of the 3 to Zuo Mo and the others. 3 people. Due to the positions, the ones that attacked were Zuo Mo, 10th grade, and Silly Bird. Little Moge's little axe faded into the mist and silently sliced to one of the people. 10th grade's little moon crescent was tiny to begin with. It was impossible to perceive it within the mist. Possibly due to being with Zuo Mo for such a long time, even the battle-hungry 10th grade became devious and cunning. This attack came without any sound. In comparison, the proud Silly Bird naturally disdained Zuo Mo's devious moves. She stood proudly, and her bird bead suddenly pecked. The sharp bird beak brushed against the air and caused a spray of sparks. The tip of the bead was like boiling iron. The Ghost Mist Child who was paying attention to the entire situation saw Silly Bird's peck. He felt sympathy and the mist around him couldn't help but shake. Bam! Zuo Mo's sneak attack was stopped. 10th grade's little moon crescent was thrown back with a chiming sound. Silly Bird's peck was the most effective. The domineering and sharp power penetrated the other's Shin power defenses. Even the Shin equipment was not effective and a little hole was left behind. None of the 3 had succeeded. Zuo Mo immediately understood they met a hard opponent. He was experienced in battle and knew that at this time, he could not give the enemy any time to think. He unhesitatingly moved forward, the Sun Shen axe in his hand howling as he sung with a ferocious presence. Zuo Mo silently released 3 Sun Shen thorns. Ding! The sound of the collision that shook the entire field. The mist in the surroundings was split apart and the 2 stared at each other. Nye-chan's expression changed. The other's axe swing just now was extremely heavy. His entire right arm was trembling right now, so sore he could not raise it. Yet what caused him to change expression were the 3 Sunshin thorns hiding towards him. The dark gold Sunshin thorns flashed with sharp cold light that iced people's hearts. He had blocked the other's axe just now, and his Shin power was surging. With just the Shin equipment, he definitely could not stop these 3 Sunshin thorns. Under the threat of great danger, Nye-chan's mind was unusually clear. Without thinking, the fingers on his left hand flickered out. BRRNG, BRRNG, BRRNG. 7 blinding sword energies suddenly shot out of his left hand. The sword energies howled as they tore the air. Finger sword wave. This sword scripture was one of the sword scriptures he had been most familiar with in the past. However, it was not among the ones that the elders had modified. After cultivating it for so long, it almost became instinct to rely on it. As a present child of Kunlun, Niachan's understanding of sword essence now was nothing like what it was when he had been uneducated. His used chin power to cast, finger sword wave, but did not feel any rawness but unprecedentedly free. In the past, his skill with this sword scripture had been great and he had been able to control it to a fine degree. Now, it seemed as though that paper-thin window had been broken and he seemed to comprehend. The most dangerous and terrible times, people's potential was the easiest to uncover. Niachan was in an indescribable state. These 7 swords could be said to be so skilled it reached the summit. They cross, and like rain, they hit the 3 Sunshin thrones from different angles. None of them missed. Ding ding ding, dot. With a wave of clean and clear explosions, the 3 sunthorns were deflected and brushed past Niachan's face dangerously as though they had been lightly flicked away by an invisible hand. The Sunshin thorns touched Niachan's face and that intimidating hot presence caused his heart to shudder. He had missed. Zuo Mo was surprised. The sneak attack that he had thought could not fail had actually missed. This was an expert. Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo's streak cannot even continue for more than 1 chapter. Well, 115 chapters left for him to improve. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 801, The Little 10th Grade. Chapter 801, The Little 10th Grade. 10th grade sneak attack was stopped and the little 10th grade immediately howled as he charged towards Jinling Meng, but killing energy swirled in the wind, the mist rippling. 10th grade was like a tiny black shadow that flickered in and out of view through the mist. The little crescents were like thousands of bolts of lightning. They rained down on Jinling Meng from all directions. Sword essence filled the air. Killing energy boiled. The sword energies were black bolts of lightning. Sword essence spread. An invisible force wrapped around Jinling Meng like thousands of spiderwebs. Jinling Meng jumped in fright at being suddenly attacked. If she didn't have a treasure of the sect protecting her, she would have been injured. The Bagua heart protection mirror that her master had given her now had a crack on the border. Jinling Meng was both shocked and angry. She was protected by the elders and Shixiang in the sect. Anyone that saw her would yield to her. When had she lost face like this? The talisman that master had given her had followed her for many years. She treasured it. It was now damaged. She was strong to begin with. Angered, she used her killing move without any hesitation. A cold sword energy cut across the mist like lightning to head towards the sword net made from 10th grade's crescent blade. Ding! A clear sound rang out of the entire battlefield. She felt a vicious power pass through the flying sword. Jinling Meng felt the energies inside her roil and instinctively took 2 steps back. 10th grade's little body was thrown into the air. Such strong sword essence. Jinling Meng was alarmed. It was the first time she encountered such a vicious sword essence. Also, the other's skill on sword essence matched her. Was this Wei Shang? This thought flashed through Jinling Meng's mind. She only knew of one person from Mo Cloud Sea that had such skill in sword essence, Wei Shang. The rumors said that Wei Shang wielded a blood-red sword. His sword essence was vicious and bloodthirsty. She felt that she had guessed correctly. However, her mind quickly calmed down. While the other had not put all of his power into that attack, she had also been reserved in her response. While she was surprised by the viciousness of the other's sword essence, she would not be surprised if it was Wei Shang. As the strongest fighter of Mo Cloud Sea, Wei Shang was no longer that unknown youth from the past, but an unorthodox top expert that was pointing a sword at the Holy Land for the sword show. Even the Kunlun geniuses with their eyes on the top of their heads put away their pride when they faced Wei Shang. Jinling Meng quickly calmed down. She swung her sword. In a blink, 12 sword essences formed a 12-layer barrier in front of her. Knowing that the enemy could possibly be Wei Shang, she wisely chose to go on the defensive. Wei Shang's reputation could be seen from this. The 12 sword energies cross-crossed. The sword essence that they gave off made them form a secure article. Anything that came near would be torn into pieces by countless sword energies. Even the mist was not an exception. All the mist within 10 zhang disappeared. The ghost mist child snorted and was displeased inside. However, he did not attack. It had been a long time since he had participated in the world, but he had been a friendly and understanding henchman. He knew that he was the new person and the right thing to do was to get on good terms with the other brothers. 10th grade had a proud personality. It would not be good if he interfered. As expected, a furious howl came from the sky. Vicious and savage killing essence roared and echoed like lightning. Being thrown into the sky to the proud 10th grade was undoubtedly an embarrassment. He felt as though there was a burning flame inside. His black robes moved despite the lack of wind. His hands were raised high above his head. The crescent blade seemed to be attracted and flew into his raised hands. A tinge of dark red suddenly came onto the crescent blade. Like an incomplete moon drinking blood. 10th grade's hairs stood on end. His proud and cold little face was murderous. From the moment he was born, his greatest wish was to become the strongest Ling beast and not fail the name of 10th grade. Yet after seeing Wei Shang's strength, Zuo Mo's dominance, Agui's eeriness, Silly Bird's brutality, Zhong Ru's unfathomableness, and Luo Li's intangibility, this guy's eyes looked even higher. This little body was full of ambition. He was 10th grade. He was born to be at the top, how could he be mediocre? The mist below was dissipated by Jin Mingling's sword essence. Her field of view broadened and the layers of sword energy flashed with beautiful light. 10th grade threw down a disdainful look. The fighting spirit inside burned and roiled. 10th grade showed his innate desire to fight. Come. Face 10th grade's ultimate move. 10th grade's eyes suddenly burning, his power rippling. His still proud face carried disdain that came from his bones. His arms suddenly pressed down. The dark red crescent suddenly shot down. Behind the crescent, the bloody afterimages were like silk. Countless vicious shadows flashed. They constantly changed, moving and turning, forming and disappearing. A peerlessly vicious presence came with an ear-piercing howl like the wails of thousands of ghosts that caused people's minds to shake. The blood color of the crescent blade became even deeper and the bloody shadows behind were even redder. 100 sacrificial soul-killing sword. There was no madness on 10th grade's little face. He was still as cold and proud as usual. He did not know that his expression right now was unconsciously mimicking his idol, Wei Shang Darren. This sword scripture that Wei Shang had picked for him was matched to his taste. He liked to fight, and this sword scripture was full of killing intent. He was Teacher Wei's fan. Whatever Teacher Wei said was right. From the start, he found that it was unusually enjoyable to cultivate this sword scripture. But he quickly found a new target. In his eyes, Teacher Wei was the strongest sword show in the world. Every time 10th grade went close to the god-killing blood sword, his blood would uncontrollably boil, and he would feel the thirst for blood. However, Teacher Wei would seem unaffected. Such a vicious god-killing blood sword was docile in his hands. Teacher Wei's heart was stronger than the strongest steel. He revered Teacher Wei. Correspondingly, his demands of himself increased. Even the god-killing blood sword could not shake Teacher Wei's mind. Then how could he let the measly 100 sacrificial soul-killing sword shake his mind? He started to copy Teacher Wei and tried to keep his mind unaffected by the sword essence. So this presence scene appeared. The crescent sword essence crossed the air, the sharp sword essence like a wild beast out of the cage. However, 10th grade's face was as cold and proud as usual. Yet the sword essence was so strong it reached an unprecedented level. They had almost fallen for a trap. Tan Su was both shocked and angry. He had a habit when he cultivated that no one knew of. He would always split a part of his mind to prepare for a battle no matter what the time was. This was because the first time that he had gone a mission, he had almost died from carelessness. From then on, he had persisted in this cultivation habit. Today, this habit saved his life again. A small hole appeared on his Shin equipment. The Shin power that protected his body had all been dissipated by the attack. If it wasn't for the Shin equipment, his body would have a big bloody hole right now. Escaping the danger, Tan Su immediately became enraged, especially when he saw the one that had attacked him was a Ling beast. Tan Su became furious. Such a daring bastard. With a crimson-red flying sword in his hand, he flew toward Silly Bird like a flame. Hearing the word bastard, the feathers on Silly Bird's forehead suddenly exploded and stood on end. Her usually proud and imperious eyes immediately filled with blood and became vicious and savage. When had Silly Bird ever been cursed like this? Facing the flame, she pecked again. This peck was unlike the one before. There seemed to be countless sparks that exploded at the tip of the beak. Every spark was the size of a grain of sand. These sparks did not fly in all directions but formed a spiraling pattern around the bird bead. A hint of imperceptible smugness flashed through Tan Su's eyes. The fire that he had thrown out appeared normal but was dangerous. It was not fire, but something that appeared like fire made from pure sword essence. His attack was extremely deceptive and many had fallen to this. When he saw Silly Bird facing his sword essence flame and pecked, Tan Su couldn't help but show some smugness in his eyes at the success of his plan. As expected, in the moment they came into contact, that thread of fire suddenly exploded. Vroom! Countless sword essences exploded and swallowed up Silly Bird. The seemingly normal fire contained 3060 sword energies that were extremely fine. When they were connected by the sword essence, they formed a flame. The sight of 3060 sword energies exploding at once was spectacular. The burning light caused people to close their eyes. The mist within dozens of Zhan was swept away. A hair-raising rattle of the sounds of collision came from the burning ball of light. Tansu's smugness was on display as he snorted, "Just a feathered bastard dares to attack he, it doesn't want to live. You will let you taste what it means to be a plucked phoenix." These 3600 sword energies contained countless variations. Once an enemy was trapped inside, they never managed to come out. It was an ultimate killing move. Sword Flame. Even when he fought against other Shixian on Kowloon, whenever he used this killing move, all the Shixian would avoid this and no one would ever take on this move head-on. Who was so confident they would escape unscathed from 3600 sword energies? Wasn't it easy to use a killing move that even the other children of Kowloon feared to deal with a feathered bastard? Tansu looked around warily. At this time, he did not want someone else to sneak an attack on him. What he didn't know was that the Black Gold Seal Soldier and Sunshine within the mist were looking with pity at him. He's dead. The Black Gold Seal Soldier shook his head and sighed. No, Sunshine shook his head. That sunny face was full of pity. It is not so easy for one who has offended Big Sister Bird to die. Big Sister Bird was angry. The consequences were horrifying. The sword energies dissipated and revealed a proud and magnificent bird. Her feathers were slightly ruffled. Her narrowed eyes were not as angry as before, but they could easily cause people to feel that her anger had reached a peak. There was a short suffocating calm like the one before a storm. Translator ramblings, Big Sister Bird. I cannot stop think of Big Bird. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, Zuo Mo's Heart. Chapter 802, Zuo Mo's Heart. Seeing the sun thorns miss, Zuo Mo was shocked but reacted quickly. He advanced instead of retreating, and swung the Sunshin axe in his hand at the enemy. His speed was lightning fast. Niechen just saw a blur in golden energies suddenly flashed in front of him. At this time, Niechen was in a wondrous state, and his reaction was fast. His right hand beckoned and the flying sword pointed at Zuo Mo's waist like a snake. This move bet on the fact the other would have to save himself. The Sunshin axe's sharp edge was almost at his face, but Niechen's face was calm and his crystal-like eyes did not flicker at all. It was a long time since Zuo Mo had encountered such a troublesome opponent. The other's move was vicious. If he cut the other in half, then the other's sword energy would slice through his waist. He immediately blocked with the Shun axe in his right hand. Dong! An enormous sound and then the sparks flew. Zuo Mo and Niechen both retreated at the same time. Niechen finally showed shock. The other's strength was so strong it almost surpassed his imagination. But what shocked his even more was that he guessed the other's identity. I had not expected to encounter the master of Mo Cloud Sea here. Niechen stared at Zuo Mo and said slowly. His mind was in disarray. He had never thought that he would have an opportunity to fight against Zuo Mo. If it wasn't for the other's unique Sunshin power, Niechen would definitely never have guessed it. Mo Cloud Sea's territories were not large, but no one dared to underestimate their power. Zuo Mo was presently of high status. Niechen found it hard to believe that he would explore a ruin personally. Yet what shocked him even more was Zuo Mo's strength. It had long not been a secret that Zuo Mo cultivated Sunshin power. Yet when people listed the many experts of Mo Cloud Sea, they would, for some reason, exclude Zuo Mo. In everyone's view, how could Zuo Mo, now the master of Mo Cloud Sea, fight on the front lines like in the past? When people judged Zuo Mo, it was usually along the lines of a natural leader, the brain of Mo Cloud Sea. His talent in seal scripts and Mo matrices shocked the world. He had caused Mo Cloud Sea to become a rival for Tianhuan in seal formations and talismans. His unique inscription art could allow Xiuzhi to possess the great power of Mo matrices. His bloodline awakening technique caused countless Mo experts to be created under his command. Mo physiques were common in the present Mo Cloud Sea. He had forged the first pseudoshin weapon, and created the concept of Shin device raiments, a unique Shin device that had never appeared before. Just as everyone had been trying to forge Shin device raiments, he forged the first battle general Shin device raiment. He was a person had to grasp. He was filled with the greediness and worldliness of the common folk. Many times, people would feel that he was just a minor character. Yet he possessed astounding charisma and countless geniuses loyally followed him. Under so many halos, his individual strength was not so eye-catching. But Having just experienced it personally, Nye Chen was astounded. He suddenly thought of a person that was so similar to Zuo Mo. Eldest Shixian, Lin Qian. No, now present sect leader Lin Qian. Lin Qian, who also possessed talent in all fields, Lin Qian, who was also individual strong, was so similar to Zuo Mo. Nye Chen unconsciously shook his head. How could this guy compare to the talented eldest Shixian? He focused and threw out the stray thoughts. The shock disappeared. His mind returned to calmness. His eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly realized that this was a chance from the heavens. In front of him was the master of Mo Cloud Sea. If he killed Zuo Mo, Mo Cloud Sea would end up a headless snake. For Kunlun, this meant that they would be relieved of a great worry. His gaze became hot. Strong belief filled his heart. His flying sword seemed to feel his thoughts and secretly flew back into his hand. He gripped the flying sword and shouted inside. Kunlun. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised. The guy in front of him suddenly seemed to be burning, all of his power being released. He was burning without any consideration for the consequences. In a blink, Zuo Mo understood the other's intentions. He couldn't help but feel some respect. Among all the opponents that he had experienced, Kunlun was the most troublesome and the strongest. These fanatics were a group of madmen. Zuo Mo's expression was solemn, his killing intent undisguised. He thought of the sect leader, thought of the Shirshu. Pain spread through his heart and his murderousness increased. Everything about the Zuo family past seemed to be scenes he saw through a veil of mist. He always lacked an emotional connection to them. Except for a Gue. Yet to him, the years at Wu Kong Sword Sect had been real and he had truly lived them. The care that the sect leader and the Shirshu had given him flashed in front of his eyes. Those lively figures, those seemingly stern but concerned scolds would never appear again. Yes, Kunlun was worthy of respect. But so what? When they caused the deaths of the sect leaders and the others, the grudge had been set. No matter if it was him, eldest Shixiang or Luoli, there was only one path with Kunlun, fight to the death. Destroying Kunlun was his fate. The killing intent in Zuo Mo's body had never been so strong. He finally understood why he never liked Kunlun, even without the incident of Wu Kong Sword Sect. Because this Kunlun that was so worthy of respect, they only had Kunlun on their minds. Even in the past, as the head of the Xiuzha, Kunlun only thought of Kunlun. Everything else in their eyes were ants. They would be sacrificed and wounded. Their so-called Kunlun was only that little group of core Kunlun disciples on Kunlun Mountain. For Kunlun, they could sacrifice their familial feelings, they could sacrifice everything. They were a group of madmen. This was a group of madmen, prejudiced madmen that had sank into their glory. Suddenly, Zuo Mo felt that this Kunlun was not worthy of being feared. His gaze suddenly became cold. The fury just now disappeared. An enormous dragon claw appeared in his hand. Anti-dragon claw. The infamous Sky Missouri weapon that had dominated the world was being held in Zuo Mo's hand and pointed at Nye Chen. A peerlessly vicious presence slammed in all directions. The anti-dragon claw that had been revitalized, once again recovering the aura of its past and showed its glorious appearance. It did not have the vast presence of the Shin device raiments, yet the unique vicious and cruel presence of the anti-dragon claw still made it an astounding weapon. Zuo Mo had thought about reforging the anti-dragon claw, but he found that the energies of the anti-dragon claw were melded together and the difficulty of a reforge would be great. The anti-dragon claw was still one of the strongest weapons outside of Shin Divs. Zuo Mo did not choose the green pulse string but the anti-dragon claw because only it suited the killing intent he felt now. Nye Chen did not retreat, his gaze burning and mad. The rebellious anti-dragon claw was unusually obedient in Zuo Mo's hands. The present Zuo Mo was far from the Zuo Mo of the past. His Shin power rippling, Zuo Mo held the leg bone of the anti-dragon claw. His body suddenly gave off great golden light. He was like the sun, unable to be looked at directly. For the first time in several years, Zuo Mo burned his Shin power without any reservation. No one knew how strong his Shin power was now. People only saw him going to Golden Crow Camp and managing the affairs of Mo Cloud Sea. No one knew that his daily cultivation had never stopped. His right hand could constantly provide Shin power to him. The growth of his Shin power was almost unimaginable. He refined his Shin technique again and again. He studied the various skills recorded on the Sun Gold Leaf. He knew how his present accomplishments had come about. He treasured this. He knew that he was not a genius, and if he wanted to get in front of others, he could only work harder than others. No one knew that the sweat and effort he put in surpassed normal people. Under that laughing and cursing face, he had powerful heart. Big Sister Bird was very angry. the consequences would be serious. For the little ones, this was an absolute rule. While Big Sister Bird seemed to be sleeping every day as though this would continue to the end of time, that undefeatable dominance still showed from her great sleeping posture. As the big sister of the little ones, Big Sister Bird was magnificent. While the other little ones were trying to gain favor with Zuo Mo, Silly Bird had seen little Mo's nouveau-riche behavior numerous times. One needed qualifications to be proud. But what made the little ones really respect her was Silly Bird's conduct. Domineering, direct, Big Sister Bird never talked reason, only with strength. Even a person as proud as 10th grade would docilely go up and fawn in front of Big Sister Bird. But right now, Big Sister Bird's authority had been challenged. A feathered bastard. Killing intent formed a storm in Silly Bird's narrowed eyes. Raising her head, Silly Bird thought back. How many years had it been since she had encountered such an idiot? Silly Bird focused on her reminiscing and didn't even look at the gaping Tansu. Time was really a butcher's knife. In the past, I was still at a pure and tender age. Feathered bastard. Silly Bird's eyes twitched. Her reminiscing was interrupted by the words. Almost tangible killing energy shrouded her body like mist. For some reason, Tansu suddenly had a feeling that the other's figure seemed to grow much bigger and look down on him. Shrouded in the shadows, the face could not be seen. Only a pair of bloody red eyes lit up in the dark. An enormous pressure rushed at him and he felt his breathing stop. Unconsciously, cold sweat soaked his back. Blinking, he forcefully shook his head and the illusion in front of him disappeared. As expected, it was an illusion. For some reason, he sighed in relief. He couldn't help but mock himself. It seemed that he was too nervous. Was it because it is the first time he encountered such a powerful Ling beast? Then he felt ashamed for his timidity. He actually felt afraid of a feathered bastard. It was laughable. So laughable. What he did not notice was that spiraling flame mark on Silly Bird's beak had not disappeared. Translator ramblings: Silly Bird does not like getting interrupted. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Solitary Dance of the Great Dark Wheel Phoenix. Chapter 803, Solitary Dance of the Great Dark Wheel Phoenix. Silly Bird's wings spread wide, her figure disappearing. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Tansu. So fast. Tansu's pupils contracted, the air in front of him twisting as a red shadow charged towards him with a thunderous presence. The bird beak suddenly released a dot of fire. A strong feeling of danger suddenly rose. Tansu's expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, the flying sword in his hand shot out a ball of fire. Like lightning, it headed towards that incoming foreboding flame. Unlike before, the sword flame right now was dark red. Sword flame death. The tip of the flying sword seemed to be ignited. A streak of flame headed for Silly Bird's beak. The two dots of fire collided in the air. The dark red flame suddenly exploded. 120 sword energies instantly exploded. The sword flame death was the upgraded version of the sword flame. It compressed 3,600 sword energies into 120. Each sword flame death energy was made from 30 sword energies. Every sword energy of the sword flame death was deadly. After being compressed, the sword energies of the sword flame death were a dark red and rippled with sword essence. Die! Feathered bastard! Tansu roared with laughter. This killing move was astounding in power, and also astoundingly difficult. With his present strength, he was not able to successfully complete sword flame death every time. The joy in his heart at being able to successfully execute it at such a critical moment could be imagined. Die! Looking at the dark red sword essences exploding on Silly Bird's beak, he knew he won. No one was able to stop this move. Feeling reassured, Tansu looked on with anticipation. 120 sword energies of the sword death flame would tear apart this horrid feathered bastard. Everything was finished. Suddenly, he saw a swirling pattern suddenly light up on Silly Bird's beak. His heart couldn't help but jump. Wait! Boom! The flame mark exploded and turned into a pillar of fire that headed straight towards him. The blinding fire shot into the air. All of the dark red sword essences were immediately swallowed by the erupting flame. Tansu's mind was blank. All he could see were red flames that were twisting and turning. Before he could react, he was swallowed by the spiraling tower of flame. Damn it! Tansu shook. He was trapped in a world of fire. If he didn't have Shin power protecting him, he would have been burnt to ash long ago. However, even with the support of Shin power, he was not safe. His Shin power was being expended at an astounding rate. This kind of red flame was unusually hot. Even through the barrier of Shin power, he could feel the astounding heat. A thread of fire rose. What kind of flame was this? How could it consume his sword flame death's sword energies? That was impossible. His mind was a complete mess, but he knew that this was not the time to consider this. He had to first flee for his life. Tan Su's urge to fight disappeared. There was only one thought in his mind. Flee as fast as possible. Was this feathered bastard an ancient beast? The flame that had erupted without warning was something that even the sword energies of the sword flame death could not avoid. What was this bird? The ghost mist child's originally snowy white face paled even more as his little heart shook. Lucky. He had seen how Silly Bird had spat out a wave of angry red flames that had consumed the other's sword essence and body. As an ancient warrior, the ghost mist child had seen people spit out flames countless times before. So why was he so shocked? The ghost mist child was knowledgeable. This completely red flame looked ordinary, but it had great origins. Phoenix flame. He had guessed before that Silly Bird was a phoenix, and now he was even more sure. The phoenix flame was unlike any other flame. Its attributes were unique. Even in the ancient era, the phoenix flame was something that would cause people to pale upon hearing the name. More importantly, this was his natural enemy. So scary. He was actually on the same side as his bane. Thinking about his future days, the ghost mist child suddenly felt that life was not as good as he imagined. Silly Bird detected that Tan Su, trapped in the flame, wanted to escape. Her magnificent eyes became half-lidded as her spread wings lightly flapped. If other people were watching as bystanders, they would feel that the flapping of the wings was nonchalant and careless. Yet the ghost mist child who had been paying attention all this time watched closely. Rhythm. Silly Bird's wings were flapping at an indescribably unique rhythm. This was definitely some powerful Shan methodology. When it affected his own situation, the ghost mist child watched closely. Silly Bird seemed to just have flapped her wings a few times, but in reality, her feet had imperceptibly moved position a few times. When people reached this level, any seemingly normal movement would contain mysteries. The ghost mist child thought hard to search his distant memories. He seemed to think of something. The flames were like a cage. No matter how Tan Su charged and fought, he could not break out of the flames. An invisible field of force spread as Silly Bird flapped her wings and moved her feet. Tan Su's sweat dripped from his head as he panicked. Red flames were all around him. He seemed to be situated in an endless sea of fire. No matter which direction he charged in, the flames seemed to be extend without end. This was strange. There was something going on, but he knew that he was definitely in the enemy's trap. That ball of flame had definitely been a trap. No matter how he channeled Shin power, his sword scriptures would enter into the flames and disappear. His Shin power was being used up at an astounding rate. If this continued, he would soon be unable to hold up. Without the protection of Shin power, the flames would burn him to ashes. Was he going to die today? Strangely, this thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but still. Silly Bird with her half-lidded eyes moved in small steps like that of an old lady out on an after-meal stroll. She would occasionally wave her wings a few times nonchalantly. The bright red flames twisted and moved like a monster. Anyone who watched it felt fear. The black gold seal soldier swallowed and said hoarsely, "Is this the solitary dance of the great Dark Will Phoenix?" He knew that if he was within this ball of flame, he would have been melted into liquid. He really could not offend Big Sister Bird. The clever black gold seal soldier wondered if he should give up more food as tribute to gain favor with Big Sister Bird. Sunshine sighed and said sympathetically, "So pitiful." The phoenix flame was just a little more than a zhang in diameter, yet no matter how Tan Su fought, he could not escape. Too scary. With the anti-dragon claw in his hand, the killing intent inside Zuo Mo exploded as though the flames were fanned by wind. Zuo Mo's eyes flashed coldly. Gripping the anti-dragon claw with one hand, he leapt into the air and swung downwards at Nie Chen as though he was holding a large axe. A suddenly layer of golden light appeared on the anti-dragon claw and the enormous axe of light formed from the tips of the anti-dragon claw. In a blink, the Sun Shin axe turned from a one-handed axe into a two-handed axe. The axe was thousands of catties heavy. Everyone heard the piercing howl. The anti-dragon claw was a vicious item to start with, and after being fed with Shin power, it was peerless in its viciousness. The wind it created, as it cut through the air, was like the howling of 10,000 ghosts. Even the sky started to darken. The ghost mist in the surroundings melted like snow in hot water. Shin power and killing intent mixed inside. Zuo Mo threw all of his strength behind this blow. Nie Chen's expression changed, but then he recovered his calm. This blow was the perfect melding of dominance and killing intent. The world changed. It was just one axe, but it seemed to take over the entire sky. Suddenly, Nie Chen seemed to see a mountainous and ancient hero towering over the world. Under this axe, all shook. It was the first time he felt he was as minuscule and insignificant as an ant. But he was a mentally strong person. His mind shook but then recovered. In front of such a peerless blow, Nie Chan's pride was stimulated. The flying sword in his hand suddenly lit up with dazzling light. An astounding amount of Shen power was channeled in. The flying sword was unable to tolerate it and started to melt on the surface. The seal scriptures were being damaged. But he did not seem to mind it. His expression was solemn as he looked at the astounding blow. The flying sword quickly turned into liquid metal, but, for the moment, it still maintained the shape of a flying sword. Blinding light quickly dimmed. Nie Chen gripped the long rod of liquefying metal. Nie Chen's eyes were wide in anger as he shouted, "For Kunlun!" The liquid metal in his hand hummed and shook. Like a bolt of lightning, it shot out upwards. Hearing the words, Kunlun, the anger in Zuo Mo's heart suddenly erupted. Unprecedented killing intent and anger immediately swallowed him like an erupting volcano. Every fiber of muscle was shaking, every hair standing on end. Zuo Mo felt as though there was a raging fire inside his body. Those scenes that he would never see again appeared in fragments through his mind. Wu Kong Mountain, sect leader, Shirshu, Shitty, Shimmy. Zuo Mo felt as though there was a stone on his heart. In the end, this kind of discomfort reached a threshold. All of the anger and killing intent rushed through the threshold and erupted. "Koan your mom!" A furious bellow thundered out. He did not notice that tears were streaming off his face. The berserk Zuo Mo was like a god. "Not good!" The ghost mist child exclaimed as he paled. Blinding light suddenly lit up in the sky. The energies were like raindroplets that hit Zuo Mo's body. Jinji. The Totem Colosseum's Jinji were activated. The ghost mist child paled and went to leap towards Zuo Mo in the sky with the intentions of blocking the Jinji for Zuo Mo. Darren actually was strong enough to activate the Jinji of the Totem Colosseum. The stunned ghost mist child's pupils suddenly contracted and his body froze where he stood. The energies hit Zuo Mo's body, but Zuo Mo did not seem to feel it. The light coming off his body suddenly grew and formed a ball of light multiple times bigger than Zuo Mo. How was it possible? The ghost mist child gaped, his mind blank. More lights appeared in the sky as though stars were being ignited. The light energies rained down on Zuo Mo in the sky from all directions. The berserk Zuo Mo did not feel it. He glared, his face twisted, every muscle tensed. An enormous ball of light covered him. Lightning flashed, fire burned, and ice cut within the ball of light. In the ball of light, the anti-dragon claw was so excited it shook. In the sky, there was only this figure. In everyone's eyes, there was only this shadow. The shuddering howls of the anti-dragon claw could be heard through the entire battlefield. With the terrifying and vast power of the enormous ball of light, Zuo Mo rushed down at an astounding speed. Crashing down. The trembling power spread, and the ground of the entire Totem Colosseum uncontrollably vibrated. Like an enraged ancient beast, Zuo Mo was like a god descending to earth with a vicious and domineering presence conquering all around. The axe swung down. Translator ramblings: I didn't realize it until now, but Feng Xiang didn't do anything with personality types and elements. The typical hot-headed fire user and the icy aloof ice user etc. didn't really appear in this story. Also, anyone have suggestions for cheap headphones that block out office noise? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, Victory. Chapter 804, Victory. Nie Chen was stunned dumb by the terrifying figure in his sight. Suddenly, he understood why eldest Qixian Lin Xian had always said that Imo Cloud Sea would become their greatest enemy. Everyone in Kunlun had disagreed. Everyone had not said anything, and they had simply dismissed the words. Based on what? With what could Imo Cloud Sea rival Kunlun? How could that poor and rural sect challenge they who were geniuses? Only today, when he saw that figure which was like a god in the sky and that ball of light that contained astounding power, did he suddenly understand. Imo Cloud Sea would definitely become a great enemy of Kunlun. This vicious figure would become the nightmare of Kunlun. He had never heard of such an attack with such presence. He had never seen such a terrifying Xiuzha. Even the strongest disciples in the sect would not give him such a great impact. It was not just strength, but that presence that was completely different from them. Zuo Mo was like an inhuman monster. On him, all conventions were defied. Such a terrifying person. The air around Nie Chen was turbulent. The flow of strong currents of air caused everything he saw to be twisted. He had an understanding that under this blow, he would be reduced to dust. His expression became calm and grave on his upraised face. Through his twisted vision, he saw that vicious dominance. In this moment, countless thoughts spun through his mind. The sect did not place enough attention on Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo was the strongest of Mo Cloud C. To destroy Mo Cloud C, they had to first kill Zuo Mo. It was a pity, there was no time. He sighed inside. Through his twisted vision, he still could clearly see that the attack he had channeled all of his power into powerlessly smash onto the other's axe energy. It didn't even cause a ripple as though it had encountered an unshakable mountain. The destructive golden axe energy immediately took over his entire field of view. He was unable to communicate what had happened here back to the sect, it really was regretful. Kuan Luan. Nie Chen sighed out the two words. Before he finished, he was drowned by the enormous wave of axe energy. The light dissipated. Zuo Mo panted. His entire body was soaked by sweat as though he had just climbed out of a river. Sweat streamed off his body like little streams. He motionlessly maintained his extended swinging posture. His bellowing panting could be heard everywhere. In front of him, an enormous gully 5 li wide started from under his feet and reached into the distance. A rough estimate would be at least 50 li. The scene was startling to see as though an enormous wound had been torn open on the ground. The gully was so deep the bottom could not be seen. The two sides of the gully flashed with the light as it reflected off the glass-like surface, and many places were still giving off smoke. Everyone was stunned by this blow. The ghost mist child's mouth was wide open, but he wasn't able to make a sound. This was the Totem Colosseum. When was the last time the Totem Colosseum had been damaged? His mind was completely blank and he couldn't remember anything. However, he knew that it had been many years since he had seen it. A long time later, he recovered from his daze. Suddenly, he realized that this young master of his was definitely something. Zuo Mo's astounding blow attracted everyone's attention, even 10th grade and Jinling Meng in the middle of their fight. When they saw Zuo Mo's terrifying presence like that of a god, 10th grade and Jinling Meng unconsciously stopped fighting. 10th grade felt his blood heat up as he watched. That dominance, that ferocity, that unstoppable presence, wasn't that what he had been pursuing? That was a fight. That was a truly strong person. 10th grade's morale suddenly increased, his fighting spirit rising. The domineering and unstoppable figure was deeply imprinted in his mind. 10th grade. Only that domineering presence was suitable for the name 10th grade. 10th grade suddenly howled, his shin power rippling as his 100 sacrificial soul-killing sword came out again. Stimulated, 10th grade became even more mad and excited. The power of the 100 sacrificial soul-killing sword suddenly grew. Jinling Meng's mind was thrown into disarray by the scene that she had just seen. Especially when she saw that Nie Chen Shixian's last attack was ineffective against the other's vicious axe energy. Nie Chen Shixian died where he was standing, and the blood drained completely from her face. That figure like that of a god continued to appear in her mind. She felt her heart was dead. The other was so strong it surpassed the limits of humans. With victory decided in that battle, the deadlock between the two sides was immediately changed. 10th grade did not have any thoughts of showing mercy to females. He was vicious, one move coming faster than the last. Once a vicious sword scripture like the 100 sacrificial soul-killing sword gained the upper hand, the enemy would feel that the pressure was slowly suffocating them. In an excited battle frenzy, 10th grade felt that something in his mind broke and an unprecedented feeling of pleasure rose. His mind turned, and 10th grade used his killing move again. 100 sacrificial soul-killing sword. The dark red howled as it flew towards Jinling Meng, whose mind was not focused. The bloody figure that was as light as silk disappeared, and shadows appeared and disappeared on the dark red surface of the crescent. With the appearance of every shadow, the killing energy of the crescent would increase. 7 shadows. The killing energy of the crescent had reached an astounding level. Jinling Meng's sword energies would crumble when they touched the crescent. A spray of blood into the air. Jinling Meng lost all signs of life. When Jinling Meng fell to the ground, Silly Bird slowly withdrew the phoenix flame. Where the phoenix flame had been, there was nothing, not even a speck of dust. Silly Bird walked her bird walk with her head high and looking to the side as though nothing had happened. In the sword guard hall, there were countless jade swords hanging. Each jade sword was about the width of a hand, had the name of a disciple written on it. The hilt of the swords were tied with red rope to the beams of the hall. There were countless jade swords hanging in the hall. Suddenly, pop pop pop, 3 jade swords shattered without warning. The disciple standing guard in the hall changed expression. This meant that there were 3 Kunlun disciples who had been killed. He hurriedly picked up the fragments. When he saw the 3 names, his expression turned ashen. 3 children of Kunlun. 3 of the children Kunlun had been killed. How was it possible? Who was able to kill 3 children of Kunlun at once? There were only 50 children of Kunlun in all of Kunlun. Each child of Kunlun had glorious status in the sect. They were astoundingly powerful, and any one of them could cause a storm on the outside world. But 3 children of Kunlun had died at the same time. This was the first time ever since Kunlun had been founded. Realizing the severity of the problem, the disciple on duty sprinted out madly. Not long after, the news that 3 children of Kunlun had been killed spread through all of Kunlun. Kunlun shook. Zuo Mo fell down to the ground on his behind, his arms spread as he fell back. He ignored the flow of sweat and panted like a parched fish. All of his power had been used up. The exhaustion that came along caused his mind to turn blank. A long time later, he finally focused. His accumulated emotions had been vented and his mind was clear. He would always remember the grudge of his sect, yet he was not as simple and direct with his emotions as Wei Shang. Shi Xiang's personality was simple and direct. He had used a sword oath to understand his heart. For Zuo Mo, who repressed these feelings. After a long time, it became an obstacle affecting his mental progress. When he used this method to vent all the matters that had accumulated his mind became clear, and his strength took another step forward. His body that was void of power, a clear mind, this strange yet beautiful feeling made him feel comfortable. He knew that after this battle, his strength would go up another level. There were constantly people coming out of the 5 halls. But anyone that were not on their side were immediately killed. Ague was like a ghost. Usually, just as the enemy came out, she would appear like a ghost behind the other's back, and with a snap she would break the other's neck. The Black Gold Seal soldier was not willing to show weakness, especially after he saw 10th grade's display. His mind at disequilibrium, he fought even harder. The Ghost Mist child would occasionally participate to remind people he was there. However, the strongest member of the Great Ghost Mist tribe, the Hall Master of Mist Hall, now was in a situation where he had to remind people of his existence. It really was a pitiful matter. However, whenever he saw that silly bird out of the corner of his eyes that seemed to be napping, he immediately felt that it would be better to not be too attention-catching. Why had he ended up on a team with his natural enemy? He cried inside. Most of the experts were killed. Those that were coming out were average in strength. Facing Ague and the Black Gold Seal soldier's powerful attacks, they usually were killed within one move. Both of these people were vicious people who killed like cutting grass. It made the good child Sunshine unable to look, and was still unable to look. When Wei Shang, Luoli, Zhongru and the others came out of the 5 halls, their strength immediately grew. The Black Gold Seal soldier and Ague were even more reckless and vicious in their attacks. In any case, if they failed, there were still others that would follow up with another attack. However, when every person came out, they would first go to look at Zuo Mo's 50 li long gully created by his axe swing. They all gasped in shock. The guards looked reverently at Zuo Mo, who had collapsed onto the ground. At the side, the Ghost Mist child occasionally spoke of Master's heroic bearing, spittle flying as he talked excitedly. As expected of Darren. He usually did not act, but once he did, the results were always astounding. It was a pity that these people staring reverently at Zuo Mo did not know the inner conflict of their idol. The gazes of these people, so good, now you know your boss is great and bright. Oh no, my arm seems to be dislocated, should I tell them this? That is so embarrassing. Oh, let me first enjoy this and then say. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo trying to save face. Thank you for your headphone suggestions. I'm going to compare and see what works. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 805, Mo Cloud C is coming. Chapter 805, Mo Cloud C is coming. Kunlun. The death of 3 children of Kunlun was a great shock to Kunlun. Every child of Kunlun had been picked carefully, passing through numerous tests. All of them possessed astounding strength and talent. Each of them were Kunlun's greatest wealth. 3 children of Kunlun had died. Its Lotus Sutra temple's ancient ruins. Chao Xian's expression was serious. The death of 3 children of Kunlun was a great loss to Kunlun. In Chao Xian's view, this kind of loss was even greater than the loss of several Jia. The selection of the children of Kunlun was extremely complex and strict. What was almost certain was that the children of Kunlun would become the strongest fighters for Kunlun. All of them had a bright future. If a Jia was lost, it could be taken back. But if a child of Kunlun was killed, it was almost impossible to find a replacement. The children of Kunlun were picked from all Kunlun disciples. The loss of any of these geniuses was irreplaceable. If they wanted to replenish their numbers, they had to increase the range of selection. However, the loyalty of the genius youths selected from other sects under Kunlun was doubtful. Once Kunlun lost the unity that they relied on, then Kunlun was no longer Kunlun. Chao Xian knew this better than most people, and this was why he was worried. 3 children of Kunlun being killed at the same time, this meant the enemy was very strong. It's Mo Cloud C. Lin Qian spat out. His expression was normal, as though he was not affected at all. Most likely. Chao Xian agreed with Lin Qian's speculation. He said gravely, other than Mo Cloud C, no one has the strength. Tianhuan is not focused on this ruin, and the manpower they sent out is limited. How is everyone? Lin Qian suddenly asked. Chao Xian understood what Lin Qian meant. Everyone is angry, they want to get revenge for Niechen and the others. Niechen is a friendly person, and there are many disciples that like Jinling Meng. Lin Qian nodded. Send them all out to gain experience. Chao Xian paled. Isn't that? Lin Qian waved his hand and said calmly, even the best talent, without any tempering, cannot grow into a truly strong tree. They have good talent, but lack experience. Many of them were not outstanding in the past. They need time to adjust to the change in their status. Many of the children of Kunlun had not been outstanding in the Ling Power era because their talent in cultivating Ling Power had been ordinary. Yet after entering the era of Shin Power, their talents at cultivating Shin Power had been uncovered and their status had completely transformed. The changes in their status and identity had come too suddenly. Many people had not adjusted to the change. Lin Qian was very displeased with this. He felt that the children of Kunlun now did not have the spirit or demeanor of the previous core disciples of Kunlun. In that era, the core Kunlun disciples had pride that came from their bones. They could not tolerate other people being stronger than them. This spirit urged them on to demand more of themselves. Chao Xian understood, but he said worriedly, but this way, the fatalities will be high. Lin Qian said coolly, 50 children of Kunlun, I will be satisfied if 5 of them become top experts. I do not need flowers growing in the greenhouse, and Kunlun doesn't need them. I understand. Chao Xian did not speak further. Zuo Mo and the others stood guard in front of the palace gates, killing whoever came in. There wasn't any faction that could fight against them. Soon, they were the only ones left in the entire ruins. Finally, no one is going to compete with us. Zuo Mo's sigh was filled with satisfaction, and extremely smug. The other people laughed. They had taken over the entire place. Which palace should we go to? Zuo Mo asked the ghost mist child. The ghost mist child said and then thought, not the winter palace, there once had been a strong warrior from the sun tribe that died when he entered the winter palace. The other palaces, all of them should be alright. As he spoke, the ghost mist child's voice became smaller and smaller. Zuo Mo's face turned dark and he glared angrily, you say you were familiar? The ghost mist child said timidly, that, actually. Zuo Mo rubbed his forehead and said. Alright, it was all the same. He thought. Among his group, the people who played with fire were the most common, so he said, let's go to the summer palace. The other people naturally did not have any objections. The bronze doors to the summer palace were carved with suns and blooming flowers. When Zuo Mo's hand touched the bronze doors, the sun and the flowers suddenly lit up and the palace gates soundlessly opened. Bright sunlight came out of the palace gates. It was completely white, and everything narrowed their eyes. Moments later, when everyone's eyes adjusted to the strong light, they finally saw the scene inside. Emotion Temple. A figure slowly rose out of the blood pool. If Wei Shang saw this figure, he would be astounded. Wu Lu. The Wu Lu who had fallen at his sword was still alive. Wu Li's face was ashen and he wore a grimace. Yoshiyako laughed lightly. Who did you encounter that you got beaten so badly? Wei Shang. Wu Lu had an expression of respect. Everyone's expression shifted. I almost wasn't able to come back, Wu Lu said with lingering fear. Wei Shang is really one of the strongest sword shio, so strong. To be able to escape with your life after fighting Wei Shang, be satisfied, Yoshiyako said with a twist of his mouth. Everyone had expressions of agreement. Wu Li's complexion was pale but his eyes were bright and flashed with wondrous light. I have understood a lot in the fight against Wei Shang. In half a year, I will definitely have a breakthrough. The others heard this and all showed expressions of joy. If Wu grew stronger, the Emotion Temple would also grow stronger. The conflicts in the Mo territories had continued. All the factions fought and had not stopped. The Emotion Temple's conflicts with the other factions had not stopped, but continuous battle would cause the Emotion Temple to grow stronger. The Mo gods of the Emotion Temple increased from 3 to 5. And the territory of the Emotion Temple had multiplied. The Emotion Temple had become one of the strongest factions in the 100 Savage realm. The strength of the Emotion Temple caused the Mo that lived in the area they ruled to have relatively good lives. Their belief grew more steady and the Mo gods were even stronger. However, the battle between the Mo Martial Alliance and Mo Cloud Sea had shocked them. The loss of the two top battle generals of the Mo Martial Alliance caused the Mo Martial Alliance to start declining. The skirmishes at the borders increased and Gongzi Shi alone could not deal with all of them. In the span of a few months, the territories of the Mo Martial Alliance had shrank by a fifth. The Mo golds of the Emotion Temple watched with rapidly beating hearts. The Mo Martial Alliance and the Emotion Temple were factions of the same level. However, just due to one defeat, their situation had rapidly worsened. Everyone knew that the Mo Martial Alliance was probably going to end up a second-tier faction. Unless another new top battle general entered the Mo Martial Alliance, the Mo Martial Alliance's fate was sealed. With only one top battle general, it could not avoid the fate of its territory shrinking. The present skirmishes were just the beginning. The leaders of the Emotion Temple watched this and felt the pressure rise. The Emotion Temple had 3 top battle generals: the chief Mo god, Yoshi Yaku, and the 4th Mo god. The rhinoceros Mo god and Wu Lu were able to fight and led troops, but there was still a great difference in skill from them to be truly top battle generals. Mo Cloud Sea. No one had thought that Mo Cloud Sea was so strong. Bihan alone had killed 2 top battle generals. This was terrifying. Also, the Emotion Temple had interacted with Zuo Mo before and still had a memorable impression of him. They knew that with Zuo Mo's personality, he would never do an unprofitable thing. Bihan's Sin Battalion would definitely have a way of being replenished. Otherwise, Zuo Mo definitely would not agree for Bihan to make such a sacrifice. The loss of 2 top battle generals caused the defense lines of the Mo Martial Alliance to be in constant retreat. While Bihan no longer fought, the Tainzi Battalion, a Xiaogu Battalion, and the Grey Camp were like 3 sharp daggers that cut up the defense lines of the Mo Martial Alliance. Lightning fast, Mo Cloud Sea took down 13 Jia of various sizes. The Mo Martial Alliance seemed to be flee when they heard the name Mo Cloud Sea. They could not muster up any resistance. Helpless, the Mo Martial Alliance could only retreat and give up large amounts of territory. Mo Cloud Sea seemed even more emboldened. However, it was not that the other factions were not prowling about. In their view, Bihan had already returned to Mo Cloud Sea. The 3 battalions that were roaming about now were not Sin Battalion. They did not think highly of those battalions, and they also had the advantage of being on home territory. An alliance of more than 40 small factions formed a great army intending to take down this piece of meat. However, Tang Fei and the other battalions let them have a taste of true power. On the battlefield, the Tainzi Battalion fought 21 consecutive battles without sleep or rest. They won all 21. Grey Camp sneaked a long way and suddenly appeared behind the enemy. They took over 30 main towns and burned almost 70% of the supply bases. A Xiaogu Battalion's movements forced the alliance to split up their forces. Then he met up with Tang Fei and defeated the main forces of the alliance. Corpses piled in mountains. Blood flowing in rivers. The alliance immediately crumpled. Yet, unexpectedly, the 3 battalions did not rest at all. Like wolves, they continued to pursue the fleeing soldiers. The collapsing alliance lost all fighting spirit. They only knew to flee, furiously flee. Following the defeated forces, the 3 battalions, without almost any effort, took down one Jia after another. 44 Jia. When the numbers were finally calculated, the Mo territories were shocked again. The strong fighting ability of Mo Cloud Sea caused the entire world to look at them. They were not Bihan. Except for a Xiaogu, everyone else had been unknown before this. Yet in this string of battles, they had displayed strong offensive power, and revealed the high level of their battle general training. They thought about the previous Ma Fan battalion who had become famous due to one battle. None of these 4 battalions were weak. These battalions were different in their styles, but they had many traits in common: strong military regulation and a hardy spirit. The entire Mo territories were shouting in shock. Mo Cloud Sea was coming. Translator ramblings: Zuo Mo now has a monopoly on the Colosseum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Summer Palace. Chapter 806, Summer Palace. The burning bright sun, the blooming sea of flowers, the vibrantly growing plants, the thunderstorms that came and left suddenly. It really was summer. Zuo Mo and the others tried to find a way out of the sea of flowers and the forest. Occasionally, rain would pour down on them and soak them completely. However, with their strength, this was like taking a sightseeing tour. The bright sun, the scent of fragrant flowers, the babbling flow of water. There was no danger. They didn't even encounter one large animal, much less any poison miasma or mist. Yet after 20 hours had passed and they still hadn't found a way out, everyone understood that this sea of flowers and trees were not as wonderful as imagined. So hot. Someone couldn't help but complain. The sun was bright like fire. Even though the branches of the trees, the burning heat still made people feel uncomfortable. Zuo Mo's mind moved. He also felt a wave of relentless heat. He had not noticed it and he only realized a problem when he heard someone complain. With their strength, they should not feel cold or heat. Why would they feel hot? There was something strange. Raising his head to look at the sun in the sky, Zuo Mo frowned and called everyone to a stop. This is not right. We have walked for 20 hours, covering at least 700 li, but there are still no signs we are getting out. This sun is also very strange. Everyone feels the heat. Let's talk and see if we can find anything? Zuo Mo threw out the problem. Zhongru suddenly opened his eyes. The sun is problematic. Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards Zhongru. Zhongru's sixth sense was unparalleled in its sensitivity. If he said there was a problem, then there was a problem. Zhongru's expression was grave as he slowly said, within the light of the sun, there is a kind of power similar to wish power. Wish power, dot. Everyone changed expressions in fear. Just the term was enough to make their hairs stand on end. The wish power of the Dhyana Shio had always been a very mysterious power. The descriptions of wish power were usually along the lines of malicious. Among the many methods of the Dhyana Shio that admired righteousness and honesty, wish power was special. It was innately a malicious power. In the understanding of many people, wish power was like a toxin. Zhongru cultivated wish power, and the rare Buddha abandoning death wish at that. This was not a secret in Mo Cloud Sea, but usually, people did not see Zhongru use wish power. When they heard Zhongru say that the sunlight contained a power similar to wish power, everyone's expressions changed. No one wanted to touch that strange power. Zhongru continued, however, this power is very weak and hard to detect. Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and the others closed their eyes to feel it. Zuo Mo quickly found it. As expected, there was a very weak wisp of a strange power within the strong sunlight. This wisp of power was unique. It could ignore the defenses of Shin equipment and permeate the body. Zuo Mo sank his mind into his body. A short while later, he found that weak wish power inside his body. The wish power was extremely weak. If he was not focused on finding it, it most likely would be hard to discover. And it was this weak wish power that made him feel relentless heat. So strong. Zuo Mo was alarmed. The danger of wish power could be seen from how it had penetrated his body without him knowing it. He channeled Shin power and tried to force the wish power inside his body out. But unexpectedly, no matter how he channeled wish power, that thin thread did not move. It sat motionlessly in his body. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth. The sun Shin power inside his body wrapped around the wish power. When the sun Shin power twisted with the wish power, it was unable to immediately burn away the wish power. The burning process was extremely slow. It took 20 breaths before that hair-thin strand of wish power in his body was burned away. Zuo Mo was shocked. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Wei Shang Shixian's expression was similarly grave. Ague, Sang Liener and Luoli were alright, the little ones were fine, but the guards were helpless against the wish power. Let me try. Zhongru's expression was grave. His wish power was unlike the wish power from the sun. Zhongru's wish power was gray, and the wish power in the sunlight was a flaming red. Zhongru's wish power entered the body of a guard and rapidly charged towards the red wish power to quickly consume it. Very soon, the wish power in each of the guard's body was completely eliminated and the red lotus flower on Zhongru's forehead became even brighter. How do you feel? Zuo Mo asked in concern. Zhongru gave a warm smile. With the similarities to wish power, it is of great benefit to me. Darren, do not worry. Zuo Mo's worries were eased. Since Zhongru was here, then this wish power was not a problem. He thought and then said, we will fly rather than walk. This way, it will not be easy to get lost. Before, they had been worried that flight would attract powerful monsters, so they had walked. After walking for more than 20 hours, they didn't know where they were anymore. This made Zuo Mo decide to fly. The group flew into the sky. There was a vibrant forest under them that stretched out endlessly in their view. What made Zuo Mo feel safe was that they had not encountered any strong monsters. But after flying for more than 80 hours, and traveling for almost 10,000 li, there was still no end to the flowers and forests. What shocked Zuo Mo and the others was the light of the sun was much more poisonous in the sky. Every 4 hours, everyone had to land and have Zhong Ru help extract the wish power out of them. The red lotus on Zhong Ru's forehead became even brighter. Accompanied by his caved-in face, it was eerie. Zhong Ru's pupils became even deeper. Ever since he achieved wish power, his wish power had never grown. Wish power was unlike Ling or Shen power. It could not be cultivated and was closer to an abhina. But in the span of these few days, after consuming the wish power in everyone's bodies, his wish power had more than doubled. A grey mist twisted in his sea of consciousness. What a ghastly place. Zuo Mo looked around. We've flown for so long and still hasn't left this forest. Are we in an illusory formation? Illusory formation? The ghost mist child asked curiously, what is that? You don't know what an illusory formation is? Zuo Mo examined the ghost mist child with slight disbelief. Puyao spoke at this time, there were no illusory formations in the ancient era. No illusory formations during the ancient era? This time, it was Zuo Mo's turn to be shocked. No way. For him, illusory formations were one of the most basic skills, a minor skill that everyone should know of. Of course, if it was a powerful illusory formation, it would be a troublesome matter. Illusory formations only appeared after Ling power, this is common knowledge. Puyao would not pass on any chance to attack Zuo Mo and said this with disdain. The ghost mist child stood in the middle with puzzlement. Seeing this, Zuo Mo created an illusory formation as an example. The ghost mist child finally realized it and then said scornfully, using tricks like this to fool people are useless. Zuo Mo was furious and then he pointed at the forest below. Then you tell me what this forest is. Ignorant. Puyao couldn't help but mock. Your knowledge only extends to illusory formatons. Humph. The skills of ancient warriors are those you cannot imagine. If I am not wrong, this has formed into a jia. Or, this was originally a jia and it was then modified. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck. He stammered out, you are saying, this is actually a new jia? Yes. Puyao's eyes were filled with longing. The ancient warriors could steal the sky and snatch the sun, pluck stars, and change the moon. This jia should have been changed. This speculation was a great blow to Zuo Mo's mind. He had met the strange Shur in the sealed extinction battlefield and thought he had a certain level of understanding of the greatness of the ancient ones. Now, he found that he had underestimated the strength of the ancient great ones. However, the ghost mist child should have more of a say in this matter. Zuo Mo immediately turned around and looked at the ghost mist child. The summer palace is a jia? The ghost mist child nodded. It should be. The previous master liked creating spectacles and hated things that fooled others. He had been the warrior of a tribe before and was knowledgeable. He raised his head to look at the sun and said uncertainly, I don't know where master got this sun from. If the people from the Sun tribe saw this, they would be jealous. This forest is probably something special as well. Zuo Mo gaped as he listened. With a jia as a palace, to set up a sun, to create an endless forest. This was inhuman. In comparison, the so-called restricted grounds of the present large sects were just child's play. Suddenly, Lil Black, who had been hanging of silly bird, waved its antennae. Zuo Mo's eyes immediately lit up. When Lil Black usually did this, it meant that there was treasure nearby. As expected, Lil Black slid down Silly Bird's body and then started to fly in a direction. Zuo Mo called out and then hurriedly followed. Lil Black was very fast and nimble. Zuo Mo and the others had to be alert as they followed closely behind. After flying about 20 li, Lil Black finally stopped and landed on a piece of scorched wood. Zuo Mo was slightly surprised and then curiously examined the piece of wood. This wood was clearly old. Half of it was buried in the ground and half exposed to the air. The wood should have been the trunk of a large tree, about 3 chi in diameter. It was covered in lichen and looked very normal. Lil Black was holding on tightly to the wood in intoxication. Was there something special about the wood? Zuo Mo was even more curious. He walked over and reached out to prepare to brush off the lichen growing on the wood. When Zuo Mo's hand touched the lichen, suddenly, an arch of electricity flashed and struck out at his fingertips. His hand went numb. Lightning! The green lichen contained such a great amount of lightning. He tried to put his hand on the lichen. As expected, another arc of lightning hit his hand. Interesting. It was the first time he had encountered lichen that contained such a great amount of lightning. This was much more than what was in his sonic lightning walnuts. While he did not know the use of the green lichen, he felt that this thing would definitely have wondrous uses. He took out a jade box and carefully gathered all the green lichen on the wood. The wood's appearance was gradually revealed. Translator ramblings: just to put things into perspective, Puyao and the strongest of the Yalma sacrificed themselves to create Bloody Sky Metropolis Jia. The maker of the Colosseum did it at least 4 times, most likely by himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 807, Coral Fire Perch. Chapter 807, Coral Fire Perch. The surface of the wood was black as though it had been scorched by fire. It was black and did not appear special. Zuo Mo looked at Lil Black, who was the same color, and couldn't help but mutter inside, "You're holding on so tightly, is it because you found something as black as you?" However, when the wood was in his hand, Zuo Mo shook. A burning presence burrowed into Zuo Mo's hand. Even though Zuo Mo possessed the Sunshin flame, he couldn't help but shake. Only when he started to channel Shin power did this burning presence only halved. Having learned the lesson, he wrapped Shin power around his hand before carefully grabbing the tree trunk. The section that was buried under was longer than Zuo Mo imagined. It took Zuo Mo some effort to pull the entire piece of wood out of the soil. The tree trunk was about twice the height of a person and about a third of it was burnt. The burnt part had most likely been struck by lightning. Zuo Mo could clearly feel a great amount of lightning and fire energy. It was so abundant it was almost unimaginable. Zuo Mo suspected that this part of the trunk was crystallized by lightning and fire energy, containing extremely pure lightning and fire energy that existed in a wondrous balance. The green lichen had changed into the lightning green lichen as a result of growing on the tree trunk for a long time and absorbing the lightning energy of the trunk. When Zuo Mo dug out the entire tree and wiped away the surface layer of soil, everyone else watching inhaled sharply. The part of the trunk that was not burnt was as warm and as transparent as crystal. It was possible to see thick twisted red veins inside that filled the inner space of the wood. It was like a coral. A burning presence emanated from it. "What is this?" The black gold seal soldier curiously crowded over. Zuo Mo shook his head. "I don't know." He turned to ask the ghost mist child. "Do you recognize it?" The ghost mist child said with slight hesitation, "It should be coral wood, but..." "Coral wood?" The black gold seal soldier's eyes were wide, and something glittering could be seen at the corner of his mouth. "Just that name, it sounds as though it would taste delicious. I really want to eat." "Coral wood?" Zuo Mo frowned. He remembered that the sun gold leaf had mentioned this. Coral wood, jade-like material, a coral-like fire inside, it was a rare and precious fire-type material. Fire. Zuo Mo's Shin power was uncontrollably channeled in. Boom, the wood suddenly sprouted red flames that made everyone jump in fright. Zuo Mo frowned instead. Such a strange flame. Unlike his Sunshin flame, the flame inside the coral wood was as red as coal but silent. It was a pity that it was not suited to him. His flame was domineering and fierce and completely different from the fire of the coral wood. He remembered that the sun gold leaf had said that this item was most suited for a wasteland beast and could help them grow. Wasteland beast. Zuo Mo's gaze swept across everyone and then landed in the end on Silly Bird. His eyes lit up. This one could count as a phoenix now. Her flame was unlike his, and coral wood would be a suitable pairing. Phoenixes perched on parasol trees. There were no parasol trees, but this coral wood was perfect. Zuo Mo considered it and then arrived at a decision. His hand was like a knife that cut the coral wood into two. The part that contained lightning energy was split off. The lightning and fire energies in this part of the wood had completely merged together after coexisting for tens of thousands of years. The other section of the coral wood was about the height of a man. It was jade-like to the touch. A dark red coral grew throughout the transparent tree trunk. People had to marvel at the wonders of creation. Zuo Mo closed his eyes and thought. A long while later, he opened his eyes. His fingers were like knives that quickly started to carve on the coral wood. Scraps of clear wood flew. The black gold seal soldier who was watching eagerly did not wait for them to land on the ground before sucking them into his mouth with a content expression. About an hour later, the round trunk was covered in patterns. This is a totem pole? The ghost mist child asked uncertainly. He had never seen many of the patterns on this totem pole. It isn't. Zuo Mo shook his head. I used some of the totem pole methods. What should this be considered as? Zuo Mo was slightly uncertain. The other people did not understand what Zuo Mo intended, but Silly Bird's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to feel that was a ball of fire inside the round wood that was resonating with the fire inside her. Zuo Mo shook his head. It was not important what this thing was, but rather if it was useful or not. He beckoned at Silly Bird. Silly Bird, stand on it and try. If this was another day, Silly Bird would probably ignore Zuo Mo if he called her Silly Bird or glare angrily. But today, without a word, her wings spread and she flew onto the coral wood. Once Silly Bird landed onto the coral wood, boom, dark red flames suddenly erupted out of the wood pillar. Silly Bird felt indescribably comfortable and sang a high note. Boom! The fire expanded. The red flames shot into the sky. An astounding wave of air gusted in all directions. Zuo Mo, Wei Shang, and a few others were unaffected, but the guards were unable to keep their places, bam bam bam, and were forced to retreat a few steps. However, Wei Shang, Zhong Ru and the others changed expression slightly. It seemed as though they saw an enormous ancient phoenix bathing in the fire of the wood. Amongst the raging flames, its proud posture could be seen. With its high-pitched cries, all beasts bowed. Silly Bird's phoenix flame and the dark red flames of the coral wood merged perfectly. The seal scripts and Shinglphys on the pillar were unusually beautiful in the brightness of the flames. Other than the seal scripts, the most important thing on the pillar was the sun Shingliph. The sun Shingliph was the one that Zuo Mo was most familiar with. While it was not a perfect match to the attributes of the coral wood, the wood was one of the rare materials that could support Shinglifs. Zuo Mo used to compromise the sun Shingliph as the core, all kinds of fire formations on the surface to form a completely separate and complete little fire formation group. This round pillar did not look any different from totem poles, but the two were completely different things. Seal pole? This name was not glorious enough. Zuo Mo immediately refused it. After thinking for a while, he decided to call it the coral fire perch. It had to be said that Zuo Mo's design was rational. The fire contained inside the coral fire perch was completely uncovered. Silly Bird could absorb the flames while perching on it. When fighting, this would be also of help. Her phoenix flame would at least increase in power by half. With the solitary dance of the great dark wheel phoenix, together, Silly Bird had the power to fight against the wasteland beasts of the ancient times. Thinking that he had another super-powered sidekick, Zuo Mo was extremely proud. As expected, regardless of the time, equipment was the most important. Having had a taste, Zuo Mo started to calculate his other gains. Rain Banner, Thunder Source Hammer, Remnant of a Skunda Staff, Green Pulse String, all the parts of the ancient octopus. All of these were good materials. The Rain Commanding Banner and the Thunder Source Hammer were also undamaged, but were exhausted of their power, so they did not retain their ancient power. However, their construction was extraordinary and just the materials were very good. There was still a lingering presence of a Diana Shio on the remnant of the Skunda staff. However, what was most useful was the material. It was made from the very rare 10,000 profound copper source gilded with crimson fire gold flow. It was extremely hard, but at the same time, the difficulty in forging was high. However, for Zuo Mo, who possessed the Sunshin fire, this was not a problem. The green pulse strand was a powerful talisman, a treasure formed in the world. Zuo Mo had not thought of any ways to forge it. Most importantly was that Shingliph that Zuo Mo called Green Pulse. It possessed great power. Only after completely comprehending the Green Pulse Shingliph could he truly express the power of the Green Pulse string. Zuo Mo had never had the bad habits of the forgers from the big sections. It was normal for him to adjust his designs to the materials he had on hand. After some thought, he had a new idea. He took out all of the good materials from his ring and piled it up in front of him. He called over Zhong Ru and had him try to see which kind of material could hold wish power. Wish power was a very strange power. Zuo Mo's understanding of it was pitiful, so he decided for Zhong Ru to try them one by one. Zhong Ru understood that Zuo Mo was planning to forge a talisman for him and was moved. However, his control over his emotions had reached a great level and his expression remained calm. He did as Zuo Mo said and tried the items. His eyes suddenly lit up when he touched the eyes of the ancient octopus. This item is usable. Zuo Mo's worries were immediately eased. In his view, Zhong Ru had wish power and Shin power, two completely different powers. It would be a pity if he could not enhance any one of the two. He had been worried before since there were no materials suitable for Zhong Ru. The Cross Vajragata could not express his strength at this point. The two eyes of the ancient octopus had turned to stone already. They were black and bright on the surface and had shrank by a third of its size. However, for a talisman, it was still too large. Zuo Mo did not know much about many of Zhongru's skills, so Zhongru decided to forge a general talisman nucleus and then have Zhongru continue to perfect it. This undoubtedly tested the skill of the forger. Even Zuo Mo had to seriously consider for a while before he decided to act. The first step was to forge the two eyes of the octopus. With the Sunshin fire and the phoenix flame, it only took half of a day. Zuo Mo forged the two eyes until they were about the size of a fist. After forging the octopus eyes, they were black and reflective. If one met the eyes, they would unconsciously be attracted and their consciousness sinking into them. As expected of a guy that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Zuo Mo's confidence multiplied. Thunder Source Hammer, the damaged Skunda Staff, half of the coral wood, the incense firelling wish beads. A pile of valuable materials flowed through Zuo Mo's hands. Zuo Mo had gained the incense firelling wish beads as spoils of victory after killing Ji Zhang. The other treasure, the nether reincarnation lotus, had always been used on a Gui. After forging for 3 full days, this Shin device finally took form. This was a very strange 3-flanged max. Inside one flange was a transparent red bead about the size of a fist that floated peacefully. Inside the bead, there was a hammer that flickered in and out of view among the electricity. In another flange, there were 2 beautiful black beads that spun constantly like 2 playing fish. In the last flange, 7 incense firelling wish beads floated up and down in the mist of the incense. Even though Zhongru's mind was as still as water, he couldn't help but stop breathing when he saw this 3-flanged staff. 1. Obtained in Chapter 678. Ji Zhang, Fanchu of Tianhuan Temple. First mentioned in Chapter 664, and appearing in Chapter 665 where he is on a mission to assassinate Xiao Imogo with Dai Tao. Described as a stereotypical Dainanishio, with a shaved head, prayer beads, and monk robes. Translator ramblings, coral wood is the direct translation, but I feel as though it is petrified wood? Fossilized wood. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 808, Descendant of Greenvine. Chapter 808, Descendant of Greenvine. Zhongru caressed the 3-flanged Skunda staff and didn't maintain the mannerisms of a Diana expert at all. Zuo Mo was satisfied with this 3-flanged Skunda staff as well. Among all of his works, this 3-flanged Skunda staff was near the top. Other than the high-level materials used in its design, the forging method and the designs were both outstanding. The most unique part about it was that Zuo Mo had left it partially incomplete. This design could be gradually perfected by Zhongru so that the item would be better suited to him. This also gave him a new way of thinking. In the past, talismans were completely forged by forgers, and then the user would gradually learn to use it. But for top experts, their understanding of battle far surpassed forgers. This new idea, finishing the framework and then let the user perfect it. The talismans that formed would be more fitting to the needs of the user. There was no big meaning in pursuing the power of a talisman above all else. Zuo Mo, who was experienced in combat, knew that talismans suited to the user were the best talismans, not the ones that were most powerful. Zuo Mo named this 3-flanged Skunda staff as the 3 Manifestations Treasure Staff. Zuo Mo didn't have any plans about the remaining materials and of the people here, only Luoli didn't have a good talisman. However, when he thought about Luoli's Ziri, Life-Death Lock, Cultivation Method, Zuo Mo had a headache. That spell was truly too eerie and hard to predict. After some methods from the Undying Shin power had been added, the Life-Death Lock became even harder to understand. Even Zuo Mo, who had seen numerous Shin methodologies, could not understand. Much less forge a talisman for Luoli. Fortunately, Luoli did not care about this at all. He stayed close to Wuli every day and the world did not exist in his eyes. Ague had the Undying Ghost, eldest Shixiang had the God-killing Blood Sword, Luoli did not need anything. Zhongru now had the 3 Manifestations Treasure Staff. Even Silly Bird now had the Coral Fire Perch. In the end, Zuo Mo was the one with nothing. However, after remember that he had the Green Pulse String and the Anti-Dragon Claw, Zuo Mo threw the problem to the back of his mind. He would first have to think about how to get out of the Summer Palace before anything else. They had flown for more than a dozen days. According to their travel speed, they should have traveled over 10,000 miles. Yet there was still not an end to the forest. This was not a good sign. However, the Ghost Mist Child dismissed it. He said that it was fast for the people that entered the 4 palaces in the past to come out in 2 months. Only then did everyone feel slightly reassured. The most patient one was Zhongru. He held the 3 manifestation treasure staff in his hand and used the staff to absorb wish power from the sunlight in the past few days. The 2 black octopus eyes turned blacker like 2 holes of empty space that floated in the air. On their way, they did not encounter any more treasures like the coral wood. The sun was still poisonous. However, with the help of the 3 manifestation treasure staff, the wish power in the sunlight was unable to harm them. After walking for 3 days, there was still no end to the forest. Zuo Mo suddenly felt that the scene in front of them seemed to be familiar. He frowned and threw out for a long time. He finally remembered where he had seen this before, the Sunshin Temple. The Greenwood secret realm that Big Brother Cheng Lin guarded, wasn't that very similar to this scene here? Was it? His mind moved, and during rest time, he carefully reread the Jade Scroll that Big Brother Cheng Lin had left him. There were many things recorded in this Jade Scroll, including the secret, Greenvine Shin methodology, of the Greenvine tribe. Cheng Lin had hoped that Zuo Mo could encounter the descendants of the Greenvine tribe and let them inherit this scroll. Seeing the item reminded him of the person. Seeing of the warm and welcoming expression of Big Brother Cheng Lin, Zuo Mo felt a wave of sadness. As he thought of Big Brother Cheng Lin's last request searching for the remains of his tribe. But despite his efforts, Zuo Mo felt even more guilty having no success. He had sent many people to the place that Cheng Lin had marked on the gem map in search of the Greenvine tribe. However, that place was now a desert and void of people. Because he cultivated Sunshin power, Zuo Mo did not learn the Greenvine Shin methodology. He only read it occasionally. This time, he read it seriously and many parts he had not noticed before were found. For example, he actually found the green pulse string mentioned in the scroll. This strange thing was a treasure that the Greenvine tribe dreamed about. If they could cultivate the Greenvine Shin methodology, to a high degree, they did not need to refine the green pulse string in order to use it effectively. Naturally, Zuo Mo could not cultivate the Greenvine Shin methodology to such a great level. However, when he saw that one who cultivated the Greenvine Shin methodology could easily move and navigate through forests, he was overjoyed. He did not hope for many benefits from cultivating the Greenvine Shin methodology. He would thank the heavens if he could get out of this endless forest. If Cheng Lin learned that Zuo Mo began cultivating the Greenvine Shin methodology just for its use in finding his way through a forest, he would climb out of his grave. While the Greenvine tribe had not dominated like the Sun tribe, it had been a large first-class tribe. The Greenvine Shin methodology was something many tribes were jealous of. It was not difficult for Zuo Mo to cultivate the Greenvine Shin methodology. He had a droplet of Greenvine mystical water in his body. This precious mystical water had helped him countless times. When he had encountered Cheng Lin, Zuo Mo's understanding of Shin methodology had been pitifully low. He had been ignorant of many basic details. The present Zuo Mo had progressed far beyond that and knew much more about Shin power. There were no obstacles in learning the Greenvine Shin methodology. A green energy floated onto Zuo Mo's eyes. Countless feelings came from all directions like the tide through the forest. Suddenly, a familiar feeling came from deep within the forest. Was that? Zuo Mo's heart shook. Unhesitatingly, he stood and flew in a direction. The other people saw this and knew that Zuo Mo definitely had made a discovery. They followed closely behind. The further he flew, the more the familiar feeling from the forest grew. Zuo Mo's eyes became even brighter. The vibration from the forest seemed to feel Zuo Mo's existence and was furiously flying in his direction. When a green shadow flashed through the forest, Zuo Mo's heart suddenly became excited and he did not hesitate to give chase. A thin and weak figure was jumping through the forest nimbly. A head full of verdant green hair reached his waist and danced in the wind. It was a young boy of about 15. Suddenly, Zuo Mo seemed to see that familiar elegant and tall figure with flying green hair in the Sunshin Temple. The little boy's eyes were like black opals. He warily examined Zuo Mo, puzzlement flashing through his eyes. The stranger in front of him gave him a feeling of closeness. Who are you? The young boy was slightly wary but he was not afraid. He stared with his opal black eyes at Zuo Mo. His clothing was woven from the vines of the forest, and the skin exposed to the air was tanned. I'm Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo's lips couldn't help but curve. The familiar vibrations coming off the child made him overjoyed. What are you called? I am Cheng Xiao. The boy seemed to feel Zuo Mo's friendliness and his wariness eased greatly. Zuo Mo suppressed the excitement he felt. You are from the Greenvine tribe, . Ah. You too? Cheng Xiao immediately had an excited expression and he looked with anticipation at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo smiled and flicked his finger. A dot of green flew out of his finger and turned into a green vine. I can do that. Cheng Xiao was very happy. He copied Zuo Mo in flicking a finger. A green vine of light uncoiled like a snake. Green vine Shin methodology. Zuo Mo was full of emotion. Was there really fate? In the end, he had not failed to fulfill what Big Brother Qing Lin had requested. Take us to your home, alright? Zuo Mo said in a soft tone. Alright. Qin Xiao said happily. He immediately turned into a green shadow that shot out. Zuo Mo and the others hurriedly followed. A short while later, a small treehouse appeared in front of everyone. The treehouse was built on top of a 1,000-year-old tree. There were many old vines hanging down. Qin Xiao was like monkey that grabbed a vine and flipped into the little treehouse. He said happily, "We're home." Zuo Mo looked around and asked in bewilderment, "Where's everyone else? Don't you live with your clansmen?" Qin Xiao's expression dimmed. "I'm the only one left. Everyone died." Died? Zuo Mo was stunned. The sun is poisonous. Qin Xiao's expression recovered as he showed a bright smile and white teeth. However, I'm not afraid, I will definitely find a solution. Zuo Mo felt sorrow, but he was used to seeing life and death, so he did not lose his composure. After a moment, he recovered. He rubbed Qin Xiao's head. No matter, I have a solution. Zhongru reached out with the 3 manifestation treasure staff and tapped lightly on Qin Xiao. Threads of wish power crept out of Qin Xiao's body like mist and were sucked into the 2 black balls. Qin Xiao's eyes were wide and filled with curiosity. His body felt warm and unspeakably comfortable. Aya, it really worked. Qin Xiao suddenly sat, touching his head and then his body. His clever and energetic appearance made them want to smile. Zuo Mo felt even greater affection for the innocent Qin Xiao. He said, "Qin Xiao, how about coming along with Big Brother? The sun outside isn't poisonous." Alright. Qin Xiao nodded. I'm very bored here alone. Big Brother is a good person. Zuo Mo heard this and smiled. He was also very happy. Since you say Big Brother is a good person, Big Brother will have to express this. What is express this? Qin Xiao looked curiously at Zuo Mo. Close your eyes and channel Shin power, Zuo Mo said. Qin Xiao acknowledged this, obediently closing his eyes and channeling his Shin power. Zuo Mo reached out a finger. A drop of water fell from his fingertip to land on Qin Xiao's forehead and then disappeared. Ah! Qin Xiao explained. His face soon turned green. Green Vine Mystical Water. Zuo Mo was now giving the Green Vine Mystical Water that Big Brother Qing Lin had given him to Qin Xiao. The Green Vine Mystical Water had many benefits, but for the present Zuo Mo, there were no great uses. However, for Qin Xiao, it was of great benefit. Moments later, Qin Xiao opened his eyes joyfully. Green Vine Mystical Water. I know this. This is Green Vine Mystical Water. Zuo Mo was unspeakably happy. He asked with a smile, Big Brother also has something else to give you. As he spoke, he took off the green pulse string on his wrist and tied it on Qin Xiao's wrist. The ghost mist child's eyes were wide in disbelief. Green pulse string. That was green pulse string. Qin Xiao was both excited and curious as he swung the green pulse string. It had to be said that the green pulse string was a natural match for the Green Vine tribe. In just a short while, the green pulse string seemed to come alive on Qin Xiao's hand. The green pulse string was powerful, but in Zuo Mo's hands, it could not be used to its greatest power. In Zuo Mo's hands, the greatest value of the green pulse string was the green pulse Shin glyph. Zuo Mo's heart was unusually calm and he seemed to understand. The last wishes of Big Brother Qing Lin had been a burden on his mind. After this burden was resolved, he felt relaxed as though a great weight had been taken off. His mentality had went a level further and became even more understanding. Translator ramblings, I am so irritated with myself. I should have learned to read documentation thoroughly. 3 years and now I learn WordPress supports Markdown. So much wasted effort. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, Danger. Chapter 809, Danger. Mo Cloud C. Hong Xiao carefully finished reading the report from her subordinate. She appeared as though she was trying to see something from the report. Her subordinates didn't dare to make a sound. The higher-ups had directly made Hong Xiao one of the 2 chief managers. For the subordinates, they only had one choice, submit. Also, Hong Xiao had been in charge of an underground power, Red Snapped Silk, before, and naturally could not avoid having an additional viciousness and brutality. After a short while, she had earned the complete respect of this group of people. No wonder she could be the chief steward. She wasn't just a little bit strong. There had always been rumors between them that the two chief stewards were competing amongst themselves by managing their two separate groups. This rumor was plausible and even Chief Steward Hong Xiao never refuted it. For these people, their own benefits were more important than anything else. Profit and their position were what they were most concerned about. The existence of a competitor greatly increased the unity of their group. This was to join against a common enemy. It was the first time Hong Xiao showed such a serious expression. The subordinates speculated inside and exchanged looks. Hong Xiao's gaze was serious. This report, on the surface, did not have any unusual content, but the experience Hong Xiao felt a hint of danger. She was very satisfied with her present days. She was not like Song Ling Shui. She had lived more than a decade in the darkness. She knew that it was a blessing her family was still alive. The other had too many ways of controlling her. Her hands were drenched with blood and she was familiar with those terrifying methods. Unlike Song Ling Shui, who resisted, she had unhesitatingly agreed to her captor's demands. She had been very unaccustomed to this completely new lease on life. There was no darkness, everything was done in the open. The higher-ups did not restrict her from using any methods. However, unless it was against some truly despicable enemies, she rarely used any methods of the darkness. This was a completely new life, a completely new world. She was very satisfied, especially when she saw her son's innocent smile. When she thought of how he would have a good future, hope formed in her chest. This gave her new motivation. She treasured this opportunity, treasured this difficult change, and because of it, she was unusually hardworking. She would definitely not lose to Song Ling Shui. Her work had proceeded smoothly. The support behind her was strong so that she had enough advantages in the market when she started. For Hong Xiao, who was used to working hard to gather weight in the darkness, her work could be described as easy. But to her, who had been in the darkness for a long time, she had an unusual intuition about danger. "Give me last month's supplier prices," she said coldly. The subordinates quickly searched. Last month's accounts quickly appeared on the Mirage. Green flower wood, sky star sand, rainbow dew, who is the supplier for these three materials? She asked rapidly. The subordinates were busy for a while. Moments later, they reported, "It is Bright Capital Business Association." In the past, it was Linfu Business Association. Bright Capital Business Association's price is 15% higher than Linfu Business Association. Hong Xiao stared at her subordinate's face. The subordinate explained, "Linfu Business Association has stopped working with us for a month and has refused to communicate with us. In order to avoid our supply chain breaking, we choose Bright Capital Business Association. Bright Capital Business Association is located far away and the cost of transporting is much higher. Also, due to the suddenness of the order, they are not prepared. Our order is large, and the timing is urgent, so they had to raise the price in order to complete the purchase." Why did Linfu Business Association stop working with us? Hong Xiao suddenly asked. "I don't know." The subordinates shook their head. "They do not seem to be very stable internally. We cannot interfere in this kind of matter." "Go investigate," Hong Xiao said briskly. "That is not very appropriate," the subordinate was conflicted. It was an unspoken taboo in the mercantile circles to interfere in the matters of other businesses. "All right." Hong Xiao did not try to force the subordinate and said, "You may leave." "Yes." The subordinate sighed in relief and hurriedly retreated. Hong Xiao did not leave. She focused and thought for a while before deciding to report the matter, adding on her own speculations and suggestions. While the conclusion had not yet come out, she knew someone was acting against them. "Go investigate," she suddenly said. In the dark corner, an imperceptible shadow disappeared. Those subordinates cared too much about convention when working. For an experienced hand like her that had lived for many years in the world of the shadows, she only cared about results. The methods were not important. She believed that the higher-ups also thought this. Song Ling Shui's delicate brow creased as she listened to the report of the subordinate. Song Ling Shui worked hard. After being given a scare, she didn't dare to play any more tricks. Also, after the initial terror, she gradually adjusted to her new work. She quickly found that the strength of the faction was so great it was unimaginable. Only after a period of time did she realize the new faction she worked for was Mo Cloud C. Of course she knew of Mo Cloud C. In the Yao world, everyone knew the name Mo Cloud C. This strong power, who did not have a lot of territory, but was strong and produced all kinds of talismans. The Yao did not have a habit of using talismans in the past. They used Yao cores. But Yao cores were rare and expensive. Yet, just a while ago, large amounts of Yao cores that were suitable for Yao started to appear on the market. Strangely, these Yao cores were not natural, but synthetic. There were only a rare few that knew that these forged Yao cores were produced by Mo Cloud C. Song Ling Shui, who had been in business for many years, was one of the rare few privy to this. Mo Cloud C was like a riddle, powerful and mysterious. Talismans, Mo weapons, Yao cores, their products were sold to all three races. Even Tian Huan, who was famed for their forging, did not have the ability to produce three completely different types of weapons. But Mo Cloud C did. Too strong. The rumors said the start of the Shen Power era had been initiated by the master of Mo Cloud C. The first pseudo-Shen weapon had also been forged by the master of Mo Cloud C. The last hint of unwillingness inside Song Ling Shui disappeared at being able to be in the service of such a powerful faction. She was only curious. Why had Mo Cloud C picked her? She believed she had some talent, but for a large faction like Mo Cloud C, they had the ability to find someone better. Even now, she did not understand this. But she understood that this was a chance for her, a great opportunity. The business she had before was just a little business in an area. Right now, she managed a powerful faction that had the right to speak in all three realms. If she did well, she would definitely become a core member of Mo Cloud C in the near future. Undoubtedly, her family would rise as well. Even though she had a competitor. This did not demotivate her. While she did not have such a complex history as Hong Xiao, her growth had not been easy. She did not fear competition. Recently, the market had not been right. The price of Shen equipment, which had been rising constantly, slowed in its rise, and in this month, a small drop had occurred. This was definitely unusual. Right now, there were only a few parties that had the ability to produce Shen equipment. The one that sold best was Mo Cloud Shen equipment due to the outstanding nature and the relatively low price. The Tian Huan Shen equipment was also one of three major Shen equipment, but it was priced at almost 20% higher than Mo Cloud Shen equipment. Kunlun Shen equipment was also outstanding in power, but their production was limited. It would take them a long time to just outfit their own forces. The amount of Mo Cloud Shen equipment on the market had greatly increased due to the large order from Xixin. From all the signs, it meant that in the long term, the price of Shen equipment should remain high and not drop. This unusual phenomenon, the fall in prices, immediately set off Song Ling Shui's alarm. Someone was fighting for the market. Qin Xiao quickly familiarized himself with Zuo Mo and the group. Gradually, Zuo Mo understood what had happened. The master of the Totem Colosseum had been the good friend of the Greenvine tribe. When he designed the Totem Colosseum, a branch of the Greenvine tribe had settled in the Summer Palace to guard the forest for him. Then they started to live here. At regular intervals, the master of the Totem Colosseum would help draw out the wish power in their bodies. Yet, unexpectedly, the master of the Totem Colosseum disappeared and the Totem Colosseum closed. The Greenvine tribe branch that lived in the Summer Palace were trapped inside. Due to this, they managed to avoid the battle of the sealed extinction. But the wish power in the sunlight became the greatest enemy of the Greenvine tribe. When the strongest of the tribe were here, everyone could manage to get by. As the strongest among them started to die, the Greenvine tribe started to decrease in number. Until now, where Qin Xiao was the only one left. Maybe because he had lived in this environment from childhood that Qin Xiao could resist wish power to a certain degree. However, if Zuo Mo and the other had not appeared, in 20 years, Qin Xiao would also die from the corrosion of wish power. At that time, this vibrant forest would also disappear with Qin Xiao's death. Zuo Mo had to rejoice that he had come at this time. Qin Xiao was lively, clever, and innocent. Everyone liked him. This completely preserved forest had given him the best place to cultivate. The Greenvine Shen power he had was very pure. Other than become a completely deadweight in battle, his power astounded them. That green pulse string that became especially scary in his hands. He seemed to innately know how to use the green pulse string. The long green pulse string was also unusually obedient. It was uncanny in his hands, unpredictable, and even the ghost Miss Child was shocked. With Qin Xiao here, walking out of the forest was very easy. Qin Xiao was familiar with every inch here, and did not find it difficult to lead them out of the forest. Following Qin Xiao, the group quickly reached the edge of the forest. An endless ocean and storm appeared in front of them. Translator ramblings, the market struggle has begun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, Awaken. Chapter 810, Awaken. The forest tree line ended abruptly. It was a clear dividing line. On one side of the line was a dense forest, and on the other a great ocean. On one side was a bright sun and hot day, on the other a furious storm. The clouds were black, and the curtain of rain carried hail that smashed into the ocean. The seawater was pulled up dozens of li into the air by the furious wind. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the space between the clouds and the water. Everyone's expressions became serious. Everyone could feel the furious power contained within the storm. Yet, except for charging forward, they had no other choice. Form the battle formation. Everyone, pay attention to the positions of those around you. Zuo Mo ordered. Then he grabbed Xing Xiao and turned to say to Zong Ru. See if the 3 manifestation treasure staff can draw away the lightning. Zong Ru nodded to indicate he understood. Everyone was trained and quickly finished the battle formation. Wei Shang, Sang Lianer and the other experts entered the core positions. In Mo Cloud C, no matter your skill level, you had battle formation training. Even Wei Shang was not an exception. In Zuo Mo's view, the top experts that could merge into a battle formation were the ones that would be able to express their greatest power in large-scale battles. This was something he copied from the Mo fighting methods. Among the Mo, the battle general was the strongest. All the power would gather on the battle general who would then attack. At Wei Shang's level, he understood more about battle formations than the average battle generals. He was more sensitive towards power and had stronger control. Seeing the magnificent composition of this battle formation, Zuo Mo had some confidence. He said with bravado, "Go." The group headed into the storm. Even though they had a guess, when they truly charged into the storm, that feeling was completely different. Once they charged into the storm, they felt their vision darken. Their ears were filled with howling of the wind and they could not hear anything else. The furious winds were like blades and caused sparks to fly when they hit the barrier of the battle formation. Rain and hail smashed down. The rain seemed to contain a certain corrosion ability. When the hail hit the light shield of the battle formation, it immediately spread outwards, forming a patch of frost. The power of the storm was endless. The people in the formation were like leaves flying in the wind, unable to stabilize themselves. Light flashed in the clouds above them. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning came out of the cloud layer and hit the battle formation. Zong Ru, who had been prepared, raised his 3 manifestation treasure staff without any hesitation. Hiss, crack, crack. The thick lightning accurately hit the 3 manifestation treasure staff. Zong Ru felt his hand become heavy from numbness. The round clear ball of the 3 manifestation treasure staff suddenly lit up with light. The lightning burrowed into the Thunder Source Hammer and the Thunder Source Hammer lit up with silver light. Zong Ru sighed in relief. The 3 manifestation treasure staff was strong. At this time, the sky suddenly flickered. Zong Ru's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, hiss, crack, crack, 3 successive thick bolts of lightning hit his 3 manifestation treasure staff. Zong Ru felt as though his chest was hit with a heavy hammer and gave a muffled grunt. The 3 manifestation treasure staff was untouched. After swallowing 4 lightning bolts, the Thunder Source Hammer had an even brighter silver light. There was a layer of snapping electricity around it. Zuo Mo seemed to be facing a great enemy. There was a strange power inside the raindrops that were battering the light shield of the battle formation. The power of each raindroplet was small, but it was a great storm outside. In every moment, there were uncountable droplets of rain that were hitting the light shield of the battle formation. Everyone's energies were being expended. Adding on the hail. Damn it! Zuo Mo was anxious but not panicked. Zong Ru had the 3 manifestation treasure staff for the lightning. Then what about the rain and the hail? His eyes suddenly lit up. How had he forgotten this? With a flip of his hand, a tattered banner appeared on his hand. The Rain Commanding Banner. Zuo Mo threw it to the Ghost Mist Child. Do you know how to use this? The Ghost Mist Child had been thirsting after the Rain Commanding Banner. He had high affinity with the attributes of rain and this would be a suitable treasure for him. However, he knew that he was the newcomer and had not performed meritoriously. If he spoke up and asked for such a treasure, he would probably be beaten to death by Darren. Hearing Zuo Mo ask if he could use it, he was overjoyed. He nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Even in the past, the Rain Commanding Banner had been a top-ranked treasure. Zuo Mo did not waste words and threw the Rain Commanding Banner to the Ghost Mist Child. The Ghost Mist Child had not lied. When he waved the Rain Commanding Banner, the raindroplets outside seemed to be obedient and opened a path. Everyone felt the pressure on them lessen. The corrosiveness of the raindroplets had been the greatest burden on their endurance. Now that it was gone, they all felt light. Nice. You have some skill. Zuo Mo praised with surprise on his face. The Ghost Mist Child puffed up his chest and stomach with a proud expression. However, with his childlike appearance, it looked ridiculous. But while he felt proud, he said humbly, "It is this Rain Commanding Banner that is easy to use. Zuo Mo said generously. Oh, not bad, the rain commanding banner belongs to you now, do not waste a treasure like this. The ghost mist child was stunned by this free food that fell from the sky. With his daze, the rain droplets started to hit the battle formation's light shield. Work hard. Zuo Mo swore, glaring. If you cannot do good work, this will be taken back. Ah! The ghost mist child seemed to wake up and hugged the rain commanding banner with an expression of panic. He hurriedly said, I'll work hard. I will definitely work hard. The pressure lessened again. Zuo Mo sighed softly. He ignored this guy, he didn't have a good head. The lightning and the storm had both been resolved. The only things left were the hail and the strong wind. Sparks flashed and disappeared on the light shield, circles of frost forming and disappearing. Resisting this was not a great expenditure for the battle formation. But who knew how large this ocean was? There were no problems in maintaining the battle formation for 5 days. 10 days, it would be hard to manage. 15 days, it would be at the limits. Over 15 days. Zuo Mo asked Qin Shao, have you come here before? No. Qin Shao obediently shook his head. There was no fear on his face as he looked with curiosity at the rain outside. Zuo Mo was slightly disappointed. He gritted his teeth. There were no solutions. They could only charge forward. After flying for 10 days in the storm, there were no signs they were leaving the storm. They had tried to fly towards the clouds. If they were above the clouds, there would not be a storm. Yet when they went close to the cloud layer, countless lightning and thunder would smash towards them, preventing them from ascending. That scene scared all of them. They did not hesitate to fly down. No one had seen such packed lightning and thunder. Even Zhongru, who held the 3 manifestation treasure staff, would end up as dust under such terrifying lightning. Helpless, they could only move through the storm. Seeing the undisguised exhaustion on everyone's faces, Zuo Mo knew that they had to rest. Everyone, stop for a while. Zuo Mo called for everyone to stop and then took out a palm-sized city from his ring. King's Forbidden City. The King's Forbidden City grew rapidly in the sky and in a blink, covered everyone. In this moment, everyone felt the world had become quiet. The roaring had stopped. They seemed to be in a completely different world. The furious roars of the wind, the rain, and ice were outside while this place was peaceful. The mysterious and complex seal scripts that flashed in the sky above the city made everyone feel strangely safe. Their nerves had been tensed for 10 days. Everyone was tired. Once they had the chance to breathe, they sat down and started to replenish their Shin power. Zuo Mo's power was quickly recovering. Inside the King's Forbidden Firmament, his recovery was faster than any other person. This chance to breath was really too precious. Zuo Mo rejoiced that he had not forgotten about the King's Forbidden Firmament. In these past years, Zuo Mo had spent time organizing his memories. He had uncovered some memory fragments hidden deep in his mind. The city of his childhood had been filled out in his mind, and he had reforged the King's Forbidden Firmament. With his deeper understanding of seal formations and enough materials, the newly forged King's Forbidden Firmament was more secure than before and stronger. He had reforged the King's Forbidden Firmament as a memento of his blurry memories. Even though he had reforged the King's Forbidden Firmament, a talisman like this could not be of direct help to him like a Shin device. He hadn't through this memento of his childhood memories could save his life. Zuo Mo grimaced and a complex emotion rose. He turned around to look. Most of the places in the city were the exact same as his memories. This was the first time he entered the King's Forbidden Firmament since it had been reforged. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling was unspeakably strange. He shook his head and laughed self-mockingly. He had actually the spare time to lament. At this time, he suddenly noticed the strangeness of Ague next to him. Ague suddenly stood up. Ague, what is it? Zuo Mo was slightly nervous and quickly followed. Ague did not seem to hear. She walked along a small path slowly. Her eyes were not empty any longer, but puzzled. Ague's steps were slow and a ripple finally appeared on her forever emotionless face. Zuo Mo became worried. Ague seemed very familiar with this place. She walked silently, and her expression became wooden again. Zuo Mo seemed to understand. It must be that Ague still had some memory fragments. The familiar environment of the King's Forbidden Firmament had awakened a part of her memories. Ague seemed to be very familiar with this place, and after some twists and turns, she came to a small yard. Her hand was placed on the door, and she pushed it open. Zuo Mo stilled. This yard, this little yard. A slightly blurry scene appeared in front of him. Gue, this name isn't pleasing to hear, the little boy muttered, his hands not slowing at all. The little girl tilted her head. Gua Gue feels that it is very good. Why do you work so hard on something as boring as cultivation? The little boy had an expression of puzzlement as he carefully treated the wounds on the little girl's feet. The little girl teared up due to the pain, and her voice carried a sob. However, she was unusually determined. Because only by getting stronger can I protect young Mater. This place is very safe. I don't need to be protected. I don't like to go out. The little boy's head shook like a rattledrum. But what if there is a day? The little girl tilted her head. Young master. A slightly wooden and hoarse voice sounded by his ear, just like when in their childhood, he was having delusions. Zuo Mo felt uncomfortable and gave a short huff to expel the melancholy he felt. He raised his head and met a pair of purple eyes. Zuo Mo was dumbstruck where he stood. Translator ramblings, minuscule improvement, ... If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Tian Huan's attack from all fronts. Chapter 811, Tian Huan's attack from all fronts. Tian Huan. When the results of the investigations came out, both Hong Xiao and Sun Ling Shui recognized the severity of the matter and immediately reported it. Tian Huan was attacking Cloud C on the market from all directions. Many of the material suppliers that were close with Cloud C were forced to stop their partnerships with Cloud C under the pressure of Tian Huan. This caused a break in Cloud C's supply chain of materials. In terms of Shin equipment, Tian Huan started to widely advertise the Tian Huan Shin equipment and also lowered their prices. The factions that had placed orders from Cloud C all turned to throw themselves into Tian Huan's arms due to Tian Huan's pressure and temptation. The sale volume of Cloud Shin equipment decreased as a direct result, and the cost to make Cloud Shin equipment was drastically rising. One important reason that Cloud C Shin equipment had gotten a good reputation so quickly was Tian Huan's inaction. For so many years, Tian Huan had become used to people coming begging to their door. In the Shoujo world, no sect dared to compete with them in forging. The present Tian Huan, after Chief Elder's warning, started to reflect on their actions. If Cloud C could only be called nouveau riche, then Tian Huan was definitely the hegemon of the market. For thousands of years, Tian Huan had been at the top of this market. After thousands of years, their tentacles reached into every corner of the Shoujo market. The reputation they had, their resources, manpower, connections, they were something that Cloud C that had just risen up could compare to. Before this, Tian Huan had never looked properly at Cloud C. In their eyes, Cloud C was not on the same level as them. Tian Huan had paid a great price for their pride. But Tian Huan woke up. They climbed down off their pedestal and started to be proactive in the market. This kind of Tian Huan was astounding in its strength. The entire market turned into a storm. Tian Huan showed their fangs. In this field they had worked in for thousands of years, even Kunlun could not match them. They were too familiar with what to do. There was no secret in their eyes. Tian Huan's attack was even fiercer than Cloud C imagined. In just a fortnight, almost 40% of material suppliers stopped their partnership with Cloud C and sided with Tian Huan. This happened so quickly that Cloud C didn't even have time to react. The production of Shin equipment was forced to stop. Cloud C was facing unprecedented danger. In the Sea of Consciousness, Pu Yao and Wei had grave expressions. The danger that Cloud C faced had been passed to Pu Yao from the 10-finger prison. Pu Yao and Wei were intelligent people and they immediately realized the level of trouble this indicated. They hadn't thought that Tian Huan would really lower themselves to fight for market share with Cloud C. Also, they were both shocked at Tian Huan's strength in the market. Cloud C's transportation formations had been previously affected and there were only a few that were in use. The supply of materials had been a problem. What Tian Huan did pushed Cloud C onto a precipice. Many materials were not high level, but they were used in large amounts. If they could not be replenished, Shin equipment was not the only thing that stopped. Shixian could provide materials, but not all materials could be transported from Shixian. Due to internal chaos, many places in Shixian had stopped production. Tian Huan's move was both fast and vicious. The stoppage of Shin equipment also affected Shixian because Cloud C could not complete the order before the discussed time. Pu Yao and Wei were both clear-headed. They knew that Tian Huan's attack would not just be so. If they were Tian Huan, they would definitely be sending people to Shixian right now. Cloud C had Shin equipment, Tian Huan also had Shin equipment. They had more production capacity than Cloud C. Tian Huan was much stronger. Also, once Tian Huan threw out the lure of an alliance, Shixian wouldn't have any ability to resist. Tianhuan was stronger than Mo Cloud C. Once Tianhuan gave up on the thought of attacking Shixian, for Shixian, they would be better allies than Mo Cloud C. Tianhuan was more powerful. At that time, Mo Cloud C would be in danger. Surrounded by three strong factions. It was really being surrounded in all directions. Even the 9 great Diana sects with its internal conflict could not stop the alliance of three powers. They would face the danger of being divided up. Even if Mo Cloud C and the 9 great Diana sects allied together, they would not be able to stop the three from advancing. At that time, the 9 great Diana sect would have to switch sides in order to survive. When it came to that step, Mo Cloud C would only have the path of death. Tianhuan really thought highly of Mo Cloud C. Pu Yao and Wei stared at each other, bitterness in their mouths. Mo Cloud C was in danger. Chao Xian took a sip of wine. His expression was relaxed. Tianhuan's move is beautiful, an open conspiracy, a truly public conspiracy. They hit Mo Cloud C right on their weakness. Mo Cloud C is in danger. Lin Xian smiled and said, "It seems that we will get peace for a while. Cooperate with Tianhuan and have the battalions on Shixian's borders move back, let Shixian relax." The two were in good moods. Compared to the declining Shixian, the lively Mo Cloud C was the eyesore in Kunlun's eyes. Mo Cloud C was unstoppable in the Mo territories, and showed great offensive power which caused all of Kunlun to be uneasy. If Tianhuan's strategy was completed, then a situation where three strong forces attacking Mo Cloud C would form. Mo Cloud C would not be able to escape even if it had wings. No one had thought that the seemingly powerful Mo Cloud C had such a fatal weakness. Tianhuan's successive attacks exposed Mo Cloud C's weakness to the world. Mo Cloud C was too small. From the viewpoint of safety, this was more beneficial for defense. However, for a faction with forging at its core, this was undoubtedly fatal. Once the supply of materials was cut off, they would end up in a dangerous position. Battalions, battle generals, they were all useless at this point. This was another battlefield. Chao Xian's mind shifted and another plan formed. We can have the people from the 9 great Diana sects make a fuss, and urge the other 5 sections. Tianhuan would also do the same, they also have people inside. This idea is good. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Those people will be forced to stay neutral at such a time to not offend either side. Neutrality is enough. A cold light flashed through Chao Xian's eyes. Neutrality at this time is making things worse for Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C will not be able to escape this time. Lin Xian said, and his expression became excited. Mo Cloud C was his great worry. Tianhuan's envoy went to see the sect leader, the subordinate reported in a low voice. Zhongde's scar-covered face was like granite. What did they say? The first person that Tianhuan's envoy came to see was Zhongde. However, Zhongde had refused the meeting. Zhongde was an experienced person. This person came to Shixian, yet the first he met with was not the sect leader but Zhongde. Their intentions were malicious, wanting to spark internal discord. If the sect leader didn't know that he only had 3 years left to live, it would be hard for him not to become suspicious at this time. They said that Mo Cloud C will not be able to finish the remaining Shin equipment and they are willing to provide Shin equipment. The subordinate reported in detail, they said that these Shin equipment have been specially designed by them for Shixian. Also, they are willing to sign an alliance agreement with us to not fight. Also, if Kunlun invades Shixian, Tianhuan will definitely announce war against Kunlun. This agreement is for 10 years. Zhongde had people around the sect leader and naturally learned all this. And then? Zhongde is expressionless. The sect leader did not respond and said to meet again in a few days, the subordinate said. Sect leader has been persuaded, Zhongde said coolly. As expected by Zhongde, on that night, the sect leader came to Zhongde's camp. What does Uncle Zhong think about Shixian allying with Tianhuan? The sect leader did not waste words and headed straight into the topic. The matter of buying Shin equipment was a minor matter. What does sect leader think? Zhongde asked expressionlessly in response. The sect leader said, I feel that this may work. We allied with Mo Cloud C to guard against Kunlun and Tianhuan. If we ally with Tianhuan, it is undoubtedly more beneficial and we can gain 10 years of peace. Zhongde listened expressionlessly, but he was slightly surprised inside. He had originally thought the other would be bewitched by the envoy and hadn't thought that the sect leader also foresaw that the alliance would only survive for 10 years. If we have 10 years, our Shixian will be able to recover. This way, we may be able to vie for the world. A hint of excitement flashed through the sect leader's eyes. 10 years. If he had 10 years, the sect leader was confident that Shixian could rise again based on their foundations. At that time, without Zhongde, he would be in power alone. A hint of disdain flashed through Zhongde's eyes. However, the excited sect leader did not notice it. I do not agree, Zhongde said slowly. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on the sect leader's head. He was stunned where he stood, looking dazedly at Zhongde. A moment later, he asked in disbelief, why does Uncle Zhong not agree? He didn't understand why Uncle Zhong would not agree. He said urgently, Uncle Zhong, are you afraid that they will break the alliance? They said that they are willing to make a sect leader oath. The oath of a sect leader was something that could not be broken for any sect. Because once the sect leader oath was broken, all of the sect would be affected. The Xiuzha of the entire sect would be weakened in power. In history, there had never been an example of a sect leader oath being broken. I do not agree. Zhongde said expressionlessly and then turned to leave. The sect leader of Shixian was dumbstruck where he stood. Darren, why do you not agree? Zhongde's subordinate asked in puzzlement. He had helped Zhongde guard the Abyssfine prison for many years, and was highly trusted by Zhongde. He felt it was strange. From every angle, allying with Tianhuan was beneficial for Shixian. Zhongde seemed to not hear it. Like stone, he gazed at the distant darkness. Translator ramblings, the resilience of Mo Cloud Sea is that even if Zuo Mo isn't present, things still work because he has capable people working under him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 812, The Chief Tower. Chapter 812, The Chief Tower. Zuo Mo and Ague stared into each other's eyes. Ague's wooden face moved stiffly. Her misty eyes seemed to focus. The feeling that Zuo Mo felt when he saw Ague's eyes recover life under his gaze could not be described. For some reason, a strong warmth filled his heart, and his nose felt sore. Was this fate? Zuo Mo looked dazedly at Ague, and allowed the tears to fall. Young master. A hand reached towards his face and wiped his tears for him. Ague's eyes glowed like the brightest of stars, and her murmurs the most beautiful music in the world. Young master, don't cry. Ague will forever protect young master. The young female's voice carried a thread of rawness and clumsiness, but it was filled with her innocent heart just like in their childhood. Zuo Mo felt as though he could not control his emotions. Tears blurred his vision. He tried to grin, to make himself look like he was smiling. He used his hands to roughly wipe away the tears on his face. Looking at the figure of the young female in his sight that was still slightly blurry, he said loudly, nonsense. Do not underestimate your young master. Now it is time for young master to protect you. I'm telling you, young master is very very strong now. Kunlun, Tianhuan, they will be beaten like dogs by your young master. Ague looked serenely at Zuo Mo, her lively nimble eyes filling with warmth and faint bashfulness. There was nothing that motivated Zuo Mo more than Ague's awakening. Zuo Mo felt as though he was full of energy and power. If Lin Qian was in front of him, he would carry the anti-dragon claw and howl as he beat Lin Qian like a dog. Having broken free of the undying Shin punishment's restrictions, Ague's strength reached an astounding power. Zuo Mo asked Ague how she had broken free of the undying Shin punishment. Ague had a puzzled expression. It had been too long since Ague spoke. As a result, in both expression and speech, she was slightly stiff. As long as Ague was free. So happy he was about to go insane, Zuo Mo was like a wasteland beast filled with energy and unprecedented motivation. He wanted to tear down this entire ocean. However, not everyone was wasteland beast. Everyone needed to meditate to recover Shin power. 3 days later, Wei Sheng Shixiang opened his eyes. Following him, Sang Lianer, Luo Li and the others also opened their eyes. By the time everyone had recovered, 5 days had passed. When everyone saw Ague smiling and standing bashfully next to Zuo Mo, they were astounded. Was this the same brutal, ruthless, and cold-blooded Ague? The strong reversal in personality shocked them for a long time before they recovered. Only the little ones came over without hesitation, still close to Ague. The seal scripts in the sky above the king's forbidden city were much fainter. After being continuously attacked for 5 days, their expenditure was astounding. However, this kind of consumption was worth it. Everyone's Shin power had recovered to their maximum, and this caused them to be full of confidence. Zuo Mo, who had been waiting impatiently, waved his arm. Let's go. Everyone formed the formation again and traveled between the storm. Everyone had learned from the previous experience and were more skilled at passing through the storm. They flew for 7 days. Suddenly, Zuo Mo's eyes lit up. He pointed forward and shouted, "Look, there, dot." Through the rain and hail, they saw a small black dot in the distance. Everyone became refreshed and they sped up. When they flew closer, the blurry shadow became clear. It was a set of bronze gates. The gates stood alone above the ocean. The surroundings were calm winds and bright sun. A ray of sunlight traveled through the dark clouds and shone off the bronze gates. They were finally about to leave this damned place. Everyone was excited. Who would have thought that they had suffered for 23 days in this body of water? 23 days. When they passed through the storm and flew in front of the copper door, everyone had a smile on their face. Pushing open the bronze gates, a long passageway appeared in front of them. Everyone was on alert and carefully entered the passageway. Unexpectedly, there were no defenses in the passageway. However, the passageway was longer than they imagined. They walked for a long time before they saw light up ahead. Flying out of the passageway, a tall tower that reached the clouds appeared in front of them. Up there! The ghost mist child shouted joyfully, "This is the chief tower. The Shin device nucleus is up there." Hearing this, everyone was energized. Zuo Mo said unhesitatingly, "Let's go up." The group flew upwards. The chief tower was tall, so tall it surpassed imagination. They flew through the astral wind and still hadn't reached the top of the chief tower. Flying upwards like this took a great amount of Shin power. None of them had flown so high before. Everyone's expression became solemn. Soon, the weakest guards slowed down. They panted and didn't have the energy to fly upwards. They were about 500 to 600 li from the ground. While they had strong minds, they couldn't help but pale. Even flying with a sword, no one would fly so high. The wind was like knives. The higher it was, the stronger the wind. Zuo Mo saw this and said, "Go down, and wait for us below," but finishing, they continued to fly up. The wind high up became even strong. Zuo Mo and the others had to use Shin power. The wind created sparks when it hit their protective shields. The wind here was packed. From afar, the group looked like a swarm of meteors flying upwards and drawing a tail of sparks behind them. The faster they passed through, the sooner they would be safe. Everyone gathered their power and furiously headed upwards. Boom! Everyone suddenly felt the pressure ease. The sparks around them all disappeared. They had passed through the wind layer. Everyone looked down curiously. The wind layer was extremely thick. Anyone weak would be torn to pieces by the strong wind high up. Zuo Mo and the others possessed strength, but if there was no matter, no one would be so bored as to take a stroll in the strong wind layer. Void, endless void. In this void, the sun and the stars appeared together. Everyone was attracted by the wondrous scene in front of them. So in the sky up high, it was like this. Without the wind, everyone's worries were eased. They raised their heads. They still could not see the top of the chief tower. Everyone inhaled in shock. Continue the charge. Zuo Mo gritted his teeth and flew out along the chief tower. The others did not hesitate and followed closely. They continued to fly upwards. Yet everyone was filled with shock. A tower that was 10,000 li tall. What great work of labor was this? How strong had the creator of the Totem Colosseum been? 15,000 li. When they flew to a height of 15,000 li, everyone finally saw the enormous shadow covering them. That top of the tower was enormous. Everyone became nervous. Even Wei Sheng had a slightly nervous expression. The power represented by a tower 15,000 li tall surpassed any sect. No one knew what was at the top of the tower. But at this time, no one would retreat. Everyone, be careful. Zuo Mo's nerves were also tensed. Everyone slowed down as though they were facing a great enemy. They slowly flew towards the outskirts. The Rao foam the tower was enormous. They had to fly to the edges of the tower top in order to get to the top of the tower. When everyone flew to the edges of the tower top and then flew upwards, they stretched out their necks. They were all shocked by the scene in front of them. This was an enormous and flat stage, a large stage that could hold tens of thousands of people sleeping on the ground. The ground was as smooth as a mirror without any marks. It was smoothly polished as though it was a piece of stone that had been cut open in the middle. Starlights in the billions gathered on the stage that turned into a thick pillar of light that shot towards the center of the stage. When they flew up, what they saw was this mirror-smooth stage and a pillar of starlight that hung down from the firmament. Star power, counted in the billions, were mostly as thin as hair or invisible to sight. Only a few of the stars formed faint rays of light that came down. But when these minuscule rays of light gathered in the billions, it was astounding strong. Zuo Mo was the first to recover from the astounding scene. He could feel the thick power of the stars from far away, but his obsession with treasure caused him to quickly refocus. There was something in the thick pillar of starlight. There's something in the pillar. Zuo Mo shouted. Everyone seemed to wake up and stared at the pillar. There was something flickering in and out of view inside the pillar of starlight. The scene in front of them was so stunning. Every piece represented terrifyingly great power. Chief Tower, the mirror stage, the pillar of starlight. All of them were masterworks, and needed uncanny skill. So terrifying. Seeing their goal in sight, the reverence they felt did not decrease but increased. If someone this powerful set up Jinji, if they just touched it, they would most likely turn into dust. Everyone was experienced and knew that at times like this, they had to be even more careful. Looking at the distance, Zuo Mo's mind shifted, and he turned to ask Qing Xiao for the green pulse string. The green pulse string was long enough to reach it without stepping on the stage. There were too many strange things about this stage. If he didn't have to step on it, it was better not to. Zuo Mo's wrist shook and the green pulse string shot towards the central pillar of the stage like a nimble snake. A strange feeling came from the other end. Zuo Mo was overjoyed. It worked! Gritting his teeth, Zuo Mo ignored everything else. The green pulse string was pulled, and it shot back at him with what was inside the pillar of light. Boom! Zuo Mo's action seemed to have poked the hornet's nest. The pillar of starlight responded to the disappearance of the thing inside. It melted like snow from the end of the pillar of light. Zuo Mo and the others that were afraid of the effects had moved away long ago. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the mirror started to crack. Terrifying cracks appeared on the stage. Boom om. The cracking did not show any signs of stopping. It headed down destructively along the chief tower. Under the wide gazes and open mouths of Zuo Mo's group, this tall tower that was 15,000 li tall cracked inch by inch and collapsed. Translator ramblings, new, all that free stuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 813, Allies. Chapter 813, Allies. When Zuo Mo's group escaped from the ruins behind them had completely collapsed. Shattered fragments of stone flew and floated in air as though they were weightless. The stones stretched out for thousands of li and looked like a thick and low-hanging cloud. The Lotus Sutra Temple disciples that had been waiting near the ruins were stunned by the sudden collapse. Lotus Sutra Temple's sect leader changed expression. The scene in front of her was too astounding. Had Zuo Mo encountered great danger? The more she thought, the uglier her expression became. At this time, if something happened to Zuo Mo Cloud C was over. Unlike other sects, Lotus Sutra Temple did not have many choices left to them. Lotus Sutra Temple had just burned their ties with Kunlun and Tianhuan could only live if they sided with Mo Cloud C. She might have regrets, but she was not an ordinary person. She knew that saving the other was her only choice as Mo Cloud C was in great danger at T-moment. She was already tied with Mo Cloud C, prospering and declining together. After learning that Mo Cloud C lacked materials, she had transported a batch of materials to Mo Cloud C. But Lotus Sutra Temple was too small, and did not have any outstanding abilities to produce materials. The other sects, afraid of Tianhuan, did not sell materials to her. The sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple was burning in urgency, but Zuo Mo and the other had not come out. She waited outside the entrance of the ruins in order to see Zuo Mo as soon as possible. When the sect leader saw the figures of Zuo Mo and the others, she finally sighed in relief. "Let's go," she said urgently. Zuo Mo saw the urgency of the sect leader and immediately realized that something must have happened. "What is it?" "We'll speak on the way." The sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple flew out first. Seeing this, Zuo Mo did not linger and followed immediately. Everyone else knew that something had happened and the mood of the group became heavy. When Zuo Mo heard the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple explaining the situation, his heart continued to sink. He immediately ran into the sea of consciousness and asked when he found Pu Yao and Wei. "Why didn't you tell me?" He knew that Pu Yao definitely knew long ago. With Pu Yao's strength, he was able to connect to the 10-finger prison from within the ruins. "What's the use in telling you?" Pu Yao snorted. Zuo Mo was speechless, unable to think of a response. He had been in the ruins surrounded by danger at the time. If he had been distracted even in the slightest, then he would have died in the ruins. Zuo Mo relaxed his tone, his brow creased. "What solutions do you have?" "These are the suggestions that Hong Xiao and Son Ling Shui gave us." Pu Yao threw over a ball of light. Zuo Mo received it and countless words flew through his mind. Hong Xiao and Son Ling Shui's suggestions were to the point. First was to push out stronger Shin equipment to increase Mo Cloud C's fame. Second was to see if they could advertise Shin equipment to the Mo and the Yao. Mo Cloud Shin equipment was most suitable for Mo Cloud System Shin Power, and was the primary Shin equipment of Mo Cloud C. However, the Mo Shin Power and the Yao Shin Power were completely different. If they could make Shin equipment of these two types, it would definitely be welcomed. Third was to attempt to purchase materials from the Mo and Yao realms. This way, they could avoid the sanctions of Tianhuan. Fourth was to increase Ling farming on the 44 newly conquered Jie to increase production of materials. Zuo Mo read through carefully and was slightly reassured. It had to be said that these suggestions were all good. If they could follow these suggestions, they could break Tianhuan's monopoly of the Xiuzhou world. Right now, Mo Cloud C had expanded to 113 Jie. While this could not compare to Kunlun and Tianhuan, it could be considered large. Follow these suggestions, have Golden Crow Camp start work. Zuo Mo thought of Golden Crow Camp and then suddenly thought of Shixian's astounding large Shin equipment order. Based on the present situation, the order was in danger. Wait. Shixian. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized that the crux of the entire matter was not all the supplies, but Shixian's alliance. From the breakdowning in the supply chain, stealing their market share, all of this was like a chain tightening on their necks. While they would feel suffocated, it would not be immediately fatal. What was truly fatal was a change in Shixian's attitude. Shixian was the most important point. If Shixian sided with the enemy, they would immediately be surrounded on three sides. The first to fall would be the 9 great Diana sects. The 5 sects that were still resisting now would have to submit to Kunlun and Tianhuan. Would Shixian change sides? Zuo Mo's head was a mess. He was one of the few that knew that Zhongde only had 3 years left to live. Would Shixian change sides? If Kunlun and Tianhuan agreed to an alliance, then definitely. If they allied with Kunlun and Tianhuan, they could follow the two factions and divide the 9 great Diana sects in Mo Cloud C. The declining Shixian might be able to turn the situation around. He could see this, and he didn't believe that Shixian couldn't see it. Damn it! Zuo Mo's expression became ugly. Finding a remote location, the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple said, Yuan Hao said for you to immediately contact him after coming out. Zuo Mo took a deep breath. He knew that the more urgent the situation, the more he had to remain calm. Tianhuan made a great move. Gu Liangdao shook his head and said, his expression worried, this time, Brother Zuo is probably in trouble. Xuan Yu's expression was also serious. He said, is there no way of solving this? Xiao was at the side with a terrible expression. The crux is Shixian. Gu Liangdao's face imperceptibly twitched. These 2 words would always easily pierce his heart. The twitch was so minute that even Xuan Yu didn't detect it. Gu Liangdao's expression was dark but his tone calmed. Zhongde only has 3 years, more accurately, slightly more than 2 years. Without Zhongde's support, the death of Shixian is just a matter of time. The people from Shixian can definitely see this. If they ally with Tianhuan, this is a rare chance for Shixian. Xuan Yu was slightly puzzled. Mo Cloud C, who had seemed to be prospering just a few days ago, seemed to be suddenly surrounded by enemies, and was also at the end of its tether. Send materials to Mo Cloud C, as much as we have, Gu Liangdao said. Xiao did not waste words. Yes. He said rapidly. We also have some extra money and can buy some materials. Send them all. Gu Liangdao waved his hand. Xiao nodded. He didn't speak and turned to leave quickly. Xuan Yu raised his face to look at Gu Liangdao. While it is minuscule, we should do as much as we are able. Gu Liangdao had a determined expression. No matter if it is for the common good or for ourselves, we cannot watch as Mo Cloud C falls. A light flashed through Xuan Yu's eyes. What are we going to do? He was unusually respectful of his brother. Seeing Gu Liangdao's spirited expression, he was similarly fearless. This was also why he followed Gu Liangdao and did not stay at Shixian. Kill Tianhuan. Gu Liangdao's gaze was sharp as he said. In the mirage, Yan Yuan Hao had a tired expression. The pressure he had been under in this period of time was unimaginable. The 5 large sects that had been of one mind began to have differing opinions after seeing Tianhuan's fierce attacks in Mo Cloud C's dilemma. Compared to the fighting on the battlefield, internal fighting made his mind feel even more tired. Brother Zuo, you have been well since we last met. Even at this time, Yang Yuan Hao's speech and conduct was flawless. His handsome face recovered its usual calm. It is not well, it is great trouble. Zuo Mo grimaced. Yang Yuan Hao grinned, but his expression quickly became stern. The situation is truly terrible. According to the information you got, Tian Huan's envoys have already reached Xixin. The conditions they set are very detrimental to us. What conditions? Zuo Mo asked. Sect leader oath for a defensive pact. Tian Huan will have a duty to help Xixin fend off other attacks. In other words, if Xixin is attacked, Tian Huan will have to announce war on the other. For 10 years. Yang Yuanhao's expression was terrible. Zuo Mo was not too surprised. Tian Huan had been so fierce in their opening moves, how could their killing move be soft? He laughed. Tian Huan really thinks highly of Mo Cloud C, they are willing to pay the price of not touching Xixin for 10 years. Yes. Tian Huan has an expert directing them. Yang Yuanhao nodded and a hint of admiration flashed through his eyes. But I have to admit that their move is beautiful, and we are very discomfort. Zuo Mo asked, how's the situation on your side? Not very good. Yang Yuanhao shook his head. They are fighting a lot. The majority are remaining neutral, these short-sighted people. Having this proven, Zuo Mo was even more calm. This was within his prediction. What do you plan on doing? Yang Yuanhao looked at Zuo Mo. He was filled with curiosity. Facing such a situation, what would Zuo Mo, who had produced miracles, do? From a long time ago, he had paid attention secretly to the master of Mo Cloud C who did not seem very outstanding. In his view, the rise of Mo Cloud C was a spectacular legend yet was reliant on chance. But there was a person that attracted his attention, the master of Mo Cloud C, Zuo Mo. Examining Zuo Mo's history, he found to his shock that Zuo Mo had never truly lost. Zuo Mo was like an undying juggernaut. He would also successfully flip the situation when people thought that all hope was lost, and would take a bite of the richest spoils. One time was luck, but multiple times, that was not luck. So when Yang Yuanhao found that Mo Cloud C was in an unprecedented situation, he was under pressure but he was also curious. In such a terrible situation, what would Zuo Mo do? What would you choose? Zuo Mo suddenly raised his head and asked. Me? Yang Yuanhao had a surprised expression. He perceptibly detected the importance of Zuo Mo's sentence. Zuo Mo said you and not your side. Yes, you. Zuo Mo emphasized the word you. He looked directly at Yang Yuanhao and said calmly, your situation is bad as well. After this matter, discord will have been sown. There will be a divide between the 5 great sections. Just relying on Thunder Sound Temple and Lotus Sutra Temple, you cannot do a thing. They can side with Tian Huan or Kunlun, but what will you do? Siding with them is not a bad matter. Yang Yuanhao shrugged. And then? Zuo Mo stared at him, each word hitting his heart. You will be marginalized, then alongside the rest of the 9 great Dhyana sects, become cannon fodder for Tian Huan and Kunlun. Don't say it won't happen, you understand them as well. Their traditions are deeply rooted, they are strong internally. You will never be able to squeeze into their inner circle. To them are there any cannon fodder better than you, The speech caused Yang Yuanhao's expression to shift, and the sect leader of Lotus Sutra Temple behind Zuo Mo seemed to make a decision. At least, I will live longer. Yang Yuanhao raised his head and shot back, worry about yourself first and about how to stay alive. Zuo Mo did not speak but just a cold and sharp smile. Translator ramblings, everyone has to pick sides in this. Being neutral means getting killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 814, Hostage. Chapter 814, Hostage. He's crazy. He wants to pull us all down with him to the grave. Xixin sect leader's furious shriek echoed in the secret room. He almost could not believe that Zhongde had unexpectedly refused to ally with Tian Huan. He really could not imagine any reason that Zhongde would have, but didn't he know that he would only live for 2 more years? Or because he knew he would not be living for long, he wanted to have everyone die with him? This madman. Yes, this was definitely it. The sect leader of Xixin was filled with terror. This madman could do anything now. If he wanted everyone to die with him, then he would definitely do it. Why? The sect leader of Xixin could not understand. But in his eyes, Zhongde was a madman, one that could do anything. Originally, he had hid his strength and bided his time. All of the things he done, he did not conceal from Zhongde because he knew that Zhongde only had 3 years left to live. Xixin would end up his in the end. Even if the Tian Huan envoys visited Zhongde first, he was displeased but he kept his calm. Without Zhongde, Xixin would immediately collapse. What he was most worried about was not Zhongde's in power, but what would happen to Shi Xian after Zhongde died. He was furiously searching for young talent. He hoped to find a successor to Zhongde. His fear of death gnawed at his soul day and night, and he woke up countless times from nightmares. Suddenly, Tian Huan had caused him to see 10 years of peace. A whole 10 years. He did not have to live in fright all the time. 10 years. He would have enough time to slowly search and uncover new geniuses. Shi Xian was a large sect, how could they not have geniuses? If he had enough time, he could do it. At that time, he would be the true master of Shi Xian, the true sect leader of Shi Xian. But this hope that came from the hope was smashed ruthlessly by Zhongde, that bloodthirsty madman. Sect leader, this is a rare opportunity. A confidant of the sect leader, Ban Xia, came forward and said, use the death of Mo Cloud C to buy 10 years of peace for us, what is there to hesitate about? If we form the alliance, we can buy Shin equipment from Tian Huan. Tian Huan and us will ally against Coenluan, this is a true equilibrium of 3 powers. Ban Xia was a true confidant who had grown up with him. He had gone to Ban Xia to plot and commit many schemes. The sect leader said dispiritedly, the madman will not agree, what is to be done? If we rebel, he will kill us. Ban Xia lowered his voice. We cannot deal with him, but other people can. You mean? The sect leader suddenly raised his head and said in a trembling voice. Since Zhongde is the biggest problem, then we will eliminate this problem. Ban Xia's tone was dark as he made a cutting motion with a vicious expression. Tian Huan's intentions are clear, they have finally acted. Mo Cloud C is their biggest enemy. For Mo Cloud C, they are willing to do anything. This, the sect leader's mind shook and his expression wavered. We can imply to Tian Huan, they will naturally think of a way. We only need to give them some secret aid. Once the head is cut off, sect leader can step forward to take control of the situation and it will stabilize. Ban Xia said gravely, also, we can push this onto Mo Cloud C. It had to be said that Ban Xia's plan had a high possibility of success. If Tian Huan sent out a top expert, and with them working from inside, the possibility of success was high. Hesitation flashed across the sect leader's face. But if Zhongde is dead, what do we do if Coenluan and Tian Huan go back on their word and attack us? A matter like this could not be written down. If this was leaked, he would be overthrown as sect leader. Also, Zhongde was one of his greatest bargaining chips. Tian Huan and Coenluan were wary because of Zhongde's existence. Once Zhongde was gone, Shi Xian would become a piece of fat meat without any ability to defend itself. It was unknown if Tian Huan would hold to their previous agreement at that time. If Tian Huan did not abide by the agreement, then Shi Xian would be in danger. Ban Xia was also flummoxed by this problem. After some thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. We can have Tian Huan's Li Xian'er be our hostage. Li Xian'er is the granddaughter of Tian Huan's sect leader, and the leader of the younger generation of disciples. She is equivalent to Coenluan's Lin Xian. Tian Huan will definitely not allow anything to happen to Li Xian'er. If Tian Huan is willing to send us Li Xian'er as a hostage, it means that they are sincere. The sect leader's expression eased. This was a good plan. But he thought of another problem. Shaking his head, he said, which of us can match Li Xian'er's strength? It is too dangerous to have someone like this be a hostage. Ban Xia was full of intelligence. He smiled and said, sect leader, you forgot we have a wondrous place. What place? The sect leader stilled. Fiend Abyss Jail. Ban Xia said a term that had long been forgotten. The sect leader's eyes suddenly lit up. Receiving the message that the sect leader of Shi Xian had secretly sent, the higher levels of Tian Huan were stuck in a dilemma. Shi Xian's demand was simple. They wanted a hostage, and they wanted Li Xian'er. This was not something that they could decide. Li Xian'er was the granddaughter of the sect leader, and the most talented disciple of the younger generation. Her future was limitless and it was very likely that she would become the next sect leader. This was not the only factor. Mu Shuang, one of the 10 great battle generals and a significant person in the sect, and Gong Xiaorong, who was also thought to possess top battle general level strength, opposed this fiercely. This party could not be dismissed. But there were those that agreed, for example, one of the 10 great battle generals, Minan. Minan was ranked 3rd among the 10 great battle generals, under only Shuedong and Zhongde. He ranked even above Mu Shuang at 7th. He was one with real and great power in Tian Huan. Also, the Mi family was a traditionally powerful family within Tian Huan. In almost every generation, they had someone in a position of power. The Mi family had a near monopoly on Tian Huan's materials business and was extremely wealthy. Due to this, the Mi family wanted to kill Mo Cloud C more than everyone else. In these years as Mo Cloud C had risen, the Mi family's business had suffered greatly. Mi Nan was influential within Tianhuan. He was 68 this year, at the prime of his life. The battalion he led was the strongest battalion of Tianhuan, the only battalion with Tianhuan in the name, the Heaven Fate Hoop. Mi Nan was extremely skilled and a group of able people gathered around him. He could be considered the sect major power inside Tianhuan. The biggest faction in Tianhuan was, of course, the Tianhuan sect leader's faction. The sect leader was peaceful in personality but fair in his conduct. Everyone respected him. Adding on that he had the support of the chief elder, a supreme existence, behind him, no one dared to oppose him. Mu Shuang was one of the 10 great battle generals, but the faction behind him was not as strong as Mi Nan's. Mu Shuang was usually concerned with battles, and didn't have any interest in the affairs of the sect. Gongye Xiaorong had influence among the disciples. While he was not as respected as he had been before he had been defeated by Gongsun Sha, he was still respected for struggling and returning from the deadly situation. So when Mu Shuang and Gongye Xiaorong were united in opposition, their voices could not be ignored. The two sides fought fiercely. Mi Nan's side thought that Shi Xian would not dare to harm Li Xian'er. Li Xian'er would be a hostage but not in danger. If she could complete Tianhuan's alliance with Shi Xian, Tianhuan would be in an undefeatable position. Otherwise, with Mo Cloud C competing with them in forging, and being weaker offensively than Kunlun, Tianhuan's future was in danger. The opposition claimed that Tianhuan had not reached the point that it needed to send a core member of the sect, like Li Xian'er, to act as hostage. It would be good to eliminate Mo Cloud C, but there was no need to pay such a great price. Also, they thought that Tianhuan was stronger than Mo Cloud C and they should not fear competing with Mo Cloud C. Like right now, when Tianhuan moved, they had the upper hand. In terms of overall strength, Mo Cloud C wasn't on the same level as Tianhuan. The two sides fought. Because it was concerning his granddaughter, the sect leader could not express an opinion. The chief elder who could make the decision was resting with his eyes closed in silence. Suddenly, Li Xian'er stepped out and said calmly, "I am willing to go." The hall immediately quieted. Gongye Xiaorong's expression was panicked. He was about to speak when Li Xian'er gave him a comforting expression. "I'm willing to go. Actually, everyone knows that the risk is not high. Also, even if there is risk, I still think we should agree to Shi Xian's demand. Because Mo Cloud C was more dangerous than Shi Xian and filled with more life." Li Xian'er's beautiful face was as calm as water. Her usual mischievousness had disappeared, and her voice echoed in the hall. "I've seen Zuo Mo, I have interacted with them, I know how strong they are. An opponent like this should not be underestimated. This kind of chance is rare. If we can grab it, we can eliminate a great problem forever. Also, do not forget about Kunlun. We all know that we are a level below Kunlun in terms of offensive power. If we and Kunlun are the only ones left, the ones to fall in the end will be us." The hall was silent. Everyone was stunned by Li Xian'er's words. Mi Nan, Mu Shuang, and Gongye Xiaorong did not have good expressions. What Li Xian'er was saying were things that people usually discussed in secret, but no one had ever talked about it publicly. What is our advantage? Money. We are richer than Kunlun. This is our greatest weapon. We should spread our money to buy and recruit other factions. We need allies. If we have to fight against Kunlun, we need allies. Shi Xian is the most suitable ally. They have vast territory, and a great population. Once Zhongde is eliminated, there will not be any person in control with any real power. They can only rely on us. We will provide them with Shin equipment, with all kinds of fluff. They can outfit enough battalions to help us fight against Kunlun. An enormous amount of cannon fodder. This is what Tianhuan needs. Also, Mo Cloud C's existence will only weaken us. We have to fight them for materials, for market share. This will make Tianhuan poor. Without money, we cannot recruit other factions. We will lose our greatest weapon, we will be in danger." Li Xian'er's words were firm. Chief Elder opened his eyes at this time and showed admiration. He slowly said, "All of you do not think as clearly as a little girl. After returning from this mission, you will become the next sect leader." The Chief Elder announced his decision. Editor's note. For those of you keeping track. Battle General Ranking. 1st Shuidong from Kunlun. 2nd Zhongde from Shi Xian. 3rd Mi Nan from Tianhuan. 4th Gongsun Sha from Mo Cloud C. 5th Yang Yuan Hao from Thunder Sound Temple. 7th Mu Shuang from Tianhuan. 8th Mu Xian from Kunlun. 10th Bihan from Mo Cloud C. Gongye Xiaorong from Tianhuan. Guliang Dao from Guliang Dao faction. Translator Ramblings, Tianhuan is in favor of the smash your enemies to death with money strategy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 815, Yang Yuan Hao's Dilemma. Chapter 815, Yang Yuan Hao's Dilemma. Zuo Mo was very surprised when he received the message. Zhongde sent a message inquiring about the Shin equipment and also sent along a large shipment of materials. This message did not mention Tianhuan at all but expressed Zhongde's thoughts. Zhongde had not agreed to Tianhuan. Zuo Mo had to say that he was very shocked when he received the news. He really could not think of why Zhongde had chosen him. Even the stupidest person could see that the benefits of choosing Tianhuan were far greater than choosing Mo Cloud C. But Zhongde made an unexpected choice. Zuo Mo thought hard about why Zhongde had made this choice, but after thinking for a long time, he could not think of anything. After asking Pu Yao and confirming that Mo Cloud C had received a shipment of materials from Shixian, Zuo Mo's anxiety finally settled. While he did not know what Zhongde was thinking, but it appeared that Zhongde had refused Tianhuan. Zhongde's refusal of Tianhuan was the best news that Zuo Mo had heard in recent days. Zuo Mo threw away his puzzlement and started to consider the effects of Zhongde's unexpected choice on Mo Cloud C. Zhongde was the true holder of power in Shixian. His refusal of Tianhuan meant that Tianhuan's strategic intentions were destroyed. Mo Cloud C's situation was not as bad as it was previously. But had the danger been resolved? Zuo Mo had to admit that Tianhuan's moves had hit Mo Cloud C in their weakness. He could feel it. How could Tianhuan not feel it? Tianhuan's scheme only had one obstacle: Zhongde. Zuo Mo put himself in Tianhuan's position and thought. If it was him, what would he do? Go around Zhongde? Impossible. Zhongde was in control of Shixian at the moment and could not be skirted around. If Zhongde could not be avoided, there was only one solution: eliminate Zhongde. Eliminating Zhongde would be eliminating the only obstacle. Zhongde was a great battle general and heavily protected. How could he be eliminated? Send an army? Zuo Mo shook his head. The price was too high to start a war with the second-ranked battle general and was famed for his viciousness and bloodthirstiness. If Tianhuan was not dumb, they would definitely not do such a thing. Then there was only one choice: assassination. Zuo Mo was startled, his eyes suddenly widening. It definitely would be an assassination. Tianhuan had top experts, and from the information he obtained, the sect leader of Shixian clearly was in agreement to ally with Tianhuan, and would likely act as a spy. Zhongde was in danger. Zuo Mo's heart beat wildly. Yang Yuan Hao had not had a good rest in the past few days. This was very rare for him. His calm and steadiness were his most outstanding traits. He understood himself. No matter what kind of battle it was, he could maintain his calm and stability. The choices he made would never surpass the limits of his ability. He never tried to do anything outside of his abilities. He was always measured and unhurried. It was as though nothing could disturb his peace of mind. His strategic vision was not as good as Shuedong, he was not as decisive as Zhongde, not as experienced as Minan, not as sharp as Gongsun Xia, and compared to Bihan, his explosiveness was lacking. Of the 10 great battle generals, the one that did not have any unique trait was Yang Yuan Hao. He seemed to not have any trait that was outstanding, yet he could always win. His fighting style was just so. All of his skills were strangely equal, and none were better than any other. Of course, being as well-rounded to such a degree was special in itself. He was the only one. However, only people that studied Yang Yuan Hao's fighting methods would understand his terrifying nature. What was scariest about Yang Yuan Hao was that he would always make the appropriate choice at the appropriate time. These choices may not be the best, but they would not be bad. Countless choices formed countless small advantages that would accumulate and, in the end, turn into victory. Yang Yuan Hao's victories would cause other people to feel hopeless. People that were trapped would not detect when they had started to lose. Steadiness, a hope-robbing steadiness. He almost didn't have a weakness. But such a calm and steady mind was thrown into chaos by Zuo Mo's words. What should he do? He could not disguise his disappointment with the present state of the 9 great Diana sects. While he knew that this alliance would have a short honeymoon, but he was still disappointed when this day came so quickly. Zuo Mo's words caused some things he did not want to face to surface in front of him. This was really a dislikable person. He could not refute Zuo Mo's words. Both Kunlun and Tianhuan would definitely welcome him. No matter if it was because of the 9 great Diana sects or himself, who was the 5th ranking battle general. But he also knew that if he sided with Kunlun or Tianhuan, he could receive good treatment but would definitely be unable to enter the inner circles of the two sections. Kunlun and Tianhuan were full of talent, and their inner competition was fierce enough. If he, an outsider, tried to squeeze in, he would be unanimously rejected. The best result would be leading his battalion to guard a base that was not important and live an idle life. The worst-case result would be that he and the 9 great Diana sects would be turned into cannon fodder and sent into the battlefields with the most fighting. None of these were things that he wanted. For any battle general, a chance to fight all kinds of factions like right now was a rare chance. Who did not want to accomplish something? Also, Yang Yuanhao had the ability. As to cannon fodder, no one was willing to be cannon fodder. Yang Yuanhao was not dumb. He naturally understood Zuo Mo's intentions of recruiting him. Based on the situation, Mo Cloud C was actually the most suitable. Mo Cloud C had only been founded for a short time, they did not have any well-established local powers. Zuo Mo himself was a reliable person. Also, Mo Cloud C was strong but had a small territory. They would definitely expand. This way, he did not need to worry that there would be no wars to fight. However, Mo Cloud C's situation was dangerous right now. If they were the least bit careless, they would lose it all. Joining Mo Cloud C at this time meant that he needed to take on this danger as well. The future was unknown. Even if he was willing to take on the risk, other people may not. He was not Zhongde, one person who could decide the fate of all of Xixin. He had power, but the one in charge of Thunder Sound Temple was still the sect leader. Would sect leader be willing to ally with Mo Cloud C right now? He shook his head. Everyone would want to avoid it this time. He decided to go and ask the sect leader. When Yang Yuanhao saw the sect leader, he did not conceal any of his thoughts and reported everything to the sect leader. After the sect leader heard this, he closed his eyes and remained silent. Yang Yuanhao was silent. He knew that sect leader was thinking. If Tianhuan succeeds, what do you think the result is? The sect leader opened his eyes and asked Yang Yuanhao. Yang Yuanhao thought and said, if Tianhuan succeeds, Mo Cloud C will be danger, they will be surrounded and attacked on 3 sides. Mo Cloud C's territory is not connected to them, the sect leader said coolly. Yang Yuanhao stilled and his expression changed slightly. Then they will first get rid of us. How does our Thunder Sound Temple compare to Kunlun and Tianhuan? The sect leader asked. As weak as a baby, Yang Yuanhao responded. In other words, even if we join Tianhuan and Kunlun, we are not needed, and unimportant, the sect leader seemed to say to himself. Yes. While he did not want to admit it, Yang Yuanhao knew that this was the truth. How do we compare to Mo Cloud C? The sect leader asked. We are greatly inferior. Yang Yuanhao's response was honest. How much? The sect leader asked. Yang Yuanhao struggled with this question. After thinking, he said, them 10, us 3. After a while, he thought and then added, them 10, we 2. The sect leader did not care and asked directly, if Lotus Sutra Temple is added? Them 10, us 3. In other words, if we join them, our importance is only 3 out of 13. The sect leader asked, what if we join Tianhuan and Kunlun? What is our importance? Not even 1 in 13. Yang Yuanhao understood what the sect leader meant but couldn't resist saying, however, Mo Cloud C is in danger, and can be destroyed at any time, but... Is it better to give coal in the winter, or give gold to gild the lily? The sect leader asked. But... Is there really not a solution? The sect leader said cryptically. Your mind is better than ours, think hard. Does Mo Cloud C really not have a solution? If we are added, is there still no chance to turn this around? Think, who, like us, is not willing to see Mo Cloud C fall? Yang Yuanhao was stunned where he stood, only one sentence in his mind. Was there really no solution? Zuo Mo was never someone that waited around for others to decide his fate. Ever since he thought of the possibility that Tianhuan would attempt to assassinate Zhongde, Zuo Mo and the others moved. Undoubtedly, there was nothing else at this time that was more important than protecting Zhongde. Zhongde's Abyss Jail Battalion was powerful and his protection would not be a problem. However, there was a great problem. He lacked true top experts. This was usually not a problem, but if there was someone on the inside helping his enemies, Zhongde's safety would be questionable. Zuo Mo's group did not dawdle at all. They traveled day and night at their fastest sped towards Tianhuan. They needed to get to Zhongde before the experts of Tianhuan. If Zhongde did not die, Tianhuan's strategic aim would not be realized. Then this danger to Mo Cloud C was not something that could not be overcome. If they then retreated for 2 years, then they would have enough power to solve all of these problems. Mo Cloud C did not lack Ling farmers. The unique formation Ling fields of Mo Cloud C would be able to be spread used across their territories. The new 44 Jia they took was enough to satisfy Mo Cloud C's demand for materials. After 2 years, their situation would be resolved on its own. But everything was based on the fact that Zhongde would live until then. Only a living Zhongde could stop Tian Huan. For safety, Zuo Mo did not split up his subordinates. The people he took on his journey this time were almost all of the high-level fighting forces in Mo Cloud C. He had enough confidence to fight against the experts of Tian Huan. This would be an unprecedentedly hard battle. The two sides fighting all had reasons that they needed to complete. Translator ramblings: the fate of the world rests on one person. Zhongde. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 816, The Change Among the Yao. Chapter 816, The Change Among the Yao. It was hard to detect the secret battle between Tian Huan and Mo Cloud C if one did not pay attention. All of the Xiuzhi world was in turbulence, yet on the surface, it appeared peaceful. At this time, the internal conflict of the Yao Council of Elders attracted the attention of the world. The cause of the matter was because of a speech that the youngest inner council member, Ming Yuyi, had made at a Yao art house. Ming Yuyi had given a fervent speech, criticizing the present Yao for their relaxed attitude. She used all kinds of examples to illustrate the terrible lives of the Yao Jia that had ended up in the hands of the Xiuzhi. When the speech was broadcast, all of the Yao realm was moved. In the war there were victories and defeats between Yao and Xiuzhi. But overall, the Xiuzhi had held the upper hand. There were many Yao Jias who had been conquered, but up until now, no one had mentioned recovering these lost territories. The Council of Elders seemed to have forgotten them. Until Ming Yuyi pointed to this scar. For the Yao, the successive losses had been a humiliating and painful memory. Under the strong suppression of the Council of Elders, the full impact of these realities had been forgotten. Soon, the news that the Council of Elders had voluntarily given up these Jia from the start, and their strategy of accumulating personal armies to guard their own territories was leaked. The populace was filled with fury. They could not imagine that the great majority of Yao Jia which had fallen had been voluntarily surrendered by the Council of Elders. Even now, the Council of Elders did not proactively try to take back the lost territories. What kind of Council of Elders was this? At a time when many clans had been forced to move due to the calamities of war, these people only wanted to protect their kinsmen, their wealth, and did not care for the life and death of the people that had been conquered. No one could accept this cruel reality. The people used all kinds of methods to express their fury, especially those intermediate and small families. Being the first group to be abandoned, they started to move and team up. Almost all of the Yao art houses stopped classes. The young and spirited youths were almost unanimously opposed to the Council of Elders. All of the Yao were pulled into an unprecedented whirlpool. Facing all kinds of accusations, the Council of Elders remained oddly silent. All the major families also maintained their silence. The major families were connected intimately with the Council of Elders. They were beneficiaries, so they helped the Council of Elders suppress the chaos occurring locally. A tragedy occurred. At a protest event, the battalion responsible for the local public safety had a conflict with the petitioners. 76 people were killed. When this event occurred, all of the Yao were shocked. Even the slowest person realized that a bigger storm was about to come. When Corps Commander Bing Lan stood up and said the Yao should take back the lost Yao Jia, no matter if it was for the Yao that were living there or to make up for past mistakes, it had to be done. This was the first time the military were expressing their opinion publicly. In reality, the conflict between the military and the Council of Elders had been brewing for a long time. The military had always been discontent with the Council of Elders' conservative and defensive strategy, especially those young battle generals that hoped the Yao could also participate in this fight for the world. The Council of Elders' constant and continuous concessions to the Xiuzhi made them feel uncomfortable. Soon after Corps Commander Bing Lan spoke out, other corps commanders followed suit and spoke out in support of taking back lost territories. Some battle generals even mocked the Council of Elders for being useless. They thought that Yao battle generals were not any bit inferior to Xiuzhi battle generals. The Council of Elders were afraid without even fighting. This was distrusting the abilities of the military, and it also showed that the Council of Elders had not adjusted to this era of great change. Past debts and grudges were brought out. The complete annihilation of Ice Frost Corps occurred under Coenluan's ambush, yet the Council of Elders seemed to have forgotten this. More details were uncovered. The only surviving battle general of Ice Frost Corps, the hero Liang Wei, who had been honored in the past, had been relieved of his duties and sent back home. The reason for this was that Liang Wei had desired to fight and take revenge for Ice Frost Corps. The one who had relieved Liang Wei of his duties was Corps Commander Ensure. Corps Commander Ensure was coincidentally a supporter of the Chief Elder of the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders received another great blow. The words of the military became the catalyst of this storm. The Yao world was about to change. The change among the Yao attracted the gaze of the world. Before this, the Yao had been thought of the most united faction. The Shoujo world had been split into the four-realm heaven, the Mo into even more factions. Only the Yao had the Council of Elders that ruled over vast lands. While many people criticized the Yao for not having any ambitions to improve, no one dared to look at them. The Council of Elders had once been seen as a strong existence that would fight Kunlun and Tian Huan for the world. However, the actions of the Council of Elders had caused people to lower their expectations of the Yao. In terms of Shen power, if it wasn't for Ming Yi, no one knew when the Council of Elders would have created the Yao Shen power. When Ming Yi found the method to merge Shen power and spiritual consciousness, she unexpectedly resisted opposition on the council and publicized the basic method. Countless clans benefited. This earned Ming Yi a great reputation. Supposedly, the chief elder had been shocked and angry at Ming Yi's actions. For a long time, Elder Ming Yi had been suppressed. The other reason the Council of Elders was not favored was because of battle generals. The Shoujo world was full of battle generals, and the Mo territories did not lack them. For both the Shoujo and the Yao, their top battle generals were very young. However, the Yao were weak in this area. Most of their corps commanders had been promoted based on their experience. It was rare to see young people at the corps commander level. The promotion and use of young battle generals had always been heavily obstructed. An elder Ming Yi who liked to use young battle generals received the support of young generation of battle generals. Elder Ming Yi daringly promoted Mu Shi to become corps commander, and this filled countless young battle generals with hope. Mu Shi had become the youngest corps commander of the Yao and attracted attention. There was not a lot of conflict over Mu Shi's promotion. Mu Shi's battle with Gongye Xiaorong had increased her fame and propelled her to become one of the top Yao battle generals. In reality, she had become the idol of countless young battle generals. She was the first Yao battle general that had fought with a top Shoujo battle general and won. What was interesting was the clan behind Mu Shi. Palace Lakewood clan was not a small clan. This clan had a long history and was famed for being able to make correct choices. Its unexpected support of Ming Yi caused her prospects to rise. Yet how could the fraction represented by the chief elder just give up? Conflicts started to occur locally. Tragedies started to occur. The leaders of the protesters died quietly in their homes, being assassinated on the street, elders being ambushed. Public safety was continuously worsening. Everyone was in danger. The intelligence on the Yao was the easiest to obtain for Zuo Mo. Puyao's network was unimaginably strong in this area, and all kinds of intelligence gathered like streams into rivers. After Puyao's organization of the details, the entire frame of the matter became clear. On the road to Shixian, Zuo Mo learned everything that was happening to the Yao. This woman is so strong. Zuo Mo could not help but sigh. He knew from their last meeting that Ming Yi was not a friendly person, but seeing her manipulations like this, he could not help but sigh in shock. It was clear that this entire string of events had been orchestrated by Ming Yi in secret. Zuo Mo understood Ming Yi's intentions. Ming Yi wanted to use this method to break out of the endless stalemate for power. He had seen before that Ming Yi's ambitions would not be small. But he hadn't thought that her ambitions were so great. Ming Yi clearly was not willing to slowly wait to be handed power. She clearly could not wait, and the reason that she couldn't was because she saw that these next few years were the most crucial time for fighting for the world. If this kept on getting delayed, the Yao would most likely have not much to do with this fight. Kunlun and Tian Huan were becoming stronger by the day, Mo Cloud Sea and Guliang Dao was prospering, the Nether King of the Mo had conquered the entire Nether realm, the Mo Shen Temple was becoming stronger while weaker powers were being constantly destroyed. What was left were the strongest factions. Battle generals were growing and maturing through these battles. This caused Ming Yi, who had hopes of vying for the world, to feel great pressure. The old age of their battle generals, the inactivity of the Council of Elders, their attitudes of enjoyment. If everything proceeded normally, she probably would only be able to take power in about a decade. Everyone, including the chief elder, were in unspoken agreement that she was the successor. But she could not wait for so long. Such a vicious, decisive, and ambitious woman. Zuo Mo knew there would be a great cleansing after a short yet intense full-out battle between the two sides. Such an ambitious woman like Ming Yi would not be able to tolerate the existence of a restraint. She had the upper hand now. The majority of the military were on her side, the young people were on her side, morality was on her side, fame was on her side, and the so-called righteousness was on her side as well. After a period of cleansing, the Yao would be greatly impacted, but they would be reborn and become a terrifying opponent. And its leader was such a powerful woman. A thought could not be suppressed from coming out of Zuo Mo's mind: this woman had to be stopped. If she united the Yao once more. Zuo Mo saw the similarities to Kunlun on those fanatical Yao, a zealotry similar to Kunlun. The appearance of a new Kunlun, how terrifying would that be? Wait. The appearance of a new Kunlun. A light suddenly flashed through Zuo Mo's mind. Who was the most afraid of a new Kunlun? Not Mo Cloud C, not Tian Huan, it was Kunlun. Kunlun was the most afraid of a fanatical and united a faction like them forming. No one knew better than Kunlun themselves just how terrifying a power like them was. Especially when both sides had large amounts of territory bordering each other. A strong Yao would directly threaten Kunlun. The one that had conquered the majority of Yao territories had been Kunlun. It seemed that he had to find some things for Kunlun to do. Zuo Mo knew that right now, all of Kunlun was focusing on this secret battle between Tian Huan and Cloud Moc. Zuo Mo felt that Kunlun would be happy to see Tian Huan kill Mo Cloud C. Kunlun, how could he let them just watch from the side? While everyone else was so busy. A devious smirk floated at the corner of Zuo Mo's lips. Translator ramblings: the setup to this Yao revolution took so long to set up. Not as long as Zuo Mo's search for his memories, but still a few hundred chapters. 99 pieces of Jingshi on the wall, 99 pieces of Jingshi, take one down, spend it all, 98 pieces of Jingshi on the wall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 817, Zhongda's Mad Idea. Chapter 817, Zhongda's Mad Idea. Soon, all kinds of news about the Yao spread in the shoujo world. Ming Yuyi was described as the strongest woman in Yao history. Her actions won her countless praises, and she was thought of as the only hope of the Yao prospering again. The power struggle among the Yao immediately became the topic that the people in the shoujo world discussed over tea. However, for sects like Kunlun, what they saw was not just limited to this. Kunlun had actually received related intelligence long ago. Yet the information they had received before had not been so detailed. At the start, they had thought that this was just a normal power struggle. But as more detailed information appeared, their wariness of Ming Yuyi quickly increased. If Ming Yuyi could truly succeed, then the Yao would become even stronger, and would be a great threat to Kunlun. Once Kunlun realized this, they could not sit still. As the strongest in the world, Kunlun had always thought of the world as their future territory. The Yao ruled by Ming Yuyi was not something that was beneficial for Kunlun. The abilities that Ming Yuyi showed caused Kunlun to believe that if the Yao really came under her leadership, they would quickly transform to become a rival top faction. The present Yao, in Kunlun's eyes, was only a paper tiger. Their threat was smaller than Mo Cloud C. This could be seen from the battalions stationed at the borders. The battalions stationed at the border of the Yao were not elite. But the Yao had such a strong foundation. It had always maintained its method of rule through the Council of Elders and never had significant infighting. The accumulation and foundations built over thousands of years was astounding. They were not strong now because the higher ranks lacked ambition. Once someone like Ming Yuyi took power, then the power the Yao would display would be terrifying. At that time, the threat that Kunlun needed to face would increase drastically. They could not sit and watch such a thing occur. While the higher-ups in Kunlun concluded this, the information had come so suddenly there definitely had been people manipulation this from the shadows. But even though they knew someone else was behind this, Kunlun had to respond. Of all the factions, the one with the most territory bordering the Yao was Kunlun. This was an open conspiracy. But Kunlun's hand was forced. Small group of Kunlun's elite started to move towards the Yao. At the same time, the secret envoy to meet up with the chief elder also moved. Kunlun decided to give chief elder their support. A divided Yao council that was fighting among themselves was one that Kunlun was happy to see. Zuo Mo threw this problem to one side. For him, the state of the world was something for an overlord like Kunlun to think about. The urgent problem was to face Tian Huan's attacks. They disguised themselves, traveling day and night, and finally arrived at Shixian. On the way, Zuo Mo had sent a message to Zhongde. Zuo Mo finally sighed in relief when he saw Zhongde with his own eyes. Before he reached the enemies still had a chance. Now, unless all of the top experts of Kunlun came, they had no chance to assassinate Zhongde in front of him. When Zhongde saw Zuo Mo, he was not surprised. His expression was calm. I thought that you would arrive soon. Zuo Mo was shocked but immediately recovered his calm. Why has Mr. Zhong refused Tian Huan? Zhong Di did not respond. He suddenly said gravely. Other than Sure Pei, everyone else out. No one in the military council made a sound. They all silently left with solemn expressions. Only a youth next to Zhong Di did not move. Zuo Mo knew that this person must be the Sure Pei that Zhong Di mentioned. It seemed that this was the second in command of the Abyss Jail Battalion. Zuo Mo couldn't resist but examine Sure Pei. Sure Pei was not very old, about 28 or so. He was tall, had cold features, and his face was covered in crisscrossing scars. It could be seen that his original appearance had been very handsome. He stood expressionlessly behind Zhong Di like a statue. From beginning to end, he did not move. Seeing everyone else leave, Zhong Di finally spoke. But when he did, Zuo Mo was given a fright. Shi Xian is already beyond cure. Zhong Di seemed to be describing something he was not concerned about. His expression did not change at all. Even with 10 more years, Shi Xian cannot be saved. Zuo Mo hadn't thought that Zhong Di had such a depressing outlook on Shi Xian. He was puzzled. While Shi Xian has many problems, they have the foundation. With time, there may be a chance. No chance. Zhong Di shook his head. Shi Xian is rotten to the core. They have been ruined for decades, there is no cure. They had stopped training young talents for a long time. I searched all of Shi Xian and there is none that can be used. To catch up on a few decades is not so simple. If this was a time of peace, and there are no outside threats, 10 years, 20 years, then maybe there would be a chance. Didn't Tian Huan promise 10 years? Zuo Mo asked curiously. Zhong Di's thoughts were actually not very different from what Zuo Mo and the others thought. The training of the younger disciples could not be completed in 1 or 2 years. Without 10 to 20 years, there was no real effect to be seen. Shi Xian's lack of talent was caused because it had not placed importance on training young disciples for the past few decades. A cold sneer appeared on Zhong Di's scar-covered face. Would Tian Huan sincerely want Shi Xian to grow strong? In their eyes, Shi Xian is just a great cannon fodder. They will think of all the ways they can for Shi Xian to be first to use up Kunlun's strength. Then they will benefit from standing by the side. The present Tian Huan is much stronger than Shi Xian. Once you are eliminated, Tian Huan will be even stronger. Under Tian Huan's control, Shi Xian doesn't have a chance of fighting back. Zuo Mo was not persuaded because the present Shi Xian did not have a chance. In comparison, allying with Tian Huan was more beneficial for Shi Xian. He didn't believe that Zhong Di did not see this. But why had Zhong Di said so much? Zhong Di seemed to know that these words could not persuade Zuo Mo. His eyes were half-lidded as he said lightly, I plan to give Shi Xian to Gu Liangdao. Zuo Mo shook in surprise and then understood. So this was why. All of his confusion was resolved. When he had learned that Zhong Di only had 3 years to live, Zuo Mo and the others had speculated who Zhong Di would choose as the successor. The most likely was the present sect leader of Shi Xian. The present sect leader of Shi Xian wasn't just the legitimate choice, he had also been the one to invite Zhong Di to come back into the world. Once Zhong Di passed away, if there were no accidents, he would undoubtedly take power again. Zuo Mo had once thought that Zhong Di would try to find Gu Liangdao and he had tried to connect the two. However, Gu Liangdao seemed to have completely given up on Shi Xian. He hadn't thought that even in this situation, Zhong Di still planned to give Shi Xian to Gu Liangdao. Was Zhong Di so disappointed with the sect leader of Shi Xian? The biggest obstacle to Gu Liangdao taking Shi Xian was the Shi Xian's traditional faction led by the sect leader. When Zhong Di had first came back, he had once made a great cleansing of Shi Xian's ranks. At that time, blood had flowed in rivers. Under the knife, the Shi Xian's traditional faction had suffered great losses and had to bow their heads. They had leaned towards siding with Zhong Di, but Zhong Di had ignored them, so they had sided with the sect leader of Shi Xian. Only the sect leader speaking up had prevented their deaths. He hadn't thought that Zhong Di's butcher knife was only delayed in waiting here. Zuo Mo knew that once Zhong Di decided to give Shi Xian to Gu Liangdao, he would definitely get rid of all obstacles for Gu Liangdao. This time, Zhong Di would probably remove the sect leader of Shi Xian as well. Big Brother Gu agreed? Zuo Mo suppressed his shock and asked. In his view, Big Brother Gu had his own thoughts, and would not be easily persuaded. No, Zhong Di was still expressionless. But he will agree. Zuo Mo didn't believe it, but he saw that Zhong Di was very certain, as though he had a way to make Gu Liangdao agree. Zuo Mo still didn't quite understand why Zhong Di would choose Gu Liangdao. What he needed to consider now was what changes would occur if Shi Xian was given to Gu Liangdao. Open the Jia map, Zhang De suddenly said to Sherpei. Sherpei expressionlessly opened the Jia map of Shixian. On the map, a red line separated Shixian in two. I plan to give this part to you. Zhang De's words were astounding. Zuo Mo wasn't just stunned but completely speechless. Was something wrong with this guy's head? This area was almost 1/3 of Shixian, and contained some important Jia. But after the initial shock, Zuo Mo looked closely. Zhang De might be mad, but he was a person who was very goal-oriented. He seemed mad, but he definitely had his own goals. Eliminating stray thoughts, Zuo Mo saw some things. This area was not small, but they were all areas bordering Tianhuan. Once Zuo Mo took these Jia, then Shixian would not be threatened by Tianhuan at all. Their only worry was their border with Kunlun. But after close inspection, Zuo Mo had to sigh at Zhang De's skill. There was a natural defensive Jia at the connection to Kunlun. If there was an elite battalion stationed there, they could block Kunlun with little risk. After cutting off their flesh, Shixian would be rid of a great burden. The area they had to defend would shrink greatly, and their resources could be concentrated. And if it really was Guliang Dao that took power, Zuo Mo believed that Kunlun would not be able to break through Guliang Dao's defense. This way, Shixian's torn-up defense line would immediately become impenetrable, and their pressure would decrease greatly. Zhang De was terrifying. Standing in front of the Jia map, Zuo Mo was motionless and deep in thought. Zhang De closed his eyes in silence. He had to admit that the lure that Zhang De threw out was too tempting. The present Mo Cloud Sea was only 113 IE, and the area that Zhang De had drawn out was 3 times bigger than Mo Cloud Sea. But if they could get this area, then the problem of Mo Cloud Sea's supply of materials could almost be all resolved by themselves. This vast area contained richer mines. If they were developed properly, Mo Cloud Sea's strength would expand. The small size of their territory had become the bottleneck stopping Mo Cloud Sea from going a step further. In these past 6 years, Mo Cloud Sea had secretly trained middle management talent for their expansion strategy. Due to this, there were no problems in terms of manpower. Mo Cloud Sea had the ability to take these Jia in a short time. But after swallowing this fat piece of meat, the drawbacks were also very clear. Once they took over this area, the long border would increase the pressure on Mo Cloud Sea. Right now, Mo Cloud Sea was a hedgehog with almost no weakness. Any person that attacked would leave bloodied. This meant that Mo Cloud Sea only needed to maintain a few elite battalions and not enormous numbers of normal battalions. Such a long border, and it was Tianhuan. This meant that they needed to station large numbers of battalions to deal with the threat of Tianhuan. Zuo Mo's expression shifted and wavered. Translator ramblings, either the present sect leader of Shixian or his father would have been the person who ganged up with the other sects to exterminate the Zuo family. I can't imagine Kunlun and Tianhuan coming into Shixian without Shixian finding out. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 818 Hidden Trump Card. Chapter 818 Hidden Trump Card. Mist Tribe. Ever since Lan returned to the tribe, the Mist people found to their shock that their cultivation speed had suddenly multiplied. In this region of the Mist Sea, there didn't seem to be any beasts that could threaten them. After a transportation formation between the main tribe and the Cloud Island was opened, it was easy to travel outside the Mist Sea. The Mist people gradually stepped out of the Cloud Sea and started to interact with the outside world. The young Mist people entered schools, learning all kinds of interesting knowledge. The great majority of them entered the Battle General School, and the most accomplished among them is Bingyu. Bingyu, who had once cried Mist people tears, had unexpectedly chose the Battle General School. The calm and composed demeanor that defined the Mist people had led her to have outstanding results in the Battle General School. She became one of the top-ranked among the young battle generals of Mo Cloud Sea. Gongsun Sha, who managed the Battle General School, was full of praise for her. Information flowed into this isolated tribe. The Mist tribe changed constantly. Many of the products of the Mist tribe were in demand outside. High-grade cloud mist was a good material to make nimbus clouds, and the use of high-grade ice crystals were even more widespread. Only the Mist people had the ability to travel deep into the Cloud Sea to collect these two materials. The Mist tribe quickly became wealthy in Underland's direction. The tribe leader Bing Yao made a trip to the Cloud Island to find Zuo Mo in hopes that Zuo Mo could help them forge a batch of Shin equipment suited for the Mist people. They were willing to pay all the expenses. This batch of Shin equipment was called the Mo Mist Shin equipment. The Mist tribe became even stronger. As their living standards increased, the number of new births among the Mist people increased greatly as well. The prosperity of the tribe caused the leader, Bing Yao's mouth be stretched in a smile every day. A great amount of Lan's power had recovered. As the tribe's lives got better, the tribe's belief in Lan grew even stronger. The resolute belief constantly repaired Lan's damaged body. Lan's body was completely renewed as the bones of the body were healed. The now complete set of bones had become ice crystal-like with a faint blue. If one looked closely, they would find that there were layers of tiny scripts in the light ice crystals. There were thousands of layers of these scripts. Lan had spent a whole 7 years in the deepest part of the Cloud Sea, absorbing countless ice mist crystals to strengthen this body. It was finally finished. Lan was slightly emotional. For totems, time was just a concept, but there was still a sense of urgency for the tribe. The Mist People tribe was not strong. Even though the development of the tribe had been good recently, and they had grown in population, they were still a small tribe. As the totem of the tribe, Lan paid more attention to the outside world more than anyone in the tribe. The tens of thousands of years allowed him to see through the mists. The Mist People tribe was too minuscule, even in Mo Cloud Sea. In the entire world, they were even more insignificant. Lan knew that no other faction would be like Zuo Mo and give them such good benefits with their power. But if he wanted the tribe to receive more living space, better investment in development, they had to contribute their power to Mo Cloud Sea, and become a more important part of Mo Cloud Sea. It had been Lan's order for Bingyu to enter the Battle General School. It was a pity that the Mist People were too few in number. Otherwise, they could form a Mist People battalion and fight for Mo Cloud Sea. In this era, there was nothing more valuable than service. However, Lan had started to prepare all this. Once those young Mist People who entered the Battle General Schools grew up, once the tribe had more people, the Mist People would be able to create a Mist People battalion. One day. But until that day, all of the duties of the tribe, all the merit they needed to earn, Lan was the only person who could do it. This was the responsibility that fell on Lan's shoulders as the totem warrior of the tribe. Also, Zuo Mo and Mo Cloud Sea did not seem to be in a good situation recently. Lan thought about Gongsun Cha's request. After thinking, he immediately made a decision. A thought covered all of the tribe. A thought spread in ripples. All of the Mist People unconsciously stopped what they were doing. Shock flashed across their faces and then they unhesitatingly sprinted towards the Shin Temple. Countless figures flashed through the sky. Everyone had grave expressions and were silent. Moments later, everyone in the tribe had gathered outside the Shin Temple. The tribe leader, Bing Yao, stood at the very front with an expression of barely hidden excitement. Open the restricted land. An authoritative and cold voice sounded from inside the Shin Temple into the ears of every Mist person. The Mist People present all shook. Shock and excitement rose on their grave faces. The restricted land. The Mist People's restricted land, a territory they had guarded for more than 10,000 years. It was about to be opened. A blinding blue light suddenly flew out of the Shin Temple and shot towards the restricted land. Moments later, the ground trembled and boomed, the ice mist in the air clinking and rattling. The Mist People were prostrated on the ground with devout expressions. Lan floated in the air above the Shin Temple. The figure was just a skeleton, but the authoritative presence shrouded the entire region. Countless hair-thin rays of blue light appeared in the restricted land and flew towards Lan in the air. Lan did not look at them and slowly floated down to the ground. The moment that Lan's feet touched the ground, the blue energies wrapped onto the skeletal body. Starting from the feet, something began to take form. Lan did not seem to feel it and slowly stepped forward. With every step, the endless blue energies took form. They formed combat boots, greaves, joints. The blue energy started from the toes, and then pushed up and grew along the armor as it materialized. When Lan walked to the front of the crowd, an exquisite battle armor covered in patterns took form. The battle armor covered all of Lan. The ice blue battle armor seemed to be made from layers of ice crystals and was so breathtakingly beautiful. What shocked everyone was that the battle armor was slender and curved. It was a female warrior's battle armor. Lan was actually a female totem warrior. The blue energy did not stop and continued to take form above Lan's head. An icy blue and transparent umbrella appeared in Lan's hand. The handle of the umbrella seemed to be carved from ice. The ribs of the umbrella were deep blue. There were 18 ice crystals tied with long blue tassels that dangled from the edge of the umbrella and clinked harmoniously as they swayed. Wearing battle armor, holding an ice umbrella, Lan seemed to have stepped out of a portrait. After sleeping for 10,000 years, you and I are able to once again fighting side by side. The voice spoke from behind the mask. All of the Mist People were overcome with excitement. The older Mist People cried. Everyone recognized the figure in front of them. That legend that was worshipped in their Shin Temple, the tale that was told to every generation of Mist People, the legendary guardian protector of the Mist Tribe, the strongest totem warrior in the Mist People tribal's history. No one knew her name, but every mist person could recognize her. Bing Yao's tears streamed down his face. The god of the mist people, you have never abandoned your clan. As though she could hear the shout in Bing Yao's mind, a clear icy voice sounded by everyone's ears as through it came from the ancient era. I, Lan, the totem of mist, worshipped by the mist people for generations, swear if my soul and body is not deceased, will not dishonor the name of totem and protect the mist people. Mo Cloud C. Gongsun Sha walked out of the transportation formation and stepped onto this nondescript cloud island. The cloud island was about 200 mu and was a pitifully small island in Mo Cloud Sea. There were no seal formations or jinji on this little island that was covered in fauna. There was no need for any jinji because living here was a top-level Shin power expert. How come you are here? The old many looked at Gongsun Sha with surprise and then realized, you encountered trouble? Ever since he was reunited with a Gue, he had decided to stay at Mo Cloud Sea. He liked peace, so he found an unpopulated cloud island for himself. Other than going to see a Gue occasionally, he spent all of his time on the island. Yes. Gongsun Sha did not tarry and said briskly. I have come to ask Mr. to fight. Who? The old man's eyes widened. Tian Huan. Gongsun Sha responded. Oh, I heard you are in a sorry state. I was saying, just letting people beat on you and not retaliating, that's not that boy's style. The old man smacked his lips. Gongsun Sha had a small smile but did not speak. He could hear the old man's exasperation. A Gue was faithfully loyal to Zuo Mo, and no matter how much the old man did not like Zuo Mo, he couldn't do a thing. The old man snorted coldly and showed his missing and yellowed teeth. He said to himself, I need to show the brat what a true Shin power expert is. All of Mo Cloud Sea started to move at high speed. This was the first time Mo Cloud Sea was moving with other factions. Their allies this time was the elite of Gu Liangdao's faction led by Shuang Yu. Gongsun Sha had been planning their counterattack on Tian Huan all this time. However, sending a battalion could not change a secret war. Also, they could not rely on guerrilla warfare because Zuo Mo had taken too many experts with him. So when Gu Liangdao contacted Gongsun Sha became alert. If Gu Liangdao and Mo Cloud Sea were allied together, they could deal with the problem of experts. Shuang Yu was a top expert. Adding on the old man, the forces could not be dismissed. But Gongsun Sha did not rashly attack. He knew that there was only one chance for a surprise gambit like this. If they attacked and alerted the enemy, there would not be a chance like this again in the future. He started to design a detailed plan. In order to have greater effect, he used all of Mo Cloud Sea's intelligence network. In order to increase their military force, Gongsun Sha even sent a request for reinforcement from the Mist People tribe. The good news was that Nan Yu's group had finished their mission and returned. Qinghua Shui and Xie Shan also came out of seclusion almost at the same time. Gongsun Sha sighed in relief. The manpower was enough to support this battle plan. When Lan appeared, Gongsun Sha was also stunned where he stood. Then he was overjoyed and his confidence increased. He had never thought that Lan would participate. Lan's attention-catching actions caused Gongsun Sha to immediately know her strength, a top Shin power expert. Shuang Yu, who had secretly traveled to Mo Cloud Sea, was left mouth-gaped with eyes wide. Mo Cloud Sea had a hidden top-level Shin power expert. The familiar vibrations from Lan's ice-blue battle armor caused Shuang Yu to realize this was a Shin device raiment. Mo Cloud Sea had a secret top-level Shin power expert with a Shin device raiment. For the first time, Shuang Yu had the feeling that Mo Cloud Sea was unfathomable. Then, Shuang Yu believed that their mission this time would succeed. Even they hadn't known that Mo Cloud Sea had hidden such a trump card. Tian Huan was going to be out of luck. Editor's note, poor Shuang Yu. It isn't just the one Shin device raiment that hasn't been revealed. Op MC Powers. Translator ramblings. Zuo Mo was so fortunate to have come across Lan's bones and then coincidentally ended up where the Mist tribe was living. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 819, Struggle. Chapter 819, Struggle. Zuo Mo stared at the GM map in front of him with bloodshot eyes. He had been staring motionlessly at the GM map for almost 6 hours. Shixian was a little over 800 jia and 1/3 of that was 200 and almost 300 jia. How big was Mo Cloud Sea? 113 jia. If they could take down all this, Mo Cloud Sea could expand to almost 400 jia. This number was about to almost 2/3 of the 9 Great Diana Sect's total territories. But that long and tattered border would cause Mo Cloud Sea's defense to become a big problem. Zhong De was slightly surprised. He had originally thought that when something so great and free was handed to him, Zuo Mo would excitedly agree without hesitation. He hadn't thought that while Zuo Mo was excited, he did not immediately agree. A territory of almost 300 jia, yet someone would hesitate for 6 hours. Zhong De re-evaluated Zuo Mo. He had not underestimated Mo Cloud C, he actually had a high opinion of Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C was the ally that Zhong De chose for Gu Liangdao. Putting aside Gu Liangdao's good friendship with Zuo Mo Cloud C's strength was what he thought highly of. He had other deeper considerations for giving almost 1/3 of Shixian to Mo Cloud C. Mo Cloud C was stronger than Gu Liangdao, much stronger. The two would be neighbors. If they were to be allies, they needed to be of similar strength. However, Mo Cloud C had a firmer foundation. Once they digested the 300 jia, they would become even stronger. A Mo Cloud C that was too strong was not beneficial for a developing Shixian. In Zhong De's view, Gu Liangdao was strong, but he clearly was not at the same level as Zuo Mo. This could be seen from the comparison of the two's forces. Of Gu Liangdao's force, other than himself, only Xuanyu and Xiao were acceptable. They lacked talents. But Mo Cloud C, Wei Shang, Gongsun Cha, Bihan, Zhong Ru, a list of names that could blind and awe people. Even someone with such a resolute mind as Zhong De was not willing to become enemies against them. The long border would drag Mo Cloud C into a tedious and difficult struggle with Tianhuan and slow Mo Cloud C's development. Only when the two sides were in balance could a long-lasting alliance form. 10 years. Zhong De estimated that Shixian would need 10 years under Gu Liangdao in order to recover. If there was not a titan like Tianhuan, Zhong De thought that Mo Cloud C would only need 5 years to become a new titan of the same level as Kunlun and Tianhuan. Zhong De felt that he had not underestimated Zuo Mo, but at this time, he found that he had still underestimated Zuo Mo's foresight. The guy who was said to be peerlessly greedy and only thought of profit was able to maintain his calm in the face of almost 300 jia. Such a terrifying person. Zhong De suddenly suspected whether or not his decision was correct. Could Gu Liangdao really fight against such a monster? Could he really fight against such a monstrous faction? But then he grimaced. Other than Gu Liangdao, he did not have a better choice. Gu Liangdao was the most outstanding young person from Shixian's lineage. He understood the present sect leader. If he gave Shixian to the sect leader, the end of the 10-year agreement would be the time that Shixian would die. Zhong De's heart was like rock. After wavering slightly, he recovered. A pair of eyes that flashed with excitement and madness entered his field of view. His heart suddenly shuddered, but his expression did not change. What have you decided? Zuo Mo looked closely at Zhong De's eyes and said in a deep voice, I also want this piece. His finger flicked and a curving streak of light appeared on the jia map. A region about 30 jia was outlined at the lower right corner of the area that Zhong De had proposed. Zhong De's pupils suddenly contracted. After Zhong De came out of his seclusion, he had studied repeatedly. As the second-ranking battle general of the 10 top battle generals, Zhong De was bloodthirsty and savage, but he was unusually wary in his attitude towards war. No one knew how many times he had studied this jia map. Every detail of this jia map had been imprinted into his mind long ago. Without any effort, it could be redrawn completely in his mind. This area where Tianhuan and Shixian borders were shared was a long and flat wedge between Shixian and the 9 great Diana sects. It was a complex place where 3 factions intersected. Back in the time when Xian Kong Temple existed, the 3 factions had been restrained by the balance between the 3 forces. That area had become an area that none of the 3 factions could dominate. Due to this, large numbers of small but complex factions existed there. The fall of Xian Kong Temple and the rise of the 9 great Diana sect caused them to quickly consume these little factions to form this strange area. On the 30 jia that Zuo Mo drew included the area where Shixian and the 9 great Diana sects shared borders. If Zhong De still did not know Zuo Mo's intentions now, then his reputation as the second-best battle general was false. 9 great Diana sects. Mo Cloud C had a close relationship with the 9 great Diana sects, closer than expected. Zhong De sighed inside. He knew that his intentions of using Tianhuan to restrain Mo Cloud C had failed. Zuo Mo's intentions in demanding these 30 jia were clear. The territory connected to the 9 great Diana sects, and he would open a passage between Cloud MOC and the 9 great Diana sections. This way, Tianhuan's wedge territory would be facing enemies on 2 fronts. Mo Cloud C's battalions could attack by traveling through the territory of the 9 great sects and easily detour behind Tianhuan to attack. Mo Cloud C that possessed Gongsun Cha and Bihan could easily cleave this wedge-shaped territory from Tianhuan's flesh and bring it under Mo Cloud C's control. The border between Mo Cloud C and Tianhuan would drastically shorten. Zhong De was now in a dilemma. With Mo Cloud C's strength, the possibility they would succeed was a high. That way, rather than restraining Mo Cloud C, it was giving Mo Cloud C a great opportunity. But without Mo Cloud C, Gu Liangdao who took over Shixian would not be able to survive. He only had 2 years left. After 2 years, Shixian would only have one top battle general left, Gu Liangdao. In Zhong De's view, Gu Liangdao had good skill but he was too honest, and was not intimidating enough. Zhong De was able to protect Shixian by himself. No one dared to invade. Even Quan Luan and Tian Huan did not dare to easily start a war. This was because he was ruthless and bloodthirsty. There was only one result of fighting against him: blood flowing in rivers. In this time where multiple factions were facing off, no one dared to be damaged so much. What is your decision? Zuo Mo's tone was just like Zhong De's had been previously. Zhong De knew that the other saw through his intentions. However, he did not care. Power struggles would always exist between factions and had nothing to do with friendships. He was a decisive person and said, "Then I'll give you this region as well." His finger swiped, and he drew out another 20 jie at the border of the 30 jie that Zuo Mo had just circled. Allying with Mo Cloud C was an essential condition to the survival of Shixian. Zhong De did not have a choice, his hand was forced in the matter. Zuo Mo looked for a while and saw some things. Zhong De seemed to have casually picked out 20 jie. He seemed to have lost a big part of territory for nothing, but in truth, he had drastically decreased the border between Shixian and Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo was full of admiration towards Zhong De. As expected of the second best battle general, Zhong De was so calm to the point of cruelty. He did not linger or hesitate over territory. He did not care for reputation or tradition. For his strategic aims, he could give up everything else. Such a terrifying person. But these 20 jie were free for Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo knew that Zhong De was near the end of his life and knew that Zhong De was also making a path for Gu Liangdao. Zuo Mo did not worry about Gu Liangdao's Shixian. This had nothing to do with friendship, it was a judgment of the situation. The reason that Zhong De was so generous was because he knew Gu Liangdao would not be able to protect an enormous Shixian alone. Actually, Zuo Mo was slightly worried. Even the smaller Shixian was more than 500 jie. All of 9 Great Diana sects was just a little more than 600 jie. Looking at the present situation Yang Yuan Hao was in would show just how hard it was to manage such a large territory. Gu Liangdao's path was harder than his own. Agreed. Zuo Mo said solemnly. He was full of spirit. Mo Cloud C's era of being in its turtle shell was about to finally finish. Good. Zhong De nodded expressionlessly. He then said, "Tian Huan's people have arrived." Zuo Mo's attention was immediately moved. Zhong De was the crux of everything. For Shixian. For Mo Cloud C. His safety the most important. They came slightly earlier than you. Li Xianair was escorted to the Abyss Fiend jail. A hint of coldness flashed through Zhong De's eyes. Let's go see Tian Huan's future. Finishing, he walked outside. Zuo Mo was lightly shocked. He knew Li Xianair's status in Tian Huan. He asked in puzzlement. Why would Tian Huan send Li Xianair? Hostage. Zhong De said coldly. Otherwise, the sect leader would not dare to act out this plan. The sect leader is too stupid. I've guarded the Abyss Fiend jail for decades, how can I not have any safeguards? Tian Huan came carefully and my people did not detect them. The sect leader was in too much of a hurry to send Li Xianair to the Abyss Fiend jail. Zuo Mo heard that while Zhong De said sect leader, there was no respect in his tone. He is devious and has great patience, Zhong De said coolly, but is not decisive or confident enough. His desire for power is too great. Zuo Mo was filled with curiosity but he did not want to be dragged into Shixian's matters. He perceptibly did not ask. The group followed Zhong De towards the Abyss Fiend jail. In order not to attract attention, they did not fly, but walked along the walls. Suddenly, Wei Shang stopped walking, and his gaze focused. Zuo Mo motioned for everyone to stop. Zuo Mo and the others were in sync and spread out, ready to fight. Shi Pei next to Zhong De stepped forward to protect him. The other guards were on their guard. Wei Shang's expression was at ease and unaffected. The god-killing blood sword slowly rose. Everywhere Wei Shang passed, there seemed to be a black and bottomless abyss. Wei Shang's eyes became like bloody glass, but his expression did not change. Kill! A thunderous shout and the rock wall in front of them suddenly shattered and rained down on them. Wei Shang's sword drew out. A blood-red sword energy entered the shattered energies. The sword energy that entered the shattered stone seemed to be hit by something incoming and suddenly gave off bright white light. The blinding light immediately consumed the group. Everyone's sight became filled with white. They could not see a thing, and the surrounding presences were in chaos. Sharp murderousness filled the air. Zuo Mo didn't know what this white light was. Under the white light, he could not see a thing. What was strangest was the white light could disrupt the consciousness. Zuo Mo's consciousness that was spread out was crushed by the light. The enemy did not seem to be affected. 8 different murderous presences locked onto him and caused his skin to tremble. Yet Zuo Mo reacted quickly and his expression changed. Fishing in muddy waters. The other's target was Zhongde. Damn it! At this time, a muffled grunt came from the white light. Zuo Mo's heart suddenly sank. It was Sure Pei. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo is starting to become a land tycoon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 820, Trap. Chapter 820, Trap. A layer of complex shadowed scripts appeared over Mi Wu's eyes. The strong white light was filtered by the shadow script, protecting his eyes. He could clearly see every detail. Mi Wu of the Mi family was the most talented member of his generation. He had talent that was to be admired, and he did not waste his talent. From childhood, he worked hard. As one of the great families of Tianhuan, the Mi family naturally raised him in a good environment. The Mi family was overjoyed to have produced such a genius. Even the top battle general of Tianhuan, Mi Nan, paid attention to him. The Mi family's teachings, his own hard work, and outstanding talent combined to create a stunningly skilled youth. Of the top experts in Tianhuan, the most famous were the 4 seats and the 12 rings. The 4 seats were the first 4 disciples of Tianhuan: Li Xian'er, Mi Wu, Sang Dong, Jin Shaoyi. Under every seat were 3 ring masters. Each ring master controlled an elite force. The 4 seats and the 12 rings represented the highest combat force of Tianhuan, especially the 4-seated disciples. These 4 seats were the genius youths that Tianhuan had trained over the past few years. They were even stronger than the elders of the previous generation. If Chief Elder was said to be a supreme existence in Tianhuan, then the 4 seats ranked just below the sect leader, Mi Nan, and Mu Shuang. Li Xian'er would become the future sect leader, and the other 3 members would become prominent elders of Tianhuan. Mi Wu's fighting method was unpredictable like his name, like the ancient shamans. He had a quiet and thoughtful personality. While he was from a prestigious clan, he did not have excessive pride. His pure white robe was untouched by dust. The blinding white light was Tianhuan's secret, silver light flashbang. It did not have any offensive power, but it could blind people with its almost unimaginable brightness. Even if one had Shin power, it would not be able to avoid its effects. The most terrifying effect was that it could cause all of the energies in the area to become chaotic. The seal scripts on Mi Wu's eyes allowed him to avoid the effects the silver light. Zhong Da. Mi Wu's pupils contracted slightly as he cast the Shin methodology. The Shen glyph on his hand lit up slightly. Suddenly, the Shin glyph on his palm seemed to come alive. It became 3-dimensional and spun. 6 imperceptible lights suddenly flew out of the energetically spinning Shin glyphs. They were like 6 nimble snakes that silently flew towards Zhongde. Mi Wu had absolute confidence in this mission because all of Tianhuan put great importance on this mission. 3 of the 4 seats had come. Other than Li Xian'er who had come to be the hostage, there was Mi Wu and Jin Shaoyi. Other than this, there were also other experts, and 4 ring masters. The composition of their team was so grand that Mi Wu felt there was no reason they would not succeed. Jin Shaoyu's Shin glyph flowed. Little arrows floated in a dense group next to him. Every little arrow was made from Shin glyphs was astounding in power. These little arrows vibrated minutely and murderousness filled the battlefield. Everyone's attention was attracted by these murderous little arrows. Zhongde did not have any strong experts with him. There were no experts of their level in Shixian. If they could find Zhongde, and avoid the defense of the battalion, the possibility they would succeed was high. Creating chaos, Jin Shaoyu and the other people would attract the attention of the enemy and Mi Wu would deliver the fatal blow. This was their strategy. Sure Pei's expression changed dramatically. He advanced rather than retreating, a ball of bloody energy forming in his hand that he threw forward. A Shen glyph hit the bloody energy. The Shen glyph suddenly lit up with a strange light. In a blink, the blood energy was completely absorbed. The Shin glyph turned into an eerie bloody glyph. It trembled and then continued to shoot at Zhongde. Sure Pei grunted and flew out as though he had been hit with a hammer. Mi Wu was unaffected. The other was just a battle general and was insignificant compared to a top expert like him. The 6 Shin glyph snakes were locked onto Zhongde. Without any more obstacles, they shot in front of Zhongde. Mi Wu's heart finally stirred. Zhongde was going to die. Just as he thought Zhongde would die to the 6 Shinglyph snakes, a withered hand appeared without warning in front of Zhongde. A thin Dionysios with closed eyes appeared in front of Zhongde out of thin air. His withered hand was like a fragile flower. Impossible. Mi Wu's eyes widened as he looked in disbelief at the scene occurring in front of him. No one could see under the silver light flashbang. Even they themselves were helpless if they did not prepare beforehand. Even Dionysios could not do it. The consciousness was useless. Who was this person? Mi Wu's heart suddenly sank. How could there be such a strong expert around Zhongde? Their intelligence was faulty. The hand formed a seal and 6 grey sutra characters flew out of Zhongru's hands to face the 6 Shinglyph snakes. Snap! The sutra characters encountered the Shinglyph snakes and exploded like smoke. The grey mist shrouded the Shinglyph snakes. The Shinglyph snakes were covered in a layer of grey. Mi Wu's expression changed slightly. Wish power. Such strong wish power. The left half of his body started to feel slightly numb. An ugly grey mark appeared on his left shoulder. Was this a survivor of Xian Kong Temple? The 9 great Dhyana sects did not have such a strong Dionysios. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He did not dare to slack off. The Shen glyph in his hand spinning urgently as his Shin power surged. Pew! His left shoulder suddenly exploded, and the grey mark was destroyed. The terrifying feeling of numbness finally disappeared. All this happened in flash, yet the amount of Shin power used surpassed his predictions. Mi Wu's expression became grave. He could detect that the other was just as strong as any of the 3 ring masters under his command. Adding on the unpredictable and eerie Shin power, this was a troublesome person. However, the other was delusional to think that they could stop him with just this strength. Mi Wu brimmed with murderousness. But when his gaze focused on a 3-flanged Dhyana staff on the other's hand which had suddenly appeared, his expression froze on his face. This vibration. Shen device. Jin Xiaoyu was acting as planned. Every little arrow was vibrating violently as though they were hungry and hornets waiting to move and consume. The sword essence just now made him feel a sliver of fear, but he quickly recovered. He was just slightly puzzled. Did Zhongde have someone powerful hidden away? But he knew his duty. What he needed to do was distract the attention of the enemy and create chances for Mi Wu. He was very successful. He was so successful that he poked the hornet's nest. Zuo Mo and the others who had been blinded due to the silver light flashbang suddenly felt ferocious murderousness. Without even thinking, they threw out attacks in the direction of the source. Zuo Mo's hand swiped and the sun axe appeared in his hand. He ignored the white nothingness he saw and threw in the direction of the murderousness with a loud shout. Almost at the same time, Wei Shang and Luoli attacked. Jin Xiaoyu felt a great sense of danger. He paled and didn't dare to think carefully. The little arrows around him rained on the group. He did not look at his results. He put all his power into retreating. Boom, dot. An enormous explosion sounded behind him, and then a wave of air as tangible as a wall hit his body. He reacted quickly. Shin glyphs lit up over his body. He was like an untethered dry leaf that was thrown outwards with the wave of air. Inside, Jin Xiaoyu's mind was in uproar, his limbs cold. If he hadn't escaped quickly from the attack just now. Ambush. This was an ambush. He was in the air at present and could see the scene under him. His heart continued to sink. The 4 ring masters were also engaged. One was fighting with a bird, another with a dark gold imol puppet. The third had an even stranger opponent. It was a little person dressed in black that was smaller than a hand. But the one that was in the worst state had a female opponent. This female's figure was unpredictable and ethereal. She did not give any signs of attack, and completely dominated this ring master. Jin Xiaoyu almost didn't believe his eyes. How could so many experts pop up? What group of freaks was this? If he had just guessed before this, he was sure now that this was a planned-out trap. When he saw the appearances of Zuo Mo and Wei Shang, his face paled. Mo Cloud C. No wonder there were so many experts. It was Mo Cloud C. Jin Xiaoyu was decisive. The Shin glyph at his forehead flashed and his panicked voice sounded in everyone else's minds at the same time. Retreat. It is Mo Cloud C. This is a trap. Everyone's expression immediately changed. Mo Cloud C. Ever since Tian Huan targeted as Mo Cloud C as their greatest enemy, their spying of Mo Cloud C. They gradually learned the power of Mo Cloud C. If one had to say what part of Mo Cloud C gave the strongest impression, it was not forging, not wealth, not their turtle like Jinji, but that list of names that could not be dismissed. That list was one that even a titan like Tian Huan was jealous of, but they had so much talent that it was incomprehensible. That tiny place had so many strong people. It was a gathering of monsters. When Mi Wu heard Jin Xiaoyu's shout in his mind, he finally remembered who this emaciated Diana Xiao was. Zhong Ru. The strongest Diana Xiao of Mo Cloud C, the one who caused an apparition to appear when he came out of seclusion, Zhong Ru. No one knew how strong Zhong Ru was. Mi Wu now had some understanding after the fight today. Zhong Ru should be stronger than the ring masters but a step below the 4 seats. However, Mi Wu stared at the 3 manifestation treasure staff in Zhong Ru's hand with red eyes. When was a child of the Mi family ever jealous of other people's equipment because it was better than theirs? Born in luxury, for the first time, Mi Wu felt he was poor. He could clearly feel the power of this Diana staff. Even if it was not a Shin device, it was not far off. Mi Wu's heart bled. He was furious and sad. Zhong Ru was not among the top-ranked experts of Mo Cloud C, yet even he could have a Diana staff of this level. Was Mo Cloud C rich to such a level? With the 3 manifestation treasure staff, Zhong Ru's strength was increased greatly. The difference between the two smaller. With the staff, Zhong Ru was able to keep him engaged, unable to retreat. Heart dripping blood, Mi Wu took a deep look at Zhong Ru. The Shin glyph on his body flashed and he disappeared. Jin Xiaoyu and Mi Wu's thoughts of retreating were correct. But sometimes, knowing the right action was not enough. Translator ramblings, and then there were 12 golden re-yinings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, Unexpected. Chapter 821, Unexpected. Mi Wu and Jin Xiaoyu were a level stronger than the others and immediately retreated, but the 4 ring masters that had come along were not so lucky. Wu Jin was one of the ring masters under Mi Wu's command. He had a firm foundation, was both skilled and experienced in battle. He never feared a hard fight. He was just slightly weaker than Mi Wu. Expecting a hard battle, Mi Wu had taken him along this time. From the start of the fight, they had the initiative on the battlefield. Everything had gone smoothly according to plan. If the enemy was not prepared, strange things like the silver light flashbang made it likely they had a 1 in 2 chance of success on the first strike. Wu Jin had sneaked towards someone near Zhongde. He could see that this person was of high status. In the white-silver light, he moved closer like a ghost. The other was about to enter his attack range. If he went a bit closer, he could strike for the kill. At this time, he had a feeling and he unconsciously flashed to the side. Hiss! A streak of fire brushed past his body. Wu Jin's heart jumped. Did the enemy have people that were not affected by the silver light flashbang? Before he could think, another dot of fire lit up. Wu Jin did not retreat at this time. Shin glyphs appeared on his hand, and he pointed fearlessly at the streak of fire. Boom! He felt a burning flame burrow into his body through his finger. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. The Shin glyph lit up, and his Shin power expanded dramatically to force this fire out of his body. Then he finally saw the attacker. The ambusher was a bird. Wu Jin's finger had contained the power of Tian Huan's Shin glyph. Silly Bird was also affected and took a few steps back. These steps looked normal but infuriated the usually proud Silly Bird. When had Bird Jia ever been defeated like this? She spread her wings as though she was about to take off. With a bright crow, bright red flames were sprouted from her mouth. Wu Jin instinctively felt the danger of the flames. He ignored everything else and retreated. Silly Bird's wings flapped even faster. The flame seemed to leap towards Wu Jin as though it was alive. The flames were extremely quick and drew out a blinding streak of fire in the air and caught up with Wu Jin in a flash. Wu Jin took a deep breath. The Shin glyph appeared. His hand raised and sliced down suddenly like a knife. The fire line that was flying towards him was cut in two and flew past him on both sides of his body. Wu Jin's worries eased slightly. He didn't know what kind of Yao beast was this strange bird for it to be so strong. Then, in his peripheral vision, he saw that the 2 lines of flame suddenly arc in 2 curves and form a circle. This was... Wu Jin was startled. Before he could react, his body suddenly froze. He was trapped in a strange force field. This fire was strange. Wu Jin's heart continued to sink. At this time, the shouts of Mi Wu Darren came from his mind. Retreat! This is Mo Cloud C. This is a trap. Wu Jin could not maintain his calm and changed expression. The white light dissipated, and Zuo Mo's vision returned to normal. But Zuo Mo had never suffered a great loss. Looking at the figures that were growing further away, his heart burned with fire. Snap! Lil Pagoda appeared in Zuo Mo's hand. The blinding golden sun Shen power covered Zuo Mo and Lil Pagoda. Zuo Mo breathed and his power surged. He seemed to be swinging an axe heavier than himself and his entire body was swung up. Exhaling, he used all of his strength and threw the chubby Lil Pagoda into the air. Good son. Your turn. Covered in golden light, Lil Pagoda was like a blinding golden meteor that roared as it flashed towards the fleeing people like lightning. Ee-ah-ah. Covered in sun Shen power, Lil Pagoda appeared mighty as its top pointed forward. Its chubby eaves were tightly pressed to its body as it produced incomprehensible sounds. Zuo Mo's throw was so powerful it was almost unimaginable. One could not forget that he had cultivated the great Damo physique in the past, and the results of ancient Shen power on refining the power was even more outstanding. Wu Ru heard the sharp howl coming behind him and was astounded. He was a ringmaster under Jin Xiaoyu. He was a clever person, so when he received Mi Wu Daren's order, he did not hesitate before moving out. While he was slightly disheveled, he was not wounded. He was slightly reassured. When he heard the sound of something splitting the air behind him, he turned his head and saw a bright ray of light flying towards him. So fast. His pupils suddenly contracted. In a blink, the golden light came close to him and there was no time for him to dodge. He snorted coldly. He raised his right arm lightning fast. Threads of Shen glyphs lit up and covered his right arm. That ball of golden light grew closer and Wu Ru finally saw what was covered by the golden light. He couldn't help but freeze slightly. What was that? However, he reacted quickly. With a shout, he punched towards the ball of light. Boom! A fist energy that was formed from Shen power left his hand and headed for the ball of light. Just as the two were about to collide, Li Pagoda suddenly somersaulted. The ball of light made a strange change in direction and dodged the fist energy. Pagoda back throw skill. An even stranger event occurred. With this somersault, Lil Pagoda threw out all of the golden light that covered its body. The golden light that was cast out turned into a sun Shen axe. The sun Shen axe flew towards Wu Ru's face. Wu Ru's expression changed. He could not do anything except unconsciously use his right arm to protect his face. Boom! The Shen glyphs on his right flashed as his arm flew into the air with a spray of blood. Wu Ru flew backwards as though he had been struck by a heavy mallet. It was a pity that he could not see Lil Pagoda swelling up like a balloon, its two small eyes almost disappearing due to the swollen flesh. Whoosh! Mist rushed out of Lil Pagoda's mouth like a herd of horses. No one could imagine such a great tide flood forth like water from an enormous dam from such a small body. In a blink, the surroundings became a sea of mist. Not just Wu Ru, even Jin Xiaoyu who was close was swallowed by the mist that surged out. With this, Lil Pagoda spat out all of the mist it had consumed in the mist hall. When he threw Lil Pagoda out, Zuo Mo had summoned the Ghost Mist Child. In the area covered by the Ghost Mist, the Ghost Mist Child was king. The Ghost Mist Child waved his hand. The Mist Sea suddenly flew towards Zuo Mo carrying Wu Ru and Jin Xiaoyu. The Ghost Mist Child who had wanted to give a good display felt heated at such a good opportunity. His figure changed and an ancient mist giant the size of a mountain appeared in people's views. Mortals! Tremble! The thunderous bellow of the mist giant caused people to shake. In this moment, even Zhongde's, usually expressionless, face twitched when he raised his head to see the astounding big body of the mist giant. What kind of monsters did this guy raise? Jin Xiaoyu recognized the danger and didn't dare to hesitate. With a muffled grunt, a Shen glyph at his chest split. Furious Shen power filled his body. His six senses immediately multiplied in sensitivity. He immediately found the heavily wounded Wu Ru. Hiss! His body disappeared and he appeared almost at the same time next to Wu Ru. He grabbed the nearly unconscious Wu Ru and with a few flashes, he disappeared. The mist giant that was waiting to attack froze where he stood. The cooked chicken flew away. Zuo Mo and the others prepared to give chase when Zhongde suddenly shouted, "Quick, to the Abyss Fiend jail!" Zuo Mo's mind immediately became clear and he shouted, "Ague, come with me. Everyone else, protect General Zhong. Silly bird, do not let them escape." Then he grabbed Sherpei, "You, lead the way." Sherpei seemed to be made from the same mold as Zhongde. Even while wounded, he was still expressionless. He pointed towards a direction and said, "There." Zuo Mo and Ague rose into the air and flew at full speed in the direction Sherpei pointed in. If they could capture Li Xian Air, they would have an absolute advantage. Zuo Mo's despondency was swept away and he was full of spirit. Li Xianair sat and curiously examined the surroundings. So this is the famed Abyss Fiend jail. Ban Xia did not dare to underestimate this fragile-looking female. If the Abyss Fiend jail did not suppress power, the other would be able to kill him with a finger. Li Xianair did not seem to be worried for her own safety and was curiously and idly examining the surroundings. The Abyss Fiend jail was a restricted land of Shixian and rarely known to outsiders. Even the great majority of normal disciples in Shixian had not heard of it. It was a great opportunity to come to the restricted land of Shixian and personally study it. Li Xianair knew a bit about the Abyss Fiend jail. When Shixian found this place, it was filled with dangerous fiend souls. However, because the position of the central plains were too good, the Shixian of the past decided to set up their sect here. This dangerous deep abyss was changed into a jail to imprison their powerful enemies. In the Abyss Fiend jail, any person's power would be suppressed to a very low level. The place was filled with Jinji and could not be avoided. Even so, because this was an important area of the sect, no one dared to slack off. The Abyss Fiend jail still had a battalion stationed there. The battalion that was stationed at the Abyss Fiend jail were comprised mostly of criminals. They needed to destroy their cultivation and then enter the abyss before starting cultivation from the beginning. Because this place was filled with extremely dense fiend wind, they need to absorb the fiend zephyr into their body and turn it into their power. This meant that they would not be suppressed by the fiend wind. Red fiend zephyr floated in the wind. These zephyrs were extremely dangerous like poison. However, Ban Xia had prepared. He had consumed the special Lingdan. As to Li Xianair, that wasn't for him to worry about. These red fiend zephyrs shot into the air from the unfathomable abyss. From far away, it looked like a red waterfall flowing in reverse. Of the fiend zephyrs that charged out of the abyss, there would occasionally be one or two immature fiend souls that came out. When these fiend souls came out, they would be crushed by the Jinji. Li Xianair imperceptibly frowned. These fiend souls were too weak and this was why the Jinji were able to destroy them. She had a great understanding of formations and she could see with a glance that these seal formations were not just limited in power, they were old and lacked maintenance. The power they had was not great. She stayed there silently and waited for the mission to start. Suddenly, the Shin glyph at her forehead lit up and Mi Wu's urgent voice suddenly sounded. Xianair, run! It's a trap! Li Xianair's eyes suddenly opened. Ban Xia detected this and hurriedly opened his eyes. What is it? Miss Li? Li Xianair did not seem to hear him. A Shin glyph suddenly lit up inside her body. A vast presence surged like an unsealed ocean. She had activated the Jinji the chief elder had set in her body personally. Li Xianair was the future sect leader of Tianhuan. For safety, the chief elder had placed protective Jinji in her body and also told her the Shun methodology to activate them. This was adding a lifeline for her. The fiend zephyrs in the surroundings were pushed aside by an invisible force. The hampered Shin power started to flow, and the familiar power came back inside her body. Looking at Ban Xiao in front of her, a hint of murderousness flashed through Li Xianair's eyes. The Shin glyph flashed. A bloody hole suddenly appeared at Ban Xiao's forehead. Ban Xiao's terrified and puzzled expression froze on his face. Before he could make a sound, he fell over face first. Hey, again. Funny to see you here. A familiar voice came from the exit. When she saw the incomer, Li Xianair's pupils suddenly contracted. Zuo Mo. Translator ramblings, the mist giant should be a steam giant so it is entirely made out of hot air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 822, Mingyu Yi. Chapter 822, Mingyu Yi. On the mountain peak, Gu Liangdao sat alone as he stared dazedly in the distance. What are you thinking? A voice came from behind him. Xiao walked over, concern in his calm eyes. He knew just how difficult this decision was for Gu Liangdao. I don't know. Gu Liangdao shook his head, his voice hoarse. Xiao, what do you think? No matter what you choose, Xiao calmly shrugged, even if you want to destroy Shixian, I will not object, as long as you are happy. Gu Liangdao's eyes recovered some spirit and he laughed. Why would I destroy Shixian? Then taking over Shixian is a normal thing to do. Xiao said with a relaxed expression. Do not put too much pressure on yourself, you are not the savior. Shixian is fated to die, even if you promise Zhongde. In time, there will be no Shixian left, only Gu Liangdao. Gu Liangdao's expression eased slightly. His expression was filled with puzzlement. Why would Zhongde choose me? I don't know. Xiao spread his hand and said helplessly, as one of the lowest ranked accountants in Xishan before, I'm completely ignorant about high-level secrets. Gu Liangdao was amused and laughed. Moments later, he calmed down and his spirit had recovered. I have already talked with Xuangyu. He is in Mo Cloud C. He said that Lil Miss is about to do something big. Mo Cloud C is not someone that would swallow and bear it. Xiao said with a smile, none of them have a good temper. Oh, what did Xuangyu say about the offer? The same as you. Gu Liangdao smiled, a hint of warmth flickering in his eyes. That's what it should be. Xiao said as a matter of fact. We were minor characters in the past, what does Xishan have to do with us? Why are you thinking so much? He wants to give it to you, if you want it then take it. If you don't, just refuse. Do you also want to vie for the world? Vie for the world? Gu Liangdao was silent for a moment before laughing. I do not have this ability. My wish is to not fail the brothers that followed me. Everyone knows this. Xiao comforted Gu Liangdao. Everyone's families have been brought over. We owe Zhongde for that. If you do not want to accept, we can think of another way to pay back Zhongde. Zhongde's plan is to give a third of the territory, the area near Tianhuan, to Brother Zuo for them to block Tianhuan for us. Gu Liangdao's expression became solemn. And there will be about 500 jie that will be given to us. He will help cleanse them. 500 jie. Xiao inhaled sharply, and his expression became grave. Would we be able to take it? Gu Liangdao looked at Xiao. Xiao was his chief steward, and no one knew their wealth better than he did. No, Xiao shook his head and showed a grimace. Our foundations are too shallow and we lack personnel. Xiao counted on his fingers. We know the state of Xishan. The management at all levels are basically controlled by those families. Zhongde will definitely eliminate these people. We can promote some people from below, but Xishan has rotted for so many years. It is not so easy to set up the infrastructure again. Xiao sighed lightly. I really admire little Mo Go right now. He started preparing for expansion a few years ago. While there isn't any special talents in their ranks, they have a large group of intermediate ranks that will be useful now. That is a group of monsters. Gu Liangdao also grimaced. He turned and asked, how many jie can we accept at maximum? Just by ourselves, 150 jie. Xiao gave a specific number. This is only because Big Brother still has a high reputation in Xishan and can pull over many people. However, if we add Zhongde's support, we might be able to do it, but this will leave behind a great weakness. Gu Liangdao grimaced, but his eyes lit up with sprit. Due to Kunluan's interference, the inner conflict of the Yao became even more intense. From the surface, there were no differences in strength between the two sides. Most of the experts that Ming Yuyi had were the Shin power experts of the new generation. She also controlled the core secrets of the Yao's Shin power. Many people also forgot that she also controlled the Genius Alliance, this association that did not seem to be of any actual use in the eyes of the higher ranks. She controlled the strongest Yaoshan methodology and had a large group of talented youths under her. She had managed the Genius Alliance until it was impenetrable. And her motivated philosophy was accepted widely by young people. After focused attention over 7 years, Ming Yuyi's strength had quickly expanded. Just like the Mo had a hard time when cultivation power after reaching martial level, the Yaoshan power methods were the same. The power of the Sky Yao was already fixed, and they were not suited to further cultivating Shin power. When the Council of Elders realized this, they were full of regret. But the Council of Elders did not lack for experts. They still controlled the strongest existences that represented the traditional Yao arts, the Sky Yao. Looking from the perspective of future potential, the Sky Yao were not as talented as the geniuses, but in terms of current strength, there was not such a great difference between the two. One side was the peak existence of traditional Yao arts, the other were the genius youths that cultivated Shin power. With the addition of Kunluan's interference, the collision between the two was fierce. Everyone knew that there was no way the conflict would be resolved peacefully. Intense conflicts occurred and both sides suffered heavy fatalities. Other than the secret battles between experts, the fighting between the two sides were not limited to one area. Yu Qinlai was expressionless. After Nang Yu and the others returned to Mo Cloud C, the pressure on him increased. The Council of Elders and Ming Yuyi fought and they were also affected. Everyone looked towards Yu Qinlai. Their breathing became rushed. They had a feeling that boss background was about to be revealed. We will support Elder Ming Yuyi. Yu Qinlai said indifferently. The group all had expressions of realization. So boss background was Elder Ming Yuyi. Actually, when Ming Yuyi had mentioned Liang Wei, they had speculated that the power behind boss was Elder Ming Yi. The arrival Nan Yu and the other Shin power experts seemed to prove this. Weren't those outrageously young and powerful guys the same as those from the legendary Genius Alliance? Yu Qinlai coughed deliberately. Everyone remember, we did not do anything before this. Yes, we did not do anything. Ah. What did we do? We slept and ate every day. I was in seclusion all this time. All of the members had expressions saying I know we understand. Yu Qinlai showed a cruel and ruthless expression. Our work has been good, the higher-ups are satisfied. Everyone needs to work harder in the future. Everyone was full of joy. They had managed to launder themselves clean. Yu Qinlai managed to reach out to and form a connection with Ming Yi. The conflict between the Council of Elders and Ming Yi also affected his territory. He immediately realized that this was a 1 in 1,000 chance, and unhesitatingly sided with Ming Yi, giving up his own territory. Yu Qinlai's youth and his experienced skills immediately won him praise from the higher-ups. This was a trait of Ming Yi's group. They favored young talents because the majority of them were young. Yu Qinlai was so young yet he had conquered such a large territory. It could be seen that he was talented. Adding on that this was a period of time that Ming Yi's faction was heavily recruiting from other factions, Yu Qinlai was immediately deputized as the highest-ranked supervisor in this region. Yu Qinlai took up the burden and immediately started to cleanse the region of the Council of Elders' influence. With experience from the underground world, Yu Qinlai was decisive and skilled in killing. At this time, he was like a sharp knife that fit the hand. Pu Yao sneaked into the 10-finger prison and faked large amounts of investigation reports on Yu Qinlai. His cover was flawless. The state of the world was turbulent, the Yao were all worried. Many people even thought that this inner conflict would continue for a long time, and would even cause the Yao into civil war. Yet no one would have thought that it would finish so quickly. Ming Yi's skill that was a step above others and once again showed its effectiveness. Just as everyone was focused on the inner conflict between the Yao, Mushikor silently started a campaign against Kunlun. Yes, Kunlun, the hegemon of the world, Kunlun. With astounding presence, Mushikor successively took back 7 Jia that Kunlun had taken over. The military was shocked, the Yao were shocked, the Council of Elders was shocked, the world was shocked. That was Kunlun. Ming Yi was so daring to attack Kunlun proactively. She stepped on Kunlun to display her resolve. What people felt most incomprehensible was Ming Yi had succeeded. When the news of this battle was sent back to the Yao, everyone went crazy. Ming Yi, who had taken back the occupied territory and reached a peak in her reputation. She wasn't just loved by the people, even the prestigious families that had originally supported the Council of Elders started to lean towards her. A powerful and united Yao benefited everyone. The situation seemed to become one-sided for Ming Yi. Facing Ming Yi, who had won that battle, the Council of Elders shrank back and hid. At this time, fighting against Ming Yi was not wise. They knew that Ming Yi needed to face Kunlun's anger next. All of Kunlun was angry. When did someone dare to attack Kunlun? Offense on the dignity of the hegemon could not be tolerated. Kunlun did not hesitate. Mu Xian, the 8th-ranking battle general of the 10 great battle generals, led 6 battalions as they ferociously pressed towards the Yao borders. A great battle was about to occur. This great battle between Kunlun and the Yao attracted the eyes of the world. Everyone wanted to see how Kunlun, the hegemon of the world, was going to get their honor back. They also wanted to see how Ming Yi, called the strongest female, would respond. Kunlun needed to recover face through battle. Ming Yi also needed continued victories to maintain the support of the people. If she failed, she would be the criminal that started a war. Her reputation would plummet. The situation with the Council of Elders would immediately reverse, and she would receive a destructive blow. People would doubt her. But if she won, she believed that the Council of Elders would not have any chance at all. Both sides needed victory. This was fated to be a great and terrible battle. Translator ramblings, and Zuo Mo now has a spy in the Yao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 823, Weaving Girl Shuttle. Chapter 823, Weaving Girl Shuttle. Zuo Mo and Li Xian'er faced off. I hadn't thought that I would encounter Mr. Zuo. It is a happy occasion when old friends to meet. Li Xian'er smiled without any nervousness. Yes. Zuo Mo said with a snicker. He examined Li Xian'er, as though he was seeing a mountain of ginger. Last time in the Mo territories, I saw Mr. Zuo and wanted to experience it myself. How about a battle today? Li Xian'er's face was full of spirit. Fighting? Of course there has to be a fight, but it is two of us against you. Zuo Mo said scoundrelly and then moved without any hesitation. As though she was connected with his mind, almost at the same time, a Gue disappeared from beside him. Damn it! Li Xian'er cursed inside. She had originally intended to use words to herd Zuo Mo to get a chance to fight one-on-one. Usually, in front of a woman, there were rarely any men that were willing to embarrass themselves and gang up on the woman. If there was a one-on-one fight, Li Xian'er had some confidence that she could handle Zuo Mo. This was her only chance to reverse the situation. She hadn't expected Zuo Mo to completely ignore her. She didn't know if Zuo Mo had seen through her intentions or if he was such a scoundrel. But she reacted quickly. The Abyss Fiend Jail had a great effect on suppressing power. She had the Chief Elder's Jinji to counteract this force, but the enemy didn't. She may have a chance. Her eyes suddenly lit up. If she could kill Zuo Mo, then Mo Cloud C was finished. Tian Huan had studied Mo Cloud C in depth. Mo Cloud C had many strong people. Wei Sheng, Gongsun Cha, Bihan and others. All of them were stars in their own right. However, there was one person that was the pillar of the faction, Zuo Mo. Tian Huan thought hard to find a to kill Zuo Mo but found in the end it was almost impossible. Zuo Mo's strength was unfathomable. The only other faction in the Xiuzhi world who could reach this level was Lin Qian's Kunlun. But a chance appeared like this. Li Xian'er's fighting spirit rose, a hint of determination flashing through her beautiful eyes. Other than the Chief Elder's Jinji, she had something else powerful enough to determine the Battle Weaver Girl's shuttle. Tian Huan's only Shin device raiment. The Shin power inside her body moving, the Shin glyphs appeared on her exposed skin like blooming roses. An exquisite pink battle armor appeared on her body. The layers of pink plates were like the petals of pink flowers. No one would think that this beautiful and slightly adorable battle armor was the strongest Shin device raiment of Tian Huan, the Weaver Girl's shuttle. Yet in Zuo Mo's eyes, Li Xian'er wasn't adorable at all. The surging Shin power caused Li Xian'er to look like a furious whirlpool. Zuo Mo had to pause. If he charged in now, he would be pulled into the Shin power whirlpool. Zuo Mo knew very well the power of a Shin power whirlpool. He, in fact, had a small whirlpool inside his right hand. However, the Shin power coming off Li Xian'er was enough to tear him to pieces. As expected. Just as Zuo Mo retreated, he heard a brnng sound next to his ear. The seemingly adorable armor plates on Li Xian'er stood on end. A powerful presence immediately rushed outwards like a twister that lost control. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. He reacted quickly. Golden light appeared on his right hand. A small axe appeared in his palm. With a shout, he threw the little axe towards Li Xian'er. Zuo Mo did not stay idle. 3 Sunshin thorns glided along the ground like nimble vipers that flew silently towards Li Xian'er. Li Xian'er flicked out a pink ray of light that hit the Sunshin axe. The Sunshin axe seemed to be frozen mid-air. Her pink-clad feet lightly tapped and a pink ripple spread. Pia pia pia, the 3 Sunshin thorns were crushed into powder. In the entire process, she didn't even look at Zuo Mo. Snap snap snap. A burst of explosions sounded above her heads. She was like a blurry purple mist. A Gue was like a ghost that flashed in and out of view. The two were attacking at a rapid rate. Zuo Mo was astounded. He knew that as the first seat of Tian Huan Li Xian'er was strong. The only person that ranked above her was the Chief Elder. However, he found after fighting her that Li Xian'er was stronger than he imagined. She was much stronger than the people he had fought just now. Zuo Mo took a deep breath, and his spirit burned like fire. No matter what, he had to capture Li Xian'er today. Only if he took down Li Xian'er could he realize his strategy. Zuo Mo did not hesitate any longer and advanced. Li Xian'er was astounded. The other two was not affected by the fine souls. What she did not know was that Zuo Mo and Gue had spent a long time in the sealed extinction battlefield and they had developed a resistance against corruption from fiend souls. Additionally, Zuo Mo cultivated the Sun Shin power, which was the bane to all things corrupt. Gue's undying Shin power was the complete opposite, having a strong affinity for fiend souls. She could absorb these Yin and corrupt existences. This was the perfect battlefield for a Gue. Li Xian'er was shocked but not afraid. She was still calm. The other did not have the upper hand, even 2 against 1. Shin power appeared continuously through the Shin glyphs. She didn't have any feelings of tiredness and was filled with fighting spirit. In the sect, The other shitty were not a match for her, and no one dared to really fight against her. She had great strength but not a lot of real battle experience. Of the two enemies, Zuo Mo's attacks were broad and open, while Ague's were unpredictable. The two completely different styles forced her to focus. However, this caused her to improve quickly. After the initial panic, she gradually calmed down. The shin glyphs inside her body had an indescribable resonance with the weaving girl's shuttle. This profound resonance caused her consciousness to be clear and hold every corner of the battlefield in her mind. She could clearly feel the shin glyphs inside her body become more active under the simulation of the weaving girl shuttle. It seemed to be a powerful heart that gave her endless shin power and filled her with strength. As expected, only strong enemies could cause him to improve faster, but Li Xian'er felt unprecedentedly powerful. Her eyes narrowed sharply. Some of the weaving girl's shuttle scales started to show exquisite patterns like roses. It was like a sleeping beast gradually waking. Her attacks immediately became stronger. As she moved, the pink shin power ripples were filled with fatal danger. Zuo Mo felt the pressure increase. The techniques of shin power were not as complex as spells. Most of them were simple, and what determined their power was the strength of shin power. Li Xian'er's shin power was becoming stronger. This was why he was feeling the pressure increase. Yet he didn't feel any fear. Under the stimulation of great danger, the sun shin power inside his body became unusually active. The golden shin power burned like flowing lava and made Zuo Mo feel as though he was about to burn up. Kill! Zuo Mo's body flashed dark gold. With a shout, the anti-dragon claw he held had a layer of blinding golden energy. He swung towards Li Xian'er as though he was holding a two-handed axe. At this time, he could not care about something like capturing the enemy live. The air started to ignite where the anti-dragon claw had passed. The golden axe energy flickered and spat like the tongue of the sun's flame. Li Xian'er's eyes widened. A long pink shuttle flew in front of her. Li Xian'er's nimble left hand drew in the air lightning fast. The long pink shuttle moved through the air at astounding speed. In a flash, a pink rose wall took form. Every flower petal could be clearly seen. They were in layers, exquisite and beautiful. The furious sun-shin axe cut hard onto the pink rose wall. Boom! The pink rose wall seemed to be weak. It immediately shattered and flew in all directions. Yet Zuo Mo's expression changed. The anti-dragon claw seemed to have cut into cotton. Invisible power was stopping it, or wrapping around it, or pulling at it. The sun-shin axe that had been unstoppable was halved immediately in presence. Zuo Mo did not have time to be startled when he felt a stirring of danger. He saw pink flowers spinning in the air around him. They had not dissipated. Zuo Mo was experienced in battle. With a look he knew there was a killing move coming. Immediately, he waved the anti-dragon claw around to protect his body. BRRNG. The delicate pink flower petals dancing in the wind suddenly tensed, becoming hard, and then shot at Zuo Mo. Ding ding ding. Zuo Mo's anti-dragon claw moved and securely protected him. The pink flower petals hit the circle of light like raindrops on banana leaves and caused sprays of sparks. These seemingly delicate flower petals were astoundingly powerful. Powerful ripples from the collision caused Zuo Mo's feet to continue to sink into the ground. In a flash, all of Zuo Mo's calves had sank into the rock. The storm of attacks forced Zuo Mo to instinctively wave the anti-dragon claw, but at this time, Li Xian'er was fighting fiercely with Ague. Li Xian'er could clearly feel that Ague was more difficult to deal with than Zuo Mo. Other than the unpredictable and eerie attacks, Ague's gray crystal battle armor was not ordinary. The gray crystal armor caused Ague to merge with her surroundings no matter where she appeared. Adding on Ague's eerie and unpredictable movements, even Li Xian'er felt a headache. What shocked her even more was that Ague's shin power contained a great presence of death. Such a great death energy could only appear on something dead. Li Xian'er almost didn't believe her eyes. Ague saw Zuo Mo's situation and a thread of purple flame appeared in her eyes. Whoosh, a layer of purple flames appeared on the surface of the undying ghost. The flames were extremely thin as they silently burned. Two short bone daggers appeared on Ague's hands. The short bone daggers were shrouded in purple flames. The gray, undying ghost spread like the wings of a bird, the purple flames flowing within. The silent purple flames seemed to be able to consume everything in the surroundings. At the border of the flames was a circle of deep blackness. Shock suddenly flashed through Li Xian'er's eyes. Shin device raiment. This was a Shin device raiment. While the attributes of power were completely different, she was familiar with the unique presence of the Shin device raiment. She was almost immediately sure that this was a true Shin device raiment. Heavens! Other than arsonist, Mo Cloud C had a second Shin device raiment. Editor's note: poor Li Xian. Arsonist, Undying Ghost, Zhong Ru's staff, and Lan's armor have been revealed to some people in the world. But there has not been a true reveal for City Destroyer, Wei Shang's god-killing blood sword, Zuo Mo's dad's Shin device, and the Shin nucleus. Even then Lan's armor hasn't had a true reveal. So 4 pseudo Shin devices and 4 true Shin devices, 8 total. 9 if they capture Li Xian and take Weaver Girl's shuttle. And the gravestone armor too. Hoard much? Greedy zombie. Translator ramblings: to discuss Wandering Yumi's point, the Shin nucleus can't be used as a weapon to fight at this point, it's just a potential Shin device. You can use it to make a Shin device, but Zuo Mo hasn't managed to forge it yet. The G-Ghost, which started off the whole thing with Zuo Mo's family, is incomplete. Zuo Mo only has the pieces from Xixian and Xiankong Temple, he's still missing the Tianhuan and Kunlun pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 824, Zuo Mo's Fury. Chapter 824, Zuo Mo's Fury. The appearance of Agui's Undying Ghost was a great blow to Li Xian. Agui immediately grabbed the other's momentary lapse in concentration and her body moved. Almost at the same time, 2 purple dagger-shaped energies silently appeared behind Li Xian like spitting snakes. Li Xian detected the danger and regretted her distraction. She lacked battle experience to have lost concentration in front of such a powerful opponent. The Weaving Girl's shuttle nimbly curved and wove Shin glyphs to stop Agui's attack. Yet Agui's attack was fast. Li Xian lost the initiative when she lost concentration. The Weaving Girl's shuttle had only woven half of the Shin glyph when the 2 purple daggers hit the Weaving Girl's shuttle. Bam! Li Xian's heart shook and her inner energies roiled. The Weaving Girl's shuttle was blown back. An extremely thin strand of purple energy permeated the Weaving Girl's shuttle. At the same time, a dense Shin power with the presence of death silently burrowed into her body. As Li Xian was pulling back the Weaving Girl's shuttle, she felt a wave of coldness along her neck. She was astounded. Shin glyphs lit up on her pink boots and she suddenly disappeared from her spot. An eerie purple energy sliced past where she had been standing. If she had been a sliver slower, the dagger energy would have easily cut her neck in half. Li Xian appeared 20 zhang away, her face ashen and startled. Several strands of hair had been cut by the dagger energy and were dancing in the wind. In that moment, she seemed to hear the breathing of the death god. The Shin glyphs on her combat boots had spiderweb cracks. The only reason she had escaped with her life was because of the life-saving Shin glyphs of the Shin device raiments. The Weaving Girl's shuttle had 3 life-saving Shin glyphs, each with different effects. There were only 2 left. She was a genius and strong. However, she lacked the tempering through blood and fire, and her resolve was much lower than people like Zuo Mo and Agui. She gathered Shin power to exterminate the purple energy that had burrowed into her body. She suddenly felt that today was dangerous. Zuo Mo felt extremely irritated today. He was being suppressed by Li Xian. It was rare for this situation to occur in his battle history. However, the other Shin power was very powerful, and the Shin device raiment she wore was also extraordinary. The two together immediately caused Zuo Mo to be put at a disadvantage. Zuo Mo had always been confident in his Shin power. The Shin power whirlpool in his right hand could produce endless Shin power. While it was not a lot, the amount was significant when accumulated over time. He was also very hardworking and his Shin power had always continued to grow. In all of Mo Cloud C, except for the 2 freaks Agui and eldest Xixiang, no one else's growth could rival his. Zuo Mo still didn't understand Agui's situation. But eldest Xixiang was tempering and absorbing the power of the god-killing blood sword. This ancient Shin sword that could rival the immemorial Shin sword contained a terrifying ocean of power. Zuo Mo actually felt sympathy for eldest Xixiang. Every day, he had to struggle in that ocean. That would not feel good. Normal people would not be able to endure such pain. Zuo Mo had tried once, and collapsed for 3 whole days after coming out. Eldest Xixiang received this method of cultivation that was like self-torture every day. Consequently, Zuo Mo was not jealous of eldest Xixiang's strength at all. No one knew better than he did how eldest Xixiang's power had come about. Under the motivation of the powerful and inhuman eldest Xixiang, lured by a beautiful future full of mountains of Jingshi, Zuo Mo also worked unusually hard on his cultivation. He had cultivated for every drop of his Shin power. The whirlpool in his right hand could only be considered an aid for him at present. He needed to spend more time on cultivation. He had completely memorized the Sun Shin methodology. Zuo Mo was a very pragmatic person. His personality was slightly indolent, he had a bit of talent, but if he didn't have any pressure, he would be a wastrel. But if he felt pressure and danger, he would furiously move forwards to get away from the danger as fast as possible. Mo Cloud C seemed to be prospering, but it was surrounded by wolves. Danger was never far from them, and the pressure never disappeared from him. There was also a Gue. The present Zuo Mo had a strong belief he needed to protect a Gue, protect Mo Cloud C, and to get revenge for sect leader and Shu. Zuo Mo, who did not waste any time, was filled with confidence in his own strength. Yet today, he was being suppressed by someone else, and it was also a woman, but a feeling of suffocation he never had before was like a ball of fire burning inside Zuo Mo. Blood filled his eyes. His features twisted, and his breathing was like fire. If he was so weak, how could he protect a Gue? How could he protect everyone? There seemed to be a voice echoing in his mind. Countless scenes flashed through his mind. In a dark cave, a Gue's pale face gradually became wooden and expressionless, her sad eyes gradually turning dull. Her flawless face started to grow marks, and a dark and gray vitality spread from her body. The gradually emptying eyes seemed to form tears. A cold pair of hands lightly touched the face of the unconscious youth. Everywhere the hands passed, the youth's face started to transform completely. He seemed to struggle but quickly calmed down. The void and gray had already taken over half of the young female's face. The terrifying marks grew from her forehead to her nose. She suddenly bent and pressed the remaining half of her smooth face to the youth's face and lightly rubbed. A Gue will find young master. Definitely. The young female's determined voice echoed in the cavern. A teardrop landed on the face of the unconscious youth. When she raised her head, the terrifying marks had covered 2/3 of her face, and her eyes were almost completely taken over by the gray dullness. She did not hesitate and stood. She took a deep look at Zuo Mo and disappeared. There were no tears in her gray and empty eyes. We will follow boss. Of course we will follow boss. We have such a big territory, we need to have a name. Oh, how about using boss name? Good idea. Zuo Mo Cloud C? Please, have some skill. There is nothing poetic. Well, you do it. Oh, then let it be Mo Cloud C. Poetry is just having one word less? It will be Mo Cloud C. Agreed. Seriously agree. Whoa, great. So if he really is a Yoma? Send him away, it will be better than him ending up in the hands of Kunlun. We watched him grow up, we cannot rebel against the orders of Kunlun, Curse it. Damn it. Bastard. The fire burning inside Zuo Mo grew even hotter, so hot he felt as though he was about to combust. At this time, he was filled with a strong fury, one against himself. His Shin power could not compare to that woman. How could it be possible? How could it be possible? A furious roar reverberated in Zuo Mo's chest. The burning fire inside his body suddenly exploded and swallowed him. All of his intelligence turned to ash in this instant. He only had instinct, only dissatisfaction, only fury. Countless flames erupted from his body and covered him completely. The sun crystal seed that had been sleeping in his body suddenly woke up. It started to spin slowly. The sun crystal seed seemed to feel Zuo Mo's fury. Waves of crimson red heat floated out of the depths of the sun crystal seed. The crimson red flood turned into deep red flames once they floated out and circulated around Zuo Mo's body. When the burning current encountered Shin power, boom, golden flames flashed like the enormous solar flares rising from the surface of the sun. Vast surging Shin power, like a volcano erupting, filled Zuo Mo's body in an instant. The angry golden flames covered Zuo Mo. The snapping of the flames were clear to hear. As the flames spat, golden ripples formed and extinguished. Li Xian'er was startled. She turned around and was shocked when she saw Zuo Mo within the flames. A pair of peaceful eyes that did not have any emotion and was indifferent to their surroundings like that of a deity. Astounding presence spread outwards in waves from the spitting flames. Golden ripples that could be seen with the naked eyes formed and died out. Each golden ripple was much weaker by the time it reached Li Xian'er. But even this thin golden ripple caused an explosion and a tongue of flame shot out when it touched her presence. Li Xian'er felt a burning heat pass to her. Her heart couldn't help but shake. The Zuo Mo in front of her seemed to be a completely different person. But he didn't have Shin equipment. Li Xian'er's mind was filled with terror. The Shin power that Zuo Mo displayed now was so strong it almost surpassed the imagination. Zuo Mo suddenly disappeared. Shocked, Li Xian'er's weaving girl's shuttle flew in front of her. In an instant, a complex Shin glyph took form. Almost at the same time, a blurry golden figure appeared in front of the Shin glyph. Zuo Mo was so fast that Li Xian'er could not see him with her eyes. She could only see a blurry figure. The blurry figure quickly became clear. Because Zuo Mo stopped in front of the Shin glyph. Without even shifting into an attack posture, his right hand, wrapped in flames, punched the Shin glyph. Crack! Like glass cracking, the hard Shin glyph turned to powder. The fist that still carried momentum suddenly opened and grabbed the weaving girl's shuttle. How was it possible? Li Xian'er's mind was completely blank and she was stunned where she stood. The scene that was occurring in front of her surpassed the limits of her imagination. The golden flames wrapped around the weaving girl's shuttle. The weaving girl's shuttle trembled violently as though it wanted to break free of Zuo Mo's hand. Yet no matter how it struggled, it was unable to break free. A Gui's hand appeared at the back of Li Xian'er's head. Li Xian'er shook, but before she could react, she felt something tighten around her neck. A hand covered in purple flames seemed to appear out of nowhere and grab her neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 825 Breakthrough. Chapter 825 Breakthrough. Mi Wu's face was black. Inside Tianhuan, the relationship between his family and the group led by the sect leader was tense, but this did not affect the friendship between him and Li Xian'er. Li Xian'er was mischievous from childhood, but was an honorable and honest person. He had suffered greatly due to her antics in childhood, but childhood friendships were so wonderful. The two did not grow apart but became even closer. In the era of Ling power, Mi Wu's talent was not as outstanding as it was now. However, Li Xian'er dismissed him due to this and always motivated him. This time, Mi Mandarin had agreed to send Li Xian'er here. Mi Wu had been very angry, but he could not rebel directly against the true leader of the Mi family. Consequently, he requested to take part in this risky mission. Unexpectedly, Mi Mandarin did not object. The relationship between the four seats was not bad. Other than Sang Dong, who was more of a recluse, the other people had small flaws but were within the limits of normality. They had grown up together as children and trusted each other. He and Jin Xiaoyu had led the assassination accompanied by 4 ring masters. He had thought that they would absolutely succeed with such a powerful team. However, the development of events surpassed their predictions. In a meditative trance, Jin Xiaoyu's body shook, and Mi Wu hurriedly threw away his stray thoughts. Jin Xiaoyu opened his eyes. Seeing Mi Wu's concerned gaze, he grimaced, "Terrible, the Shin glyph has been severely damaged. It will take at least 3 months to fix. I only have 6/10 of my battle abilities." Mi Wu felt bitterness in his mouth. What Tianhuan disciples feared the most was damage to their Shin glyphs. The use of Shin glyphs among top disciples like them were completely different from the normal disciples. Their Shin glyphs were the spring that their Shin power was produced from. If the Shin glyph was damaged, both the production and use of Shin power would be greatly obstructed. This was the newest method that Chief Elder had created. Tianhuan's Shin glyph scripture had reached a completely new height. However, how are Wu Ru's wounds? Jin Xiaoyu's voice interrupted Mi Wu's thoughts. Mi Wu comforted, "It has stabilized. But the possibility of the Shin glyph recovering is not high." Jin Xiaoyu was silent, a flicker of pain flashing through his eyes. He had personally picked Wu Ru to be a ringmaster, and the other had followed him for a long time. He never thought. Mi Wu was silent for a moment before he said hoarsely, "Wu Zhen also did not come back." Among the 12 ringmasters, Wu Zhen definitely ranked in the top 3 for power. For Mi Wu, the sacrifice of Wu Zhen meant that his strength would be greatly reduced. Jin Xiaoyu sighed and said, "This trip, we really made a great misstep." His expression was bitter. The cruel battle had cleared his mind. He asked, "Have you managed to get into contact with Xian'er?" No. Mi Wu bit hard on his lips that looked as though they were about to drip with blood. Jin Xiaoyu's mouth was open, but he was speechless. Moments later, his face was dispirited. Both of them knew they had completely failed the mission this time. Why? The sect leader of Shixian glared at Zhong De like a wild beast at the end of the road, his eyes bloodshot. Zhong De was expressionless. "You do not have the capabilities." "No." The sect leader of Shixian seemed to be mad as he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Who says that I do not have the capabilities? Based on what? Based on what do you say I am not able? If you consent to Tianhuan's demands, we would have 10 years of time." 10 years? With these 10 years, Shixian will rise again in my hands. Zhong De's eyes did not even move. Your Shixian and the past Shixian will not be any different. Isn't that a good thing? The sect leader of Shixian looked in disbelief at Zhongde as he howled. How strong was the previous Shixian? One of the 4 titans, no one dared to go against us, we were high up, and experienced the greatest power of the world. Zhongde said coldly, therefore, Junji died, and I was sent to the Abyss Fiend jail. The howls of the Shixian sect leader choked off. He looked dazedly at Zhongde. A moment later, he said furiously. No! You cannot do this. You madman! You want to ruin Shixian. Zhongde was expressions. The Shixian of the past should not exist. Finishing, he turned and walked away. You cannot do this. You cannot do this. The sect leader was incoherent. He trembled. Terror surrounded him. He suddenly seemed to find a life-saving tether. You cannot do this. You owe my father. You owe my father. Zhongde stopped walking. Without even turning his head, he threw down. I said to you before that I already repaid his favor. Finishing, he left and did not linger. You cannot do this. Sob, you cannot do this. The loud screams suddenly stopped. When Mi Wu and Jin Xiaoyu's reports were passed back to Tianhuan, the higher-ups of Tianhuan were astounded. Trap! This was definitely a trap. Mo Cloud C unexpectedly sent all of their top experts to set up such a trap. Tianhuan suffered great losses, and now Tianhuan was in a state where they had lost the initiative. They tried to use all kinds of methods to get in contact with Li Xian'er, but they all failed. All the signs pointed that Li Xian'er's situation was not good. For Tianhuan, this was an unacceptable result. The upper ranks fought fiercely. One side thought they needed to use all of their power to rescue Li Xian'er. The other side thought they should start negotiations with Mo Cloud C to ransom Li Xian'er back. The side favoring negotiation quickly gained the upper hand. The reason was very simple. Mi Wu and Jin Xiaoyu's reports had come back to Tianhuan. There were many problems that had been exposed by the battle this time. For example, Tianhuan disciples lacked combat experience. This was especially evident during battles. Mo Cloud C's experts all were experienced in battle, and the experts on Tianhuan's side were mostly youths that had been promoted due to having outstanding talent at cultivating Shin glyphs these past years. Many of them had been unknown before the era of Shin power had started, and no special attention had been paid to them. After entering the era of Shin power, their talent at cultivating Shin glyphs were uncovered and attracted the attention of the sect. They all worked very hard, and with the great investment the sect gave them, it created their strength. However, their experience in battle could not be made up so quickly. These years of time was only enough for them to work on their cultivation. They were on a completely different level compared to the lawless bandits from Mo Cloud C. The two sides had similar numbers of experts, but they were unable to win. And sending a battalion was not the best plan. If they angered Zuo Mo, Xian'er would be in danger. After fierce fighting, the Tianhuan envoys traveled day and night to get to Shixian at the fastest possible speed. Zuo Mo slowly opened his eyes. The surging Shin power in his body gradually calming like a furious sea becoming peaceful. He exhaled, and a ruler-straight gust of air flecked with gold appeared. His dark gold eyes were like 2 small golden suns. The sun crystal seed in his body slowed down in its revolutions. His Shin power also calmed down. Burning flows continued to erupt out of the slowly spinning sun crystal seed. These burning flows were not Shin power, but it could perfectly meld with Shin power. In Zuo Mo's eyes, the sun crystal seed had always been a very powerful treasure. When the strange corpse had given it to him, he had said that this was something passed down by the Sun tribe. While the strange corpse had sealed it so that Zuo Mo could take it, Zuo Mo had never found the correct way to use the sun crystal seed. Until today. Zuo Mo's Shin power suddenly moved, and a sun Shin axe appeared on his hand. Yet this time, the sun Shin axe was clearly different than before. On the axe made from golden light, crimson-red burning flames wisped. The already domineering sun Shin axe became even more savage, and an indescribable burning presence spread. The sun crystal seed was the seed of a sun. It already contained the power of the sun, and it perfectly matched with sun Shin power. In other words, the sun crystal seed was the best amplification device for sun Shin power. Zuo Mo's hands moved and a sun Shin spike appeared in his hand. Unlike in the past, there were crimson-red rings around this sun Shin spike. The sun-flowing flames were segmented on the sun Shin spike. So devious. If the enemy was inattentive, the sun Shin spikes would explode in segments and the sun's flowing flames inside would spray everywhere. These flowing flames that came from a true sun would burn someone until not even their bones were left. As Zuo Mo sighed over this, he was overjoyed. Deviousness was great. The Shin power inside his body also had large amounts of sun-flowing flames mixed within. With every circulation, they slowly refined his body. This was not a visible effect in the short term, but over time the accumulation would be astounding. He shook his head. The revolutions of the sun crystal seed and the endless sun-flowing flames could make his attack stronger, but they could not increase his Shin power. Zuo Mo's mind suddenly moved. Theoretically, Li Xianair was unlikely to have cultivated Shin power faster than him, but the battle just now showed that Li Xianair's Shin power was stronger than his. Had Tian Huan found a special method? Zuo Mo's eyes unconsciously landed on his spoils of victory. A Gue had taken the weaving girl shuttle that Li Xianair wore. Other than clothing, almost everything else had been stripped off. A Gue had been with Zuo Mo for a long time, and learned all he did. Coming out of his sudden excitement, Zuo Mo looked at Li Xianair and immediately had energy. He unconsciously swallowed. Li Xianair's status in Tianhuan could match Lin Qian's past status in Kunlun. Zuo Mo completely ignored Li Xianair's beauty, his eyes staring straight at the pile of spoils at Li Xianair's feet that a Gue had taken off. The pink weaving girl shuttle had been placed on the ground. The rose patterns were exquisite. There were other things such as rings and bracelets. Oh, Agu, you are too bad, you even took off her boots. Ooh, good job. While the combat boots were slightly damaged, they could be seen from the patterns that they were exceptional. Little Moge's breathing suddenly sped up, only one thought in his mind. They had struck it rich. Translator ramblings, the Shi sect leader is like a 2-year-old throwing a tantrum. Going to be traveling for 13 hours if lucky. If not, longer. Next chapter will most likely be later than usual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826, Familiarity Caused by Inspecting the Spoils. Chapter 826, Familiarity Caused by Inspecting the Spoils. Little Moge needed a long time to calm his excitement before he started to carefully examine his spoils. Naturally, the first prize he took is the weaving girl shuttle. Zuo Mo was curious about the supposed greatest Shin device raiment of Tianhuan. While he was the inventor of Shin device raiments, he was still very curious about the Shin device raiments from other factions. Tianhuan and Kunlun were many times richer than he was. Zuo Mo never thought that he was the most ingenious person in the world. Those as powerful as Lin Qian were the ones that really dazzled the eyes. Even the deceased Shi Ziming was someone he could only look up to. He flipped the weaving girl shuttle and looked carefully. He was a professional. After examining for a few moments, he had to sigh at the cleverness in the design of the weaving girl shuttle. The weaving girl shuttle was made from countless formations of various sizes. Tianhuan had pushed seal formations to its limits. The design reminded Zuo Mo of the formation forts that Mo Cloud Sea frequently used. They were made from seal formations crisscrossed and interlinked together. Yet the skill needed to shove the same seals from the forts into the little, weaving girl shuttle was astounding. Even someone as skilled in formations as Zuo Mo thought he would not be able to accomplish such a task. Yet at the core of weaving girl shuttle was a Shun glyph. It was the first time Zuo Mo saw Shun glyphs and seal formations merged together so perfectly. One wrapped around another, as exquisite as it could be. As expected of Tianhuan. Zuo Mo sighed, repeated as he inspected the pseudo-Shin device. It had been very long since something had shocked him so greatly. The forging skill in the weaving girl shuttle was extremely high, and the forger's understanding of seal formation was almost incomprehensible. Who forged the weaving girl shuttle? Zuo Mo suddenly raised his head to ask Li Xianair. Li Xianair cooperatively answered, Chief Elder. She had a clear understanding of her situation. At this time, being proud and uncooperative would only bring her trouble. What eased her worry slightly was that Zuo Mo did not seem to be interested in her. As expected, Zuo Mo made a sound of acknowledgement and turned his head back to study the weaving girl shuttle. Zuo Mo was familiar with the core members of Tianhuan, an enemy of Mo Cloud Sea. Chief Elder's status in Tianhuan was unsurpassable. Before he discovered Shin glyphs, many disciples didn't even know he existed. It was rare to see someone enter seclusion for decades in a restless and warring era. So it was that old guy. Zuo Mo realized. His eyes became even more heated and he looked even more closely. Li Xianair suddenly had a feeling that Zuo Mo was extremely similar to those people from Tianhuan that were obsessed with forging. Her gaze turned to land on a Gue. A Gue noticed Li Xianair's gaze and only glanced once before shifting back to focus completely on Zuo Mo. Li Xianair knew that while a Gue didn't even look at her, if she tried to make a move at all, a Gue would unhesitatingly kill her where she stood. The rainbow light that Zuo Mo had put into her body had froze almost all of her Shin power. She thought for a long time. This light seemed to be similar to the legendary soul-setting divine light. She found this was hard to believe. Soul-setting divine light, this thing of the legends actually existed, and it was in Zuo Mo's hands. This guy. She remained silent and thought inside. The sect really stumbled this time. They had had too smooth of a journey recently, and this had caused all of the sect to reckless and impatient. The sect's opinion of Mo Cloud C had still been too low. Including her, all of Tianhuan had the same thoughts. All of them thought that the reason that Mo Cloud C was so powerful was because Tianhuan had not paid attention to them. If Tianhuan paid attention, Mo Cloud C wouldn't have a chance at all. The situation developed as everyone had thought. When Tianhuan started to fight back, Mo Cloud C was immediately put in a reactive state. Mo Cloud C had too many weaknesses. The alliance with Shixian was the final blow to kill Mo Cloud C. If this plan was completed, Mo Cloud C would be dead. Yet this time, they stumbled greatly. Other than Zhongda's unexpected choice to side with Mo Cloud C, the magnitude of Mo Cloud C's explosive reaction under threat was unimaginable. She could see too many problems. She and the other sect elites were strong on paper, but when they actually fought, the difference in experience immediately showed. The enemy was vicious, hardy, and fearless. All of this was beyond her imagination. In comparison, Tianhuan's elites were like flowers grown in the greenhouse. Beautiful, but could not withstand the harsh wind. This caused Li Xian'er to feel very uncomfortable, but when she thought of her captive state, she had to admit this was true. Deep in thought, Zuo Mo was exceptionally focused. He seemed to have forgotten the terrible environment of the Abyss Fine Jail. The Weaving Girl shuttle seemed to have opened a new window for Zuo Mo. Tianhuan had survived for thousands of years, and naturally had their unique traits. In Zuo Mo's eyes, Chief Elder was a true grandmaster. If Coenluan Shin power was said to be influenced by Zuo Mo, Tianhuan Shin power was a completely new system. Chief Elder's focused study of Shin glyphs for decades had developed a completely new system on top of Tianhuan's original system. This system was extremely valuable as reference. A long time later, Zuo Mo finally broke free of the Sea of Seal formations. His face had a rare expression of tiredness. The packed seal formations and the core Shin glyphs were exquisite and clever. Zuo Mo spent great energy to understand them. Even as powerful as he was, he felt tired. However, his eyes were as bright as stars as they flashed with a bright light. He finally understood the secret of the Weaving Girl shuttle. He was filled with respect towards by the Chief Elder of Tianhuan, who he had never met before. Shin glyph. Tianhuan cultivated using Shin glyphs. He had heard this before, but he had never understood how their system worked. Only after seeing the Weaving Girl shuttle did he completely understand. Tianhuan Shin power came from Shin glyphs. A Shin glyph that could produce Shin power. There was such a Shin glyph on the Weaving Girl shuttle that would constantly produce Shin power. One portion of the Shin power was stored, and another seemed to be used for Li Xian'er's daily cultivation. Li Xian'er definitely had a similar Shin glyph inside her body. The two glyphs resonated with each other, and could create wondrous effects. Of course, the construction of Weaving Girl's shuttle was more clever than stated, but there was nothing different in terms of the fundamental principle. Zuo Mo suddenly went forward and grabbed Li Xian'er's hand. Li Xian'er was startled. Her expression changed slightly. Was he? A smile suddenly rose on Zuo Mo's lips. The smile grew and grew until it turned into roaring laughter. So it's like this, so it's like this. Hearing Zuo Mo's words to himself, Li Xian'er's heart landed back on ground, yet she seemed to realize the meaning of Zuo Mo's words and her expression changed. No, it was not so simple, Li Xian'er comforted herself. Gradually, she gradually calmed down. It was not so easy. There were so many disciples in the sect, but how many saw the meaning? Even she, who was peerless in talent, spent so much time to understand Shin glyphs. When she thought of Chief Elder, she immediately calmed. Chief Elder would definitely have a solution. Zuo Mo sank into ecstasy. He didn't just finally understand why Li Xian'er's Shin power was stronger than his. This completely new system created by Chief Elder gave him sparks of inspiration. He even had quite a few good ideas that he could use in further forging. More importantly, he thought of a wondrous idea. This Shin glyph was not something that average materials could withstand. It could be seen from the Weaving Girl's shuttle that all of it was made up of valuable materials. Also, the Weaving Girl's shuttle only had this one Shin glyph. It could not hold a second one. Also, the reason that a portion of Shin power was channeled into Li Xian'er's body wasn't just to help Li Xian'er cultivate, but because the Weaving Girl's shuttle could not tolerate the full amount of Shin power that the Shin glyph produced. But Zuo Mo had a perfect medium, the Sun Crystal Seed. It could definitely hold this Shin glyph. Zuo Mo suspected that there could be similar Shin glyph inside the Sun Crystal Seed, but he had just not discovered it yet. But no matter what, Zuo Mo was excited by today's discoveries. Coming out of the Weaving Girl's shuttle, Zuo Mo did not continue to study it. This was not a good place to study. He carefully put the Weaving Girl's shuttle back into his ring. A treasure like this could not be lost. He started to inspect his other spoils of war. Li Xian'er was the first of the 4 seats, and what she had was naturally valuable. Zuo Mo was kept in a state of excitement. Treasures flowed through his hand, each one causing his eyes to flash with the light of Jingshi. Suddenly, something at the corner of the ring attracted Zuo Mo's attention. Zuo Mo curiously picked it up. It was a very common-looking paper crane, a pink little 1,000 paper crane. Paper cranes like this were commonly used for wishes, however. Zuo Mo suddenly felt that this paper crane seemed familiar to the eye. He was puzzled. Why would he have this strange sense of familiarity? So strange. Zuo Mo muttered inside as he unconsciously unfolded the 1,000 paper crane. 3 twisted words entered his eyes. "Ye'll wait for you." Zuo Mo immediately turned to stone. He finally remembered why he found this thing familiar. Little Mo Go froze where he stood. The 3 words made him feel unusually awkward. A distant memory floated out of his mind. He had never thought that he and that horrid paper crane girl would meet once again. And that malicious and spoiled paper crane girl was Li Xian'er. His expression became strange. "Hey! How can you touch other people's things?" Li Xian'er's expression became slightly panicked. For the first time, she was not calm. Seeing Zuo Mo motionless as though he was focused, Li Xian'er suppressed her panic and said with deliberate calmness, "It is a private message, there is nothing secret there." Private message? Whose private message? Thinking of what he endured in the past, Zuo Mo was actually not angry. While the paper crane girl had been horrid and he had been very unhappy back then, he had experienced many things since and forgotten this minor matter. It was just the prank of a bored little girl. If he hadn't seen this paper crane from the past, he would not have remembered at all. But it was still very awkward. Editor's note. Shi Ziming, Sage of Great Peace City. First mentioned in Chapter 568, Shi Ziming is a sage from an ancient era that helped advance Missouri society. Great Peace City was built as tribute to him. Translator Ramblings, The Great Reveal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Yan Yuan House Decision. Chapter 827, Yan Yuan House Decision. Zuo Mo turned around with a serious expression. After a moment of silence, he said a sentence. Cough, so my writing was this ugly before. Pooh, he didn't say this well, GE's presence was weak. Zuo Mo mocked himself, but his words did cause his awkwardness to reduce greatly. Li Xian'er suddenly froze. She looked in disbelief at Zuo Mo as though she saw a ghost. In the past, you really tormented me terribly. Cough, and now karma turns back to haunt you. I hadn't ever thought that you would actually end up in Ye's hands, wahaha. After his embarrassment faded, Zuo Mo immediately became smug as though he had achieved a great victory over Li Xian'er. However, he did not have any hateful feelings towards Li Xian'er, but had some warm feelings instead. His time at Wu Kong Sword Mountain was probably one of the most carefree times in his life. Li Xian'er was still gaping with wide eyes as she stared at Zuo Mo. She couldn't speak for a while. Zuo Mo laughed while gesturing to the crane. Don't worry, just based on our past relationship, I will not do anything to you. When your Tianhuan envoys come, I will release you after we negotiate. Then he turned and said to Ague. Ague, take her. We're leaving. Ague nodded and then carried Li Xian'er. Zuo Mo brought Sherpei as they left the Abyssvine jail. They met up with Zhongde. Everyone had expressions of joy when they saw Li Xian'er. Now they had more bargaining chips. Their strategic plan had a higher chance of success. Zhongde's plan was full of temptation. But there were so many problems it was hair-raising to think about. For Zuo Mo, taking so many Jia at once was an enormous task in times of peace, much less times of war. If they were the slightest bit careless, they could lose it all. After everyone was happy for a while, Zhongde bid farewell. He had much work to do. The death of the sect leader needed an explanation. At this moment, what was most important was the stability of Shixian. No matter how strong Zhongde was, he just had one battalion. If Shixian fell into chaos, then the situation would become terrible. And the families that were willing to follow him or Gu Liangdao had to be arranged for their move into their new boundaries. This was a vast and complex process. Mo Cloud C. When Zuo Mo's message was received, all of the higher ranks in Mo Cloud C erupted. Heavens, that was 300 jie. Everyone was astounded by this plan. Everyone was filled with respect towards Zuo Mo. As expected of boss. He went out on a stroll, invested nothing, and gained 300 jie. Even Bihan's expression became slightly discontent. He had dragged Tang Fei, Ma Fan, and many of the others to fight until even Xin Battalion was crippled to just conquer 45 jie. But Zuo Mo, he went out for a trip, and more than 300 jie came into his possession. And it was the other side that was begging him to accept it for next to nothing in return. The difference between people was so great. Other than Bihan, who started to reflect on the value of being a battle general versus being a black-hearted business person, all of the higher ranks in Mo Cloud C were cheering. Soon, under Gong Sun Cha's command, all the departments started to move furiously to prepare to accept more than 300 jie. Everyone knew that this would be a mission unprecedented in scale. This would likely be the largest and greatest transfer of territory in the history of the Xiuzhou world. Resources, battalions, manpower, they were quickly gathered. In a shockingly short amount of time, Mo Cloud C had finished its preparations. Other than Zuo Mo and Gu Liangdao, no one knew of Zhongda's intentions. No one would think that there would be a madman that would hand over 300 jie for free. But the movement inside Zuo Mo and Gu Liangdao's territories still set off the wariness of many factions. The gathering of battalions, the preparations of resources. Officials were constantly being summoned to Cloud C Jie. All the signs pointed to the two having some great action coming up. If someone was ignorant, they would think that the two were preparing to fight each other, but anyone with common knowledge knew that the alliance between Zuo Mo and Gu Liangdao was unbreakable. They had not heard of any conflict between the two sides, so it was not possible the two were about to start fighting. Then there was only one possibility: the two sides were going to team up. Who would be the target? Coenluan, Tianhuan, Emotion Temple and others immediately became nervous. If Mo Cloud C and Gu Liangdao allied together, to speak of nothing else, their offensive power could not be dismissed. The probability of Bihan fighting was low, but one could not forget that Mo Cloud C still had Gongsun Lil Mist that ranked 4th among the 10 great battle generals. His Vermilion Bird camp was also complete and whole. Gu Liangdao was astounding powerful himself and ranked 5th. 1. If the two battle generals ranked 4th and 5th teamed up, this would be such a strong pairing that even Coenluan would feel threatened. Also nervous was the 9 Great Diana sect. Many people were thinking about whether their recent actions had angered Mo Cloud C, and now it was time to settle the score. Yang Yuanhao was not nervous at all. He was experienced and he had an understanding of Zuo Mo. With this guy's personality, if he planned to wage war on someone, he would definitely not leak anything beforehand. This one was faithful sneak attacker. Fighting openly was not his style at all. While he did not know what Zuo Mo and Gu Liangdao wanted to do, he was sure that they were not preparing to start a war with someone. He did not struggle over this question. He knew clearly that as long as the 9 Great Diana sect did not completely side with Coenluan or Tianhuan, Mo Cloud C would not act against the 9 Great Diana sects. He had been considering the sect leader's words these past days. Previously, he had assumed that Mo Cloud C could not stop Tianhuan's attacks, but now, he suddenly believed that Mo Cloud C had reversed the situation. Something definitely happened. Yang Yuanhao perceptively realized Mo Cloud C's silent change. If Mo Cloud C reversed the situation, then Mo Cloud C would undoubtedly be the best to side with. It was time to make a decision. Yang Yuanhao stood up. When Zuo Mo received the paper crane from the sect leader of Thundersound Temple, he was astounded. The sect leader clearly expressed their willingness to join Mo Cloud C's territory in the paper crane. Other than the message from Thundersound Temple, a letter from Lotus Sutra Temple arrived as well. The two had clearly communicated in secret beforehand. Zuo Mo was not too surprised by Lotus Sutra Temple's decision. They had burned their bridges with Coenluan and Tianhuan. If they wanted to survive, they had to side with a large faction. But little Mo Gu was very surprised by Thundersound Temple's action. Thundersound Temple wasn't just the head of the 9 Great Diana sects, it possessed a powerful battle general Yang Yuanhao. Their own strength was not something to be dismissed. Had his words last time been effective? Zuo Mo muttered inside. Zuo Mo did not immediately reply but started to think carefully. He was not completely stunned dumb by what had dropped on his head from the sky. Thundersound Temple and Lotus Sutra Temple's allegiance had benefits and detriments. What was good was that Mo Cloud C's strength would increase again. Mo Cloud C's strength would undoubtedly reach another peak after adding a top battle general like Yang Yuanhao. But there were also detriments. If the news that Thunder Sound Temple and Lotus Sutra Temple siding with Mo Cloud C became public, the 9 great dhyana sects would immediately collapse and cease to exist. The sects would quickly divide when they felt a threat to their survival, each of them seeking a route to survival. There were only 3 choices: Mo Cloud C, Tian Huan, and Kuan Luan. Zuo Mo had thought of the 9 great dhyana sects as a barrier, a buffer. If the situation changed, the alliance of the 9 great dhyana sects dissolved, then this barrier would also disappear. Mo Cloud C would have territory directly bordering Kuan Luan and Tian Huan. The pressure would immediately increase. After thinking for a long time, Zuo Mo replied to the sect leader of Thunder Sound Temple. He expressed that he welcomed them and also promised that Yang Yuan Hao's battalion would receive the same benefits as Vermilion Bird Camp and Sin Battalion. But he told them to temporarily keep it a secret and for Yang Yuan Hao's battalion to prepare. Zuo Mo thought of the plan he formed in Zhongda's tent. If Thunder Sound Temple joined Mo Cloud C, then it meant that they did not need to find a way to sneak battalions to Tian Huan's rear. Yang Yuan Hao battalion would only need to attack at an opportune time, and Tian Huan would immediately panic. They could easily cleave the wedge-shaped area from Tian Huan's map. Also, this was not a good time to split up the 9 great dhyana sects. Zuo Mo was full of spirit. Thunder Sound Temple that had come to him was a great bargaining chip to add to his hand. He was even more confident. After taking care of these matters, he threw himself back into his study of the Weaving Girl's Shuttle. Tian Huan's unique system inspired him. If he could completely study it, it would be of great help to him to perfect Mo Cloud C's system. Tian Huan's study of the Shen glyphs were more advanced than Mo Cloud C. He did not avoid Li Xianair when he studied the Weaving Girl's Shuttle. Right now, Li Xianair was a treasure in his hand, a crucial piece of his plan, and no accidents were allowed. Supposedly, Tian Huan's envoy was about to arrive, but Zuo Mo knew that Tian Huan would not give up on trying to rescue Li Xianair. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at them from the shadows. In order to stop a cooked duck from flying away, Zuo Mo kept Li Xianair close by. Ague, Wei Shang, Sang Lianer, Zhong Ru, and the others formed a perimeter. Zhongda's Abyssfiend jail battalion formed a larger encirclement on the outside. It was so heavily guarded that not even a fly could go in. Only now could Zuo Mo have the peace of mind to ponder Tian Huan's Shen glyphs. Li Xianair could not describe her feelings right now. That paper crane represented her childhood memories. Every time she thought back to it, she would smile. Theoretically, this should have been just a minor incident in her life, however, she always had feelings of reminiscence towards that faraway unknown victim. She had not thrown away that paper crane and left it in the ring as a memento. Maybe it was the other's rebelliousness and hardiness that had left a deep imprint on her. When she had grown up, she would frequently reflect that her prank back then had crossed a line. It was hard to see such an indescribable presence around her. Those people around here were elegant and gentle, they were full of talent, their conduct and speech were flawless. But they did not have that spirit. But that playmate from her youth was actually Zuo Mo. She was in a daze for a few days. 1. Wandering Yumi of Doom. My notes have 5th as Yang Yuan Hao from Thunder Sound Temple. No one identified for 6th, FX could have made a mistake or Yang Yuan Hao and Guliang Dao are tied for 5th. Also just to remind everyone of this little FX journey in writing. Li Xianair, disciple of Tian Huan, granddaughter of Tian Huan's sect leader, member of the 4 seats. First appears in Chapter 7, where she sends a pink paper crane to Zuo Mo. Thinking that the crane is a normal 1,000 paper crane, Zuo Mo responds antagonistically, and starts a strange long-distance abusive relationship with the mystery crane girl. On several occasions Zuo Mo nearly dies due to her antics. She later appears in Chapter 659, where she is sent to negotiate with Marshal D, but is later sent to deal with Xiao Mo Gu. It is later revealed in Chapter 700 the alliance between Marshal D and Tian Huan will likely be cemented through marriage. These plans are thrown into disarray as a result of the dawn of the Shen era. In the Shen era, she becomes the most talented member of the younger generation, is appointed the leader of the 4 seats, and owner of the Weaving Girl's Shuttle. She agrees to become a hostage in a risky mission for the sake of the sect, and is later appointed as the next sect leader of Tian Huan by her grandfather. Translator Ramblings, Abi Han. This is why you are the minion and Zuo Mo is the boss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 828, Gap. Chapter 828, Gap. Li Xianair looked at Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo seemed to be possessed as he caressed the Weaving Girl's Shuttle with his hands day and night. He completely forgot himself. Li Xianair felt slightly ashamed. She had the Weaving Girl's Shuttle for such a long time, but never treated or studied it so seriously. Everyone else had become used to Zuo Mo when he became like this. Sometimes, Zuo Mo would suddenly stop, a ball of fire would erupt from his hand, and then he would silently throw things into it. Li Xian'er could see that Zuo Mo definitely had some kind of understanding, and he was experimenting. Then, accidents would occur. Explosions, thick smoke, toxic mist. Li Xian'er's heart beat wildly as she watched, but when she looked around, everyone else was calm. They were meditating, practicing the sword, chanting sutras. They looked as though they were used to events like this. This group of people. Li Xian'er suddenly had a strange feeling that this group of people were really a group of freaks. This was not the first time she observed Zuo Mo, but this was the first time she observed the rest of the group from Mo Cloud Sea at such a close distance. The feeling they gave her was unspeakably strange. Yet, after a period of exposure, Li Xian'er had a different feeling. This group was hardworking, exceptionally hardworking. They were always cultivating. They never wasted a moment of time. Other than seeing Sang Lianer occasionally sipping and savoring tea, everyone else was cultivating except when they were resting. There were even a few that she never saw resting. This kind of mad cultivation state produced a pressure hard to describe that almost suffocated her. Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in her mind. If all of Mo Cloud Sea was like this, then it would be terrifying. When a person talked about Mo Cloud Sea, they could not avoid discussing the string of miracles in its short history. This string of miracles created the now prosperous and strong Mo Cloud Sea. Many people thought that Mo Cloud Sea's success could not be copied. They were the blessed of the heavens. Their accomplishments could not be separated from their luck. Li Xian'er had been influenced by this way of thinking. Yes, when one looked back at Mo Cloud Sea's rise, they had a powerful and wondrous luck. But when she was in close contact with them for multiple days, her way of thinking was completely upended. Yes. Mo Cloud Sea's rise could not be copied, but not because of luck, but that it would be impossible to get a group of people like this, each full of talented and outrageously hardworking. Before this, Li Xian'er thought that she was hardworking. And in reality, in Tianhuan, she was very hardworking, but today, she learned that there was still a gap when compared to this group of freaks from Mo Cloud Sea. The luck of Mo Cloud Sea now seemed like an eruption of potential, unearthed by hard work, each time they had been forced to the precipice. The hard work of this group of people reached a harsh level. It was not strange if it was one person, but a whole crowd being so strict made people feel terror. This stirred Li Xian'er greatly. She realized for the first time just how terrifying the enemy they were facing was. Of everyone, the one she paid the most attention to was Zuo Mo. Zuo Mo was the master of Mo Cloud Sea. He decided the present and future of Mo Cloud Sea, and an important enemy of Tianhuan. Also, she had some special emotions towards Zuo Mo. She really was great. A random little thousand crane had managed to leave the famed master of Mo Cloud Sea so disheveled. A smile floated at the corner of Li Xian'er's mouth. However, very soon, she was unable to smile because she saw the crude work on Zuo Mo's hand. It was a very rough and irregular object. And it was mostly made out of low-quality materials like bronze, and she had watched him add many other kinds of materials. For other sects, forging was a production method, but for Tianhuan, it was an important method of cultivation. Increasing understanding of forging and seal formation to increase one's control of Ling and Shen power was a method unique to Tianhuan. This was also why Tianhuan had a near monopoly of the talisman business in the Xiuzhou world. Every single member of the sect was skilled in forging. This was what was most scary. Li Xian'er was one of the best among them and naturally great in skill. She was ranked first or second among the young disciples. But seeing Zuo Mo forge was a great blow to her. At the start, the golden-colored fire in Zuo Mo's hand did not attract her attention until Li Xian'er realized that any material that was thrown into the flame would immediately turn to liquid. Then she started to pay attention. When she did, she found that this extraordinary nature of the golden flames. Shen flame. That was a Shen flame. A flame had to surpass 10th grade and also needed Shen power to produce it before it could be called a Shen fire. In all of Tianhuan, only Chief Elder had a Shen flame. Chief Elder's Shen glyph heaven fire was a Shen flame. Other than this, no one else in the enormous Tianhuan had a Shen fire. Even Li Xian'er only had a 9th grade, charming beauty. This pink beautiful flame was a great treasure that Tianhuan had spent great effort to find. Shen flame, Zuo Mo possessed a Shen flame. She was stunned speechless, especially when she saw Zuo Mo's movements were unorthodox and without any kind of elegance or beauty. A strange feeling of unease filled her heart when she saw this. Yet, Zuo Mo's unique movements, unqualified and lacking in any beauty, did not affect his forging ability. Zuo Mo's movements were unusually accurate, so accurate that even Li Xian'er, a Tianhuan disciple, felt embarrassed of herself. However, Li Xianair did not have time to feel ashamed at this time. She stared at the rough object on Zuo Mo's hand. It was crude, irregular, and ugly. But Li Xianair's gaze was fixed on it, and unable to move away. Shock spread through her mind. Weaving Girl's shuttle. She actually felt an aura similar to that of Weaving Girl's shuttle on that ugly object. The strong blow caused her to lose her mind and she exclaimed, "This is not possible." Almost at the same time, everyone opened their eyes and looked in shock at the rough object in Zuo Mo's hands. They felt any extremely weak vibration of Shin power from this crude object that seemed to be breathing. Zuo Mo once again had a smug expression. Tian Huan's Shin glyph lives up to its reputation. What he had gained in these recent days almost surpassed Zuo Mo's imagination. The Weaving Girl shuttle was Tian Huan's masterwork and contained large amounts of Tian Huan's most secret seal formations and a Shin glyph. Zuo Mo knew the value of these things. Once he absorbed these formations and Shin glyphs, Mo Cloud C's forging level would tangibly rise a level in a very short amount of time. Its value could not be measured. In Zuo Mo's hand was only a rough work, but it showed Zuo Mo's understanding of Tian Huan Shin glyphs. It has Shin power vibrations, Wei Shang asked curiously. Yes, copied from Tian Huan's Shin device, this thing can produce Shin power. It is very interesting, Zuo Mo explained. It can produce Shin power on its own? Sang Lianer immediately became excited. Born a Mo, Sang Lianer had an obsessive pursuit of power. Once she heard that this could produce Shin power, she was like a shark that had found a prey. Can people use it? Yes. Zuo Mo nodded. Tian Huan uses it like that. However, I need more time to completely understand it. Oh, Tian Huan. Sang Lianer turned to look at Li Xianair. That gaze was filled with meaning and caused Li Xianair's hairs to stand. Soon, everyone moved their attention away. They started to cultivate and meditate again. The crude object suddenly exploded into powder. The low-level materials could not withstand Shin power. Even the tiniest bit of Shin power would turn the materials into dust. Zuo Mo did not care. A jade scroll appeared in his hand and he furiously recorded down what he learned. After he finished recording, Zuo Mo closed his eyes and finally relaxed. After focusing to study day and night, he was tired. As he rested, he habitually thought back to his arrangements in his mind. Suddenly, his heart jumped. He opened his eyes. How could he have forgotten such an important thing? There is something important I missed. Zuo Mo said gravely. Everyone opened their eyes and they looked at Zuo Mo. Zhongde's safety is related to our victory or defeat. If Tian Huan attacks Zhongde, we will be in a reactive state. Zuo Mo's expression was grave. The joy at capturing Li Xianair and learning the Shin glyph of the Weaving Girl's shuttle almost caused him to make a fatal mistake. With their present strength, the Tian Huan experts would not have any hope of capturing Li Xianair from them. But if they targeted Zhongde, it would not be good. Zhongde had the protection of his army, but if the other was decisive and ruthless enough and would send enough experts to their deaths, they had the ability to sneak into the base and assassinate Zhongde. Zhongde still lacked the protection of a top expert. While this was not enough to be a fatal blow at any other time, but at this crucial moment, this would put them back where they started. And if something happened to Zhongde, the good situation they had managed to negotiate would be ruined. Everyone's expressions became grave. Wei Shang stood and said, "I'll go." Zuo Mo sighed in relief. "Please, I'll trouble Xixiang. Xixiang, no matter what, do not leave Zhongde's side." "All right." Wei Shang did not waste words. He turned and left. Zuo Mo completely relaxed. Eldest Xixiang was a man of his word. If he made a promise, no matter what happened, he would definitely not leave Zhongde. With the protection of eldest Xixiang and the numerous battalions surrounding Zhongde, Tian Huan would not have a chance. Li Xianair's heart immediately sank. She had noticed Zuo Mo's mistake as well. If Tian Huan could take down Zhongde, they could turn defeat into victory. While Zuo Mo had seemed smug, she hadn't expected him to not forget himself. Of course she knew of Wei Shang. The strongest of Mo Cloud C, and accepted by the public as a genius that could match Lin Qian. He started as a sword servant and struggled his way up step by step. Wei Shang was a determined person, his resolve was made of steel. He was the idol of all sword show other than Kunlun. With a person like this guarding Zhongde, and with the fearless Abyss Jail Battalion to support him, the possibility of taking down Zhongde was minuscule even in theory. Zuo Mo felt some lingering fear. His mistake had almost cost them everything. He became wary. For some reason, he kept on feeling a kind of danger. After a moment thought, he decided to make his move first. He communicated with Gongsun Sha. Start the plan. Translator ramblings, one little slip of the mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 829, Counterattack. Chapter 829, Counterattack. Be alert! Zuo Fan scolded the guards. Looking at the sky full of snow and the howling wind, he felt slightly anxious. The Clear Sea storehouse that he guarded was an important resource base for Tianhuan. It had countless materials that had been transported from all over. They would be packed onto ships here and be transported to their destinations. These were mostly mid-level and low-level materials. The types and amounts were astounding, and due to this, the scale of the storehouse was also astounding. This was Tianhuan's material transportation hub. Its importance to Tianhuan could not be described. Due to this, there was a whole battalion stationed at Clear Sea Storehouse. Other than this, there were also many experts protecting this place. However, a few days ago, the ringmaster that was guarding Clear Sea Storehouse had left with 3 of their strongest experts, saying that they had an important mission. The careful Zuo Fan felt slightly anxious. Clear Sea Storehouse was at its weakest. If the enemy attacked at this time. This thought caused his heart to shudder, but he then shook his head. It was unlikely. Mo Cloud Sea was being completely suppressed by Tianhuan. They were in a panic and did not have the energy to deal with Tianhuan. Also, in such terrible weather, it was impossible to travel. Clear Sea Jia was a world of wind and snow. In a year, about 9/10 of the days were filled with wind and snow. Also, the wind and snow were so strong that this place was a world of ice and death. Those that could survive here were all powerful ice-type Yao beasts. The transportation fleets also had a hard time traveling in this kind of weather. Normal Xiozha would not be able to fly and travel in this kind of weather. The wind and snow would tear them to pieces. But the position of Clear Sea Jia was so important that, without any other Jia around, people had to pass through here. This kind of snowstorm was rare to see, and it really helped him greatly right now. While he thought this, Zuo Fan still increased the guard patrols on the storehouse. His gaze swept across the packed Jinji. Much of his anxiousness dissipated. There were so many Jinji here, it was a fortress. Zuo Fan was only a silver battle general, but he was careful, reliable, and worthy of trust, so he had been sent to guard the Clear Sea storehouse. His battalion was much larger than normal battalions and had been built according to the standards of a gold battle general. Suddenly, Zuo Fan's gaze focused. There was a blue figure flickering in and out of view in the wind and snow. Zuo Fan's heart suddenly rose into the air. There were 3 defensive lines in front. How had this person come in? A strong feeling of danger filled his mind. His expression changed as he shouted, "Enemy attack!" The storehouse immediately descended into chaos, the sounds of alarms going off and Jinji lighting up. The entire storehouse seemed to wake up from a sleep and was covered in a pressuring light. The guards moved into the Jinji, each of them with nervous expressions as though they faced a great enemy. The blue figure came closer. The furious wind and snow seemed to be nothing. Among the snowstorm, a blue figure gradually became clear. A beautiful figure that moved with an umbrella and was filled with an ethereal beauty. A woman. Zuo Fan's pupils suddenly contracted, and a strong feeling of danger rose. A woman appearing out of such strong snowstorm. This was not a good sign. The other's level of danger did not need to be stated. All Jinji, prepare to attack. Zuo Fan decisively ordered. In the wind and snow, Lan gazed at the distant fortress, the 2 ice blue crystals at the eye holes of her face mask lighting up slightly. After 10,000 years, she once again stood on the battlefield. Her icy heart suddenly became excited. The totem sleeping among the incense of the Shen temple was so lonely. A totem's home should be the battlefield. Born in the tribe, powerful, becoming the totem, experiencing countless years' worship and reverence. They led the tribe in times of danger, protected the tribe, fought for the tribe, never abandoning the tribe, for the glory of the tribe. The glory of a totem. The distant and faded glory would once again spread the name of Lan, but the hand around the ice umbrella tightened and Lan's figure disappeared from the wind and snow. Careful! Zuo Fan's pupils shrank again as he roared. Boom! An enormous explosion, and the snow that had accumulated on the ground exploded. A wall of snow dozens of zheng tall rose and then swept towards the storehouse. In this moment, countless beams of light sprouted out of the fortress. Almost unconsciously, all the guards unhesitatingly activated the Jinji. All kinds of light rained down on the wall of snow. The snow wall immediately split into pieces. The wild flows of air and the snow mixing together causing snow to fly into the air. It was white everywhere they looked. Not good. Zuo Fan's heart jumped. Before he could respond, a blue figure flashed at the corner of his eye. Bling bling bling. Like hail raining down and tearing through the leaves of the banana tree, the light shield nearby shattered immediately. Pew pew pew. Pillars of blood shot up. Before they could land on the ground, they were frozen into droplets of ice by the cold air and was swept up with the wind and snow. The guards widened their eyes, a chill spreading through their bodies. In a blink, they turned into people of ice. They fell down face forward, pia, and shattered. The wind and snow they had relied on had become the great boon for the enemy. Ice spikes shot out of the wind and snow. These ice spikes possessed astounding power. Even the defensive light shield of Clear Sea Storehouse could not withstand a single blow. Several figures were rapidly moving to the third defensive position. Zuo Fan was slightly reassured. These people were usually very proud. Fortunately, they did not mess up at important times. Third position. Zuo Fan shouted. Prepare the skylock. As he finished, countless seal scripts suddenly flew out of the depths of the storehouse and quickly flew into the sky. In a blink, a circle of light appeared in the sky above the storehouse. The light circle was over 10 li in diameter and countless bright seal scripts flowed endlessly. The skylock was one of the Clear Sea Warehouse's strongest jinji. It was for facing experts, especially Shen power experts. The enemy's strength was unfathomable and was definitely a Shen power expert. This definitely was not good news for Zuo Fan. Right now, the development of jinji had fallen behind. The jinji that could match Shen power experts were rare. However, due to the importance of Clear Sea Storehouse's location, there were jinji set up here that could be used against Shen power exerts. This was Skylock. If those people could delay the enemy, the Skylock would be able to restrain the enemy. Several figures quickly engaged the enemy in battle. With Zuo Fan's strength, he could only see several gray figures and one blue figure flashing around. The lock is set. The subordinate said joyfully. Attack! Zuo Fan unhesitatingly ordered. The circle of light suddenly contracted. It descended from the sky, its target Lan. The wind and snow seemed to suddenly stop. This was the first time Xuan Yu was working with Gongsun Cha. It was a strange feeling. He had to admit that Gongsun Cha's preparations had been very detailed, so detailed that it was beyond his imagination. While they were both among the 10 great battle generals, Gongsun Cha and Gu Liangdao's styles were completely different. Gu Liangdao's moves were big and open, but Gongsun Cha was more detailed. Only battle generals like Gongsun Cha would be able to do preparations to this level. The accurate and thorough preparations allowed Xuan Yu to feel relaxed. What he needed to do was simple. He only needed to express his strength to successfully complete the mission. His target was Thousand Sail Sect. Thousand Sail Sect was not a large sect. Actually, it was only one of Tianhuan's outer sections. Its status in Tianhuan was not high, but its importance was seriously underestimated. Tianhuan had many outer sections. There were thousands of sects that had connections to Tianhuan, and the Thousand Sail Sect was just one of those. They were skilled in the forging of treasure ships, especially transportation ships. Almost 7/10 of transportation ships in Tianhuan came from Thousand Sail Sect. For Tianhuan, who made their living on forging and mercantilism, the amount of materials transported was astounding and the demand for transportation ships was high. Transportation ships were not hard to forge, but took time, and the profits were not high. Naturally, Tianhuan was not willing to invest manpower and energy into this. They were happy that Thousand Sail Sect was willing to take over. Thousand Sail Sect jumped to become one of the relatively strong sects among Tianhuan's outer sections. Their transportation ships sold well based on their connection to Tianhuan. In Gongsun Cha's intelligence analyses, the importance of this sect was high. If it was destroyed, it would have a great effect on Tianhuan's transportation abilities. Transportation ships did not need high-level materials or high-level methods to be forged, but needed time. If Thousand Sail Sect was destroyed, Tianhuan would have a difficult time making up their transportation ships in the short term. Other sects could forge them, but no one could compare to Thousand Sail Sect in scale. There were confirmed reports. An enormous order had come to Thousand Sail Sect, and Tianhuan was currently facing the problem of lacking sufficient transportation ability. Gongsun Cha's plan targeted the enemy's weakness. He had to admit that Gongsun Cha was someone skilled at grabbing a person's weakness. What made Thousand Sail Sect a tempting target was that, despite their importance, Thousand Sail Sect did not have the corresponding level of defenses. Thousand Sail Sect was in the core lands of Tianhuan and it was not easy for them to be attacked. Adding on that Tianhuan was supporting them, their competitors did not dare to scheme against them. The situation formed gradually over time to become like this. However, Tianhuan did have some measures. They still stationed a battalion near Thousand Sail Sect to guarantee their safety. Yet a defense of this degree for a super expert like Xuanyu was like there was nothing. Especially right now when Tianhuan's attention was attracted by Zheng De and Zuo Mo. Almost all of the top experts had been moved. This was undoubtedly the time that Tianhuan was weakest in defense. They would not encounter any experts of the same level. For Xuanyu, this mission was so easy it was like taking a sightseeing trip. Gongshan Cha's move was really vicious. Behind Xuanyu were a few dozen elites that carried large amounts of explosive talismans. They only had one mission: flatten Thousand Sail Sect to the ground. Xuanyu took a deep breath, his expression becoming cold. Begin. Translator ramblings, attack on two fronts. Guerg, holidays are robbing my energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 830, Counterattack, 2. Chapter 830, Counterattack, 2. The old man's mission was the Yao Forging Tower. The Yao Forging Tower had been the place that Pu Yao and Wei had been imprisoned in. It was a restricted land that the forebearers of Tianhuan had created using their great power. There were 18 levels in the Yao Forging Tower. Pu Yao and Wei had been imprisoned in the bottom level. Every level was filled with Jinji. Unless one attacked from the outside, it was extremely difficult to escape. Pu Yao and Wei's escape had been the result of Pu Yao spending thousands of years and put his all to think of a solution. In reality, only Pu Yao and Wei had been left on the 18th level. The other Yao Ma had passed away a long time ago. Pu Yao had seen countless powerful Yomo that could not hold against the wear of time, lose their minds, and then turn into dust. This was what had caused him to resolve himself and escape the Yao Forging Tower. The Yao Forging Tower did not just imprison Yao Ma, but a large number of powerful people that could be a threat to Tianhuan's rule. They were not killed due to many various reasons and were imprisoned in the Yao Forging Tower. The Yao Forging Tower was heavily guarded. However, in this era of drastic change, for something as gigantic as Tianhuan, they had countless problems they needed to face, and too many places they could not attend to. The Yao Forging Tower was one of those. Tianhuan needed to face Kunlun's expansion, needed to face the threatening Imocloud Sea, the exchange of power between generations inside the sect, the change from the Ling power to Shen power system, and so on. There were too many problems they urgently needed to resolve. In a situation like this, the defense of the Yao Forging Tower was not a priority. Just like the transportation formations of Imocloud Sea that were attacked, Tianhuan Shen glyphs and Jinji were being developed with full support, but there was still a great distance until they were developed enough for widespread use. The Jinji of the Yao Forging Tower were the products of the era of Ling power. For experts that were in the era of Shen power, they were lacking power. For safety, especially the safety of the old man, Xiashan, Nanyu, and the others were all sent with the old man's group. None of the group who qualified to go into the Yao Forging Tower was harmless. Even so, the old man alone was enough to intimidate the entire group. If they only released those imprisoned and caused a small degree of damage to Tianhuan, this was an embarrassing waste in the eyes of Gongshan Cha. For Lil Miss, these vicious brutes that had suffered under Tianhuan were great helpers. At usual times, other than the battalions stationed at the Yao Forging Tower, there were also experts. However, Li Xian'er had been captured, and almost all of the experts were sent to Shixian to negotiate and rescue Li Xian'er. This was the time that the tower was most empty. The old man was very satisfied at being put in charge of such an important mission. Which of you two will go first? The old man glanced at the orange-haired Yao and one out of the corner of his eye. The orange-haired Yao had an expression of smug pride as he patted his chest. We need to discuss this? Of course it is the most handsome and genius youth first. Good brothers are loyal, seeing how pitiful you are, I will condescend to help. The old man's face turned green. Who was brothers with you? The smug orange-haired Yao suddenly recalled the old man was a Gui's grandfather and immediately froze. He reacted and hurriedly smoothed over, A Wen. I'm speaking about a one. The orange-haired Yao thought that the old man could not be offended. If big sister Agui learned of this, and then attacked him, he would not be able to withstand it. Owen snorted coldly. Idiot. Before he finished speaking, he shot out. Hey. You bastard. You rule breaker. Unfair. You shameless being, I had a wrong opinion of you. You are a person without a bottom line. You embarrass the name of Imocloud Sea. The orange-haired Yao wailed loudly as he turned into a fiery red shadow and charged in. The old man turned his face. Are the two of them usually like this? Everyone nodded in unison. Nan Yu and the others were respectful of the old man. The old man's power was enough that they had to look up in reverence. Also, the old man's unique status was such that even Gongsun Cha had a high opinion of him, much less juniors like them. With everyone surrounding him, the old man felt unprecedentedly well, and full of spirit. These juniors were mature, obedient and had sweet tongues. They had smoothed his feathers. With a good mood, he did not skimp on teaching them. Soon, he found to his shock that these juniors were not just exceptionally talented, they were all very hard-working. Even the orange-haired Yao that seemed unreliable was focused when he cultivated. Such good children. The old man sighed. He decided that he was going to attend more events in the future, and show off the glory of an elder. He pretentiously pointed at the Yao Forging Tower and said with a serious expression, "The person who gets into the entrance first will be taught a secret technique by this old man." Whoosh! Everyone's eyes turned green. On the trip here, the old man's unfathomable power and masterful Shun techniques caused reverence in all of the juniors. Such a promise immediately ignited the fighting spirit of all of the juniors. Nan Yu and the others unhesitatingly charged to the Yao Forging Tower. Behind them, the old man strolled slowly with the presence of a master. The sharp wails of alarms could be heard in the distance as the light of the Jinji lit up in twos and threes. It had been too long since Tianhuan itself had been attacked. The guards stationed at the Yao Forging Tower to be dazed for a moment when they heard the alarms. The enemy came so quickly they hadn't even entered the Jinji before the enemy reached them. The attack lights of the perimeter Jinji rained down on the enemy but were unable to stop their advance. Rongji looked in terror at the eerie and dangerous figures, cold rising from his heart. Ever since that time many years ago when Yao had escaped from the Yao Forging Tower, the guards at the Yao Forging Tower in the Jinji had been improved greatly. However, as war had occurred, the situation became more tense, and almost all of the experts at the Yao Forging Tower had been called away. As the situation calmed, the higher-ups seemed to forget about the Yao Forging Tower. Those left behind to guard the Yao Forging Tower would be transferred immediately when they had a breakthrough in cultivating Shingglyphs. Rongji had not improved much in cultivating Shingglyphs, so he had never left here. Rongji wanted to leave since a long time ago. Guarding the Yao Forging Tower was thought of as exile, a place with no future. There were no benefits here, and the days were hard. It was also difficult to accomplish something that would attract the attention of the higher-ups. But if they were not careful, it was easy for problems to occur. Naturally, no one was willing to come here. Only those that offended the higher-ups would be sent here. Occasionally in the past, there would be some experts with terrible personalities but were strong that were transferred over. In the recent years, there wasn't even one such expert. The higher-ups had developed a higher tolerance of those with strength than in the past. Rongji was often too lazy to think about these matters. Guarding the Yao Forging Tower was a hard job, but the benefit was that no one managed them, and they were free. They could occasionally go to the nearby battalion to act as a teacher, and guide the soldiers from the battalion. The scene of the lights raining down caused Song Ji to lose focus for a while. Elite. It was definitely elite. From what he saw, every figure was multiple times stronger than himself. Song Ji immediately knew the enemy's intentions. The enemy was targeting the prisoners of the Yao Forging Tower. Suddenly, he was filled with grief. He knew that he would pay the price for the inattentiveness of the higher-ups. Seeing the juniors were unstoppable, the old man was slightly shocked. The defenses of the Yao Forging Tower were so weak. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Theoretically, a place like this was a restricted land for each sect and should be heavily protected. It was time for Tianhuan to taste its own medicine for missing this. The battle progressed quickly. The guards were cleared out in a short period of time. The nearby battalion was disturbed by the noise and were rushing over. They had quickly assembled and were hurrying over at their fastest speed. "How's the situation?" the old man asked the Black Smoke Yao. In his view, this person shrouded in black smoke was the smartest of the group. The Jinji here are complete and suitable for facing battalions. If our intelligence reports on this battalion are accurate, we can hold the tower for at least 12 hours. However, you have to be fast, the Black Smoke Yao said without hesitation. "Good, I will leave this to you." The old man was very satisfied. He watched as the Black Smoke Yao directed people into the Jinji to prepare to stop the battalion outside. The fighting spirit inside his chest started to burn. "I hope the people inside the Yao Forging Tower do not disappoint me." The old man unhesitatingly flew into the Yao Forging Tower. Lan lightly spun the ice umbrella in her hand and the wind and snow seemed to be disturbed by an invisible hand. The sharp snow and wind were docile and vented in a storm. Ding ding ding. Countless blooms of blood appeared at the same time. The enemy that lost the protection of the light shields were fragile. The death of large numbers of their members caused many Jinji to stop functioning and the light in the sky weakened. At this time, Lan suddenly raised her face. In the sky, an enormous seal-script ring of light was coming towards her at astounding speed. The sky full of wind and snow seemed to suddenly stop. Lan's eyes suddenly lit up with an eerie light. A reminiscing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After sleeping for tens of thousands of years, her battle skill had not decreased. As a totem warrior, fighting was an instinct that was engraved deep into her bones. 10,000 years ago, the greatest value of any totem warrior was fighting. She seemed to return to the time 10,000 years ago, in that chaotic and primitive land. Where the ice umbrella passed, it left ice and snow. She had never lost a fight in the ice and snow, thought. The ice umbrella in her hand spun rapidly. The tassels that flew up were pleasing to hear with their chimes. Under the ice umbrella, she lowered her head, her expression was devout and grave. In the name of Lan, dance. The wind and snow seemed to hear the summons and spun to gather at the ice umbrella above her head. With Lan as the center, a whirlwind of ice formed. The snow that had built up for tens of thousands of years on the ground crumbled. They flew into the sky and were sucked into the whirlpool of wind and snow above Lan's head. Boom om. The ice and snow gathered like a twister and formed an enormous pillar of icy wind. From far away, it looked like a terrifying dragon of ice twisting and rearing into the air. There was no longer any sharp wailing of the wind. What filled the ears were the roars of tens of thousands of horses stampeding towards them at once. The ground seemed to tremble. Zuo Fan and the others looked with ashen expressions at the enormous ice dragon in the air that stretched for dozens of li. The sky lock could not strike and was stuck in the air. There seemed to be an invisible hand that securely held it. Under the umbrella, the devout and solemn Lan murmured softly, in the name of Lan. She suddenly raised her face and darkly said 4 words. Ice snow mist kill. The blue mask flashed with an icy light and cruelty. The ice umbrella pointed forward. Translator ramblings, the Yao Forging Tower finally makes an appearance. If only Pu Yao's fellows hadn't died, this would have been an epic rescue mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 831, Counterattack, 3. Chapter 831, Counterattack, 3. Looking at the waves of fire and roiling black smoke, Xuan Yu decisively ordered, retreat. Dozens of figures around him quickly disappeared into the night. The next day, he successively destroyed a third storehouse of Tianhuan. His mission was different from Lan. Lan's mission was to destroy Clear Sea Storehouse, an important materials transportation hub. His mission was to damage Thousand Sail Sect, including the supply points along the way. In this situation, when the enemy Shen power experts had all been called away, Xuan Yu lacked opponents and was unstoppable. Xuan Yu had no intentions of hiding his strength. Gu Liangdao's faction did not share any borders with Tianhuan, but Mo Cloud Sea was their greatest ally. If Mo Cloud Sea was in danger, it meant that they were also in danger. Gu Liangdao had hinted to them of Zhongda's intentions. If that was the case, then the connection between Gu Liangdao and Mo Cloud Sea would become even closer. He had to admire Gongsun Cha's strategy. In the hidden battle with Mo Cloud Sea, Tianhuan had the absolute upper hand. This came from their thousands of years of management experience. The newly risen Mo Cloud Sea was not a match. However, Tianhuan was not invulnerable. With long borders and enormous territory, it was not hard for them to infiltrate enemy lands. An enormous territory also meant that the difficulty of defense was much greater. It had been too long since the interior of Tianhuan had experienced battle. This caused the wariness of the battalions stationed in the interior to be very low. They never thought that the safe interior would be attacked. Tianhuan relied heavily on the seal formations, just like Mo Cloud Sea. They also shared the problem that seal formation development hadn't caught up with Shen power development. While Tianhuan's upper levels had increased wariness after Mo Cloud Sea's transportation formations had been attacked, Tianhuan's territory was too vast. Other than sending battalions to reinforce some extremely important locations, the great majority of areas were left the same as before. Gu Liangdao was a decisive person. After he decided to kill Tianhuan, he immediately began planning. Gu Liangdao knew that they would only have one chance. If they could not strike a heavy blow, they would alert Tianhuan and never be given a chance like this again. In order to obtain the best effect, he decided to message Mo Cloud Sea. Because Zuo Mo was absent, the one left in charge was Gongsun Cha. After Gongsun Cha heard the plan, he was in agreement. While this plan could not strike Tianhuan at their foundation, it could buy more time for Mo Cloud Sea. Even though top experts like Zuo Mo and Wei Shang were not present, Mo Cloud C still had Qinghua Shui. Nan Yu and the others had also returned from their mission and managed to arrive in time. Gongsun Lil Miss had been very discontent at being suppressed by Tian Huan for a long time. He decided to do something big. Due to this, he even personally went to persuade Agoe's grandfather. He had originally thought that the old man would refuse, and hadn't expected the old man to easily agree. With the two top experts, the old man and Xuanyu, leading the way, the power behind this plan exploded. In addition, Lan suddenly stepping out of the mist allowed the entire plan to choose more targets. For this plan, Gongsun Sha used almost all of the intelligence that Mo Cloud C had. The targets were quickly selected. These targets were similar. They were not attention-catching, but each was crucial in the transport of Tian Huan's materials. If they were damaged, Tian Huan's material transportation would have problems. In order to accomplish the goal of damage, Golden Crow Camp specially forged one-use talismans. These talismans were based on the firebox that Bihan had used to burn the main peak of Xian Kong Temple. The new fireboxes they forged were more powerful, the fire stronger, and could burn nearly anything. More astounding was the black smoke produced by the flames had the added ability of removing Ling power. The more Ling power a material had, the more effective the fire was. Once a high-end material came into contact with the black smoke, it would become impotent. It was perfect to use in causing indiscriminate damage. Gongsun Sha was gathering power on his side to give Tian Huan a blow they would remember. No one had expected that Zuo Mo seemed to be of the same mind as Gongsun Sha and actually captured Li Xian'er alive. The situation had changed from them being reactive to being proactive. The Tian Huan experts were all lured away by Zuo Mo, which gave the mission that Gongsun Sha planned the perfect opening. This mission went so smoothly that Xuanyu almost couldn't believe it. Was Mo Cloud C strong to such a degree? The beautiful and fine ice umbrella pointed. Boom boom boom. The enormous dragon of ice and snow broke through the sky lock. Then, that suffocatingly large body howled as it rammed the Jinji with its head at a rapid speed. The great power immediately destroyed all the Jinji, and an immeasurable amount of snow and ice drowned the fortress. There was only a mountain of snow in front of Lan, a snowy mountain that completely buried the fortress. Around this 300 zhang tall mountain that was an enormous basin that was 50 li in diameter. Holding the ice umbrella in hand, Lan lightly flew to the top of the snow mountain. Clear Sea Storehouse was exposed in front of her. Endless rows of storehouses were laid out in neat rows, and mountains of materials were exposed, showing off vast wealth. A hint of a smile rose on Lan's lips. This time, Tian Huan would feel pain. An army of figures flew past Lan and into the mountains of materials. Soon, flames danced and licked towards the frozen sky. The flames became so hot even the ice started to melt. Only the mountain of snow, shrouded in the wind and snow, under Lan's feet did not show any signs of melting. The thick smoke quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. It was not just the loss of the materials. Even Clear Sea Storehouse would not be usable. Lan looked calmly at the large fire in front of her. Having been through countless battles, her will was as hard as stone. She turned. Holding the ice umbrella, she disappeared into the wind and snow. Just like tens of thousands of years ago. Attack! Tian Huan's battle general shouted angrily. He was forced to the end of his rope. If the Yao Forging Tower was opened, his only outcome would be death. He had never thought that the Yao Forging Tower that had never been attacked before would see this day. Damn it! The enemy were an elite force. While they were few in number, each one of them was strong. Rongji and that group of trash always boasted about their abilities so much. Yet even with the Jinji, they were unable to withstand the other long enough even with the help of the Jinji. The battle general couldn't help but curse inside. If Rongji had managed to delay the enemy, then he would have pincered the enemy with his battalion. Unless the enemy had the topmost experts, he would be able to wear the other to death with numbers. Yet Rongji lost control of the Jinji in the first attack. The Jinji of the Yao Forging Tower became a great weapon used against them. Right now, they were being pinned down by the Jinji and unable to charge close to the enemy. The battle general had never thought that there would be a day these Jinji would become the greatest obstacle to stopping his side. Because of the past incident where Yao had escaped, the Jinji of the Yao Forging Tower had been strengthened. Now, these Jinji became the nightmare of this Tian Huan battalion. No one had expected the enemy would use the power of their own Jinji to strike at them. In their first charge, unprepared, their fatalities were extremely high. The rain of attacks almost drowned them. Mother *****. Whose territory was this? The battle general couldn't help but swear. The power that the enemy managed to get out of the Jinji was even stronger than Rongji's group. Were there traitors? The pitiable battle general couldn't help but become paranoid. What he did not know was that in Mo Cloud C, learning how to use Jinji was something that almost every person was required to study. It was rare to have someone like Ma Fan that could use a formation defense line to its limits, but everyone was familiar with seal formations. The Black Smoke Yao's photographic memory and his exceptional intelligence helped him refine skills in this area. Nanyu was the leader of the orange-haired Yao and the others, but the strategic mind was the Black Smoke Yao. This guy was the weakest in the group but had the highest intelligence. Under the direction of the Black Smoke Yao, the Yao Forging Tower was extremely powerful. Everyone in their squad trusted the Black Smoke Yao's abilities. All of his orders would be followed completely and without question. This was the classic battle style of Mo Cloud C. The Tianhuan battle general was full of panic. The longer this dragged out, the worse the situation would get. The other was definitely opening the interior Jinji of the Yao Forging Tower to release the prisoners inside. This could not continue. Charge! All of you, charge! His angry shout echoed in the air. However, the effect of his shouting was negligible. The Jinji attacks of the Yao Forging Tower was too strong, and there were no dead spots. There was almost no possibility of surviving after being attacked by the Jinji. He also knew that the Jinji could maintain attacks of this level for a long time. He thought furiously in search of the almost minuscule possibility of success. The enemy had the upper hand, and was on defense. Even elite battalions would not have any good solutions stuck in a trench warfare like this, much less a regular battalion like them. The enemy's only weakness was their few numbers. They would do it. The Tianhuan battle general decided. If the enemy succeeded, he and his men would only have death waiting for him. Rather than that, it was better if he died on the battlefield. At least this way, his family would not be affected. He gathered the remaining warriors. We only have one option left to us. Everyone spread out, scatter, try to spread out as much as possible. We will attack from every angle. The enemy is few in number. If we get close, we will have a chance. Everyone knows our chances. If we die in battle, the higher-ups will allow our families to live good days due to our sacrifice. But if we flee, they will be dragged down with us. If the enemy succeeds, and we are still alive, everyone's families will still be affected. Everyone was silent. All of them unconsciously balled their fists. They knew that boss was right. No one pays attention to us, our benefits are lacking, we are just cannon fodder. There is no way about it. This battle isn't for Tianhuan, just for our families. Everyone, let's die here. The battle general said gravely. His gaze swept across the group with the resolve to die. There was a deathly silence. No one spoke. Everyone silently prepared. Their presence suddenly changed. An indescribable pressure covered the battlefield. Translator ramblings. This is how you know it is Gongsun Cha in charge of the mission and not Zuo Mo. How much Jingshi went up in flames. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 832, Counterattack, 4. Chapter 832, Counterattack, 4. The Black Smoke Yao was the first to detect the change in the enemy troops. His vantage point allowed him to quickly identify the others' intentions. His heart tightened and he shouted, "Everyone, pay attention. They are about to start an all-out attack. Defend your own areas, do not allow any dead spots to appear. You, go high up, I will leave the ones that have slipped through to you." "All right." Nanyu acknowledged. She jumped up and went to the highest point. A bow of light appeared in her hand. South Sky Shin Arrow. The South Sky Arrow art, that had been strengthened by Shin power, flashed with an eerie purple light. The ruler straight and thin bowstring was filled with power. Nanyu stood in the wind with a cold expression. She was no longer that little girl from the past, one that did not understand anything at all. She had been through hundreds of battles, was experienced, had a strong mentality and was a trusted team leader. Her attacks had a great attack range. Everyone had been together for a long time, and worked well together. Hearing the reminder from the Black Smoke Yao, everyone's nerves tensed. Whenever the Black Smoke Yao was like this, it meant that there was a hard battle to come. However, the group did not fear this. They were at the age where their spirits were high. They had abundant endurance and strong resolve. After cultivating the many different practices that were unique to Mo Cloud C, they had outstanding regulation and iron resolve. In Mo Cloud C, cowards were looked down upon. Gongsun Cha, Wei Shang, and including Zuo Mo, they were all people with extremely strong resolve. Affected by these leaders, Mo Cloud C admired this trait. Mo Cloud C had a saying, "You can have no talent, no skill, no high birth, but you cannot be a coward." Everyone focused and breathed calmly with grave expressions. The Black Smoke Yao was unprecedentedly nervous. It was the first time he had encountered such a dangerous situation. However, an indescribable excitement rose in his body. He was not afraid. He repeatedly ran through what he had learned. The group usually had small-scale conflicts and never had experienced a true battle. Figures started to appear at the edge of his view. "Attention! The enemy is about to come," he warned in a loud voice. His gaze did not waver. When those figures gradually came close, he finally saw the situation clearly. His heart tensed. The other had scattered their forces and they did not seem to be connected to each other. When he saw the expressions on the enemy faces, he became even more wary. They are about to go all out. The Black Smoke Yao couldn't help but warn. The black smoke that shrouded his body seemed to reach out tentacles that inserted into the Jinji around him. The bodies of the enemy 50 li away paused slightly. 50 li was the upper range of the Jinji's attack. The enemy knew the Jinji's limits. The Black Smoke Yao blurted unthinkingly, "Kill." Almost at the same time, the Xiuzha who had paused slightly gathered their power and charged in unison at an astounding rate. Almost every person was shrouded in light that drew bright streaks in the sky. Yet what welcomed them was a rain of attacks. All kinds of light in different colors flooded out of the Jinji and immediately covered the 50 li range of the Jinji. The enemy was clearly fighting to the death. No one retreated, there were no wails or screams. The people who were hit by the Jinji attacks were cut to pieces or disintegrated into dust. Yet these Tianhuan Xiuzha continued to move forward, furiously dodging and moving their bodies as they faced the rain of attacks. They advanced at the expense of their lives. A distance of 50 li was not far for a Xiuzha. Even though Tianhuan's battalion was not famed for their charging abilities, a charge like this without any regard for life still gave the Black Smoke Yao and others great pressure. They were too few in number. When the enemy's entire battalion all charged, the scene was spectacular. Seemingly countless figures wrapped in faint light seemed to pack the sky. There seemed to be no end. Their features were vicious and twisted. You could clearly see their almost crazed and hungry state. They leapt towards you like a swarm of locusts. When the sky and ground were full of people like this, those with slightly less resolve would have been so frightened they would have turned and fled. The Black Smoke Yao and the others were completely absorbed in battle. Each person gave off indistinct howls. Their eyes were wide as they gathered all of their Shin power. Their consciousnesses were all pressed to their limits as they controlled all the Jinji that could be controlled. They opened all of the Jinji attacks and furiously vented out. Boom, boom, boom. Endless explosions caused people to almost not hear any other sound. The storm of Jinji attacks plowed through the ground within 50 li. The sky was covered by furiously moving figures that moved like moths to a flame. Standing at the tallest point, Nan Yu changed expression. She was shocked by such a cruel and brutal battle. Their sneak attack previously had gone unusually smoothly. The Yao Forging Tower's weaknesses were exposed. However, these seemingly mad people caused her to reconsider Tianhuan. Fortunately, the Shin power of the majority of these people were weak. Most of the lights flashing on their bodies were the lights of Ling power. If this battalion cultivated Shin power, if they were a bit stronger, it would not be possible for so few of them to suppress the entire battalion. Undoubtedly, this was a cannon fodder battalion that no attention was paid for. This could be seen from their weak Shin power, and the fact their armor that was still Ling armor and not Shin equipment. However, the spirit of this cannon fodder battalion was worthy of respect. Soon, Nan Yu did not have the time to think. Someone had broken through. She narrowed her eyes, and her light in her hand that had swung downwards and suddenly disappeared. In the distance a ruler-straight light penetrated the other's chest like lightning. The other's mouth was wide, they didn't give any sound as their eyes quickly dimmed and they fell face forward. Nan Yu was completely immersed in battle. Her attack rate was astounding. Her right hand was a blur of afterimages, long thin arrows of light appearing and disappearing from her hand. The light arrows were like rain. None of them missed. She was like the god of death, ruthlessly and efficiently harvesting lives. The South Sky Arrow art, strengthened by Shin power into the South Sky Shin Arrow, was multiple times as strong as before. The enemy's Ling armor was as fragile as paper in front of it. The enemy quickly found Nan Yu up high, and they tried their best to dodge. But no matter how they tried to dodge, the arrows of light never missed. They seemed to be able to pass through space and directly appear in front of them to take their targets. Pew! A spray of blood. The battle general felt a pain at his chest. Something seemed to be pulled out of his heart. His seemingly mad face calmed down. There was no discontent, no fury. They could only reach this level. Bam! He felt down face forwards, the lights that occasionally passed by in the sky reflected in his gradually dimming pupils. The death of the Tianhuan battle general was the climax of this battlefield's cacophonic symphony of death. The remaining Xiuzhi charged even more madly without regard for life or death. Not one person retreated. The sky seemed to be dyed red by blood. When the last figure fell down, the battlefield became calm again. Everyone was soaked in sweat as though they had just come out of water. They panted heavily, their twisted features gradually relaxing. No one spoke. Even the endlessly chatty orange-haired Yao was silent at this moment. Their gazes were directed to the completely transformed battlefield. Corpses were spread all over. Nothing was alive. Everyone lost the interest in speaking. This battalion had been a cannon fodder battalion, their battle general had been average, their soldiers' skill level was still back in the year of Ling power, their equipment was terrible. But this battalion had displayed an admirable battle spirit, one worthy of respect. No one retreated, no one fled, everyone charged into the Jinji knowing they would die. Nan Yu and the others could not describe what they felt now. It really is a battalion worthy of respect. The black smoke Yao was full of emotion. His voice was tired. Everyone couldn't help but nod. Oh, it seems that you have had a hard battle. The old man's voice came from behind the group. Whoosh, everyone turned following the voice. Immediately, everyone's expression froze on their faces as they gaped. The old man seemed like a barge hauler as he dragged a golden chain the thickness of an arm. He walked towards the group with the mannerism of an expert. More than 20 unfamiliar people were tied up in a bunch and being dragged on the ground behind him. The old man walked in alone, dragging his spoils behind him. The old man looked at the group that had turned to stone with a smile, feeling smug inside. Ah, there were too many people, I didn't take much care. The spoils at his feet all had expressions of anger, their eyes wide as though they wanted to stab through the old man with their stares. However, the Jinji on them stopped them from making any sound. The orange-haired Yao's stunned gaze recovered and he blurted out, "Whoa, you are so wretched, you are like a prison warden." The surroundings immediately became silent. The old man's expression froze on his face, and his murderous rose. The orange-haired Yao had an innocent expression as he turned and asked the others, "Don't you feel that it is similar?" Everyone else turned their faces away and didn't bear to look. "You're dead, dot." The old man gritted as he glared at the orange-haired Yao. When Zuo Mo received the message from Gongsun Cha, he relaxed greatly. Gongsun Cha's victories were significant and could draw away a portion of Tianhuan's attention. The battle between Kunlun and the Yao were at the fiercest time. Supposedly, the battle between Mu Xian and Mu Shi was extremely intense. This caused Zuo Mo to sigh in relief. It was good news for him that Kunlun was delayed by the situation and could not participate over here. Gu Liangdao's battalion was already on the way to Xixian. Once Gu Liangdao met up with Zhongde, the situation would be roughly set. Mo Cloud C's battalions had finished preparing. Other than Ma Fan's battalion that guarded the defense line, the other battalions had all been recalled. Vermilion Bird Camp had finished gathering and Lil Miss could enter Xixian at any time. Yang Yuan Hao had also finished preparing. If they won this battle, Mo Cloud C would jump to become one of the titans. Zuo Mo knew he needed to be more calm and careful at a time like this. He put down the weaving girl shuttle and focused completely on preparing to welcome the hard battle about to come. Tianhuan would not suddenly rest. It was likely they would negotiate as they schemed in the shadows. Zuo Mo became alert. While he had offensive power on his side, Tianhuan was not weak. As time moved, the Tianhuan envoys came closer, and the atmosphere became heavier. This was a battle that could change the state of the Xiuzhi world. Translator ramblings, still counterattacking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 833, Intentions. Chapter 833, Intentions. How are the losses? The sect leader of Tianhuan asked. Extremely serious. An elder had an ugly expression. All the materials in Clear Sea Storehouse has been ruined. The value of the materials is not high, but there were too many materials and their loss that it has already affected the market price. The price of low and mid-level materials on the market is madly growing to meet the new demand. The cost of producing our Shin equipment is 3/10 higher than before. Only next year when new materials are obtained will this situation ease. Thousand Sail Sect is also badly off. Another elder walked out. All of Thousand Sail Sect was destroyed, and almost exterminated. Almost all the materials were burned. We do not have enough transport boats. The sect leader of Tianhuan was silent for a moment before asking, which other sects can forge them? None. The elder shook his head. There used to be many sects like Thousand Sail Sect that were skilled in making transport ships, but in past these years, we have always supported Thousand Sail Sect. Thousand Sail Sect has grown by more than 10 times, and swallowed many other sections. Almost all of the forgers of treasure ships had been recruited by them, they were all killed by Mo Cloud C. An elder stood out. Since Thousand Sail Sect has no production ability, we should divide the orders equally among the sects that have the ability to forge transport boats. A hint of anger flashed through the sect leader's eyes. This elder had several sects with production abilities that met their needs under his service, which was why this elder was so impatient. Yet this elder was smart in that he did not want it all to himself, but shared the benefits. Immediately, many elders spoke their agreement. Then let us do this, the sect leader of Tianhuan said after a long moment of silence. Several elders had expressions of joy. Tianhuan's order was so large that they would make a good profit. What about the Yao Forging Tower? The sect leader of Tianhuan asked. The elder that had reported first shook his head and said, they all ran, not even one was left inside. The battalion and all the guards were killed, the battle was intense, no one retreated. The hall immediately became silent. The sect leader said gravely, increase the death gratuity, and reward their families. News of these 3 battles quickly spread through all of the Xiuzhou world and caused waves. Tianhuan had received a great blow this time. Mo Cloud C had not sent many people, and infiltration of such a small scale could not be defended against. Mo Cloud C had started a completely new method of fighting. People thought that in the era of Shin power, high-level offensive forces could not dominate like they did before. However, Mo Cloud C had showed everyone how to use high-level offensive manpower in the new age. Especially the targets that Mo Cloud C had chosen. Each one was worthy of study, and to learn from. What shocked people even more was the strength of Mo Cloud C's high-end forces. People now found that Mo Cloud C didn't just have 2 of the 10 great battle generals, they had numerous high-level forces. Those Shin power experts were enough to make any faction anxious. Never underestimate Mo Cloud C. This phrase quickly spread. Can you still fight? The chief elder said coolly. Yes. Mi Wu nodded forcefully. There seemed to be something burning inside of him. Chief elder had taken along almost all of the experts from in Tianhuan this time. Those familiar faces caused Mi Wu to realize that this would be an important and unprecedented battle. The chief elder nodded slightly. You should also know the situation. Mo Cloud C has attacked Thousand Sail Sect, Clear Sea Storehorse, and the Yao Forging Tower. We have suffered great losses. However, forget all that now. Many people unconsciously balled their fists. Looking at the young faces, the chief elder felt comforted. His expression quickly became serious again. You all think that the target of this battle is to save Li Xian. Almost everyone had expressions of surprise. They raised their heads to look at chief elder with puzzlement on their faces. Was this not the case? You are wrong. Chief elder's tones was still cool. This time, our target is Zhongde. Not to save Xian but to save Tianhuan. The expressions became more puzzled. Maybe you feel puzzled right now, but in the future, you will become the new generation of leaders and will have to think independently. Widen your eyes, do not let emotions affect your judgment. Where our strategy failed the greatest was in predicting Zhongde's choice. Our mistake was not in correctly guessing that Zhongde will choose us, but in believing Zhongde would choose the Xixian sect leader. The chief elder's words were like a tongue twister but caused these people to sink into thought. These were the elite of Tianhuan, and none of them were dumb. Zhongde did not choose the Xixian sect leader, he killed the sect leader. What does this say? It means that he had another candidate in mind long ago. This mistake is fatal to us. From the start, we were led on the wrong path. Zhongde does not have many choices, only 2, one is himself, the other is Guliang Dao. Guliang Dao's battalion has started to travel toward Xixian, meaning he chose Guliang Dao. Mo Cloud C's battalions are also gathering. He also chose Mo Cloud C as an ally. The chief elder's pair of eyes that seemed to see through the world caused everyone to feel respect. In just a few sentences, the entire situation was clearly spread in front of everyone. Everyone looked in reverence at Chief Elder, this great power that pushed Tianhuan into the era of Shin power by himself. If not for Chief Elder, Tianhuan might not have crumbled quickly like Xixian, but their decline would most likely have been inevitable. This ultimate master that had went into seclusion for decades to comprehend Shin glyphs was worthy of their respect, their allegiance. Tianhuan is now at a dangerous juncture. If Zhongde and Zuo Mo's goals are realized, then another titan will undoubtedly appear. All of our actions to restrain Mo Cloud Sea until now will be ineffective. We will face an enemy that is almost the same level as us, but even stronger. For control of the market, we have to have a final battle. Do not forget the monster that is Kunlun. If we continue to struggle and waste our strength with Mo Cloud Sea, whether we win or lose, it will be a failure to us. Everyone's expressions became grave. If it really advanced to such a step, then Tianhuan would really be in danger. This is our last chance. The last chance to avoid defeat. Chief Elder said gravely. His old eyes only held fiery resolve. We need victory in this battle. Victory! Everyone shouted in unison. Looking at the young people full of fighting spirit, he couldn't help but feel a threat of exhaustion. Suddenly, he admired Kunlun. Compared to Tianhuan that was riddled with problems, Kunlun did not need to be worried about these things. The sacrifice of the older generation didn't just earn time for the younger generation, it also freed up room in their upper ranks. Kunlun had almost completely changed. All the old factions had been swept away before the last sect leader of Kunlun abdicated. Yet in Tianhuan, new and old factions were mixed together, and the families fought. He knew that the present Tianhuan was at its weakest. It had not yet handed off power from the old to the new generation. Just like a shedding snake, it was in pain, exposed, and weak. Kunlun on the other hand seemed to be reborn, full of energy. Sacrifice, it was a terrifying power. The aura of a battle grew even closer. Zuo Mo was strangely calm. He repeatedly went through every detail. For some reason, he kept on feeling a tinge of anxiousness. This anxiousness caused him to be wary. He trusted his instincts. He knew that he had missed something somewhere. But where? As time passed, the anxiousness grew even stronger. He did not panic. If before, it had been more of a feeling, now he was sure that he had missed something. He was strangely calm, icy calm. He went over every detail in his mind. But no matter how he speculated, the conclusion he obtained was no different than before. If Tianhuan wanted to save Li Xian'er, they had. Wait. Lightning seemed to flash through Zuo Mo's mind. A daring idea rose. Why did Tianhuan have to save Li Xian'er? Yes, why did Tianhuan have to save Li Xian'er? Li Xian'er was the granddaughter of the sect leader. Li Xian'er had the Shin device, weaving girl shuttle, Li Xian'er. All of this proved how important Li Xian'er was. But was Li Xian'er something that Tianhuan could not lose at the moment? No. What was truly related to the life and death of Tianhuan? If Tianhuan lost this battle, Tianhuan could not suppress Mo Cloud Sea, and the new alliance of Mo Cloud Sea and Guliang Dao Shixian had the ability to fight Tianhuan. Mo Cloud Sea, who had vast territories, would be fighting for the market with Tianhuan. All of Tianhuan was in danger. Zuo Mo's thoughts became clearer. If Tianhuan wanted to resolve this, what should it do? Zhongde. Only Zhongde. Tianhuan's target was Zhongde. They would not capture Zhongde alive to trade for Li Xian'er. One Li Xian'er could not compare to the fate of Tianhuan. Their target was Zhongde, to kill Zhongde, but if Zhongde died, Tianhuan's danger would resolve itself. If Zhongde died, Shixian would descend into chaos, and Tianhuan and Kunlun would take the chance to conquer. A cold sweat rose and Zuo Mo's face turned ashen. Zhongde was in danger. He unhesitatingly stood up and called everyone. Quick! Tianhuan's target is Zhongde. The situation was in a dangerous time. Li Xian'er had no value in his hand. Zuo Mo couldn't help but hate how his greed had clouded his thoughts. He had kept on thinking of using Li Xian'er to get something from Tianhuan. Everyone else was surprised, but no one asked any questions. They unconditionally trusted Zuo Mo's judgment. The group of people furiously charged out of the secret room, their Shin power rippling as they charged towards Zhongde's tent. The sound of fighting came from the camp in the distance. Zuo Mo's expression changed slightly. The group didn't dare to hesitate, their speed accelerating as they furiously flew towards the camp. They had to make it in time. Translator ramblings. Chief Elder of Tianhuan knows how terrible Tianhuan is compared to Kunlun. 1. The air is not as strong. 2. The air doesn't have the same amount of influence. 3. The elders are out for their self-interest. 4. The younger generation doesn't have the unity and experience. They are losing to a faction that is 100 times younger than them. Chief Elder really failed to keep up with the times. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 834, Tianhuan's Charge. Chapter 834, Tianhuan's Charge. Wei Sheng seemed to feel something. Almost at the same time, the sound of battle sounded at the perimeter of the camp. Abyss Fiend Battalion was heavily guarded. They hadn't just set up a great amount of Jinji in the surroundings, everyone slept with their weapons in preparation of battle at any time. The patrols also passed by frequently. Shi Pei's expression was calm, and he still had an unaffected expression. Once a battalion was prepared, it was not easy for the enemy to charge in easily, much less on a hardened battalion like the Abyss Fiend Jail Battalion. Wei Sheng moved his gaze away and glanced at Shi Pei. Shi Pei still seemed to be made of stone, but he was still courteous towards Wei Sheng. "Mr. Wei, do not worry, it is not so easy for the enemy to defeat our boys." Wei Sheng saw the other's politeness. He nodded and said, "If you need me, just ask, no need to be polite." Usually, this was the case as long as not many of the enemy had come. Shi Pei squeezed out a smile, "All right." The two were both people not skilled in speech. After this exchange, the atmosphere cooled again. Wei Sheng closed his eyes and meditated. The god-killing blood sword floated in front of him with a bloody aura. Shi Pei's attention moved back to the perimeter. Soon, a warning came from the front. Shi Pei was slightly surprised. Abyss Jail Battalion had guarded the worst jail, the Abyss Fiend Jail. They could be called a battalion of iron. Every member thought nothing of life and death, they were powerful. Zhongde had created this iron troop himself. Every soldier would unhesitatingly use their body to take an attack for Zhongde. All of the army knew that Tianhuan's target was Zhongde Darren. The battalion's morale did not need any urging. Everyone's spirits burned. They were fighting on home territory, they had enough time to set up defenses, they had the advantage of the land. According to Shi Pei's predictions, they should have been able to stop all of the enemy attacks. He hadn't thought that the front lines would not be able to stop the others' attacks. It could be seen just how much pressure the front lines were under. Surprised, Shi Pei immediately realized that the enemy's experts were probably much stronger than they had predicted. The situation was more severe than they had imagined. Niwu moved quickly, two ring masters following him closely to protect his flanks. The three of them charged towards the camp like a drill. Niwu felt as though there was a fire burning in his chest. His attacks were fiery, the Shin glyph in his body constantly providing him with surging power. He seemed to have endless power that would never be used up. The surroundings were full of enemies, but he felt no fear. His body moved like lightning, the light in his hand like a sharp blade that flashed through the air. It had to be said that combat was the best teacher. Last time, he had just fought one round with Zuo Mo, yet Niwu had learned a lot. He had gradually become experienced. Clang, dot. The Shin equipment of the enemy flashed and blocked his attack. Yet Niwu seemed to have predicted it. Abyss Jail Battalion wore the Shin equipment that Mo Cloud C had designed for them. Mo Cloud C's Shin equipment was not below Tianhuan's level, and their defense was outstanding. A succession of attacks came. A silent light appeared behind the enemy's neck. The moment that the light shield of the Shin equipment disappeared, that silent light sliced across the other's neck. A line of blood appeared on the enemy's neck, and they froze. Niwu smashed onto this person with his remaining momentum. Bam, the head and the body separated, the sprouting pillar of blood turning into bloody mist in the air. The headless corpse smashed towards the enemy, charging at him like a sandbag. Using the timing of this block, the Shin glyph under Niwu's feet lit up. 7 figures that were exactly the same appeared at the same time, along with 14 blade-like lights. Each figure striking at one of the 7 newcomers. Yet he had not killed the 7 people as he had predicted. Only one person died, the other 2 had only been killed with the help of the 2 ring masters. Abyss Jail Battalion was as the rumors said. Niwu felt his heart tremble. His strength was multiple times that of these soldiers, but when he charged into the formation, he still felt a great force. This strong repulsion and pressure was invisible just like air, but it was truly present. Those soldiers did not fear death as though they did not care for their lives. The rivers of blood could not affect them at all. The scar-covered faces were indifferent as they charged towards him. Even when they died, their expressions were aloof. Niwu felt chills up his spine. He had seen elite forces before. The battalion under Minan, the true leader of the Mi family in this generation, was famed in the world, a top-rank elite force. He had entered the camp many times, but they had never given him a feeling like this. Niwu was not attacking at full power. His mission was to draw the attention of the enemy, control the expenditure of his Shin power, and prepare to fight for a long time. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another small team of 7 people charge over. He hurriedly turned and charged in another direction. After charging around for a while, Wu had some experience. Once the enemy gathered more than 5 people, their offensive power would increase dramatically. The 3 of them could win, but it was easy for them to be delayed. The trio was extremely quick and slippery. Even though there were enemies constantly around that would slow them, they were unable to catch the trio. The Jinji set up around the camp was simplistic in the eyes of Wu and those who came from Tianhuan. They effortlessly avoided the traps in Jinji, moving constantly and not giving the enemy a chance to surround them. The rhythm of battle was astoundingly fast. In just 100 breaths, the trio had killed more than 40 people. Choosing to attacking in chaos was perfect for Wu, who had a calm mind and quick reactions. Yet at such a fast pace, even if Wu had saved his strength, the expenditure of energy was still astounding. The 2 ring masters around him were even more tired. The charge of the trio was evident in their effect. They were like thin and eerie blade that danced through the enemy's flesh and bone, searching for a lethal strike. The enemy's formation couldn't help but ripple. Sandong was much more magnificent than the calm Wu. He walked alone. Everywhere he passed, there were broken limbs and bodies, blood flowing in rivers. His shin glyph was unusual in Tianhuan, but if Zuo Mo was here, he would find to his shock that Sangdong's shin glyph was similar to Mo Cloudsea's inscription art. There seemed to be a layer of blood over his surging shin power. He was like a wild beast that charged unreasonably. His eyes were completely red as he snarled. He seemed to have a tangible shadow of blood. He faced the enemy and then charged into the formation like a mad bull. Bam bam bam. Several figures flew out like sandbags, the lights dim. If they did not die, they were wounded. The blood on the ground was absorbed into the bloody shadow on his body. In a blink, the bloody shadow became even denser. Sangdong gave a great howl, his voice even stronger than before. Sangdong's blood-devouring shin glyph was the shin glyph most suited to the battlefield. It could absorb blood and turn it into shin power. On the battlefield, he was a true killing machine. He fought in an unreasonable manner, not knowing exhaustion. As long as there was blood, he could continue to fight. Unlike the other seats, Sangdong was a battle maniac. It was rare to see him in the sect. What he liked the most was the battlefield. Tianhuan didn't have any major battles in these years, but his lively figure could be seen in the small battles at the borders. If Li Xianer was said to be Tianhuan's most talented and theoretically the strongest disciple, then Sangdong was the most terrifying and damaging person of the 4 seats. Sangdong's powerful charges gave the Abyss Jail Battalion great pressure. He was like a tireless bull that continued to charge at the enemy formation. Even the rock-solid Abyss Jail Battalion started to show cracks. Zuo Mo looked at the chaotic scene inside in relief. If they had come moments later, then they would really be danger. Abyss Jail Battalion was really a well-trained and determined battalion to not have crumbled in a situation like this. If it was any other battalion facing these experts from Tianhuan, they would have collapsed long ago. When there were enough experts, unless the battalion also had experts, the one losing would be the battalion. Outstanding individual power allowed these people to charge back and forth in enemy ranks and kill at their leisure. They had the initiative during battle. The battalion could only react. If the enemy were few in number, then if the battalion had the advantage of numbers and did not care about sacrifices, they could tire the other into death. But if there were many experts, and the battalion lacked experts, then the battalion was dangerous. That was the situation now. Almost all of Tianhuan's experts had come. An elite force like the Abyss Jail Battalion was suppressed to the point that they couldn't even form a battle formation. Zuo Mo was shocked as he watched. In the future, he had to send Lil Miss and Bihan some experts. Otherwise, it would really be dangerous if they encountered a situation like this. The advantage of a battalion was in fighting on a large scale. In a small-scale battle like this, they could not rival the Shin power experts that were nimble and had strong attacks. The tired Abyss Jail Battalion showed an opening. Zuo Mo's gaze suddenly contracted. He saw an old person. In such a chaotic battlefield, this person advanced like he was strolling. His speed was not fast, yet no one in the surroundings could stop him. A small group of 7 people charged at the old person and the light of the battle formation was dazzling. The old person did not seem to move and the 7-man team turned into 7 balls of fire in the light of the battle formation. He slowly moved forward, not even looking as he stepped into a Jinji. Just as everyone thought that the Jinji would active, the formation scripts of the Jinji suddenly lit up. Then, the bright light spread in astounding speed in all directions. Everywhere it passed, all of the active or secret Jinji and seal scripts lit up. Countless seal scripts floated on the ground of the camp. All of the Jinji were activated. Editor's note. Translator ramblings, a certain Yumi wandered through the chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 835, Tianhuan Chief Elder. Chapter 835, Tianhuan Chief Elder. Zuo Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. An extremely brief pause occurred in the battle. Everyone was stunned by the sudden burst of light that swallowed the camp. Boom boom boom, dot. Countless balls of fire rose from the camp and shrouded the enormous camp in a sea of fire. Many soldiers were thrown into the air, caught off guard by the shockwave from the explosion. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Zuo Mo inhaled sharply. He knew who the old man was. The chief elder of Tianhuan. Other than that almost mythically old man of Tianhuan that had peerless skill in seal formations, who else could cause all the Jinji of an enemy camp to explode in one moment? The chief elder's move scared Zuo Mo. Shen was not skilled at seal formations, and the level of Jinji set up around the camp was not high. However, how terrifying was the skill needed to ignite all the Jinji at once? As expected of the foremost Shen glyph expert. Even Zuo Mo admitted that he would not be able to do this. The Abyss Jail Battalion was not skilled at Jinji, and the ones they set up were not high level. As a result, there were not many fatalities. If this was Mo Cloud Sea, and the Jinji of the camp were ignited. Zuo Mo shuddered. The sea of fire caused by the explosion of Jinji threw the Abyss Jail Battalion into complete chaos. The camp was a sea of fire. Someone shouted angrily at the top of their lungs from inside the fire, "Protect Darren!" Soon, shouts rose from every corner of the camp. "Protect Darren! Protect Darren!" In the sea of flames, those hardy figures gave off slight light. Their Shen equipment stopped the heat from the flames. They did not hesitate as they charged to the center of the camp. As they sprinted, ran in the flames, their faces became covered in smoke, their hair started to burn, but there was no fear on their scarred faces. They formed ranks quickly. Even at this time, their training showed itself. The soldiers that had been thrown about by the explosion climbed back up on their feet and did not hesitate to charge into the flames. Everyone was moved by the scene. Abyss Jail Battalion was truly elite. At this time, something suddenly happened. Boom! Among the flames, a blinding bloody red pillar of light as straight as a sword shot into the sky. The pillar was a zhang thick and reached into the clouds. Even the flames could not disguise its light. Sword essence. Such strong sword essence. Sang Dong stopped moving. He raised his face, and his bestial face couldn't help but show some threads of fear. The bloody red pillar of light was like a great sword with all of its edges. It seemed as though it was about to pierce through the sky. A powerful sword essence that caused everything to lose color. Countless blinding sword energies roamed around the pillar of flight. Even the flames were cut into pieces by the terrifying sharp sword energies. That person. Sang Dong had never thought that someone else would make him feel such a terrifying pressure in this world. He had only experienced pressure of this level from Chief Elder. Inside the pillar of light, a figure holding a sword floated out. Wei Sheng. For the great majority of people, they had heard of this name a long time ago but never met him in person. Mo Cloud sees Wei Sheng, one of the strongest people in the world, the strongest sword show outside of Kunlun. He was a legend. Only someone as strong as him would have such a presence. Yet at this time, the members of Tianhuan did not have the time to savor this. They all changed expression. Every person had a feeling that Wei Sheng was looking at them. Those that were slightly weak thought that they had been locked onto by a mountainous presence. Only Sang Dong and the others knew that this was an illusory feeling caused by the pressure the other gave off. Yet their expressions were still ugly. This showed just how terrifying a level Wei Sheng's strength reached. Among the pillar of bloody light, Wei Sheng slowly lifted the god-killing blood sword in his hand. Almost instantly, the sharp red pillar of light started to gather towards Wei Sheng's sword. It gave onlookers the feeling that the pillar of light was contracting and collapsing. When the last bit of light was absorbed into the sword, the bloody sword seemed to glow a fiery red, and gave off eerie bright light. So bright people could not look directly at it. The strong killing essence that had been roaming through the air seemed to have been sucked into the sword in Wei Sheng's hand. However, this did not lessen the pressure people felt. The eerie feeling of emptiness gave people a sense the next attack would be like a storm. In the air, Wei Sheng suddenly opened his eyes that were like bloody glass reflected the world. His wrist shook lightly, and he made a strike. A blinding bloody red sword energy suddenly lit up in people's vision. All the light in the world seemed to be stolen by this stroke. The flames that were burning fiercely in the camp silently extinguished under this strike. The majority of the Abyss Jail Battalion that were standing in the flames had wide eyes. They were unable to react. The target of Wei Shang's strike was Chief Elder. Chief Elder raised his head, his expression as aloof as usual. He pointed a finger and drew in the air. Bright rays of light that were as slender as spider webs exploded from his fingertip. The packed rays of light grew like vines and expanded rapidly in all directions. Shun Glyph. Zuo Mo's pupils couldn't help but contract again. What was growing from Chief Elder's fingertip was a Shun Glyph. Heavens! What was this? It was the first time Zuo Mo saw a person able to draw out a Shun Glyph in the air. Zuo Mo gaped. It was hard for him to even draw it out in his mind, much less in the air. A Shun Glyph manifested in the air. The moment the Shun Glyph took form, thunder roared, and black clouds formed as though it was the apocalypse. The bloody red sword energy that Wei Shang had created clashed with the Shun Glyph. The Shun Glyph shook lightly with a hum. Suddenly, light rose. The sword light penetrated the thick cloud layer above. The lightning that had been moving in the clouds seemed to find a way to vent. Dozens of bolts of lightning the thickness of arms struck Wei Shang's sword energy. The sword energy that flashed with eerie energy struggled for a moment before shattering. The Shun Glyph was still growing. The vine-like rays of light continued to grow. They grew along Chief Elder's body. Rays of light continued to grow into Chief Elder's body. There wasn't any hint of pain on Chief Elder's face. In a blink, Chief Elder was wrapped in layers by the Shun Glyph, his figure indistinct. The thunder in the sky was even louder, thick lightning striking the Shun Glyph. However, those thin rays of light seemed to be able to consume lightning and didn't change at all. Wei Shang changed expression. His strike just now had almost been at his peak power after gathering his power, yet it could not do anything to the enemy. So strong. Wei Shang looked closely at Chief Elder wrapped up in the Shun Glyph. He could feel the other's gaze had landed on him. Wei Shang did not feel any fear, but felt as though his spirit was burning inside his body. How fortunate to encounter such a powerful opponent. Zuo Mo was also greatly shocked. He had never thought that someone's skill with Shun Glyphs could reach such a terrifying level. Eldest Qixuan's last strike, which he had accumulated power for, was something he was already stunned by. Yet that astounding blow could not affect the enemy at all. The difference between the two was immediately seen. The time did not allow him to think further. This battle today would determine Mo Cloud C's fate. Zuo Mo took a deep breath, his fighting spirit reaching a peak. He shouted angrily, "Kill!" He led the charge towards Chief Elder, a Gui followed close behind. Everyone else flew downwards, each of them searching for an opponent. A battle of this level was not something they could participate in. The seats and ring masters on the ground were their targets. The battle immediately became a deadlock. This was the largest battle of experts since the sky-splitting calamity. On this small battlefield were almost all the experts of Tianhuan and Mo Cloud C. The Abyss Jail Battalion were being squeezed out of this battle. Their strength was not effective in a battle of this level. The reverberations of every collision between these experts were unendurable for cultivators of their level. It had nothing to do with resolve. The density of experts in this little camp reached an astounding level. The battle was fierce, waves of air that were as hard as steel raking the ground repeatedly like a plow. Any large rocks were shattered and then pulverized to dust. The constant explosions did not stop. There was only one place in the entire camp that was so silent there was no sound. The center of the camp. In the sky above the camp, three figures formed a triangle that surrounded the Chief Elder wrapped up in the Shun Glyph. The four people faced off like this without a word. Zuo Mo's Shin power rippled. The Shin equipment he wore could not tolerate Sun Shin power of this intensity. It turned into drops of fire and fell from Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo's upper body was bare to the air. There seemed to be a layer of golden liquid over his body. His dark gold muscles were clearly defined and filled with strength. Dark gold sun glyphs floated up in his eyes. He seemed magnificent and indifferent. The chain mark on a Goi's forehead gave off faint light. The purple energy in her eyes were so dense it was almost tangible. There was a faint layer of purple flames over the gray crystal-like, undying ghost, wrapped around her body. The flames burned silently. She seemed to be hidden in deep darkness. She was floating there, but one was unable to lock onto her actual location. Wei Shang still stood just like before. The god-killing blood sword in his hand was like beast with its great maw open as it panted. Breath, hiss, breath, hiss. The strange breathing carried soul-shaking power. Only Wei Shang could clearly feel the blood sword in his hand had become excited. It was clear that the enemy in front of him made it feel interested. A powerful bloodthirsty impulse rose from the depths of his mind and attacked Wei Shang's mind. Wei Shang's mind did not show any weakness. His hand tightly gripped the excited and restless god-killing blood sword. The great vicious sword in his hand could not affect his mind at all. His gaze was tightly locked onto Chief Elder shrouded in the impenetrable Shanglyph. Translator ramblings: the god-killing blood sword is like a person with a cold. Just breathing loudly since there's congestion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 836, Lil Fire. Chapter 836, Lil Fire. Chief Elder praised, Mo Cloud C is really full of tigers and dragons. Tianhuan has tens of thousands of disciples, yet there is just one that is at Xian'er's level. I hadn't expected Mo Cloud C to have more than 3. Even this old man is jealous. Zuo Mo said with a snicker, why be jealous? If Chief Elder comes to Mo Cloud C, to say of nothing else, you can pick your position. Also, Chief Elder's Shanglyph study will definitely be spread far and wide, but... Zuo Mo's tone was teasing, yet his expression was still cold and authoritative. It gave people a strange feeling of dissonance. Chief Elder shook his head and laughed. Mr. Zuo is really funny. After today, Mo Cloud C will turn from prosperity into stagnation and decline. The future is not as bright as Tianhuan. If you will join Tianhuan, I am willing to abdicate the position of Chief Elder. Zuo Mo sighed softly. I have always admired people of Grandmaster level like Chief Elder, and never thought that I would face one in battle. We really have to sigh at fate. This one was thinking that if Tianhuan lost the Chief Elder, lost Li Xian'er, then what would it be like? Both sides were smiling as they spoke as though they were lamenting over fate. Yet their words were blades as they used their speech to put the other under greater pressure. Chief Elder laughed. Mr. Zuo is right, today's battle is about the fate of us both. If I die, Tianhuan will decline, and if Mr. Zuo dies, Mo Cloud C will be defeated without any need to attack. Mr. Zuo is too confident, you should not have come yourself. This old man does not think of returning alive today, Mr. Zuo, do not have hopes. Zuo Mo said amusedly with a dark expression. Anyone can speak the words, if there aren't 1,000 people that want Xia's life, there's at least 800. Old man, if you are able, come. Yes, waiting. The presence on the two sides continued to rise. At this time, everyone knew that speech was unable to affect their enemy. Both sides had strong resolve. This was fated to be a battle where only one side would be left standing. Wei Shang's gaze was as sharp as a sword. He held the god-killing blood sword, streaks of blood covering it. The air seemed to be filled with the tang of blood. Fighting spirit burned inside his body. The Chief Elder surpassed everyone he had ever met in strength. If he could survive the battle today, he would be able to advance another step on the path of the sword. He had reached the border of a breakthrough by struggling in the killing essence sea of the god-killing blood sword. Suddenly, he knew that the battle in front of him was his chance to have a breakthrough. The blood in his body seemed to pulse with the bestial breathing of the god-killing blood sword. Wei Shang's emotions calmed and he suddenly spoke, shitty, let me try. Zuo Mo was slightly shocked. However, when he saw eldest Qixian's clear gaze, he immediately understood. Eldest Qixian wanted to use this battle to prove his sword path. For some reason, Zuo Mo was filled with emotion. Eldest Qixian was forever faithful to his heart, he persisted in his sword path, never knowing fear, and not fearing hardship. Qixian, be careful. Zuo Mo did not waste words. While he knew it was dangerous, he knew Qixian's resolve when he saw Qixian's determined gaze. This was the devoutness of a man, who had once been a lowly sword servant, to the sword. There was no heated reverence, only silent persistence. Not immersed in power, not pursuing power above all else, from beginning to end, persisting in pursuing the path of his sword. To the sword, to the heart. This was his philosophy, this was his pursuit. Looking at eldest Qixiang standing tall, Zuo Mo suddenly thought of the jade scroll that eldest Qixiang had given him back at Wukong Mountain. The steely words inside, wasn't that Wei Shang Qixiang's belief? Zuo Mo was full of admiration. In this era where killing was a daily occurrence and people only spoke of benefits, the number of people like Qixiang that only pursued the belief in their hearts was so small it was almost negligible. Wei Shang slowly raised the blood sword in his hand. Chief Elder shook his head. Little child, you are not a match for this old man. I know, Wei Shang said gravely. However, if I do not try, I will never know some things. Chief Elder was silent for a moment before saying, it is fortunate that you are not a disciple of Kunlun. Wei Shang did not ask what Chief Elder meant. His Shin power rippled as it was channeled to the limits. His gaze was grave, and the upraised god-killing blood sword stabbed towards Chief Elder. Without any flourish, no variation, just like a disciple that had just started to learn the sword, a simple and basic stab. That this most basic and simple stab was filled with unparalleled beauty and balance. It was as though all the light in the world was attracted by this simple movement. The god-killing blood sword in Wei Shang's hand gave out a seemingly joyful hum. This unique hum seemed to pass into the depths of the ground. The camp under them started to tremble lightly. The people that were fighting on the ground looked in shock at Wei Shang in the sky with astounded gazes. Not just the ground, even the sky was trembling slightly at the same rhythm. The entire area was shaking. This light vibration was strange. It could easily permeate the body. Those that were slightly weak felt dizzy, and those that were stronger had expressions of terror. A blood-red sword energy that was not dazzling moved towards Chief Elder at a seemingly slow speed. Chief Elder's eyes brightened and he couldn't resist praising, "Great strike!" Without any adornment. On the true path of the sword. He had a sufficient prediction of Wei Shang's strength and hadn't expected that this simple male gave him such a great shock. This strike was not as blinding as Wei Shang's previous move, but it was a level above. Facing such a sword strike, he did not dare to be overconfident. He took a deep breath, the minuscule changes of the world passing to his mind through the Shun glyph. A feeling of everything in the world was in his control formed. Sky open, dot. A low shout came from the Shun glyph-covered figure. Zuo Mo seemed to feel something. He raised his head to look at the sky and his pupils suddenly contracted. The sky rippled and soon, the ripples became stronger, and the sky seemed to boil. This was... Zuo Mo gaped. The boiling sky suddenly became dark. A vast starry sky appeared above his head. The stars were moved. This great power that only existed in the legends actually occurred in front of him. The two sides that had been fighting below paled and unconsciously stopped fighting. At this time, several pinpoints of light appeared. These lights came rapidly and was in front of them in a blink. Boom! In the sky, countless bright flames appeared like rain. Void skyly fire! Pu Yao exclaimed from within Zuo Mo's sea of consciousness. His next sentence almost caused Zuo Mo to pause. Quick, throw Lil Fire out. Throw Lil Fire out. Zuo Mo was confused by Pu Yao's nonsensical words, but he reacted quickly. When he heard Pu Yao's tone, he knew Pu was confident. He knew of the void skyly fire, a very powerful Shin fire. The rumors said it only existed in the depths of the void, floating in the void as it silently burned for tens of thousands of years. Was this? There was no time to think now. Pia, Lil Fire appeared on Zuo Mo's hand. Of all the little ones, Lil Fire and Lil Black were all guys that did not have any abilities to fight. Lil Black contributed because it had the ability to find treasure. Until now, Lil Fire's only use was to act as little Moge's fire-sprouting stress ball when he was not in a good mood. The recent travels had been dangerous and Zuo Mo had been afraid of something happening to Lil Fire, so he had kept Lil Fire safe in the ring. Lil Fire ended up having a deep sleep in the ring, and its body became even rounder. When Lil Fire appeared on Zuo Mo's hand, it was sleeping happily. Zuo Mo glanced and, snap snap snap, he worked his hand. Lil Fire's body changed shape. It dazedly opened its eyes. Seeing it was Zuo Mo harassing him again, it was about to close its eyes again with an expression of contentment. It appeared as though it would allow Zuo Mo to do as he pleased. In any case, it could sleep even while Zuo Mo poked and squeezed him like this. Zuo Mo saw this and shouted, "Good son, wake up, go." Finishing, he threw Lil Fire towards the void skyly fire in the air. The howling flow of air blew Lil Fire's soft and bouncy body in waves. So bothersome. If you want to squeeze, just squeeze. I was sleeping so well, and finally did not need to spend energy to keep away the demon of sleep. I have given you great face already. Ooh, this is, Aha! What is this? Lil Fire opened its eyes and was stunned. Why, after just a nap, the world became so terrifying. It was cowardly to start with. The scene in front of it frightened it to almost turning and fleeing. Yet before it could react, the first wisp of void skyly fire came in front of it. Pew! The void skyly fire entered Lil Fire's round body, and Lil Fire's round body froze. An unprecedented feeling of satisfaction rose from its body. A warm flow spread through its entire body. This unparalleled feeling of contentment was like the most delicious food in the world that intoxicated it. The void skyly fire that was summoned out of the endless void were like sharks that smelled blood and leapt towards Lil Fire. Pew pew pew. The void skyly fire entered Lil Fire's round body like rain. Lil Fire seemed to be continuously hit, its body shaking violently like dies. Its drunken expression froze on its face, on its body. With every wisp of void skyly fire that entered Lil Fire's body, Lil Fire would grow slightly. The amount of void skyly fire that Chief Elder had summoned was in the thousands of wisps. In a blink, Lil Fire's body was 10 times as large as before. It was like an inflated balloon. Its color was even brighter, it was red and extremely cute. Every wisp of void skyly fire was like a current of warmth that spread through its body. One wisp after another rushed towards it, Lil Fire was unable to react. Such a beautiful feeling. Why did good fortune come so suddenly, but so it felt so full? Lil Fire, who had just felt that the world had become terrifying upon opening its eyes, was completely knocked senseless by the void skyly fire that came from the sky. If it could sleep with this beautiful feeling of being full, everything would be perfect. The still dazed Lil Fire thought so, completely ignoring the countless upraised faces gaping at it from below. Translator ramblings, the greed of Lil Fire has been awakened. I imagine Lil Fire looking like Kirby or maybe Jigglypuff. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837 Chief Elder Burning. Chapter 837 Chief Elder Burning. Zuo Mo gaped as he looked up towards the supersized Lil Fire that had expanded exponentially. That was void skyly fire. The void skyly fire that was said to burn for tens of thousands of years in the depths of space. Even Zuo Mo didn't dare to carelessly touch the void skyly fire. The Shin fire of the sun was powerful and dominant. If one cultivated it to a high level, maybe the Shin fire at the heart of the sun could be stronger than the void skyly fire. After all, didn't the sun burn for longer than tens of thousands of years? But the sun Shin fire inside Zuo Mo's body at the moment was not as strong as these void skyly flames. Yet Lil Fire was able to consume void skyly fire, but while Zuo Mo had a feeling after hearing Pu Yao's words, seeing this with his own eyes still gave him a fright. Goodness, it seemed that none of his sons were lacking. Zuo Mo couldn't help but feel proud. Chief Elder's gaze became one of disbelief. This balloon-like thing was able to swallow void skyly fire? Other people may not know the power of the void skyly fire, but how could he not? When he was able to summon the void skyly fire out of the depths of space, he spent great energy in the hopes that he could tame the void skyly fire for his own use. The void skyly fire came from the deepest parts of the void and was one of the few Shin fires in the universe. Yet no matter how he tried, he could not tame the void skyly fire. The void skyly fire had many traits of the void, yet its fire was extremely fierce. He had tested it. No matter what he used, anything that touched even the tiniest bit of void skyly fire would be burned into ash and then into emptiness. Chief Elder thought of all the different ways to tame it, but came up with no solution. He could only use it as a killing move. So when he saw that round Lil Fire was able to consume thousands of wisps of void skyly fire, he was dumbstruck. Because Lil Fire was too fat and round, Chief Elder did not recognize what Lil Fire was. However, one thing was undoubtedly true, a beast that was able to swallow void skyly fire was definitely a rare beast. As expected, Zuo Mo had countless trump cards. Chief Elder's gaze landed unconsciously on Zuo Mo. This youth that did not look very special became even harder to measure in his eyes. Yet he had no time to think. Without the void skyly fire, Wei Shang's strike had now arrived in front of him. Chief Elder's study of Shin glyphs had reached the peak. While something unexpected had occurred, he was still confident in blocking this attack. The void on top of his head disappeared to become the thick cloud layer again. Lightning, dot. Hiss crack, the entire cloud layer seemed to be woken up. Countless silver snakes danced and the sky became a bright white. The Shen glyphs around the Chief Elder suddenly lit up. Boom om. A bolt of lightning the thickness of an arm came from the sky and accurately landed on Wei Shang's sword energy. Boom om. In a flash, dozens of bolts of lightning landed on Wei Shang's sword energy. Wei Shang's sword energy was destroyed with a snap by the dozen bolts of lightning. Chief Elder sighed in relief. The sword energy had been 100 zheng away from him, but it was still extremely dangerous. Truthfully, he had not underestimated Wei Shang, which was why he had started off with void skyly fire, but he hadn't expected the move to be defeated so easily. While the lightning had blocked the sword energy, Chief Elder knew he had lost the initiative. As expected, Wei Shang's second sword energy had already reached him. A sword energy seemed exactly the same as the one before, gave off a heart-shaking light hum. But this was clearly stronger than before, and the blood-colored sword energy was even more tangible. Chief Elder's pupils suddenly contracted, and his gaze became serious. There was a thin layer of darkness on the edges of the blood-red sword. Those that were slightly careless would have a hard time finding it. However, Chief Elder knew the feeling of this thin layer of darkness too well. The endless void. Wei Shang had manifested the endless void in his sword essence. He was astounded. Boom! The lightning in the clouds landed constantly on the sword energy. Yet these powerful lightning bolts disappeared without a trace when they touched the sword energy. The sword energy was unharmed. That thin layer of darkness was like a bottomless hole. All of the lightning was sucked inside. As expected. Chief Elder knew that his guess had been right. This youth shocked him. This was a strong person to reach such a level at such a young age. Chief Elder was full of emotion. Mo Cloud Sea was so full of vitality that Kunlun was probably the only one that could rival it. He felt slight envy. This thread of envy only swirled in his mind for a moment before disappearing to be replaced by great murderousness. If these genius youths really grew their wings, it would be the end of Tianhuan. Only now, when these youths had not finished their transformation, killing them would guarantee Tianhuan's future. The Chief Elder did not feel any more affection for that youthful talent, only tangible killing intent. He grew up in Tianhuan from childhood, and his love for Tianhuan was deep in his bones. If only opportunities could come from sacrifice, if only the future could come from sacrifice, if only sacrifice could awaken Tianhuan's resolve and fighting spirit, then use his blood. For Tianhuan. Chief Elder raised his head, his gaze becoming steel. Age seemed to be far from him in this moment. In this moment, he thought back to the years where he had been full of spirit, when he had been together with his fellow disciples, recalling the oaths that they had all sworn to each other, to protect Tianhuan. Those unfamiliar yet familiar faces were a distant memory now. He was the only one still living. The oaths of the past seemed to ring in his ear. In the wild wind, the emaciated Chief Elder straightened just like when he had been young. Surging presence spread without restraint like water coming out of a dam. He was like a burning ball of flame, so bright people could not look straight at him. Inside the Shin glyph, Chief Elder pointed towards the sword energy flying towards him. Hiss! 3 slender bright rays of light reached out of the Shin glyph and furiously grew in the direction of the sword energy. They wove around each other at a lightning-fast speed, but only Zuo Mo could see clearly the structure the 3 rays of light wove in the air was a certain script. The 3 rays of light were too fast, and looked like one ray. Snap! The ray of light accurately hit the sword energy. What astounded Zuo Mo even more was that the ray of light quickly wrapped around the sword energy like a vine. They wove in a profound pattern hard to describe. The endless void that could consume all was securely restrained by those slender rays. In a blink, the rays of light had bound the sword energy. Snap! The sword energy and the rays around the sword energy exploded in unison. Yet the snapped rays of light did not seem to be affected, and darted towards Wei Shang. Wei Shang was dazzled. Chief Elder's attacks almost didn't have any patterns. He used all kinds of Shin glyphs and seal scripts to their limits. He had mastery of them, and the variations were profound. Before this, he had never thought that seal scripts and Shin glyphs could be used like this. If he was looking at the battle as a bystander, he probably couldn't help but sigh in praise. Yet he was fighting the other. If this was a person that had slightly weaker resolve, they probably could not avoid feeling fear at the Chief Elder's unpredictable moves. Wei Shang didn't feel any fear. His personality was strong. The greater the hardship, the stronger he became. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his eyes slightly. He hadn't thought that he would use this move so soon. He knew that Chief Elder was stronger than him, and he had been prepared for the hardship of this battle. However, he still hadn't thought that he would have to use his ultimate move so soon. The god-killing blood sword in his hand seemed to feel Wei Shang's fighting spirit and became even more restless. The thick tang of blood spread from the sword. Wei Shang's surroundings seemed tinged by blood. The thick and terrifying color of blood spread outwards at a rapid speed. In a blink, everyone seemed to be inside a bloody hell. The sky was dyed by blood, the ground was lifeless, bone-aching killing essence was mixed in the wind that completely chilled the bones. The peerless vicious sword that had existed for tens of thousands of years finally showed its glory. Wei Shang's expression became grave, his bloody glass-like eyes without the ease and calm of before, but was a blood sea that was surging. Snap, snap, snap. The blood-colored wave of air exploded outwards with Wei Shang at the center. All the rays of light that came towards them snapped along their lengths. Chief Elder's expression didn't even shift at such a scene. When the vicious bloody wave of air came in front of him, he didn't even move a finger. The wave of air suddenly crumbled and disappeared as though it hits the beach. Chief Elder's gaze was burning. He was burning Shin power without any regard for the price. The Shin glyph around his body was truly perfect for the first time. A perfection that only existed in theory was actually able to be realized. An unprecedented feeling of strength filled his body. Everyone in the world was within his grasp. He could detect the strength of Wei Shang, he was stronger than before. The presence given off by the blood sword was like the vast and vicious presence of an ancient wasteland beast. If it had been a moment before, he would be shocked, but now, he didn't feel any surprise. Because he was even stronger. Not just the power of Wei Shang's blood sword, even if the three fought together, even if everyone else attacked together, he did not fear them. The entire world was in his grasp. Shin-glyphs, that was the true path of heaven. If the Shin-glyph was perfect, it could control a Jia, it could form a Jia, it was omnipotent, it was invincible. What he had pursued for a lifetime had finally been realized by his own hands today. A feeling of joy came from the depths of his heart. This perfect Shin-glyph had reached its tentacles into every corner of this Jia. Every minuscule change in this Jia appeared in his mind. In this Jia, he was the true master. The legend said that the strongest of the ancient era could destroy the word, pick moon, and move stars. At this moment, he finally stepped into that legendary level. He could not restrain his laughter at the joy in his heart. Ha ha ha. His laughter was not loud, yet it passed into every corner of this Jia in a moment. The entire Jia could hear it. Zuo Mo and Sang Lianer's expression changed at the same time. The two had complete Shin power inheritances. They knew what this was. Even among the ancients, there were not many that had reached this level. The level of a god. Translator ramblings, magical power-up in the middle of battle, on the wrong side. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 838, I am the king of Mo Cloud Sea. Chapter 838, I am the king of Mo Cloud Sea. Zuo Mo and Sang Lianer exchanged a look and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The realm of a deity. How many years had it been since someone so strong had appeared? Just the power that Chief Elder showed right now was not something that a person could defeat. The legend said that those who stepped into this level would easily destroy or lock down a Jia. Terrifying. Zuo Mo, who never feared anything, couldn't stop a thread of terror from rising right now. The Chief Elder's emaciated figure seemed to take over the entire sky and gave people a feeling of great pressure. Even eldest Qixiang's presence that increased constantly paled in comparison. In the opposite of the shock on Zuo Mo's side, Tian Huan's members were overjoyed. They looked at Chief Elder in the air and wanted to kneel and worship. Wei Shang could also feel the strength of the enemy. Previously, he was able to lock onto the other's presence. At present, Chief Elder appeared just the same as before, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not lock onto Chief Elder's body. Chief Elder seemed to be one with the world and showed no traces. The god-killing blood sword in his hand furiously trembled. It furiously trembled as though it was trying to break free of Wei Shang's hand. But Wei Shang's hand was like rock, motionless. He could feel that the endless ocean of blood inside the god-killing blood sword was roaring angrily, the entire ocean rippling, the waves thousand of zhang high. The world inside the sword had completely come alive. Under the stimulation of a god-level power, the god-killing blood sword was completely infuriated. It was like a bloodthirsty and vicious monster that was provoked. It had drank the blood of countless great warriors and would not fear a god-level expert. How could it fear? Wei Shang raised the god-killing blood sword and held it across his body. He murmured towards the sword, "Are you also unwilling?" V-room. The light of the sword suddenly exploded. Wei Shang's vision was covered by endless bloody light. The bloody light shot straight into the sky. Within the bloodlight, Wei Shang saw countless scenes. An ordinary sword was bathed by the blood of the fallen warriors, and started to gain a thread of intelligence. Fighting, killing, and drinking blood. The cycle repeated and it became stronger and stronger. Blood made it greedy, blood made it cruel and savage. It liked the taste of the power in the blood, it liked strength, it liked winning and bathing in blood after winning. It had changed hands many times, it had been sealed, it had faced destruction. It never knew fear, it never bowed its head, it was savage and bloodthirsty, it never cared to be acknowledged by others, it was proud and rebellious. God-killing blood sword. This name was its glory, and it also gave it a soul. After that, god-killing became its destiny, one god-level warrior after another slain and drained of their blood. A loneliness of tens of thousands of years, it was like a monster sleeping. Wei Shang's astounding resolve finally received its acceptance. It woke up from its deep sleep, but it looked down on the fights. When Kunlun's immemorial sword finally appeared again, it was completely awakened. The desire to fight once again caused it to show its hidden edges hidden for thousands of years. Today, it countered the first god-level warrior in 10,000 years, it shook, it was excited, it was furious. The desire and greed after a sleep of 10,000 years completely exploded. You are also not willing, ... Wei Shang's words suddenly pulled her to that great and magnificent ancient era. Its glory. The power that had slept for 10,000 years, its rebelliousness, its fighting spirit, it exploded like a volcano. Willing? No. How could it be willing? A vicious shout exploded in Wei Shang's mind. God-killing. Just these two words made it excited. He felt the bone-aching killing intent from the sword and the desire of the blood sword over 10,000 years. Wei Shang said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, then let us fight together." Boiling hot blood flowed from the hilt of the sword into Wei Shang's body like burning lava. Wei Shang did not refuse. He knew the fight this time was a matter of life and death, not just for him, but for Zuo Mo and the others. Chief Elder that was at the peak of his power definitely had the goal of killing all of Mo Cloud C's experts. If all the experts here were killed by Chief Elder, Mo Cloud C would immediately crumble. This was not the time to spar, but to fight for life. The blood that burrowed into his blood contained wild power. This was a mixture of countless god-level experts mixed together. After settling for tens of thousands of years, the power contained did not lessen one bit, but had merged together to become even stronger. For the present Wei Shang, the blood that contained savage but terrifying power was a great poison. But at this time, Wei Shang did not refuse. Usually, he was willing to struggle in the blood sea to temper and comprehend his sword essence and was unwilling to accept this power. What he aimed for was the way of the sword, and not strength. He wanted to see the extreme of the sword. Yet at this time, they were forced to a precipice. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. He had never thought that the Chief Elder would burn himself without regard for the consequences. There was only one result from doing this, all of his power collapsing. But Chief Elder would be able to kill all of them before his power disappeared. He allowed the burning hot blood to circulate furiously through his body. The strong feeling of burning produced in an instant almost destroyed his resolve. Wei Shang made a muffled grunt, and his straight body shook. Beads of blood seeped out of pores all over his body, forming a layer of blood from head to toe. The sticky blood moved along his body. Zuo Mo's eyes were filled with shock. He had expected that this battle would be hard, but hadn't expected for it to be so hard. Chief Elder's strength did not shock him. What did shock him was Chief Elder's resolve. This was the part where he had guessed wrong. He hadn't thought that Chief Elder was willing to die with them. This was an old man worthy of admiration. Zuo Mo looked at the thin figure in the sky. In everyone's eyes, this thin figure was unusually vast now. This person who would give up his life for Tian Huan was worthy of the respect of the world. No one had thought that when the previous experts of the world had declined due to the renewal of the power system, one had not declined with them. The Chief Elder was the only top expert that stood at the peak of the world in both eras, and he was still at the top in the era of Shin power. He had spent decades in seclusion to create Tian Huan's Shin glyph art. Even if they were enemies now, Zuo Mo respected Chief Elder. So powerful. But right now, Zuo Mo did not have the time to reflect. It was a time of life and death. His gaze as he looked into the sky quickly became twisted. Became vicious. If they could not stop Chief Elder, everyone would die here. No one would be able to escape. The strength of the two sides were not on the same level. Everyone would die. This conclusion battered at Zuo Mo's mind. His gaze swept across Chief Elder, his body couldn't help but shake, the blood flooding into his head. Eldest Shixian was going all out. No. No. His dazed gaze swept across Ague, silly bird, sang Lianer, Zhongru. He had said he would protect Ague, he had said he would protect everyone. The one putting his life on the line should be him. This was his duty. These two sentences echoed in Zuo Mo's mind. His eyes quickly became bloodshot. Zuo Mo's head was lowered as he spoke to himself, as though he was sleep-talking. The one putting their life on the line should be me. This is my duty. He repeated firmly, yes, it should be my life, this is my duty. I want to protect Ague. I want to protect everyone. I want to protect Mo Cloud C. His voice was like steel. He raised his head, blood spread through his eyes in spiderwebs. He suddenly spread his arms and shouted with all of his strength. I am the king of Mo Cloud C. 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 The echo of his shout echoed in the clouds and across the battlefield. Zuo Mo's bloodshot eyes stared at Chief Elder without any respect or terror. What was there was only burning fighting spirit and resolve. His hidden resolve drowned his mind like a flood. Come. Old man. Zuo Mo bared his teeth. His body gave off countless golden flames. He furiously channeled his Shin power and also urged on the Sun Shin crystal. The Sun Shin crystal still revolved slowly, the essence of the sun dripping out of it and entering Zuo Mo's body. Zuo Mo was filled with power, and his Shin power became wild and dangerous. Old man, you think you're the only one willing to burn? Zuo Mo's Shin power started to burn like a fire. Come. Old man. Zuo Mo gritted out with a twisted expression. His eyes were filled with blood, he seemed to be mad. The burning Shin power was a fire that raged through his body, causing the flames of his body to grow greatly. The burning sun Shin power burned fiercely. He was like the sun in the sky shining down brightly. No. Not enough. This wasn't enough. The Shen power in his body was already burning to its limits. The only thing he could get more power from was the Sun Crystal Seed, but no matter how he pushed the Sun Crystal Seed, it still revolved slowly. You damned ball. Quicker. Damn it. Zuo Mo's remaining composure told him that the present him was still not as powerful as Chief Elder. Not enough. Still not enough. Urgency caused Zuo Mo to become reckless. He furiously channeled his burning Shin power to batter at the Sun Crystal Steed. He could not let a Gue die. He could not let everyone die. No. Not even if he died. Zuo Mo completely disregarded everything else, these words the only ones in his mind. The Sun Crystal Seed was still slowly spinning. It had increased in speed, but it could not satisfy his need. At the end of his tether, Zuo Mo was like a furious lion. He did not use his Shin power to urge on the Sun Crystal Seed but used his burning Shin power to furiously attack the Sun Crystal Seed. Power. I want more power. The Shin power inside his body attacked at an astounding rate. A crack finally appeared on the surface of the Sun Crystal Seed. Completely berserk, Zuo Mo didn't stop and attacked the Sun Crystal Seed with his Shin power even more crazily. The crack gradually grew bigger. Snap. The Sun Crystal Seed suddenly shattered. Translator ramblings, Zuo Mo gets the weird quirky sentient objects and Wei Shang gets the magnificent bloody monster with the grand history. Aha, no favorites being played here. Plot armor moves back to the main character with a power-up in this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 839, A Reason to Fight. Chapter 839, A Reason to Fight. I'm the king of Mo Cloud Sea. I'm the king of Mo Cloud Sea. Chief Elder did not hear the echoing voice. Chief Elder was extremely excited. He had stepped into the level of a god. It was hard to describe the feeling of mastering everything in the world. This filled his mind. But what drew his attention was not the joy at stepping into god level but Shin power. Because Chief Elder suddenly found that everything in the world was in his control, even the burning Shin power inside his body was in his control. The mysteries that had been hard to comprehend were clear in his mind, countless rules of the world flowed through his mind. Many mysteries he had been puzzled by were now clear. A completely new level, a completely new vision. His mind suddenly shifted and he once again reviewed his body. Countless new sensations appeared in his mind. His mind moved and the Shin glyph inside his body silently changed. The furiously burning Shin power stabilized quickly. Yes, stabilize. Moments ago his Shin power had been uncontrollably burning, it was now stable without any of the previous feeling of being out of control. As the Shin glyph stabilized, his wounded body was repaired. At the same time, the impurities in his blood and flesh were quickly refined by his burning Shin power. His blood, flesh, sinews were recombined again to form a strange Shin glyph. A glyph using his body. An unprecedented feeling of strength filled every part of his body. So this was how it was. If Chief Elder didn't know what was going on now, then he wasn't the Chief Elder. Great joy spread through his mind. He looked at the world that had completely changed, he cried in joy. Who would have thought that the key to entering God level was burning Shin power? He had searched for this crucial step for so many years. He had managed to stumble onto this after deciding to sacrifice himself. Only by burning Shin power could he break through the restraints of power and step into God level. There had only been fragmented records of God level. Most of them spoke about how powerful and strong those warriors were, but never anything tangible. Chief Elder didn't know what God level was like. As the only remaining top fighter from the era of Ling power, the foundations he had accumulated were so deep that few could compare. He was only one step away from God level. Yet that step had seemed so far away. Only when he truly stepped into God level did he understand the great power of God level and the feeling of everything in the world in his control. In this brief while, all of the damage caused by burning his Shin power had been repaired. His cultivation quickly stabilized. His body became even stronger. He only needed a bit more time and he would become even more powerful. Because he knew how to have his Shin power grow quickly. God level, this was a dividing line. Only God level experts could count as the top tier Shen power experts. No wonder Chief Elder cried in joy. He had already prepared himself for sacrifice. He hadn't expected that he didn't need to sacrifice himself. He had become the first God level expert in 10,000 years. Tian Huan. Tian Huan was now the top power. Entering God level, his longevity would greatly increase and could be more than 3,000 years. He could protect Tian Huan for 3,000 years. For the present, Shen power experts were the strongest strategic fighters. As long as he did not die, even Kunlun would not dare to act against Tian Huan. A God level expert could restrain and destroy a Jia on their own. The difference between God level and those below God level was an abyss that was uncrossable. It could not be made up by sheer numbers. Just he alone could slaughter this group from Mo Cloud Sea. Ha ha ha. Even a person as serene as Chief Elder couldn't help but roar with laughter. Suddenly, Chief Elder made a surprise sound. His gaze moved from Wei Sheng to Zuo Mo, his pupils expanding. Zuo Mo's eyes were empty as though his soul was sucked away. Not good. Chief Elder's expression changed slightly. A strong feeling of danger rose. Before he could react, his vision lit up. Boom! A burning pillar of fire shot into the sky from where Zuo Mo stood. The entire sky seemed to light up, the thick black clouds in the sky igniting like cotton and were quickly burned away by the golden fire. The black night was driven away, and a sun slowly rose. Birdsong suddenly came from within the golden pillar of light. 9 3-footed golden crows flew around the pillar of fire. Inside the pillar of fire, Zuo Mo's clothing was torn, his body that seemed to be made from golden liquid floating in the pillar. That pair of empty eyes stared at Chief Elder. Astounding fire exploded out of Zuo Mo's body. All of the fire in this pillar of fire had come from Zuo Mo's body. Such a domineering flame. Such powerful Shen power. Chief Elder's expression changed. The pillar of fire seemed to be like a sun. If it went out of control, this Jia would turn into a sea of fire no one would be able to escape. But then Chief Elder's expression recovered. He did not care if this Jia existed or not. His gaze held slight pity. It really was a pity that a genius like this was fated to die at his hands. Burning his Shen power like this was clearly beyond the limits that Zuo Mo could tolerate. There would only be one result, burning into dust. They both burned their Shen power. The reason the Chief Elder could enter God level was because he had a foundation built over centuries. Zuo Mo had not accumulated enough, and burning like this would only lead to his death. But standing out in a time of danger, as expected of the king of Mo Cloud Sea to have such a sense of responsibility. Chief Elder admired Zuo Mo greatly. If Tian Huan had a disciple like this, he would definitely nurture the other. Pity, he was not a disciple of Tian Huan. Chief Elder completely relaxed. Zuo Mo was fated to die. The greatest threat to Tian Huan was finally resolved. Having lost Zuo Mo, even if Mo Cloud Sea didn't have to face Tian Huan, they would still end up collapsed due to internal conflicts. Chief Elder was filled with confidence in his strength. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Young master. Ague stared at the flaming figure and her eyes could not move away. She did not hesitate. Purple flames climbed onto the bone armor. Silent purple fire gave off astounding presence. The purple fire grew stronger, the presence even more terrifying. Her gaze was locked onto Zuo Mo, her expression calm, a faint smile on her mouth. She was not panicking, she was not sad, she was not in pain, her eyes seemed to see through the world and were as still as water. No matter what would happen today, she would follow young master. Never abandoning. Even if they died, dying together was still a kind of good fortune. Snap snap snap. The purple chains that represented the undying Shen punishment snapped from the middle. The snapped purple chains burrowed out of Ague's body and wrapped onto the flame-covered purple armor like snakes. The space around her was slowly being swallowed by the purple flames. Endless darkness spread from that small figure restrained and covered in purple flames. Gray and white slowly took over the eyes, but her gaze did not leave the figure within the flames. I'm willing to descend into darkness and be chained, just to be with you. Song Lianer looked at the sky. Shock slowly disappeared from her face. The terrifying presence of the 4 people above almost suffocated her. The Tian Huan disciples could not tolerate such presence and had almost all left the battlefield. The presence was too strong, that presence that was like the world pressing down was suffocating. But Sang Lianer and the other Mo Cloud Sea experts did not retreat. Staring at Zuo Mo within the fire, Sun Lianer suddenly smiled. She said to herself, why am I still participating? This guy is about to die. In the future, there will no longer be any paired cultivation. This battle is worthless. there is really no reason, but... Tilting her head and thinking for a while, Sang Liana spoke again. Oh, as at Mo, it is the greatest embarrassment to flee the battle, Mo will fight while betting their life. Alright, for the glory of the Mo, this reason is pretty good. There's no more paired cultivation, this old man should die. Oh, this is also a good reason. Mo Cloud sees people aren't bad, that guy isn't bad, this reason is also pretty good. Oh, so hard, fine, I'm too lazy to think, these reasons are enough. Sang Liana raised her head, and straightened her body. Her dark red dress that was slightly damaged flapped without any wind. She was like the rose in winter. Even at such a dangerous time, her beauty that could turn the world upside down was unable to be dismissed. Sang Liana's presence continued to rise. A cool crescent moon appeared behind her back. Snap! The crescent moon snapped into countless pieces that flew into Sang Liana's body. Sang Liana trembled violently. Her closed eyes and her fluttering long eyelashes showed she was enduring great pain at the moment. Moments later, her body stopped trembling and she calmed. A seductive smile appeared on the corner of her mouth like a winter rose blooming. She opened her eyes, and 2 crescent moons flashed in them. Zuo Mo looked into the sky, his gaze like warm sunlight as he smiled softly. That voice which had been determined and grave even in the thunder and wind still seemed to echo in his mind. Zuo Mo wishes, forsaking the path to Buddhahood, to use this body as a Vajra to protect Darren. A Buddha abandonment death wish. With the body of a Vajra, protecting Darren. This sentence had been carved into his heart. He could not watch as Darren sacrificed himself to protect him. Protecting Darren was his duty. Zuo Mo reached out a thin hand. Circles of sutra characters seemed to wrap onto his arm like bandages. Starting from his fingers, to his arm, to his shoulder, and then his entire body, one circle after another that unraveled and flew out. With the 3 manifestation treasure staff in hand, Zuo Mo's expression was dignified as a great presence erupted. Translator ramblings, Lil Cliffy has reached its maturation to become Huge Cliffy and reproduced. Expect many Lil Cliffies. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, This is Mo Cloud C. Chapter 840, This is Mo Cloud C. Wally, it's time to fight for our lives. Luo Li smiled helplessly. Alright, Wally acknowledged, her cold and beautiful face unaffected. I might die, you won't even smile for me? Before death, leave a beautiful memory, this way, the sacrifice will have meaning. Luo Li complained. It had been a long time since he had seen Wally smile. If we are dead, one will not have memories, Wally said coolly. You're right, so sad. Luo Li spread his hands with a distressed expression. Fight! Wally flew up like a sword coming out of its sheath with its naked edges. Other than being able to fight side by side with Wally, which comforts me, there really isn't anything else that I anticipate. This way, Xixiang will definitely scold me for putting women before friends. Luo Li muttered to himself. Wally stopped walking. She turned her face and stared at Luo Ai for a long time. Before death, do you have anything to say to me? Luo Li had an expression of anticipation. Yes. Wally nodded. Luo Li was overjoyed. Quick, speak, speak. Your Xixiang is right. Wally said. Luo Li had a dazed expression as he froze where stood. Moments later, he reacted and shook his head as he smiled. He raised his head to look towards Zuo Mo in the sky. He couldn't help but think of the time back at Wu Kong Mountains. He bullied Xixiang and then was beaten like a dog by Xixiang. Oh, he was actually missing, so embarrassing. Oh, actually that time where everyone had been in bedrest after the sword test conference, those days had been pretty good. He had never seen them in such a sorry state after that. He thought of how he had cried when he saw Xixiang after all the hardship and being imprisoned by the Mo, so embarrassing. Luo Li gazed at Zuo Mo. Why do you have to charge at the front? Really, you are usually such a clever person, really nothing could be done. Alright, since you are charging, then what else can I do? I can't really let Wally say that I put women above friendship, that would be such a loss of face. There seemed to be something burning in his chest. Luo Li suddenly smiled and shouted, Wally. Wally turned her head. Burn! Luo Li said viciously. There was fire burning in the youth's eyes. Wally acknowledged. Another one. She Felder was slightly shocked. It was already unexpected that Zuo Mo was burning Shin power this way. To do something so suicidal requires great courage. But he saw many of these people from Mo Cloud see burning their Shin power one after another. This gave him an even greater shock. Don't these people know that they would die? They didn't need to do this. With Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo, there was a large chance they would stop him. The rest had a great possibility of escaping with their lives. Why were they doing this? Didn't they know that these actions were meaningless? Zuo Mo was fated to die. Mo Cloud Sea was fated to crumble. Their actions were like moths flying towards the flame, unable to win any chances for them. Chief Elder could understand sacrifice, but he thought that sacrifice needed to have value, needed to have meaning. On this, Kunlun was even more of an extreme. In the eyes of those mad people, they were one part of Kunlun's weight. If needed, they would throw themselves onto the scale to make up the balance. Mo Cloud Sea was an unreasonable group of people. For some reason, Chief Elder suddenly felt a chill. He felt something else from these Mo Cloud Sea people. Unlike the mad obsession of Kunlun. Kunlun's madness came from continuously brainwashing their disciples over a long period of time. Kunlun was a sect that made people shudder. In Kunlun, the individual was forever insignificant. For Kunlun, everyone could be sacrificed, no matter if you were willing or not. This was a ruthlessness that was terrifying. But these people here were not fanatics. You could not feel any madness from them usually. Sacrifice had almost never occurred at Mo Cloud Sea. Chief Elder had always thought that Mo Cloud Sea was a smaller version of Tianhuan. They were like Tianhuan, they cared about profit, just like a group of merchants counting on their fingers every day what they could gain. The rumors said that Zuo Mo had never done unprofitable business. In Chief Elder's view, Mo Cloud Sea's viciousness was only a method for them to get more profit, just like their cunning. Only now did Chief Elder understand that he was wrong, and ridiculously so. Mo Cloud Sea's similarity with Tianhuan was only on the surface. Only when it was truly a time of life and death could one feel the great difference between the two. Tianhuan were true merchants, Mo Cloud Sea only acted like merchants. They were like a group of wolves. When Zuo Mo, the wolf leader, decided to sacrifice himself, no one fled, everyone chose the same path. Even if they knew that their choice to follow was not worth much, would not change much, even if they knew that this choice would lead them to all of their deaths. But they still would choose this, because they had chosen to follow that figure. Chief Elder didn't know how Zuo Mo had done this. Personal charisma? Benefits? Favor? It was a terrifying ability to unite people. Chief Elder changed expression. He looked at the youth floating in the flames. He didn't know how this youth was able to cause so many people to willingly give up their lives to follow him. Just as he didn't know what gave these people such unity. But he knew that the strength of this kind of power was so great that it could change many things. Tianhuan did not have this power. Tianhuan had lost the power they had originally had. The oaths of his youth, they had scattered in the wind. Looking at the Tianhuan disciples that were panically fleeing, and comparing to these Mo Cloud Sea youths that were furiously burning their lives, a sorrow arose in Chief Elder. Today, he finally knew why Mo Cloud Sea could defeat Tianhuan. Yes, Tianhuan's failure was fated. He finally understood. He didn't have any joy left inside. A sigh echoing in his mind, Chief Elder threw away his stray thoughts. His expression became grave. He decided that he would reconstruct Tianhuan's banner, Tianhuan's soul after this battle. Just like these Mo Cloud Sea youth in front of him, just like those youths who had sworn oaths alongside him. For Tianhuan. For belief. Come. King of Mo Cloud Sea. Chief Elder bowed gravely towards Zuo Mo in the fire. In a nondescript corner, many eyes looked at everything happening in the sky. Their expressions were complex. There was shock, respect, pity, murderousness, and relief. Every person around him had some expression of respect on their faces. The people in the sky were worthy of their respect. I hadn't thought that Mo Cloud Sea was so scary. Those people are mad. Fortunately for us, Tianhuan Old Man has taken this for us. Otherwise, even if we are able to defeat Mo Cloud Sea would be very strong before death. Lin Qian was silent. This battle had given him a great blow. Not just him, the other Kunlun disciples around him were also astounded. Let's first find Zhongde, someone said. Yes, let them burn, while both sides are preoccupied, we will take the opportunity to kill Zhongde. The day that Kunlun unites the land is not far away. Another disciple agreed. Everyone nodded. In a battle as intense as this, it was certain both sides would be wounded. Kunlun would become the only beneficiary. This was also when Zhongde's defenses would be weakest. If they could kill Zhongde using this opportunity, Shixian would descend into chaos. They had planned this action for a long time. They had used almost all of their power to get here undetected. Their goal was the same as Tianhuan: assassinate Zhong De. To ensure they could kill with one blow, Lin Xian had come. If Zhong De died, Shi Xian would fall into chaos. Kunlun would take the chance to replace them. They hadn't expected the situation to progress better than they had expected. Tianhuan and Mo Cloud C were fighting to such great lengths. The astounding unity that Mo Cloud C showed made even Kunlun felt a great pressure. After this battle, there will be no more Mo Cloud C. These disciples who had their eyes on top of their heads couldn't help but sigh in relief. Lin Xian nodded. Everyone scatter, be careful not to attract the attention of these people. When you find Zhong De, immediately sent a message back. Our target is still Zhong De. This is not the time to relax. Everyone, be alert, do not fail now. Everyone nodded and then disappeared. Lin Xian did not move. He had come because he knew that Zuo Mo had a large number of experts. Right now, Zuo Mo and Mo Cloud C's experts were completely drawn to Tianhuan Chief Elder. Zhong De's defenses would be at their weakest and they did not need him. His mind was completely drawn into this battle. No one knew that the immemorial Shen sword in his hand was trembling continuously and seemed to resonate with something. So this was Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo's mind was blank, everything around him golden. He seemed to be struggling in a sea of fire. A long time later, he heard an almost imperceptible murmur. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. This murmur was too weak, so weak it could hardly be heard. But Zuo Mo heard it. For some reason, he heard it clearly. Yet his mind was not clear. This voice was so familiar. So hot, so painful. Where was this? I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. King of Mo Cloud C? These words seemed to have a certain power. Zuo Mo's scattered thoughts gathered along with the words. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo could not open his eyes. His eyelids were as heavy as mountains. He felt as though his body was a volcano about to erupt. If he was the least bit careless, he would explode. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. Having recovered some clarity, Zuo Mo finally found the one who had been sleep-talking was himself. Ha! He had not failed everyone. The emotions that came with the words caused him to feel slightly stronger. Yes. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. I need to be clear-headed. I need to forget. I need to protect Ague. I need to protect everyone. His mind scattered, Zuo Mo chanted repeated to himself. His voice was weak but unconsciously grew more and more determined. Power gathered in small streams, his scattered consciousness slowly gathering. He used all of his strength to open his eyes. A thread of light entered his vision. He smiled like a burning flame. Come. Old man. Translator ramblings, that last line reminds me so much of the Clear Sky Forefather. I'm also not sure if Feng Xiang was influenced when he wrote the title or if it was just a coincidence and I translated it this way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, This is Mo Cloud C. Chapter 840, This is Mo Cloud C. Wally, it's time to fight for our lives. Luo Li smiled helplessly. Alright, Wally acknowledged, her cold and beautiful face unaffected. I might die, you won't even smile for me? Before death, leave a beautiful memory, this way, the sacrifice will have meaning. Luo Li complained. It had been a long time since he had seen Wally smile. If we are dead, one will not have memories, Wally said coolly. You're right, so sad. Luo Li spread his hands with a distressed expression. Fight. Wally flew up like a sword coming out of its sheath with its naked edges. Other than being able to fight side by side with Wally, which comforts me, there really isn't anything else that I anticipate. This way, Xixiang will definitely scold me for putting women before friends. Luo Li muttered to himself. Wally stopped walking. She turned her face and stared at Luo Ai for a long time. Before death, do you have anything to say to me? Luo Li had an expression of anticipation. Yes. Wally nodded. Luo Li was overjoyed. Quick, speak. Your Xixiang is right. Wally said. Luo Li had a dazed expression as he froze where stood. Moments later, he reacted and shook his head as he smiled. He raised his head to look towards Zuo Mo in the sky. He couldn't help but think of the time back at Wu Kong Mountains. He bullied Xixiang and then was beaten like a dog by Xixiang. Oh, he was actually missing, so embarrassing. Oh, actually that time where everyone had been in bed rest after the sword test conference, those days had been pretty good. He had never seen them in such a sorry state after that. He thought of how he had cried when he saw Shi Xiang after all the hardship and being imprisoned by the Mo, so embarrassing. Luo Li gazed at Zuo Mo. Why do you have to charge at the front? Really, you are usually such a clever person. Really nothing could be done. Alright, since you are charging, then what else can I do? I can't really let Wu Li say that I put women above friendship, that would be such a loss of face. There seemed to be something burning in his chest. Luo Li suddenly smiled and shouted, Wu Li. Wu Li turned her head. Burn! Luo Li said viciously. There was fire burning in the youth's eyes. Wu Li acknowledged. Another one. Chi Felder was slightly shocked. It was already unexpected that Zuo Mo was burning Shin power this way. To do something so suicidal requires great courage. But he saw many of these people from Mo Cloud Sea burning their Shin power one after another. This gave him an even greater shock. Don't these people know that they would die? They didn't need to do this. With Wei Sheng and Zuo Mo, there was a large chance they would stop him. The rest had a great possibility of escaping with their lives. Why were they doing this? Didn't they know that these actions were meaningless? Zuo Mo was fated to die. Mo Cloud Sea was fated to crumble. Their actions were like moths flying towards the flame, unable to win any chances for them. Chi Felder could understand sacrifice, but he thought that sacrifice needed to have value, needed to have meaning. On this, Kunlun was even more of an extreme. In the eyes of those mad people, they were one part of Kunlun's weight. If needed, they would throw themselves onto the scale to make up the balance. Mo Cloud Sea was an unreasonable group of people. For some reason, Chi Felder suddenly felt a chill. He felt something else from these Mo Cloud Sea people. Unlike the mad obsession of Kunlun. Kunlun's madness came from continuously brainwashing their disciples over a long period of time. Kunlun was a sect that made people shudder. In Kunlun, the individual was forever insignificant. For Kunlun, everyone could be sacrificed, no matter if you were willing or not. This was a ruthlessness that was terrifying. But these people here were not fanatics. You could not feel any madness from them usually. Sacrifice had almost never occurred at Mo Cloud Sea. Chi Felder had always thought that Mo Cloud Sea was a smaller version of Tianhuan. They were like Tianhuan, they cared about profit, just like a group of merchants counting on their fingers every day what they could gain. The rumors said that Zuo Mo had never done unprofitable business. In Chi Felder's view, Mo Cloud Sea's viciousness was only a method for them to get more profit, just like their cunning. Only now did Chi Felder understand that he was wrong, and ridiculously so. Mo Cloud Sea's similarity with Tianhuan was only on the surface. Only when it was truly a time of life and death could one feel the great difference between the two. Tianhuan were true merchants, Mo Cloud Sea only acted like merchants. They were like a group of wolves. When Zuo Mo, the wolf leader, decided to sacrifice himself, no one fled, everyone chose the same path. Even if they knew that their choice to follow was not worth much, would not change much, even if they knew that this choice would lead them to all of their deaths. But they still would choose this. Because they had chosen to follow that figure. Chi Felder didn't know how Zuo Mo had done this. Personal charisma? Benefits? Favor? It was a terrifying ability to unite people. Chi Felder changed expression. He looked at the youth floating in the flames. He didn't know how this youth was able to cause so many people to willingly give up their lives to follow him. Just as he didn't know what gave these people such unity. But he knew that the strength of this kind of power was so great that it could change many things. Tianhuan did not have this power. Tianhuan had lost the power they had originally had. The oaths of his youth, they had scattered in the wind. Looking at the Tianhuan disciples that were panically fleeing, and comparing to these Mo Cloud Sea youths that were furiously burning their lives, a sorrow arose in Chi Felder. Today, he finally knew why Mo Cloud Sea could defeat Tianhuan. Yes, Tianhuan's failure was fated. He finally understood. He didn't have any joy left inside. A sigh echoing in his mind, Chi Felder threw away his stray thoughts. His expression became grave. He decided that he would reconstruct Tianhuan's banner, Tianhuan's soul after this battle. Just like these Mo Cloud Sea youth in front of him, just like those youths who had sworn oaths alongside him. For Tianhuan. For belief. Come. King of Mo Cloud Sea. Chi Felder bowed gravely towards Zuo Mo in the fire. In a nondescript corner, many eyes looked at everything happening in the sky. Their expressions were complex. There was shock, respect, pity, murderousness, and relief. Every person around him had some expression of respect on their faces. The people in the sky were worthy of their respect. I hadn't thought that Mo Cloud C was so scary. Those people are mad. Fortunately for us, Tian Huan old man has taken this for us. Otherwise, even if we are able to defeat Mo Cloud C would be very strong before death. Lin Qian was silent. This battle had given him a great blow. Not just him, the other Kunlun disciples around him were also astounded. Let's first find Zhongde, someone said. Yes, let them burn. While both sides are preoccupied, we will take the opportunity to kill Zhongde. The day that Kunlun unites the land is not far away. Another disciple agreed. Everyone nodded. In a battle as intense as this, it was certain both sides would be wounded. Kunlun would become the only beneficiary. This was also when Zhongde's defenses would be weakest. If they could kill Zhongde using this opportunity, Xixian would descend into chaos. They had planned this action for a long time. They had used almost all of their power to get here undetected. Their goal was the same as Tian Huan. Assassinate Zhongde. To ensure they could kill with one blow, Lin Qian had come. If Zhongde died, Xixian would fall into chaos. Kunlun would take the chance to replace them. They hadn't expected the situation to progress better than they had expected. Tian Huan and Mo Cloud C were fighting to such great lengths. The astounding unity that Mo Cloud C showed made even Kunlun felt a great pressure. After this battle, there will be no more Mo Cloud C. These disciples who had their eyes on top of their heads couldn't help but sigh in relief. Lin Qian nodded. Everyone scatter, be careful not to attract the attention of these people. When you find Zhongde, immediately sent a message back. Our target is still Zhongde. This is not the time to relax. Everyone, be alert, do not fail now. Everyone nodded and then disappeared. Lin Qian did not move. He had come because he knew that Zuo Mo had a large number of experts. Right now, Zuo Mo and Mo Cloud C's experts were completely drawn to Tian Huan Chief Elder. Zhongde's defenses would be at their weakest and they did not need him. His mind was completely drawn into this battle. No one knew that the immemorial Shen sword in his hand was trembling continuously and seemed to resonate with something. So this was Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo's mind was blank, everything around him golden. He seemed to be struggling in a sea of fire. A long time later, he heard an almost imperceptible murmur. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. This murmur was too weak, so weak it could hardly be heard. But Zuo Mo heard it. For some reason, he heard it clearly. Yet his mind was not clear. This voice was so familiar. So hot, so painful. Where was this? I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. King of Mo Cloud C? These words seemed to have a certain power. Zuo Mo's scattered thoughts gathered along with the words. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. Zuo Mo could not open his eyes. His eyelids were as heavy as mountains. He felt as though his body was a volcano about to erupt. If he was the least bit careless, he would explode. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. Having recovered some clarity, Zuo Mo finally found the one who had been sleep-talking was himself. Ha! He had not failed everyone. The emotions that came with the words caused him to feel slightly stronger. Yes. I'm the king of Mo Cloud C. I need to be clear-headed. I need to forget. I need to protect Ague. I need to protect everyone. His mind scattered, Zuo Mo chanted repeated to himself. His voice was weak but unconsciously grew more and more determined. Power gathered in small streams, his scattered consciousness slowly gathering. He used all of his strength to open his eyes. A thread of light entered his vision. He smiled like a burning flame. Come. Old man. Translator ramblings, that last line reminds me so much of the Clear Sky Forefather. I'm also not sure if Feng Xiang was influenced when he wrote the title or if it was just a coincidence and I translated it this way. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 841, Destruction. Chapter 841, Destruction. Chief Elder did not want to keep waiting. Mo Cloud C's strength astounded him. While their reckless burning would lead to their deaths, but they were a great threat to him before their deaths. Their combined strength one was unable to dismiss. There were some names among these people that Chief Elder had never heard of before. In truth, before today, he even felt slightly dismissive towards Zuo Mo and Wei Shang. But now, all of that underestimation had faded. Every one person in front of him was an opponent worthy of respect. To die for their beliefs, they died in their appointed place. Chief Elder lamented as his presence rose. The black clouds gathered again, thunder roaring as the ground suddenly split open. The great fissures appeared, each was like a terrifying wound that split the earth, growing larger and larger. The earth moved, the mountains shook, the sky changed color. All of the central plains was in his grasp. Every stalk of grass, every tree, mountain rock, they were all weapons in his hands. The long hair of the chief elder danced in the wind, countless bolts of lightning swimming around his body. His emaciated body was that of a god. A suffocatingly powerful presence was like a surging tide that battered at everything. The world trembled. Everything will end. Chief Elder murmured lightly as though he was sighing. He had decided to completely destroy this Jie. After today, there would be no more central plains. The cracks on the ground grew bigger, the red lava erupted like the blood of the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Thick lightning flashed across the sky and then shot down to the ground. When they landed among the boiling lava, they lit up a sea of fire. The scene was like the apocalypse. All the people in the central plains were in a panic. Terror quickly spread through the crowds, hopelessness appearing on their faces. The sky was dyed by the glow of lava. The unstoppable lightning destroyed all life. All of the transportation formations had become ineffective. There was a great power that cut off the entire Jie from the outside world. Chief Elder looked expressionlessly at everything happening. He had ignited the core of the Jie. In 10 hours, central plains would be completely destroyed, and all of the people in this Jie would be destroyed as well. Time to go. As he stepped into God level, he was able to survive in the endless void. He used Shin glyphs to seal the central plane and ignite the center of the central plains. The enemy had to reach the God level in order to break through. Otherwise, they would definitely be unable to escape this Jie. There was only one fate, to die with the central plains. He was not the one to create this move. In the ancient era, sealing a Jie that had enemies was something frequently used against enemies that did not have a God-level expert. This move also had something else great about it. Even if the other could break through the restraints, they would be consumed by the endless void. Those not in God level could not survive in the endless void. Even if these people burned themselves, they could not reach God level. Chief Elder was skilled in formations. He had left an imprint in Tianhuan. If he could flee into the endless void, he could quickly return to Tianhuan by homing in on the imprint. He did not search for the disciples that came with him. He was completely disappointed with those disciples. If they could be like the youths of Mo Cloud Sea, he would have some hope. As long as he was alive, 5,000 years was enough for him to rebuild Tianhuan's soul. 10,000 years ago, that world that had been erased by the strongest would rise again from his hands. He didn't know what people in the future would write about him. However, so what? As long as he was present, Tianhuan would grow stronger. History was forever written by the victors. History was in his hands. Old man, you think you can flee? A voice that was gritted through teeth interrupted his thoughts. Chief Elder raised his head and what entered his eyes was a pair of eyes on fire. In the two balls of fire, what he saw was resistance and rebelliousness. Chief Elder frowned slightly. Zuo Mo's gaze was unusually penetrating. Zuo Mo bore the bone-aching pain. The essence of the sun crystal seed rampaged through his body. The essence of the sun that was overwhelmingly abundant was the power of the sun. Even if it was just a sun crystal seed, the power contained in it was not something that Zuo Mo could endure. Even no one in the Sun tribe dared to use it like this. The god-level warrior of the Sun tribe searched for an sun's embryo in the void, and sealed it into a sun crystal seed. The sun crystal seed was thought of as the relic of the Sun tribe and passed down through generations. Dozens of successors drew power from it. No one had never dared to break the sun crystal seed. Zuo Mo felt as though he was a ball of fire. Every inch of skin was burning. Fortunately, the great pain made him focus. It made him able to focus more on Chief Elder. The golden flames that erupted out of his body and twisted the Chief Elder in his view to become twisted. However, in his unprecedented focus, he could clearly lock onto the other. Want to leave? Zuo Mo bared his teeth, whether in pain or disdain. His figure disappeared into the air. A cold light flashed through Chief Elder's eyes. A shin glyph appeared without warning on his side. Boom! A blurry ball of flame viciously hit the shin glyph. The shin glyph crumbled with an explosion. Chief Elder's eye twitched. Then a ball of golden flame hit his waist. Chief Elder's figure disappeared in ripples. Zuo Mo's fist hit empty air. Chief Elder's figure appeared in the sky above and behind Zuo Mo. He pointed at Zuo Mo. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed through the clouds and struck towards Zuo Mo. Dozens of bolts of lightning gathered together and formed a thick and terrifying bolt of lightning that accurately hit Zuo Mo. The golden flames around Zuo Mo sprayed out. Zuo Mo did not seem to feel it, and leapt forward again. At this time, Zuo Mo was completely in a berserk fury. His consciousness was burned blurry by the sun essence. He seemed to be struggling and floating in an endless sea of fire. There was only one thought in his dazed mind. Kill the old man. Kill the damned old man. Zuo Mo's eyes burned, the golden flames spitting. He suddenly turned around, his face enveloped in flames without any emotion. His right hand swung a great golden axe, his body bowing as he threw. Within the flames, a Sunshin axe suddenly shot out. Chief Elder felt a threat of fear. His eyes narrowed. He didn't seem to move, a Shin glyph appeared in front of him, and perfectly blocked the Shin axe. Whoosh! The Sun Shin axe suddenly turned into many Shin axes in the air. They covered the sky and the sun, tens of thousands of them. Each Sun Shin axe burned with golden flames, trailing long tails of golden fight like a spectacular meteor shower, but this move was astounding in its presence, yet Chief Elder did not feel any fear. With a cold snort, the Shin glyph in front of him furiously spread in all directions. In a blink, the Shin glyph turned into an enormous net over 50 li long. The Sun Shin axes landed like rain on the Shin glyphs. The Shin glyphs trembled, the tens of thousands of blossoms of flame hanging on it burning intensely. Zuo Mo saw his attack stopped and howled. An orange Sun Shin axe appeared in his hand and was thrown hard. Whoosh! The orange Sun Shin axe was unusually detailed, covered in packed sun glyphs. A thread of golden fire hissed on the blade of the axe. Such a detailed and well-formed Sun Shin axe was definitely the strongest axe Zuo Mo had ever created. It was like burning piece of metal and immediately penetrated the Shin glyph net. Chief Elder's face changed slightly. He reached towards the Sun Shin axe flying towards him. A Shin glyph took form immediately. Then, the Shin glyph split in the middle to form a black crack that quickly grew larger. It was like a black mouth that swallowed the Sun Shin axe. The Endless Void. Compared to the void skyly fire that had been summoned of the Endless Void before, Chief Elder's moves were multiple times stronger. He was masterfully using the Endless Void. Chief Elder felt slightly relieved. The power inside Zuo Mo was strong, but he clearly did not know how to use it. He could not truly express the power. Yet at this time, a vicious and sharp sword hum suddenly rose from behind the Chief Elder. Chief Elder's expression became grave. Blood quickly permeated into Wei Shang's body like water sucked into sand. Wei Shang's eyes were closed, his determined face an unusual white. Even unconscious, his body was ruler straight. There was an ancient character carved out of blood on each of his hands. Left hand God, right hand killing, it was the words God killing, but unusually, there wasn't any hint of blood on the sword in his hand. It was clean as though it had just been wiped down. There wasn't any tang of blood. The unconscious body of Wei Shang suddenly shuddered. He slowly opened his eyes. The eyes which had been like bloody glass now were without any blood. They were clear and transparent, except that the pupils had turned into the shape of the sword. His eyes were two swords. He floated in the air, the lava below his feet that had been shooting into the air seemed to be pushed down by an invisible hand. The sword in his hand hummed lightly. A vicious and bloodthirsty hum of the sword sounded through the entire jia. The primitive and ancient presence contained a thick bloody tang that rushed into the surroundings like a flood. In the air, Wei Shang's cold gaze landed on Chief Elder, the sword in his hand flashing with an eerie light. A cruel and cold smile floated at the corner of Wei Shang's mouth. The scent of a god, ... The tone was filled with viciousness as though it was a completely different person. Before the sound ended, his body disappeared from the air. In the next moment, he appeared in space. The sky behind him seemed to be dyed red by blood. The sword shook, and sword essence fell down like a blood-colored waterfall. Sword essence that had to be counted in the thousands completely shrouded Chief Elder. Chief Elder felt his body tighten. His entire body was surrounded by a slight piercing pain. He felt a shudder. Thousands of tiny sword essence didn't run astray at all. All of the sword essences were targeted at him. Such a powerful strike. The right hand of Lin Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, trembled around its grip on his sword as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Translator Ramblings, Happy New Year's. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842, Great Trouble. Chapter 842, Great Trouble. Wei Shang's strike was the blood-colored sword essence flowing like a great river, like a waterfall 10,000 zhang tall as it locked onto Chief Elder. The thick tang of blood caused Chief Elder to unconsciously frown. His gaze locked onto the spotless sword in Wei Shang's hand, his expression grave. That was not ordinary. It probably was just a step behind Kunlun's immemorial. Chief Elder was slightly shocked. It was already shocking that Kunlun had found the immemorial Shin sword, but he knew the price Kunlun had paid for Lin Qian's immemorial Shin sword. The essence of Wei Shang's sword was not as pure as the immemorial Shin sword, but its murderousness was so great he didn't know how much blood it had drank to form. He hadn't through such a vicious weapon existed in the world. The vicious presence around Wei Shang and the slightly evil expression were in extreme contrast from Wei Shang's previous state. The sword soul had taken possession? Wei Shang was a person of such strong resolve. He definitely would not have been overcome, so it was likely he had let the sword soul into his body. In a blink, Chief Elder understood and his wariness increased. He admired Wei Shang. In terms of talent, among the young people Chief Elder had seen, Wei Shang most likely wouldn't even enter the top 50. However, Wei Shang had steel-like resolve, a spirit that did not give up. That was what created his accomplishments. His resolve had spread through his body. A body like that could tolerate greater power. In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through Chief Elder's mind. He did not feel any fear. No matter if it was Zuo Mo or Wei Shang, they did not have enough of a foundation accumulated. Forcibly raising their cultivation like this seemed powerful, but there was still not enough to compete with a true god level. Do not underestimate this hair-thin line. It was the difference of the sky to the earth. Their understanding of the world was not on the same level at all. The effect of pure power without comprehension was not as great as they imagined. They underestimated the god level. Numerous brown shin glyphs rose out of the ground under Chief Elder's feet and grew upwards like vines. A shin glyph wall suddenly rose from under his feet. The waterfall of sword essence hit the shin glyph wall. Boom! A deafening sound. Sword essence scattered. That thin shin glyph wall was unmoved. No matter how the sword essence is charged, it did not move at all. It was like the strongest rock along the ocean. No matter how strong or fierce the wave, they would turn into beads of water when they hit it and would not damage it at all. Crack, 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 dot. A spider web of cracks rapidly appeared on the ground under the shin glyph. The cracks spread at a rapid rate. Boom, boom, boom. The sword essences continued the ferocious attack, and the shin glyph wall finally shook. Chief Elder's expression changed slightly, light flashing through his eyes as his body suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Boom! The shin glyph wall finally could not withstand the attack and shattered. The surging sword essence hit the ground hard. The blood sword river entered the ground without any effort like a knife cutting tofu. Boom, 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 great vibrations came from deep within the earth. An enormous bottomless pit over 10 li in diameter appeared on the ground. Chief Elder narrowed his eyes, his heart shuddering. What sword was that? How could it possess such pure power? The reason the immemorial Shin sword was powerful was because its sword essence was pure. When it dominated the world, all bowed before it, But this sword, the sword essence, could not be considered top tier, but such a savage and fiercely unreasonable power was really shocking. Unless, a name from the legends appeared in his mind. Chief Elder stared at the sword in Wei Shang's hands, his eyes lighting up. Yet at this time, great murderousness shrouded him. His body felt cold and reflexively a shin glyph appeared behind his back. Bam! The shin glyph cracked like glass. Chief Elder was once again startled. He made another shin glyph and retreated. Hiss! The shin glyph was cut easily like it was paper. A purple energy flashed right next to his body, the thick murderousness causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Before he could attack in return, a purple energy suddenly shot towards his face. Chief Elder pointed with a serious expression. A shin glyph appeared out of the air. The purple energy did not enter the shin glyph nor cut it. The shin glyph seemed to be a gentle flower that closed and wrapped around the purple shadow. Chief Elder chanted inside his mind, and the shin glyph started to explode in segments. A gray armored figure wrapped in chains appeared in front of him. His pupils suddenly contracted. Undying Shin punishment. Zongru changed with a bowed head, his hair turning white at a visible rate. His body was so thin that it would fall if the wind blew. Only his eyes became even clearer and brighter. Numerous sutra characters the size of a finger spun around him. The lotus flower mark on his forehead lit up and slowly flew out of his forehead. It landed onto the ground and materialized into a lotus flower bigger than a prayer mat. The lotus flower seemed alive, pink and tender. Zongru raised a foot, and the lotus flower moved under his foot. He stepped onto the lotus flower cross-legged. A wisp of fire suddenly appeared out of every sutra character. It was the fire of wish power, but Zhongru had a smile on his face and no pain at all. What burned was the fire of wish power, his true heart. Buddha abandonment death wish. Zhongru's harmonious gaze was calm and determined. Even now, when he was close to being known as the strongest dhyana show in the world, his heart was just as it was in the beginning and had never changed at all. With the body of Vedra, protect Darren. Every sutra character burned wish power. Astounding waves of power entered his body. The wish power lotus under his body burned like fire at his body. His expression was calm and without any pain. His calm dhyana heart was like a burning ball of fire. When all of the sutra characters were burned away. When the wish power lotus under him had burned into ash. The power inside Zhongru's body reached a peak. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. It wasn't the mannerism of that great dhyana show, but that sincere and honest smile of that youth from Little Mountain Jia that only knew a single fist scripture. Darren, let us fight together. He took a deep breath, the air was pulled. A long inhale sounded like the breathing of a monster waking up. A silent vibration gathered at his right fist. He gave a thunderous shout. Zhongru punched into the sky. Chief Elder, who had been staring at a Gue, felt a feeling of danger. His mind moved and he was about to escape when he suddenly found that the air around him was like in thick bog. It had a strange stickiness. This was... His eyebrows jumped. His hands moved and a shunglyph appeared. Pop pop pop, a string of explosions sounded in the space around him. Then, his body felt lighter. Then the shunglyph under his feet flashed and his body disappeared from his spot and appeared in the sky nearby. Wish power. How was there such powerful wish power? Chief Elder was astounded. He suddenly turned his face and stared at the figure on the ground who had their fist up in the air. Even in the past Xiankong temple, no one had such powerful wish power. Chief Elder's expression changed. Tianhuan and Xiankong temple had fought both secretly and in the openly for many years. Everyone knew each other very well. He had never seen such strong wish power even from the oldest generation. Chief Elder could see with a glance that Zhongru was burning his wish power. Wish power was a very special and dangerous power. Wish power that was hard for ordinary people to understand was not so mysterious in the eyes of people as powerful as Chief Elder. However, this did not mean he was willing to touch it. The wish, it was the base for forming wish power. What it needed was the strongest of wishes, a wish true to one's heart. The other rule of wish power was sacrifice. It referred to the power that was produced when one was willing to give up everything else to achieve this wish. There were two reasons why wish power was so powerful. One was the person's heart, the other was sacrifice. One with a true heart would not go astray. The sacrifice was even more extreme. The person would forget all of their other worries, their heart even clearer. The more they sacrificed, the stronger the wish power produced. Even God-level experts were wary of this kind of power. Because this was not the power of the world, this was the power of a person. Such strong with power, this person. Great trouble. Wish power was enough trouble to deal with. But this person actually burned wish power. Would anyone do this? Chief Elder suddenly had a strong impulse to swear. He suddenly found that his situation seemed to have become slightly bad. Zuo Mo was the strongest in power, but it was clear that he was not in a good state, a confused state between clarity and befuddlement. Wei Shang was much more of a threat. If he really had the god-killing blood sword in his hand, then he would be in great trouble today. Something that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years like the undying Shin punishment actually appeared in front of him. Chief Elder almost didn't believe his eyes. Adding on Zhongru, who was burning wish power, Chief Elder felt a headache just thinking about it. He suddenly remembered there were two other people. He couldn't help but turn his face. His face quickly darkened. Two crescent moons appeared in Sang Lianer's eyes. There was none of the indolent temptation she usually wore, only a strong feeling of danger. Her two crescent moon earrings clinked. A strong pressure came with the appearance of her floor-length deep red dress. A silver crescent moon flowed with light behind her. When Moonshin power burned, it was not flames, but a moon-colored flow that appeared as cool as water. The icy moon flame flow caused every nerve in her to tremble. However, her expression was normal. Resonating with her, a ray of condensed moon essence shot down from the full moon in the sky and landed on Sang Lianer. She could feel the wondrous connection between her and the full moon high above her. The moon essence of the full moon flowed into her body in that cold moon flame flow. The power grew rapidly inside of her. She was at her most powerful state. Suddenly, she felt something and looked towards the moon in the sky. The moon suddenly lit up, spraying out countless moon essences. Lines of moon essences fell down from the full moon. In a blink, innumerable threads of moon essence fell like silk and covered all of the central plains. Translator ramblings, saying Lianer is Sailor Moon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.